means you're not going to greet your guests, huh?
Oh, sorry, I was listening to music.
It's messed up, man.
What?
Leave me in the back all that time?
No, I'm playing music, man.
No, you're not. You're getting black screen. Dude, see, you guys are so full of shit over here. You say you're playing music, but you're getting black screen.
I will bury you. A lot of land.
Oh.
A lot of land.
You're going to bury the cock. Wow, well, get in line, dude.
Well, I'm making this in my song. I thought I was in live stream. I thought I was playing a song.
You guys are book burning. I mean, you're book burning your own freaking streets, Jotty. No, okay, it's your panel. Is it nappy time in the cry space? Is that what it is?
Yes, I want one time.
Wow.
For you, Aaron. I'm with you. I am with you, Aaron. If I get struck, I'll be right back. I'll stop.
Dude, you've been getting black screen, man. What are you talking about if you're going to get a strike? They're going to yank this quicker than shit as soon as you end it.
Yeah,
I know, Kim. Yeah. Make sure Cox doesn't talk.
I'm sorry.
Make sure Cox doesn't talk, Kim.
Oh, talk, Aaron. You bitch.
Oh my god.
It's so confusing over here when you know everybody's gone.
Sounds like the Backstreet Boys. Dude, you're just gonna get another black screen. What are you thinking, Scotty?
Aaron, I want to take a
Hey, Diamond, blowing out your ass, dude.
And I had a hard day's work.
Avril Lavigne.
Hi, Simon.
No one likes to be alone.
Oh my
Avril
god.
Lavigne is hot.
Everyone trying to find me.
Recover. Dick.
Come take me home. It's a damn cold night.
Donnie,
Trying to figure out this life. Won't you take me by the hand, take me somewhere new? I don't know who you are, but I
I'm with
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I only came up here to ask one question, just to let you know.
No.
confusing.
Why?
It's a damn cold night.
Sing it, Scott.
Sing it.
Tell us.
Take me somewhere new. I don't know who you are, but I'm with you.
I'm going to follow you.
New. I don't know who you are, but I'm
Play this song.
Aaron, get on. Take a fucking goddamn shot, bro. Come on, man. Be adventurous.
Okay, I got one more beer after this. I drank like fucking 14 plus beers. So.
Hey, and I've only got one question, so.
Well, hold on. I've got a lot of questions for you, faggot. You're on my fucking watch, so let me just back you up. We asked you for a long time. We knew you were streaming, so we let you on the back hook. But now I'm drunk, so you can go fuck yourself. And the horse you fucking rode in on, because there's a lot of space for me to bury you and other people as well. So just shut your fucking mind your P's and Q's.
Wow.
And let me know when you want to go step up to the big boy table. We can initiate you real quick. Real quick.
The big boy table.
Yeah.
Dude, you can't even get Eric Spitfire to step up to that
Right,
table.
that's
Come
what I'm
on,
saying.
man.
Right. Yes.
It's
You're yes.
How close are
Right.
you guys? How close are you guys?
You got a long line there, dude. Why am I so important all of a
That's
sudden?
why funny you mentioned that. That was my
Close, Scotty? Close, Aaron?
Aaron. You've known, how long have you known Eric for? How long have you known Mark Connors for? Not as long as me, but apparently you've known Eric longer for him. So if you want to fight Eric or Eric wants to fight you, Eric's not. Who's gonna pay me to go to Michigan? Are you paying me? Are you my handler? Is Kim paying me? Kim would pay me not to go there.
Scotty, I will pay for you.
I will fucking bury all you fucking YouTubers right now, real quick. I'll put you in a fucking line and I'll bury you. And the cops will make you fucking be happy I killed you. You guys are so dumb.
I think the only thing you're burying is books over here, you book burner.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Aaron.
Aaron, yes, Aaron.
Whoa.
I made all the books. It was me.
Hey, just let me know when I get to ask my one question. God, I just got one question. You let me know.
All the books.
You just sound like a fucking dickhead, bro.
Dude, you just did, dude. You just went black screen. That's book burning.
Aaron.
Oh my God.
I shut my own stream down.
Maybe.
Go fucking catch some trout, bro. I think it's time out, bro.
Hey, just let me know and I can ask my one question.
Oh,
Yeah.
Aaron.
No, Aaron.
I got some questions for you. It's
Bro.
my
No more questions, Aaron.
You can ask some questions. I may or may not answer you when I get one. I get 1.5 more beers to go, so I'll answer questions at will.
Sorry, epic stream. Very long. I spent
Not very long. It's only 6 hours. Simon, I just shut down a 7 fucking day stream.
I know this one is an interactive stream, bro, and it's been very interesting.
I was very late to the equation.
I would like to reference not.
Hey,
But
I know you've only been drinking vodka. No, please stop drinking Fireball. Fireball's not even fucking drink real vodka. Don't drink fucking Fireball, please.
Told you, I'm not on Bible and
Yeah, it's some foo-foo shit, Simon.
What was that, mate?
It's fucking Jew poison. Don't drink that shit. It's not even real fucking alcohol.
Oh yeah, that's all right, mate. I booked a bag of vodka. It's all right, mate. I'm on the Russian side now, mate. I'm going vodka.
Yeah, it's still bad, but like better than fucking Fireball.
Well, it is. Yeah, I agree. And it's not so fattening. Mate, you know, it's a huge difference, man. I'm losing weight, bro.
I'm quitting beer for April. That's why I'm drinking beer right now.
Bro, go for vodka. You know, don't.
I quit in February. I'm quitting every other month now. We'll see. See how it goes. No, I need beer's just stuck. I love it, but it's happening.
I've got to ask, mate. Hey, look.
Oh, hey, I was here first to ask a question, just to let you know, but go ahead.
So fuck that, Aaron. I was here before you. So fuck that. Right?
No, you guys can arm wrestle for it. Okay, now that
Aaron,
Scotty's putting me there, man. All right.
you're gonna arm wrestle for it.
Aaron,
Simon's looking pretty buff. Look at Simon. He's wiry. He's wiry.
Come on, man.
She's saying Irish. My mom's Irish. She'd say he's wiry.
Hey, Scotty.
She's not that Irish.
You're worried. All right, mate. You're like your mum. Look, hey, Aaron. Why are you such a cunt?
Dude, I'm not some one ball low swinging little short dick Aussie without your guns.
But bro, you just make all sorts of accusations. You throw them out there, and then you see what happens. You're a cunt.
No, that wasn't just a bunch of accusations. Was that all truth?
No.
Oh, so you have 2 balls, and you have your guns.
No, I don't have guns, and you know that, Aaron.
Right. So that was all truth, right?
Yeah. Actually, Aaron, I'll say this. Refer to previous conversations a couple of years ago. But that's it. All I'm going to say. Okay. On guns.
Yeah, honestly, if he's in a place he probably shouldn't be talking about it, I wouldn't press him on it.
Well, you know, mate, look, Aaron is a cunt.
I thought we were arm wrestling and jockeying for position
Well, no.
here.
Well, that's
No,
what I'm
I'm
saying.
not.
I'm saying if you're gonna like incriminate him, that's
No,
another
Aaron, I'm
thing.
not jockeying for any position, bro. That's you.
Arm wrestling.
That's what
Especially when you're in I see you showing airsoft shit. What I would tell I have friends that do this. And I go, dude, you better have some real shit to back that up. Like, if you're trying to flex on some
I need
right?
you best have. Give me a second. Let me have another swig of vodka and I'll be back. All right.
Right, let him. Kim, let him.
No, I'm just saying.
Put us on the screen.
Kim, get into it, the cunt. Get into the cunt. You, Kim, you vilify this motherfucker. Now, you just called me him, Kim, and you banned me because you thought you were him. Now, Kim, you've got to...
No, she's banning because you're a dork.
No, she was banning because she thought I'm associated with you cunt. Let me just blow my nose.
Very
I've got
nice you speak for me.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
listen,
why would you do that?
I got one beer left.
I still just got one question.
Oh, shit.
No, hold on. I'm gonna go get the last beer. Don't fuck
No, before you get that last beer, I got a question.
Kim,
I'll be right back.
Kim. Press him.
Oh, he's not as easy as I thought.
Yes, Kim? Yes, Kim. You asked me, Simon.
No, you were talking to me.
Yes.
Yeah, what were you going to ask there, Simon?
I was saying to you.
What was that?
I was saying to you, Kim.
Go ahead, I can hear you.
You can hear me, even though he's being...
Oh, yeah, he's just an ass.
Yeah, well, Kim, don't ever make me like I'm him. Please, again, please.
I won't.
Thank you.
I promise, I won't.
Thank you, Kim.
Oh, now you're going to be another Mr. Jones for us, Simon.
I was on my phone and...
And you got a bit excited. It's all right.
I don't do chats on my phone.
Everybody, we got a new Kim Sam.
Oh my God! Now I'm a Kim. Now I'm a Kim. Hey, Aaron, you are fucking golden, bro. You are. Hey, Aaron. You literally sit there and to plug in what we're talking about. Up some Kim Sim, and they go, Simon's a Kim Sim.
Yeah, apparently she's got a whole internet full of it.
I thought
Whole
so.
harem.
I thought so.
Hey, just keep those pancakes sliding up on the door every Sunday morning there, Kim.
It's the same thing about Mr. Jones.
Yeah, it's pretty elaborate setup you guys got going here.
He had to go to bed. He couldn't come over here earlier because everybody was here.
Oh, it was a setup. Is that what you're saying, Kim? Since you've got a script for when I come around, right?
I've got a script now.
Yeah. No, that's what you said earlier. I've got the clip of that somewhere.
Remember, Kim, Aaron is good. He's like FM.
No, you're more than like FM and Mike True 2020 over here with your, not really running any stream.
Hey, bro, you're just reacting.
Diamond.
You're just reacting.
Just make sure I don't talk, right? It's the muffin way.
And Aaron,
that's the muffin way.
You just reacting.
Hey, everybody, Kim's got a new sim.
Hey, Kim, I'm your new sim, even though you hate me. But anyway, hi, Kim.
Oh,
I'm working for you, Kim, apparently.
You don't.
No. Her sims work for free.
Why would you even say such a thing, Aaron?
Aaron, you are such a
wrong with you?
You are such a...
Okay, I'm back. What happened?
Hey, Scotty, let me know and I can ask my one question.
Okay, I'm back. Aaron. Ask your game question.
Boy, Aaron, go, Aaron. Come on, big boy, Aaron, go.
All right.
Even though you're lucky I let you ask it, because I got some questions for you, but keep going.
All right, yeah, and I'll answer whatever you got. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, so I was listening back.
Last fucking beer. Keep going.
I was listening back where you guys were playing the drinking game. My question is, you got a 12-pack of Modelo.
I was there the whole time.
I told you.
I had 16.
I told you I wouldn't be able to ask my question.
12-pack and 12 cans, which makes 16.
Aaron,
Aaron,
I just cracked. Did you hear the noise? Did you hear that? Did you hear me crack that last beer?
Scott, Aaron did that to Simon when Simon was trying to talk. That's why Simon's doing it.
Okay, I don't care. I'm not care about that. I'm talking. I'm caring about me talking.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're arm wrestling.
No. I'm clarifying your fucking faggot ass question. I bought a 12-pack and 2 tall cans. And
Okay.
I cracked the 12th.
No, that wasn't really my question, though.
Of the 12-pack after I had
That wasn't my question.
Cans. To be crystal fucking clear.
Okay, and your 12-pack was Chiladas, right?
Correct.
What was it? Like I just bought one. Like I tried the Pina. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. The noodles like that one.
And you down the whole thing? It's done?
What? I'm on my. Listen to me, Dick. I said I'll say it again.
Who's Dick?
2 tall cans.
Sorry, Scotty. Who's Dick?
Yeah.
This could be Dick.
I'm on the 12th can of my 12th pack of the.
Okay, right on.
So I had
make sure you hydrate. You're gonna need it when you bury meat out in the desert.
I'm hydrating.
No, I'm just saying, if you want to fuck around, you can find out real fucking quick.
Dude, we've heard all these lines before, dude. You're not gonna do it.
Hey, Aaron.
No,
Aaron.
well, I'm not gonna do
Aaron.
anything.
Aaron.
I'm saying you're
Aaron.
the one that's coming at me now.
God, I need to ask Aaron.
Aaron. You.
Aaron.
I thought you
What
wanted
is your
to phone
purpose?
call with me.
Aaron, what is your purpose?
I'm right
Aaron,
here.
what is your
Right
purpose
fucking here.
Aaron, what is your purpose here?
Always.
Aaron,
I'm
what is
here
your
for all
purpose?
of you.
Aaron, what is your
I'm
purpose?
with you.
I just had one question. I just wanted to know how his Chilada 12-pack was. I just bought one, and I
Great. I drink them all the time. I can drink those things all day.
No, I haven't had the canned 12-pack yet.
Blame, Aaron.
No. First time I bought it. First time I ever bought it. Honestly.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I just got one yesterday. Yeah, I tried the Pina.
Are you effing?
But I'll tell you though, if
You know,
you're
I've had like
interested,
2,000 fucking.
Aaron, are you effing?
And like 50,000 fucking mango in Chile.
Scotty, I'm sorry.
I
Aaron,
gotta add water to mine. They're
the
like
one that James D drinks, the red one. No, they're actually watered down. They're less than 4%. They're like
no. I have to water them down. They're like too congenial,
yeah, they're
man.
juicy. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Breakfast beer.
Yeah, I always like a couple of shots of water in there.
The lime one was the hardest one to drink.
Oh, is that in there? Oh God. Ugh. Yeah, I was
I had
looking
3 of
forward
those.
to that.
I had 3 of those. So I'm back. The last one. I'm on the Naranja Picosta.
And what's the rain doing there? You said you were off today or something?
No, I had a half day. Rain. No, I worked in the rain, and then I go home because
Aaron, what do you do?
Too hard.
Aaron,
And
what
I
do you
still
do?
put in like
Aaron.
8 hours.
Wait your turn, Simon.
I did 8 hours.
Do every day, Aaron.
Or
Wait
pre-club,
your turn, Simon.
Well, let me
What
check.
was that? What'd you say, Aaron?
Wait your turn, good little lapdog.
No, I'm here. What do you do?
It's been 6 to 8 hours.
What do you do every day, Aaron?
Well, you're breaking up there because you're in no Gunville.
Oh, I'm breaking up. Aaron doesn't like questions, so I'm breaking up.
No, you were breaking up.
For the record, I can hear you clear.
Aaron,
I
what
can't
do
do.
you do? What do you do, Aaron?
I worked like 6 to 8 hours. I can check.
I wasn't asking you, Scotty. I was asking Aaron.
You were wondering what I do?
Yes. Yeah, I really do wonder what you do, bro. I really wonder.
You want me to like run through an average day for you or something?
No, Aaron. I'm on a way more metaphysical level, bro.
Oh, you've been there for years wondering this.
Yep.
Yeah. You want the real quick version?
Oh, mate, whatever version you're going to give us, bro.
All right. You ready?
Yep, I'm ready. Do it, bro. Yeah.
Did you catch that?
No, I missed it.
Okay, one more
It
time.
was like a taser. He tased himself.
Oh shit!
I know friends that do that. Just please don't do that. It's bad for you. Make sure you have like people around.
Oh.
I thought
Don't
when I
tase
saw
yourself,
it,
you know?
When I jumped in here, I thought that was the end of your stream, Scott. I didn't imagine that this would happen.
Well, no, I was asking for smoke earlier. Finally.
Oh, you want to smoke, man? Oh, man, you want to smoke? Should we smoke together?
No.
Apparently,
Yeah.
bowl there. You got a bowl there? You got a bowl there, Aaron? You got a bowl there, Scott?
Yeah.
All right, mate, Scotty. I want to see you pull a cone, bro.
Oh,
You got a bowl there?
No,
Pull a cone, Scott.
Okay.
You say pull a cone?
Oh,
Are you gonna blow it? Is Scotty gonna rage like my way and blow his engine or something?
Aaron went to cone. I just want to put that on the record. Aaron went to cone.
The cone.
Yes, Aaron went to cone. You went to cone, Aaron. None of us did. We weren't
No,
talking-
I'm not blowing engines, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, Aaron, you went to cone, bro. You went to cone.
Cars are for crashing. But my truck has got like 350 on it plus. So I was like,
He's got a 350. What is it? He's got a 350 though? Is it a 350?
no, it's
Chevy?
a Tundra. I told you this.
Oh, it's a Toyota
You
Tundra.
call it something else. You call it something else there.
There's a Toyota Tundra, I think.
Yeah.
Mine. Fine.
So I'm saying,
Aaron?
I can easily justify putting a new engine in that thing.
Oh my God! My next second week. This is just doing my head in.
It would be very sustainable. Like, the money you put into it would pay for itself. Oy vey, ask the road.
Yeah,
when I was
Scotty, we care about you. We just want you to hydrate after that 12-pack of chiladas, dude.
No, it's 16 now, almost.
Yeah, make sure you hydrate, man.
Hey Kim, remember,
Don't worry about me, bro.
might not be.
Well,
what
I
you
do worry about you, Scotty. That's
Oh
that's
my
why
God.
Oh, well, thank you.
Aaron
Yeah.
is.
that's why we talk on the phone. You know, making
He's
sure
in
you're all right.
Scott now.
Yeah, but I'm like Rasputin. I'm hard to kill, man.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. My bad.
Everything's upset. You chick-
Sorry. I'm just trying to.
I want you to have the attention too.
Scotty.
No.
It's always the shills go to. You're like FM. You're like the cone, dude. You're such a shill, Simon.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Aaron! You are kidding me, bro?
Uh-oh.
Hey, bro. Aaron, are you kidding me, bro?
So,
Scott?
Scotty, you might have the urban warfare down.
You're
Okay?
ignoring me. Oh, I love that. He makes a statement about Simon, then he ignores Simon. Hey, Aaron, you're a
Yeah,
sucker.
because I just have. I mean, we have questions. I thought Scotty had some questions for me, but I was going to tell
Aaron,
Scotty that you've got some. You know, you've got the urban warfare down, but to be able to bury somebody in the desert, you need to have your desert warfare and your mountain warfare.
All you need is fucking
You got the concrete jungle
Rope.
handled. All right, Scotty. But to be able to bury somebody in the desert,
rope,
you're gonna
shovel.
need that desert warfare training. I don't think you have that badge.
That's right. I'm going to tell you something. I think
I don't think
Aaron,
you have that Girl Scout
I
badge,
think that
Scotty.
Aaron and FM are literally the same person.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
whoops, sorry.
right.
I just thought I'd
No,
put that
FM only has participation trophies like you, Scotty.
Not to hate that, but hey, bro, you actually act the same.
Uh-huh, sure.
You do.
I'm not the one that's doing symbolism on these shootings, like, oh, it's going to do
You
something.
do them too, you stupid cunt.
Hey, you broke up there. You got to repeat that.
I
What'd you
think
say?
you do symbolism too, you stupid cunt.
No, that's for the amateurs.
Dude, yes,
Those
you
are the 101 courses,
Yes,
Simon.
you do. It's just
Those
symbolism.
are the
that most people
101 courses.
Stupid cunt.
Pull up one video right now. Give me a
What?
title that I'm going over symbolism.
Hey, bro.
No. I'm not bros with one ballers. All right.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hey, cunt.
Yeah.
Hey. Illuminati.
Sure. Yeah. See, that's FM shit. See, Simon. See the projection. He says that,
bro. Hey,
you
bro.
know,
bro.
hey, call me an agent next, Simon. Call me an agent next.
I will never do that.
Simon, you need to call the feds.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Kim.
Kim.
Let's talk about that, Kim. I'm
Yeah,
in on
but
that
Aaron
subject.
always
That sounds like a fun one, Kim. Let's talk
Aaron
about
says-
that subject.
Aaron always
But
says,
you know, you guys didn't let
Call
me on to talk.
call the
You
feds.
didn't. You just want to yell like drunkards, and that's fine. I'm glad you're not out driving. Okay.
Don't call us names. You don't.
Well,
know
I'm
you're
drunk. Yeah, I'm the
drunk.
only one drunk. Come on, to be fair. Simon took a shot.
Well, yeah, Simon's just kind of
if you
soft for me.
hey,
but-
bro, the second you want to address me, say my name.
Shit, I need to reload.
Actually,
Was that a rage quit, Kim?
no, he has to reload. Actually,
No,
I'm being
I
facetious.
was letting
Oh my
Scott
God!
talk.
Come on, you're taking me too seriously over here, Scotty. Oh my gosh!
I'm not.
You just did. No, you corrected me like I was
No,
wrong.
it's my stream, and I'm trying to fucking impose my will. Yeah, I'm making a joke about Simon. I'm making the jokes. It's my fucking stream.
Oh, okay.
I don't need you to be here to make
Oh,
jokes about Simon.
Yeah, I only had that one question. I just wanted to know how your 12-pack was because I just bought one yesterday.
I just
And
wanted-
that's it. So you
Yeah.
guys can sit here and
I'm on my
talk to
last
each other now.
one
You don't need
in
me
my
here.
The last one's in my hand. No, I'm saying if you get some problems with me not fighting Eric or whatever, you can ask me.
Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't be
I'm
something
here now.
really,
I'm
like,
here now.
to really be...
When I wasn't
erupted
there,
over.
you had a lot of questions.
Got it.
So ask
Guys,
me
it
all the
shouldn't be
hard
something to be really erupted over. It just hasn't happened. I mean, I
I'm not
thought it would
erupted.
happen by now. I was
Oh,
trying to
those are
arrange a
tactics.
film crew. See, you don't care about this. I was actually trying to arrange a film crew for you, Scotty.
Well, arrange it.
Oh,
No. See, no.
Why?
Scotty,
When
it
did I
doesn't work like that.
Like,
You show me a contract and when you're going to show up, and that's what I
What?
said in the past.
what? Hold on. What?
oh, he's so full of it.
No,
Aaron,
I've
you're
said that
sounding
from
worse
day
than Eric
one.
right now. Like, you're
I've
sounding-
said that from day one.
Why
And
would you?
sounding very Jewy. Sounding very Jewy. You can say
oh, so that's where you got to go to the Jew stuff, just because I said that I'd
No,
like
with
to
the-
have a
with
film
the
crew
film-
show up for.
Yeah,
Oh.
what? Like, no one. I'll fucking fight him, you, and all your friends in the same night. Like,
Yeah.
true.
Scotty, slow down a little bit, man.
You want to record it? That's fine.
That's what I said from day one. As soon as it was announced, I was like, Scotty, I'll get you a fucking film crew there. Let's do
Go. Why are you talking
Film
to me
crew.
about not fighting him? Since you have all this backing, you set it up. Well, then fucking set it up, bitch.
I would like to, but
Otherwise,
you
shut your
put that
fucking
contract in your
Back to
Yeah,
Arizona, or I'll fucking show up there.
dude. You got a long list of people that want to fight you. Why
Yeah,
am I all of a sudden
yeah,
so
well, you
important?
and
Like
all
the
the rest
Colin,
of
man.
We'll be buying me
Dude,
coffee.
you come out this way in your old truck,
Yeah,
you're gonna
I
blow
want,
an engine
like-
too,
I
Scotty.
like fucking 2 extra fucking vanillas, bitch. 2 vanillas in my coffee, my little fucking. Give me a camera.
Scotty, I'm telling you, okay.
Give me a
Right now,
fucking camera.
you might have the urban warfare down, but you
Get the
don't.
coffee.
Outside of that little area, Scotty,
Wow.
Prove yourself with a
is
coffee.
big boy, big guyville, huh?
Prove it
Huh, Kim?
yourself.
Big guy.
I've
Like your big
seen you
guys.
say a lot of shit for years, but give me a coffee.
Yeah, have I ever talked shit on you, Scott?
Yeah, you fucking have. On my
You-
stream,
Recently.
you played it. This
Yes.
very stream rewinded.
Right. That was
Did it.
recently. I was.
Now
I mean-
you're pissing me off. Now you're.
Oh, wow.
You're testing my intelligence. Honestly, I'm dumb, but I'm not fucking that dumb. Go back to your bullshit. No one gives a fuck.
Scotty, wow, your handler sure got you worked up.
Oh,
not
fuck
even
you,
worked up.
Aaron.
Aaron, no. Aaron, you handle yourself. And you
Yes.
Oh,
just
okay.
handle-
Scotty, seriously,
Help
man.
yourself out with your very-
I haven't talked
You
shit on
hung
you
yourself. I gave
until.
you hung yourself.
Oh, I hung myself.
Rope, shovel.
Uh huh. Wow. by just being concerned that you have not fought Eric Spitfire yet, like you said you would.
Rope, shovel.
That's it. That's all it takes with Scotty here. Dude, I mean, I was still trying to be cool with you. I was just expressing my opinion and the way I felt.
How can you be cool with people the way you talk to them, Aaron?
Well, I mean, come on, Kim.
Really?
Really? You want to go there where you like to call people pedo protectors, but not Eric Spitfire?
I didn't call you that.
No, I got plenty of clips. I'm going to start dropping on you, Kim.
Oh, drop them, Aaron.
I know.
Like I guess.
I got you all day, every day.
Scotty, wow. You know what, Scotty? Well, let's have a conversation when you sober up in the morning. How about that?
I got you, son.
Wow.
Oh,
yeah.
Scotty, let's have a conversation on the phone when you sober up in the morning.
I'm sober right now. I'm right here.
Yeah, you just alluded to the fact
You just
that
confirmed
hours
that
on
you
the phone.
see how his handler kicked in for him?
I'd rather you
think so.
would than you do this shit.
Aaron.
I'm concerned you're trying to be handled,
I'd rather
Scotty.
you would. You're the drama bitch. You're the drama bitch. It's documented. I got the evidence. Rewind the tape.
Well, yeah, I was
get it from your
expressing
channel.
my concerns.
Your channel.
You're not fighting Eric yet.
To record my own channel. I was actually going to ask you if I could play the Aaron drinking game on tacos because she took her shit down.
Dude, I was laughing my ass off.
I don't even have my own shit.
I only got like halfway through your drinking game earlier, right before I tuned in. I'm like, all right, I got to jump up in there. That was some funny shit.
For hours. Come on, bro. Come on.
No, actually, see, I like how you guys have my life planned out for me of who I need to be for you.
Be honest, mate.
Simon. No, I literally just woke up a little while ago.
I do not
I had no idea Scotty's stream was happening. You planned my life out for me, and Scotty, when you get trained in desert warfare or mountain warfare, then you come see me.
Aaron, I don't believe anything you say. You're like FM, mate.
No, see, FM only gets participation trophies like you.
Okay, all right, cool.
You kind of sound like the mechanic. You kind of have that like fake New Jersey accent thing.
How did that work out with you? And how is the mechanic?
I'm from Bristol, where that shit's filmed.
Aaron, my dick is bigger than your dick.
You guys have this planned all day or something?
Bigger than your dick. Aaron, my dick
I'm learning of this seriously.
Sorry. Okay.
You guys were waiting for me. Everyone was in there for you guys to roast me, huh? And I was asleep. Oh man, I was getting my power nap.
He was getting his power, but he didn't quite get his power.
No, bro,
my
you're doing your thing with the Proud Boys. I don't know what you did. I usually sure I'm not a hitter. But what I'm saying is, like, I was going to go in there and be like, hey, give me that taco shit. I was blah, blah, blah. I was doing my cloud chase.
For fuck's sake.
But you did play the shit where you were kind of being a dick,
Aaron, you're being a dick.
And I wasn't there to defend myself, so I'm fucking you.
No, fuck
I
off.
like that shit.
Well, it seems like I hurt your fifis there, Scotty. Sorry if I did.
Aaron, my dick is bigger than your dick.
That's... Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter. We have our guns. You don't. You cucked out.
I'm going to say again, my dick is bigger than your dick.
You don't have your guns. You cucked out. It doesn't matter what size of a dick you got.
He's a fucking cunt. My dick is bigger than your dick, Aaron. Prove it.
Yeah, see, somebody would want that proving.
Aaron, prove it, Aaron.
Right. Well, you know what? I bet you if you got with tacos, she has the clip where you can. She says, right?
Man,
she says.
Just a filthy, fucking, goddamn, disgusting piece.
No, I'm not a pea bomber like zombies and shit like that.
And I don't care about tacos, bro.
Okay. Well, at least I have both of my balls.
Well, same here, bro. But your balls.
Oh no, I thought you were down to one ball there.
Your balls. You're
Simon. So that was a LARP. Hold on.
Aaron,
see, here you go. You're not gonna let me talk.
Hold on, your balls. balls don't produce.
This is what you guys had lined up for tonight for your entertainment, right? Try to roast me.
That
Oh,
your
no.
balls don't produce, right? So your balls mean nothing, man.
So it was a victim LARP when you said you got one of your balls
Aaron,
removed.
your balls don't produce. You told us that. So your balls mean...
Right, but at least
So
I have both of mine.
Aaron, come on, man. Come on, bro.
Right, and that was from serving
No.
in the United States Coast Guard.
I am not taking anything away from your service, bro. I am not taking anything away from your service, bro. But from your service, your balls don't produce. So don't literally get online and say my balls produce.
Yeah, I haven't ever said that.
Well, I disagree.
Yeah, no, I haven't ever said that. But you said that you only had one ball.
Okay, so your balls don't produce.
Right, you guys have been needing to know that for a while, I know. But so you're saying that when you said you got a ball removed, that was a victim
balls
LARP.
don't produce. I produced two children, but my
right,
balls
but
don't produce.
now you only have one ball, so that was a victim LARP? You're lying to people.
I have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
No, you used to go around and say, oh, I got a ball removed. I only got one ball.
Nope, never said that. You're lying, Aaron.
No, come on. That was a victim
Aaron,
LARP?
you're a liar.
Wow.
Aaron, you're lying.
No, I'm not. I seriously felt bad for you. I felt bad for you this whole time. Wow.
Okay, Aaron, produce. That's it.
I did. I really did. I felt bad for you this whole time, and now you're telling me that was a whole victim LARP.
No, not at all. I'm just saying your balls don't produce.
So?
Me. Your balls don't produce. You told me that.
So, you need another participation trophy. That's what you're telling me.
No. Did I say that?
So, why all of a sudden are balls and dicks so important there, Simon?
No, Aaron, they're not important to me. I'm just making it important to you.
Right. How long have you guys been planning this, actually?
Oh my God, Aaron, are you kidding me?
You've been waiting all day. That's what somebody said. You've been waiting all day.
You think that I am...
Everybody was in there, right? Everybody was in there.
Aaron, you think I'm in cahoots with other people?
Yeah. Yeah, you're a flip-flopping little bitch.
Aaron.
No, really, you're a flip-flopping little bitch. Aaron, you sound like Jamie from the Sentinels. Ellen.
So good.
No, hey, Simon, I don't need any co-hosts.
Aaron, prove it.
Okay.
Aaron, prove it.
Dude, you sound like Slobbermouth from Eric Shitnall and the Sentinels.
Aaron.
Come on.
Prove it.
Ellen.
Aaron, you
make claims like FM.
Ellen.
Like FM.
Ellen. You sound like.
You just can't literally bring them to fruition. You're a lying cunt.
No, it's called LARPing or comedy.
Oh, okay. So you're a LARPing comedy.
Oh, I would be careful.
And you're a fucking loser without your gun.
This is how you LARP with people.
But I just
Kim, one at a time during this roast. Okay, one at a time during the roast. Okay, just try to. We already got Scotty to rage quit.
Yeah,
I'm not
on my last beer,
I'm in.
and I will. My girlfriend's here.
I think you're,
yeah, don't let her hear you talk about burying people in the desert.
Barry, baby, should I fucking kill these fuckers? Should I kill these fucking faggots?
Wow.
Before I wake you up?
You should, hey, advice to the girlfriend, right? Does he do this all the time when he's drunk?
Oh my goodness.
Does he get a little bit nicer when he sobers up?
Every time.
So, I mean, we have some good conversations when we're sober, Scotty.
This is the nice me.
That's pretty nice, dude.
Pretty nice. Pretty nice.
She knows fucking more than you do.
Well, she probably does. Kim, so my bad.
Scotty.
She'll fucking bury
My
you
fucking
before I will.
Scotty, you're gonna need more training.
Yeah,
Aaron,
she doesn't need much.
You keep going, Aaron. Keep going, Aaron.
She got people like you lined up.
You're gonna need more training.
Oh fucking hell!
You're gonna need more training. I think
you got some.
I think you misinterpreted.
You got some mat time there, but you don't have.
Misinterpreted your fucking
You don't have your Desert Warfare badge.
Oh, fucking hell.
About that. Right. Touche. I should be victimizing myself.
I think I
Well, don't blow your engine coming to Arizona like the Cone did, all right? Just calm down a little bit.
Very, very scared.
You guys are telling me that I take this too serious.
If nothing else, you got content for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, you make another video.
Yeah, I probably will actually. I was thinking about maybe, but everybody's overtopping each other.
If
It's,
you
know,
did record us, we saw you coming. You jumped in late, like when we played music for like 6 hours, and then like when we were talking shit, you weren't there. So
yeah, I was asleep.
if you were recording it, you better edit that out. You're gonna look really bitch made. Just saying.
No, I was actually asleep, and
You look bitch made. You're gonna look really. You're gonna solidify it.
No, Scotty, you're actually making yourself look bad right now. But just out here to, thought I had your back, dude. I was trying to have your back.
No, I'm saying like. Don't
but I'm the bitch
bro.
now. I'm a bitch. Going to be buried in the desert.
Don't talk shit on me. You never came. You never called me
Dude,
all week.
Dude, but wait a minute. You say you bring smoke, everybody brings smoke, right? And then when it's brought, now you want to bury people in the desert just because you're bringing smoke. I thought you were, Scotty, I thought you were bigger than this. Really, I think you're being handled by Kim.
How my parents,
Scotty, I really think you're being handled by Kim.
I don't know where, but my parents from New York.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you still don't have your mountain warfare and your desert warfare badge. You need a little more training. You need a little more training, Scotty. Right. You got a full roster, dude. Why am I all of a sudden so important?
I'm not. You're not. I'm saying.
Oh, okay, good. All right, so now we can get back to the jokes and some smoke, right? Now that we got Simon to shut up. Loud microphone Simon.
Sorry, bro. I just had a pick. My bad.
All right, so you had some other questions there, Scotty. Go for it.
I drink fucking 60 beers.
I just had some questions for Aaron.
Yeah, you know what, Simon, start up your own stream, okay? Quit being a bitch.
No,
You're bitch made.
No, Aaron. That's your, I don't know, what your go-to? Start up another stream, you cunts.
Well, yeah, start up your own stream. Quit bitching on everybody else's.
Aaron, fuck off.
Just start up your own stream. Come on.
Aaron,
you fuck off. Tell me I'm like Fellowmon, but that's what Fellowmon does.
Aaron, you're a tragic streamer.
Oh, good. Thank you. Awesome.
My pleasure. My pleasure, man.
Following court cases now is tragic streaming.
Oh, well, okay, Aaron.
Oh, God.
What the fuck are you calling Kim?
Kim.
And I got no internet.
Do you see how outraged I am that you associate me with Aaron? Kim?
Don't fucking come at me with that shit. I'll call you.
No, don't. Yeah, I agree. But Kim, hey Kim.
You don't.
I am outraged, Kim. No, I'm only joking, Kim. But anyway, I'm outraged that you associate me with Aaron, Kim. Aaron, Kim, I really am. Aaron, you are a fucking cunt. All right? I thought you were good.
Well, at least I'm not some one-ball little gunless little bitch in Australia.
I thought you were good, bro. I thought you were good, but now I think you're
right. Yeah, you flip-flop a lot. 1 week you're like, oh, Cox, you're the best.
So,
and the next week,
Aaron. Aaron, so do you, bro.
To who? To you?
You flip-flop, Aaron.
On what?
Yeah.
On what?
Aaron. Several weeks ago, I would be Simon's cool. And now Simon's an arsehole. It depends on how I...
You need to slow down there a little bit, Simon. You're a little amped up.
It depends on how I manipulate you, Aaron. It depends on how I manipulate you, Aaron. Right?
Oh, you think you manipulate me?
Yes.
Wow, you guys really got my life lined up. Like, well,
Aaron,
like you got everything planned out for me. I really appreciate that.
I thought that you were some guy that survived a experience in the inverted commas American Defense Force, and hey, bro, I'm not sure now. And
That's good.
That's good.
That's good. You're in a good spot now. That's good.
I'm good. Okay, I'm in a good spot that I worry about the fact that I'm not sure that you were
Well,
actually.
don't worry over me. Don't worry over little old me.
Because mate, I interact with
Right. And why is it so
So I do
important
worry
that you worry about Mr. Cox?
you. Because my
Let's talk through this.
Well, wait, bro.
But I thought
Wait,
Scotty had
my
some questions and it was so important. So Scotty, you're just gonna let this little chihuahua go off on me while you sit in the background and talk with him, right?
I like how you deflected from that. I asked you the question was, why are you going to bring up the shit about Aaron? You already rehashed that. I like how you deflected.
Have you ever defended me when I've been called you? Kim just called me you, bro.
I don't think she did.
About your Eric persistent.
Come on.
But that's also why I came on panel instead of just bitching out in the chat.
Like
defend me because I'm not you.
One at a time, ladies. One at a time.
Are you circle back bitching?
No, one at a time. I can't.
You're reaching out for back.
No. You're all like really amped up.
Like,
you're all amped up. Okay, one question at a time.
Aaron, you're a cunt.
I can't handle
Aaron,
one question at a time.
Aaron,
let me know. Simon's fucking easy.
Yeah, I know he is, but you're letting him like on. You're letting him loose on me like you need a chihuahua here.
You're so fucking lucky. She should wake
how
up.
dare you, Scotty? How dare you let me loose on Aaron, Scotty? How dare you let me loose on Aaron?
Dare you?
Yeah.
Dare you and your fucking.
Aaron, are you afraid of me? Aaron, are you afraid of me?
No, I'm not afraid of anybody, really.
Record that. Make a video. I'll bury you and your faggot fucking friends. Make a video.
Apparently,
Wow.
Scotty, apparently, Scotty, Kim and you are letting me loose on Aaron.
Yes.
I mean, by fucking God. Come on.
Yeah, you guys need your entertainment. You've been waiting for this all day. That's what we got. That's what I heard.
You faggot. I was playing.
Come on.
You came
on, Aaron.
Clout chasing fucking faggot. You're in trouble now.
Hey, Aaron, I think Scotty hates me as much as you.
I will fucking bury you deep.
You gotta leave your safe space first, Scotty. You gotta leave your safe space
48 hours. It's gonna take more than 48 hours to find you, son.
Dude, you're not the first one. You're not the first one to say that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, son. Hey, son. Hey, son.
You'll blow your engine, dude. Don't attempt it.
Ah, geez.
I can ride a bike there, son, and choke you with my fucking.
Hey, you know what? That's what UD said too. UD said he was gonna hitchhike.
Yeah, well, there's a difference.
Right? Or take a bus. Hey, I'll pay for your Greyhound, but you can cover that. I know you're adult enough to cover that.
Aaron! I want to lick your love pump. Aaron, I want to lick your love pump.
I'm not gay, okay? I'm not gay. So just talk about.
Aaron, can I lick your love pump?
Don't go full gay.
Dude, hey, you know what? Yeah, I mean, Scotty, you're the one that let the guy up here, right? I thought this was going to be a good roast.
I want to lick your love
pump. It's going to be a good roast, but you got to have the chihuahua up here to help deflect away from the real shit.
All I got to say is, I just shrank the sushi.
He is gaslighting like crazy.
Now I'm getting fucking...
All right, man. 16.
I'm done playing games. Mind your fucking
now I'm just going to have to go fucking...
Otherwise...
I got to mind my P's and Q's, but you got a chihuahua up here you left with.
Call your fucking YouTube gangs. I don't care. Call whoever you're going to call. Mind your fucking P's and Q's. You're on my watch now, bitch. Seriously.
Wow.
Hey, Scott.
Wow, I'm impressed. You used some adult words there, Scotty.
Gaslighter.
You old hag.
Make another video.
No, I probably will get this because I came up here just to talk about beer and I had no idea what was going on. But you guys got my life lined out for me, and I'm glad the alcohol can bring out your true feelings finally, Scotty. There you go. There you go with your chihuahua again, Scotty.
Aaron.
Yeah, there's your chihuahua going off again, Scotty.
Aaron wants to talk about beer. Aaron's here to talk about beer.
Yeah, that's why I came on.
You're on my watch.
Okay, all right, let's talk beer. Guys, hey, Scotty.
No, Scotty has some really important questions from you. I'm interested.
Aaron, you want to talk beer, right, bro?
Ewick. Man, you're just programmed just like the Sentinel. Ewick.
You lying, Aaron. You lying cunt. You want to talk about beer, but then you keep on mouthing
Don't
off.
let him gaslight you. That's
Oh,
all
yeah.
he's trying to do.
Yeah, whatever you do, guys.
About Eric
Then tomorrow he
In the
can
handler with
stream.
new simps on the way.
He's
I'm
deflecting.
just going to say,
Oh,
Dude, I'm
oh,
not
if things
deflecting.
get
You
bad,
guys
stop.
can't formulate. You can't even formulate a real sentence.
oh,
You
you're
can't
all
even
cunts.
formulate a real question or sentence. Come on.
I think you're all cunts. I think you're all
About those
cunts.
questions. We already asked you those questions.
I think you're all cunts.
And then you're double deflecting.
I'm not asking a question, but try to formulate it where I can comprehend it.
Aaron,
No, we already did.
I
Why
think
did you
it's
call up
time
and
you
had
went
to
for a
enter in?
bit, bro. Aaron, I think it's time you
I
went
can't
for a
even
bit,
answer
bro.
it because your chihuahua's going off
Go
there, Scotty.
fishing, Aaron. Go fishing, man. It's when you are most productive, when you catch trout.
Okay.
I think you should go
Thanks,
fishing,
thanks
bro.
for lining the rest of my life up for me.
I didn't line the rest of your life up. I just said, hey, bro, I think you're happiest when you go fishing. Aaron.
Okay.
Go fishing.
Go meet a chick and get a spine.
Aaron,
Sign.
Aaron, if you...
Go meet a chick
Simon has a girlfriend.
and go get a spine.
Aaron, if you just
You
fish,
spine this
I
little
would
can.
love your videos, Aaron. If you just
Yeah,
fish...
well, piss off. Yeah,
Hey,
I don't care if you watch them or not.
Aaron, just fish, man. I think you're a great fisher.
Hey, just start a stream.
I think you should just go
Simon.
fish, man.
Simon, just start your own stream.
No,
You should.
no,
You should start
Aaron,
your own
I'm
stream.
not
You
that
should.
stupid.
You should
Aaron,
start your own stream
Aaron,
because you are
Aaron,
such a wise
Aaron,
man.
Until I am really
You are
45,
such a
I'm not
wise
that-
man. Everyone needs to know this
Aaron,
guy's
I'm
knowledge
not
and
that
how you
stupid.
guys lost your
Aaron,
guns.
Aaron, I'm not that stupid. Okay,
Well,
I am not. I am not
right,
you.
Right.
I'm not Scotty.
I'm not
Okay,
that
man.
stupid.
Scotty. Like,
No, I just don't think you got the set of balls to do it.
I
No,
disagree,
here's
mate. I think I have
I
a
had a
big
nice
set of balls,
stream.
mate. My
I
balls
was
are bright.
playing music.
Scotty,
You know what? You really got nothing to worry
Aaron,
about there.
Aaron,
Scotty's
Aaron,
drunk.
He
suck
won't
my
stream.
Coming.
My
He won't
brass balls.
stream.
Me being
This
we
is
are
great,
leaders and we are
but he's got
leaders.
nothing to worry about.
Me and my
It's all good.
satanic army.
I'm not dumb
are
like you guys
very
in streaming. See, you're
Good
such a
man.
subversive,
Very
dude. Simon, you're such a subversive.
Dead.
Father, my
Dead in the
Dude,
ground.
Scotty, you need your
So deep. It's so
I'm gonna
you
deep.
need your desert warfare badge, dude.
Oh, come to the ocean. It's very easy. Very
That's
easy.
where I was
Come-
born, man.
Come to me. Come to
Okay.
me. I'll make it easy.
Everyone has to come to Scotty, right? We're trying to help you expand
I'll
out your
make it
horizons.
real easy.
You were gonna go to Michigan and go fight
I
friggin'
just want to say hi.
Eric. It just didn't happen. For me, man, I would have just
No,
purchased the
no,
plane
he
ticket and
was
showed up.
actually. Can you rewind
I
that?
love you
He
all.
was gonna come to me.
I love you
Was
all.
the story?
Hi, and I
No,
love you
you're
all.
right. He's
Then
gonna
I
go.
got
Then you're gonna go to
busy.
him.
Hey, faggot! I get a real
I think-
job.
I think-
I work a
I know.
lot more than you do.
That's why I was trying to help you put it
Lot more
together,
than-
Scotty.
Oh yeah. So I'm criticized. I don't get to go see my own fucking mother, you fucking cocksucking faggot, and I gotta go fucking fight Eric for your fucking agreement and your happiness and your
No,
approval.
I was trying to
For
help
YouTube
you.
clout?
It was all
You didn't
about
give me no
you
money.
fighting him.
You're like, oh yeah, now I got a fucking, I got a TV crew.
Tim,
You don't
sorry.
get shit. You're a fucking
Yeah, no,
lying
that's what I do.
faggot. You are
That's what I've got an award in.
LARPing, lying faggot. You're of the worst order. Now at this
That's what
point,
I've got an
you're trying
award
to do
in,
this
Scotty.
shit,
See,
he was already
Scotty,
bad.
Scotty,
now
I
you're trying
think
to
Kim
avenge
really
yourself.
has you worked up.
You are-
I really think
Oh,
Kim
yeah.
has you worked up.
Oh,
Yeah, right.
oh.
I think Scotty is
Blame
a-
me, Aaron.
Tell,
Yeah.
Hey, how you won?
Scotty is a
Hey,
true
how
Yeah,
you
'cause you
won?
squawk in the
Why
background
not?
like a little hen.
I
The
think
court
Scotty
of
is
public
a true
opinion.
fisher.
I think
What's
Aaron
going on?
needs some more chihuahuas.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring up
Well,
another
well,
chihuahua.
Beers for
I
this
think
shit.
Yeah.
we need some more chihuahuas, Aaron.
Bring up another chihuahua, Scotty.
No, you're the one with the
Yeah,
chihuahuas.
you're looking real chihuahua right now, son.
No, it's Simon that's going off like a chihuahua.
But yeah, but you are a perpetual chihuahua. He's a part timer. You're like a fucking
Sorry, I couldn't help
cost
myself.
of doing
Sorry.
business chihuahua.
Uh-huh.
You're like a perpetual, like a systemic, like a fucking.
Everybody, everybody that watches this later, this is what happens when people say they want the smoke brought, and when you bring it, you're gonna get buried in the desert all of a sudden by somebody that doesn't have their desert warfare badge.
You're talking shit about my fighting or whatever.
No, I'm not. No, I didn't talk shit about your fighting.
You're misrepresenting what happened with me and Eric, and then you're gonna try to.
Oh no, I was wrong. I admit that I was wrong.
Fucking Wi-Fi.
Wow.
You call in and Shanghai me and think I'm not gonna fucking call you out for your faggotry?
No.
I will fucking.
I don't think you really can.
Every day of the week before. I'm not even
I don't think you're really capable of it,
I can
Scotty.
bury you from here, son.
I think the only thing you can do is what Kim allows you to do.
My wife, you suck at life. You have no views. You have no support.
You're a
cloud chasing weirdo
boy.
that wants to Brady Bill everything when you need. Go back to school, son.
Right? Notice how Kim goes quiet.
And energy you put into YouTube.
I had to have a break.
I think Scotty's another Chihuahua. Kim, you got some real good Chihuahuas around you.
Oh, you want to ignore my questions. Why do you have some Brady Bills, all this shit, 5 years on YouTube deep, these awards, and you got no credentials, son?
No, I do. I've showed them before.
Okay, I'm going to shut up. My girlfriend's here. Go kill yourself. I'm coming back at you now.
Scotty, don't say it.
It sounds fun, Scotty.
Your death.
It sounds fun. I'm glad that you can do the light work for these pussbags.
Peace out, faggot.
Told me to go kill myself. I just went, oh my God, Scott. But don't tell people to kill themselves, Scott.
Oh, you did good, Kim. You did real good at getting that Chihuahua all lit up.
Tell people to kill themselves, man.
Oh, I got him lit up.
Yeah, I can just see you in the background just raging like Clovis. You gotta destroy
Aaron,
cops!
can you hear me? Hey, Aaron, can you hear me? Aaron, can you hear me?
Wow.
My love pump, bro.
Yeah, I know you like all that faggotry stuff with Fellowmon, Simon. You're really good at that faggotry projection, like Fellowmon.
Keep going.
Oh, the birds.
Oh, the birds are back, you
birds.
fucking faggot. You fucking want to talk shit about that? I've been telling people to go kill themselves fucking before you were born. Shut the fuck up before I ever knew anybody around here. Go kill yourself. I've been telling my fucking brother. I've been getting threatened by my father, who's dead now, about not telling my brother to go. I'm going to fucking kill him, and much worse. So I will do much worse than you. If I would do that to my family, go fuck you. And the fucking horse you rode in on. No one cares, Aaron. Make a fucking video. You're fucking weak. You're soft. Oh, Kim Gaslit, Scotty. Yeah.
It sure seems like it. It sure seems like it, Scotty.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
I think you're pretty easy, Scotty.
You fucked up, and you
I fucked up.
You just fucked up a long time
You went
ago.
after him.
A week ago, and you just.
Oh, I brought some smoke. I brought some smoke.
Okay,
Bitch,
if you
you
can't
I brought
answer,
some smoke.
Get your airsoft
One
gun.
smoke brought,
I
and
will
no one
fucking
else is really bringing it. And when they do, they get buried in the desert.
I will smoke you in my fucking electric.
Yeah. You need a little more.
Fucking gas.
You need some more Girl Scout badges there, okay? Go out and sell some more cookies. Go sell some more cookies on the corner. Scotty, you're gonna need some more badges.
Stop it, mate. He is fucking with you. Sorry, Scott.
He is a gaslighter, isn't he?
He's gaslighting. He thinks he's fucking around. Oh, God.
Wow.
Oh, damn. Renee. Oh, fellow man. Yeah, you're gonna fuck around. You're gonna find
Who's
out,
that?
girl.
Who's that? Hello, someone new.
Well, I mean, you guys did good at roasting the cops today. Woo, man, I'm feeling the burn over here. Keep going.
Aaron,
Who cares
You're
what
lucky
you
that
know?
I got company. You're lucky. It could be worse. Could be a lot worse.
This could be worse. What? You'd let me talk? Would that be worse?
My engines.
You'd let me talk. That would be
Bitch,
a lot
I had
worse.
no Wi-Fi. You were on my fucking stream. You fucking lying faggot. You have no fucking idea of reason, common sense, or logic.
My dick hurt.
You were fucking
My dick
low
hurt.
life,
Yeah.
low tier.
I'm sorry I got you guys so enraged,
No
Kim.
Brady Bill.
Kim, you did
I
good
don't
with
even
your
start.
simps, though, getting them all raged
Don't
up.
even start. Don't even
Aaron,
start.
you
Aaron,
went at him
don't
and
even
he
start.
wasn't even
Bang.
Up
there.
now. I'm gonna tell you
I
right
didn't
now.
know he was
You
there. I didn't know he
deserve
was going.
every bit
All right,
of
keep
that.
going. Tell me
Dick
more.
hurt.
Tell me more. I'm waiting.
And you chat jacked him. That was a good job, you guys.
Come through my house like you try to run into my chat. I'll fucking run through
Scotty,
you
Scotty,
real quick.
Scotty, if I could come to your house, I
Weapons.
would be really pleased, right? I'd rock up, I'd
Sure
go,
he
hey,
did.
bro, we'd kick a few drinks, and then we'd just let him. We'd get pissed as fuck, bro. And we'd probably fight, too.
Oh, it's what he wanted.
No, that's fine. No, I like people coming through and being nice and fighting with me. If you want to fuck around, you're gonna find out. Yeah, you're gonna play that.
I don't fuck around.
You bring the smoke, all of a sudden you're
This is
really
your talking
fucking around to find out.
These are your talking points I'm using against you that you did with the whole Nick and Angela shit. Don't play that shit with me, faggot. Don't do it.
Oh, I can play. We can play.
Yeah. Well, your airsoft. We're gonna
What's your
find
dick
out.
feel
You
like?
know. What did you,
Aaron?
Scotty? Did you notice how somebody in the chat was like, "This is some Justin Hess stuff," and I'm like, "It's just airsoft. Chill out."
Pouring on sorts of crap, right? You guys are literally
Uh-huh.
just talking
Keep
crap.
going, Chihuahua. Keep going, Chihuahua.
Well, hey, okay, you want to keep going?
Little ankle biter.
I think we guys are literally YouTube designed motherfuckers. And hey, I'm gonna say it again: designed motherfuckers.
Yeah, and you need a good peanut gallery for that.
Well, you do, hey, don't you, Aaron? Oh, what? No answer? Aaron, you fucking cunt, man. Come on, bro. You fucking cunt, man.
Oh, I was waiting for you to talk over me.
Come on. No, I didn't talk over you. You didn't say anything. I
You
spoke.
were conspicuous. You were actually
I
quiet.
can't talk over you, Aaron.
Ewick,
Motherfucker.
Ewick.
Hey.
All right.
Did you hear my criticism when you were in Taco's chat? Or no, Tacos was in your chat.
Uh-huh.
I know
Did you hear
myself.
that
I'm
shit?
sorry.
Hold on,
That's
Aaron.
all
did you hear
Aaron
that?
had to
You
say
were on
was,
stage
Simon,
when
wait.
you were with Tacos in the backstage and you guys
Okay,
were sounding cucky as fuck. And the fact was, my criticism was, if someone came at me like Tacos like that, and I was you, and you had this whole like beef, and she was cucking to me about the Gary Hunt stuff, after that whole fucking your double date LARP with fucking Rachel Reenstrom, or whatever her name was, and Urban, and that whole thing with Tiffany.
I just filled my
And then Tacos jumped in your backstage. I was there. That was the most LARP fighty fucking cucky bullshit. The fact was that you took it really well that she was cucking you. So it shows me that you're kind of a duplicitous faggot, and just part of as bad as gay as she is, you're just as gay. So there's that.
Oh, okay.
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
So
But I'm not the one talking big, like I'm gonna go beat up.
My
Hold on,
opinion about you
All right.
fucking duplicitous.
See, you're not gonna ever be able to swing back at this bitch.
Oh yeah, no, swing back.
Okay, come on.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
Let's hear it, and we'll
Tell
try
me
to
more.
Right? See, still
Can't
not
swing back.
able to
You
swing
can't
back.
swing back here.
There you
Yeah,
go.
right.
Okay. Right.
Very unpunchable.
Come on, Aaron. We'll let you speak, and then you swing back.
No.
When we'll
Give
swing
him
back.
time and give him. I want to hear the big
All right, sorry,
take.
my bad.
Hot
Dude.
take.
So is Eric?
How about you
was
being
he-
cucked? What about no? Answer the question about you and Tacos cucking backstage. You're play fighting at an epic level. Tell me more about that, and then you want to go make videos about.
Yeah, I actually really don't know what you're talking about because I wouldn't.
No. Let me rewind it then. The time when you play fighted with Urban about the Rachel Reed.
I haven't play fight with Urban at all.
Thing. and Tacos came backstage. It was great. You had this whole
Right.
epic.
I don't remember
stream.
that.
You had the best views ever. You know,
You see, it seems as though it's a bigger
more.
deal
Let
to
me
you.
explain it more. Let me explain it more.
Yeah,
Because
go ahead.
You know exactly what. Hold on.
No, I don't actually, but go ahead. Keep going. I don't remember bullshit like this because it wasn't.
Go downstairs. You streamed about double dating Tiffany and Rachel Reedstrom, and you said you were gonna have a LARP fight with all these LARP. I was gonna beatbox.
Man, I was like double, triple LARPing them, dude.
That's a beatbox thing.
Man, Tim's really got you worked up, Scotty. I'm telling you.
No, this is your stream.
Shit.
And like Urban records this shit, so just you make yourself sound stupid when you say this. So everyone knows the Rachel Reedstrom thing with you and the Tiffany thing.
Can you explain it one more time?
Yeah, as many times as it takes.
Right.
So you streamed about wanting to have a date with Tiffany and Rachel Reedstrom and Urban.
Ring straw.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I don't know what you're talking
so
about.
Why
Hold
are you
on.
playing stupid? I don't know who that girl is, but like you did. And Urban
I'm not quite comprehending what you're trying to throw out there about tacos in the back.
Made a stream
I think
about dating.
I wanted
a double date with Tiffany.
I think that Aaron
and I'm the one that's come with it.
Exactly. Urban.
Scotty, I want to interrupt. I think Aaron was trying to say, I call
Hold on.
track.
The point was, Tacos calls in.
Scott,
And I was all.
I think Aaron was trying to say.
Melon app.
Scotty,
I was on, one of my apps died, and I had to go to the other.
I think Aaron,
I don't care. I'm telling you the real story. And then what happened was, fucking Aaron and Tacos were backstage talking about Gary Hunt play fighting as fuck.
You think so?
Don't tell me I wasn't there to see it and watch you guys play fight. Fucking fed up, glowy as shit. As glowy as she is, you look just as glowy, Aaron. Honestly, you do.
Well, that's all right, but they're still just participation trophy award winners, like kind of like you two.
My point.
Aaron says participation trophy.
This shit is
I like Aaron. Can you explain that?
I'll find the date.
No, I don't doubt. I don't doubt what you're. I don't doubt what you're trying to say. There might have been something with Gary Hunt there.
I'll be right back.
Participation trophy.
Wow.
You said
This is a good roast going so far, you guys. You guys are. I wonder how much money was put into this production.
I'm on my phone now because I'm kissing people off. I'm going to go on my phone.
I know what I'm
Yeah, don't lose your roommate status over the Cox, okay?
Right.
Scotty.
No,
not that important.
Right. Like.
So I get what you're saying about the tacos thing.
I don't want to.
Okay. Oh, now
you're ready.
Okay,
are you ready?
Reconnect. Now he has questions. Oh, this is great.
I'm trying to swing back here. Is that okay, or do you need to explain it one more time?
I just said I was going to go change devices. Now you got questions.
Bring back, man.
Not to say that I wouldn't answer the questions. The fact that when I had the questions, you had no idea what I was talking about. I said I was going to change devices.
I was trying to figure out where you're coming from with
Okay. Try not to rage quit. I'll be right back.
Try not to rage quit. Yeah.
Try not to rage quit, and then I'll answer.
Say some more keywords, Valley Girl. Go change devices.
Carry on. I'll be right back.
God damn. Hey, Aaron.
Wow.
Tell me about yourself.
Yeah. Do you need some water, Chihuahua?
No, Aaron.
You need to go get some water out of your bowl.
Aaron.
Simon. Why don't you film, since you want to film your dick and everything, why don't you film yourself drinking your water out of your dog bowl? Simon.
Aaron, tell me about yourself.
Well, I'll do one bit better. Here, let's turn on the camera there. Look. There you go. Cool. All right. There you go. I just told you about myself. I'm a production engineer.
I can't see you though, bro. Aaron, tell me about yourself.
Okay. Simon, why is it so important?
It's not important. I'm just saying, Aaron.
No, it is because you constantly flip-flop and LARP.
Aaron, I'm going to stop you there. No,
you constantly Flip flop.
I just want you to tell me about yourself.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Okay, I'm a production engineer. C Tools. There you go.
Oh. Okay. So, bro, how do I distinguish you between the motherfucking
The fellow moms and right. You need that loop.
How
What you do is
Aaron,
you start your own streams.
Aaron, you didn't let me finish. How do I distinguish between you and the establishment?
You don't care about it.
I do.
Okay, so why is Mr. Cox so important to you?
Because you're here, bro. And you are literally
Oh.
mouth off and making all sorts of claims, bro. So how are you?
Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of claims that go around. Huck him.
Hey, bro. I'm not saying that, bro. I'm asking you how you feel about yourself, bro.
I'm an award-winning champ.
And not only is he obsessed with you two, but he's obsessed with my meat.
Yeah. Hey, Kim.
Everything he says.
Kim, if anyone's obsessed here, it is you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, it is.
obsessed.
How many times? Wait a minute. How many times has Kim said that she's gonna rage quit from YouTube? I'm leaving, but you come back, right?
No,
Kind of like Preach. It's kind of like Preach.
Oh.
He's gonna rage quit from YouTube and go over to Twitch.
I think you better wait until Treach
He's
is
run
here.
away.
Nah, I'll talk about him. He talks about me while I'm not around. That's okay.
Aaron
But you guys talk over each other now.
And so Aaron's going to say Simon was defended by Kim. Kim, please shut up. I'm asking Aaron.
All right. Yeah, Simon's so good at predicting our future. Like, I'm just so amazed.
Sorry, Kim, I don't mean anything by that, Kim, but I'm just saying, hey, Aaron, answer me.
Kim, if you could time this guy out on the panel, would you?
Well, you can time me out what you want, Aaron. Scotty can time me out. Kim can time me out. Right, bro? It's all good.
This is the question? Wow. Project it
I'm
out.
killed.
Project it out, Chihuahua.
I'm killed.
Project it out, Chihuahua. Come on. Hey, Simon, seriously. Let's see you lick the water out of your dog bowl, right?
Okay.
Since you want to film things.
Okay, cool. No, I don't film anything, man.
Just a minute ago, you wanted to have a dick swinging
I don't
contest.
film anything.
He did not.
I don't film anything.
My God.
Seriously, he did. He's trying to say who's got the bigger dick on an adult screen.
Why does it go
I
to
don't
that?
film anything. I do not film anything.
Yeah, why does it go to that, Kim? Let's get down to the bottom of that one.
Anything, okay? Hey, Aaron, I don't film anything, bro.
Uh-huh.
I just
Yeah, you just flap it off like a chihuahua.
Yes. I would call myself a pit bull rather than a chihuahua, but you call me what it's.
Nah, you don't got no guns, okay? And you're tough to Google.
I don't think you understand.
No, see, I won't stand under your bullshit.
Well, I won't stand up yours.
Good. Yeah, I'm glad that you can make that decision for yourself and Kim doesn't have to.
Right, I don't know what Kim has anything
You're
to
gonna
do
be
with.
standing under me, bitch. And I fucking
Okay.
down on you.
Bro, you are
Okay, Scotty.
You want to
Just
Smoke it out.
I just went downstairs. What do you want?
Smoke it out.
that you are
Boss
living.
thing.
What do you want?
Bring the smoke.
I understand.
I'm waiting.
I'm waiting. No, I'm waiting for you. What are you gonna do when I fucking stand down on you and I look down at your little fucking beady eyes?
Do you fish?
I'll probably laugh.
Aaron, I understand that you are fishing.
Fishing.
Yes, you are a fisher.
Fishing and gaslighting.
For men.
Oh
Hey.
man, I mean, you guys want smoke, but then you can't handle the smoke, and then all of
I
a
can't
sudden,
handle all
double
the smoke.
burst
I want all
projection
the
LARP
smoke.
with some gymnastics.
Oh, right. Double.
No, Scotty, I'm willing to get back to that because you actually did bring up something really important with tacos. I wasn't. There hasn't ever been anything.
Now you remember.
No, oh my God.
I heard you talk about it. I heard you stream about it. That's why it's really ironic that you can't fucking recall it now.
I don't remember.
Now you remember it. So you remember or you don't remember it?
Wow. Okay.
Well, no. Answer the fucking question, faggot. I asked you. I told you.
Okay, when?
It was about the
When?
Rachel Reedstrom.
Okay, yeah, explain it one more time. Okay, yep, keep going.
Your Tiffany LARP with the fucking
Huh?
urban thing. I don't even know what the girl's name is. You said it.
Right,
Whatever
right.
it was.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
And then Tacos called in, and she was talking about Gary Hunt, and you didn't stream about it?
I didn't stream about it.
You're pretty sure you were talking about it on streams, about how Tacos called in and was acting weird after the Rachel Reed shirt that you did.
You are a fisherman.
You don't remember that one? I'm pretty sure it's documented. You do a good job of documenting yourself, so...
Right.
One documentarian would go and find it, would make you look kind of suspicious. I don't know what I'm talking about. Because I think you're pretty well documented yourself on this one, buddy. Just saying.
Okay, so what's your point?
Aaron. So do you not remember or do you fucking remember? Are we clear? Are we fucking crystal? How confused are you about this?
Calm down, Scott. Calm down.
Okay, so
what point are you not interpreting or comprehending or fucking understanding or whatever the fuck you want to say it as? Overstanding, because you want to say understand.
Understand the word fisherman.
I think you might need to explain it one more time.
Okay.
Oh my.
No. Right. No, see, at this point, you're just being a faggot. And we get it. You're a proven faggot. Now you're documented fact.
Right.
You don't remember the fact, allegedly, that you don't remember the double date LARP that you did with Urban and Rachel. What's her name?
I remember that one.
You said it. No, what's her name?
Buddy is listening to me.
You said it a minute ago. What was her name?
Okay, just let me know when I can swing back.
Reemstra or Reemstra? What is it? I'm asking.
Understand that Aaron is a fisherman.
Hey,
Urban is a date. And apparently you do too with Tiffany, and you learn
I got some,
and you are fucking a drinking game.
He's
You're now a drinking game, bro.
Hey, your chihuahuas are doing great here at smashing me, Kim.
Oh, Kim! It's the Kim Handler,
I
Clovis.
swear to
Mark
God,
Potter. I work
he
for all
doesn't miss a
Just-
beach.
Just make sure Cox doesn't swing back at all. Just keep going, guys. You're doing good.
Well, we know you're going to swing back. No one cares. You're doing really
I know, no one cares. Yeah, you just want to talk your shit, and I don't get to swing back. It's all right.
Oh, you've slung plenty of shit, Aaron.
Okay. All right, Kim.
Fischhind.
Yeah.
And SHIS.
Don't spit. Kim will call the feds. Don't spit. Kim will call the feds.
Yeah, that's a good loop I got you on there, Kim.
Yeah, you were triggered worse than tacos. That's fair.
Yeah. Triggered.
Okay. You are like
word for
tacos
it.
triggered. You're
I think you guys are a little more triggered than I was. But go ahead.
No, you're pretty
Oh, I think
fucking. You're pretty right
Hey,
there.
you know what, Scotty? At least if you came on my panel, I would let you talk and it'd be back and forth. This, it's just a shit show.
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh, it is true.
Aaron, I like fishing.
He calls everything
Yeah.
a shit show except his.
Oh, dude. Hey, I've got a better shit show than you do.
Right.
Well, Jesus Christ. Hey, guys, can I ask you one thing? Can you stream when I'm not working? And then,
You're actually working right now, Simon? What are you working on? That freaking water bowl you got on the floor?
I finished work about 3 hours ago. I encountered the Skype stream and I'm just having some fun. But
This is great. I had a good nap, man. I slept all afternoon.
I don't believe you, Aaron. I don't believe you.
Oh, okay.
I didn't sleep.
And I know Scotty hasn't, right? Scotty's just completely fucked, right? You know, he's just,
I think he's got potential, but I mean,
fun.
I think he's got his priorities a little fucked up, but you know, I like to see the potential in people.
Aaron, it's so funny. You know, a couple of years ago, I might have backed you, but I'm gonna back Scotty.
I don't. Okay.
Hey.
Why would anybody need your backing?
Over Aaron, the
Simon. Why would anybody need your backing? Like Kim, like
hey bro,
approval, right?
I'm just saying it because.
Hey, I'll tell you what I can get.
Right, bro? It's because.
Because people need to, because you fucked up your own country, so you're about to fuck up ours. I get it.
Because Aaron, I'm just gonna keep on saying because, bro.
Because.
Yep.
Are you getting paid because of this? Because of the
wonderful thing.
Because. Hey, Aaron.
My girlfriend was like, "Get out of the room. Your system is over."
Aaron and I Scotty, I think you're a cunt. But I like Scotty more than Aaron.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh,
Hey, should we put bets on when those baby birds are gonna fly?
Aaron,
They're already flying.
No, I'm saying out of the nest.
Oh.
I don't believe.
Oy vey. Don't fucking
Oi,
let that
fucking
let myself out.
Oi, fucking bad. Oi, fucking bad. Oi, fucking bad.
What will I do without them? I'll be nothing.
Yeah, Tim, this Gary Hunt agenda is really working for you.
Harry goes.
Now he knows about Gary Hunt.
Harry goes.
Now you remember the Gary Hunt. Oh, now it's...
Wow.
Scotty, if you don't mind if I retort.
You and Tacos.
Do you mind if I retort to that?
You and
Yeah,
Tacos
no, you're gonna go off like a chihuahua about it. There's not gonna be any talking.
So you're being disingenuous. That's my point.
I'm confused.
I just want to state the fact that you're fucking being cunty.
Uh-huh.
I want to document that.
And I'm not able to.
Can I not document your cuntiness?
You would definitely be able to retort on my channel.
Opinions opine
God,
that you're fucking being cunty just as fucking Tacos was, and it looked like a play LARP, that the type of shit that you talk about other people doing. And the same two of you that talk about this do the same shit.
Scotty, fuck you, man. My dick is bigger than God's dick. Aaron's dick. So Scotty, fuck you. Alright? My dick is the biggest dick. All right? Fuck you. My dick is the biggest dick. Alright? Fuck
you. You don't have any standing when you don't have your guns.
My dick has standing, man. The chicks that I root call me as big.
So, Scotty, I'd like to swing back at that. The whole tacos bullshit
Oh, now
thing.
that fellow man commented, you want to swing back?
No, I'm not even watching the chat, Scotty.
Double interestingly. Okay.
Oh my God. Post the comment. I'm not even watching the chat, Scotty.
Oh, I'm just avowed for my room because I yelled too loud.
Aaron.
Seriously, I don't watch the chat when I go on streams.
I got kicked out of my door.
Going off anyway.
In my kitchen.
Is FM, hey, FM, you're a fucking cunt, man. FM, I think you might suck Aaron's dick. That's what I think.
There's more of that fag projection. Huh, Kim? You like it when other people are doing it, but if I bring it up, then it's gross. Huh, Kim?
What?
FM, jump up, man. FM, jump up. Let's talk. Right?
Well, if anyone's hiding downstairs, so if anyone's legit backstage, let me know.
Hey, let's be me, you, and motherfucker have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. Come on.
There's no conversating with freaking chihuahuas going off at the flaps. Go drink your water out of your bowl.
This is why I think, Aaron, you're their leader.
A leaker?
Leader. You know?
A leader.
You know?
Like your fishing line above the hook?
The main man.
Did you say a made man?
Main man.
But just a minute ago, I was so horrible and couldn't do anything right in life.
But wait, you are a great controller. I think you're a
Oh.
great controller.
Huh. Of what? I'd much rather talk about this tacos thing that Scotty's going
I
off
don't
about.
want to talk about tacos. I think tacos is just literally
And
a
the Gary Hunt thing.
fucking motherfucking cunt. That's what I think of tacos.
See, that's why it looks like a chihuahua. You're just here as a chihuahua.
So
Well,
what
this
do you
is
think?
weird that
Make sure
you
the
didn't want to talk
conversation
about it when I wanted to
doesn't
talk
happen.
about it. Now he's like
I
going
think-
back to Scotty
I-
when like Simon
Bro,
you want to talk to me when I ask you questions.
Literally tacos.
And then when Simon asks shit, then you want to talk to me.
Tacos is scum.
Very
Come on.
strange.
Come on.
No,
man.
I'm not going to yell over people, Scotty. I would have a respect to make sure you didn't get.
But legit
the-
asking you the questions, you don't answer, and then when Simon's
I
asking
can't
you want to talk to
because
me.
you keep on talking like a chihuahua. I wouldn't be doing this
I
to
will
you
talk.
on my
I will
panel.
talk because
I wouldn't be doing this to you on my panel, Scotty.
you can do whatever the fuck you want on your panel.
You talk.
This is my panel.
The Gary Hunt stuff, I have
do
no
whatever-
idea.
I brought up
Oh,
the
there
Gary
you go.
Hunt stuff. I will talk over you because you're being a dick. And if you're on my fucking panel,
That's all you're going to do is
I
talk
bring
over
up
me. then.
shit, and you want to deflect, and now you want to
No, I don't need to deflect because,
no.
right?
This
Because I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to be able to talk.
Grandstand. on
Kim
your
has
fucking
got you
bullshit.
programmed well, Scotty.
No, I got. My mama raised me well. Trust me, she whooped your ass too.
Hey guys.
Does she have her desert training warfare badge?
Tell you all, I
Right.
love my own dick.
She had that one.
Tell you all, I think my dick is the most powerful thing in my life.
There you go. Good deflection tactic there. You guys are doing great.
That was not deflection. That was just stating my
No,
own
I'm
dick.
saying you're better off with Simon than with me, motherfucker.
No, I'm actually waiting to have a conversation with you for you to put your lapdogs
Okay.
away.
Well, okay. What was I deflecting about tacos and Gary Hunt? Sorry. I'm pretty sure you deflected away from it, me bringing it up, but that's fine.
No, I
was
you have questions and I'm trying to answer them, but lapdogs are getting in the way. I'm not going to sit here and try to
What
yell
were
over
your questions?
anybody.
I would love to answer.
Yeah, the Gary Hunt stuff is like an ongoing thing, and what we're waiting.
Here he comes.
There you go.
Here he comes. Yeah. Well, sorry, I was just making some
You're
associations.
just being a good lapdog there. I know.
Gary
Your,
Hunt.
your lapdog's doing great, Kim. You got him trained well.
Sorry, Kim. I'm sorry, Kim.
Aaron, shut the fuck up.
See, now I can't answer. Right now, you don't want me to answer.
No,
Not when you're
Gary
saying
Hunt.
shit
There you
that's
go.
flies.
Gary Hunt. Gary Hunt. Gary Hunt.
That's just the way I see it.
Gary Hunt.
If it's a lie, I mean, oh my gosh, it's still not illegal, Kim. So you fuck off.
Sorry, Kim. I'm trying
No,
not.
let's go back to the Gary Hunt. So let's go-
Yeah.
Gary Hunt
So
looks
you
a
can
little
look
slow.
at it.
And
Okay.
you and tacos.
All right. One more time. Yep.
Looks slow.
Okay. Is
Looks
that?
like me.
Do you need to go back on loop about that? You need to repeat it
No,
one
no,
more time, Scotty.
I said it pretty clear, and you were
Right.
like, what? What
Like
happened?
10 times
Aaron,
instead of letting me answer.
Aaron, I have a question.
Like, yeah.
There you go. See? Wow.
What do you think of that? Your mate, who is
Your mate. Good
no,
deflection
mate.
tactics
Your mate.
again there,
Yeah.
Scotty.
Your mate.
Yeah,
Your
back
mate.
to Gary Hunt.
See, that's what's happening.
I want
Instead of
Yeah.
sticking
Now
with
you do.
subject,
Now
you
you
let your
know.
lapdog get in there. Huh. You're a really good lapdog there,
That's
Simon.
So he's a
Funny how
lapdog.
that works.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind talking about the Gary Hunt situation, and you can think about it any way.
What about Gary Hunt? Sorry, man. Sorry. I was talking about Yak Week. My bad. Aaron,
You guys are trying to get me to rage quit, right? That's what you need.
I contacted you when I knew
Uh-huh.
you were interacting with Mr. Yaxley.
All right.
I asked
Yeah.
you to stop it.
Yeah.
I did.
Right, why do you guys have to have dumbasses like this come at me?
Malibu,
No,
right?
seriously, Tim, why does your crew need to have dumbasses like this come at me instead of you come at me? Instead of you come at me, Scotty. Instead of you come at me, Tim. You need dumbasses like this, like Edward and Nick and Simon, just to keep the pressure on them. Make sure you keep the pressure on them. We will just keep on going. How about that? Let's talk over each other all fucking night long about the stupidest shit to try to get Mr. Cox to rage quit. You guys are such fucking amateurs, Scotty. Scotty, these people bring you down, and you brought yourself down with them. You allowed yourself to cuck the fucking douchebag, Scotty. You can't bring shit. You've proven you can't bring shit. You talk like big and tough, like you can have a contract, but you can't do shit even with Erwick. See, you want to go there. You don't want to have a fucking conversation because you're all lapdogs. You're all lapdogs. You couldn't have a professional conversation because y'all got fucking fogged brains, and that's how you're easily programmable by Kim, like fucking handlers like Kim. I'm highly disappointed in you, Scotty. This is disappointing. Do you realize how disappointing this really is? Yeah. You're not getting told anything here because you're in your own fucking dumbed down LARP fantasy world trying to get me to rage quit. Is that what you want? You already said it. You already said no one rage quit yet, right? Are you jealous that you can't get fucking Eric to rage quit? Is that what it is? You can't get Eric to rage quit.
I've already made Eric.
He fucking rolls right over you because he pulls that stupid shit. Dude, the first time we put him on check on your panel, right? The first time we put him on check, you crumbled, dude. We brought clips. We got him. See, and your little lapdog still flapping.
I was so scared. I saw clips and I was like, I gotta go.
No. It's Eric. See, Eric just didn't even answer it. You just let him get away with it. That's why it looks like one good LARP, and you might not even know it, Scotty. I'm concerned
you guys
you don't really realize that you're just a lapdog. Come on, Scotty. Come on, you can break through that force field. You're being used as a lapdog, Scotty, and I'm just concerned for you. That's it. I don't want to see you be brought down in your great career by these fucking stupid dumbasses trying to control you for the airwaves, Scotty, for the airwaves. Come on, man. They got to sit here and peddle their bullshit through the airwaves, and they need people like you to platform them, Scotty. That's why Kim's being quiet right now. She thinks you guys are destroying me. Destroy the Cox. You got to destroy the Cox, Scotty. He talked shit about us, Scotty. He brought the smoke.
No, I just think you smoked fucking meth and you can't shut up.
Dude, yeah, see? Project it out, Scotty. I'm sure you're the one that's done meth, Scotty. I haven't. Are you the one that's done meth, Scotty? Because you just projected there. Scotty, you just projected there. You just projected there, Scotty. Are you the one that's done meth? Because I haven't. Can you say, no, I haven't done meth?
In the 90s, I did that.
There you go. So there you go.
I did
so
ecstasy,
you're a bunch of projectionist lapdogs that are easily programmable for a handler like Kim. You did great, dude. You did great. You're doing great, Scotty. I'm so proud of you. This is going to look great on your fighting record and your whole career record that you're cucking to a handler online.
Oh, this is great. Okay, so tell me more. So I'm on YouTube. I'm getting job fucking offers from Aaron, who fucking is unemployed. And,
hey, wait a minute. I've given you job offers?
Yeah, I'm now.
Right. No, that was you and Bellomon.
You're like,
See,
I got
there's more projection,
I
right?
got the credentials.
You say that I do something that I haven't, but you're the one that's done it. See how we prove shit
You're
like that?
I was a documented
You
fucking
see how we prove
credential.
stuff like that,
No,
especially like
Aaron,
Kim, the way
many
Kim
times.
wants
How many
to,
times?
project
Aaron,
out. I don't call
credential-
people pedo protectors. Oh, okay. You should have called Eric a pedo protector, Kim.
I'm talking
You
about
fucked up your
say
lark.
Your medals, you show your medals, like you make fun of Eric for showing his
Yeah, I
medals,
have.
but
Yeah, I
you're
have
like,
one.
I've got
Yeah.
credentials, I'm just
Yeah.
fucking award-winning, fucking LARPing, fucking loser. You're the same thing as Eric.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not the one that's
You make fun of
associated
Eric,
when
but you
LaVoy
are the
Finicum was
same-
shot. That's not me.
I have no idea.
Scotty.
Tell me more about this. The whole, you were there, you're the insiders inside.
Oh, Aaron said. Aaron
This is a LaVoy
said
thing. That's
that
all we
it
get.
was
Aaron
me.
said, Aaron said,
Insiders, insiders.
he said this, Scotty, you gotta destroy him, Scotty. Destroy Cox, Scotty, you're my life. We need to make sure Cox shuts up and goes away, everybody. Make sure this happens. Call the feds on DNA.
Scott,
You so called the feds on DNA. You're such a fucking LARPing loser. Come on, Kim. Come on. I got the clip, Kim.
Scotty.
There you go. See? Good. Lapdog. Chihuahua. Get in there. Get in there, lapdog. Chihuahua.
Wasn't it you, Aaron, that
Lift
said
the water out of your bowl,
Clovis,
Scotty.
Eric and I worked with the feds
No.
so that
I was the one talking to you the whole time, and then you tried to the whole DNA.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, now that I figured out you guys are trying to get me to rage quit, I'll just have fun with you now. Instead of getting serious, right? It's a good one. You get it?
I don't rage quit. I'll go to work, son.
Yeah.
I will clean 24 hours of pools before I rage quit.
Hey,
Right?
Scotty, tell us
While
one
I'm
more
on
time
stream.
about this Rachel
While
Ringstra
I'm on
thing.
stream.
We need to hear it
No,
one more
you tell me.
time about the
Jerry
Rachel
Hunt, when you were
Ringstra
play
LARP.
fighting. No, I think we got there. I think we went there.
Where did
play
you get?
fighting with Taco? You play Taco? Oh, you want me to get my tools? I'll get my tools out, faggot. You want me to get my tools out?
I got more
You
battery
want me
than
to
you.
get my tools out? Yeah, we'll find out. I'm a professional. Remember that. You're an amateur, son. I'm a professional.
Hey, let me know when I can retort back to your question.
I make money from my power tools. And I'll make money
Aaron,
on
I'd just like to ask
moving yours.
Aaron.
Hold on, Aaron doesn't even have Technics 1200.
I just want to
Aaron,
ask
did you buy
Aaron,
12? Did you buy 12? Did you see that I bought 12? Aaron, did you see that?
Hey, you know what, Scotty?
I shall only
It
bought
doesn't
112.
matter now.
But when I get
It
my
doesn't matter now.
112. My
Aaron,
112 is more powerful than what you got, son.
Hey,
My 112 will beat you.
Scotty,
And
it
I got
doesn't
two
matter now.
coming.
It
I
doesn't
got
matter
two
now. You
coming.
can have all the gear in the world now, and it won't matter.
It will. With your little toy gun. Is that your screwdriver? You got an electric screwdriver? Is that your power tool? Is that your dildo? Power dildo?
That's more Simon.
He's got the fucking two-stroke dildo. He's like, no, my dildo's a two-stroke.
Yeah, you'd much rather talk about that
Yeah.
shit than
Yeah.
Gary Hunt, huh?
Well, I brought
You'd much
that up
rather
to
talk
the-
about
You're
dicks
the
and
one
penises and
You're the one
assholes.
playing with your power
You're the
tool.
one that's all
You
wrapped up
acting
in
like I
Gary
got worse
Hunt.
than that. Yeah.
No,
I
he
gotta get worse.
was the one. He
Yeah,
was the
play with
one
your
wondering
airsoft
about
gun.
Gary Hunt, trying to say that I'm LARPing with tacos.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
what
Yeah, I
about
did say that.
Yeah.
I did say that. I said
Yeah.
that. You
What
were
about
trying
that?
to play stupid.
Well, I'm glad that you've thought that for such a long time.
Oh, now you're so smart. When it's
I am
convenient.
so glad that you
when
are
Simon isn't
expressing
talking.
that you
Oh,
thought
when
that
Kim is
for the
here.
longest time,
You're
and
so
now
freaking
you're just
genuine.
expressing
You are
that.
such a LARPing faggot.
No, you're the LARPing faggot on the phone trying to be cool with me, but you thought that for the longest
You
time.
have my number. No. No, what I'm
You
saying is, I've
are
seen your
cool with me on the
progressive
phone,
faggot
but you've thought that for the longest time.
shit. No, I've watched you progress.
Oh,
gotten
but you
so
still wouldn't
faggoty.
say
I
anything
can't-
like a man to
no.
me one-on-one about it. You just
No, you're the
keep
one
on
that wants to come
LARPing.
to-
Keep
No,
on
no, no.
LARPing
You waited till
like
I
a
lost my
programmed
internet.
Kim
Talk shit.
lapdog.
So, that's
Wow.
funny how you reverse projecting.
Wow.
Because you were the
Aaron,
one that
Wow.
I'm
you're
responding to
full
you.
of shit.
So
And
apparently
so are
you're
you,
the
Kim.
one that struck first, and now you're trying
Your
to
crap
play like.
is unbelievable.
And honestly, like no one
Yeah,
did.
you've been waiting for it, huh? You've been waiting for it since,
Oh,
since
I
Kim in
don't
the background
wait
is
on
just.
anything
We
from
gotta
you.
do something about Cox. Hurry, Scotty! You gotta hate him, Scotty. He talked bad about me, Scotty. You gotta do something about it.
Oy vey. Yeah, that's what happened. That's the first time you guys have been fighting. You guys have been fighting since before I even know Kim.
Exactly.
The argument makes no fucking sense. You guys have been play fighting as faggots, not as bad as
Edward.
tacos.
Edward! Oh, Cox
You're
is
the
so
one
bad.
that
You
went
gotta
after
say
it.
something
Right.
about him.
Not me.
Please.
Tacos,
You get
hey,
it.
faggot.
You gotta
Tacos
go
has
say
got-
something about
Tacos
Cox,
has
the
got-
poor dirt farmer.
Tacos
Hurry.
has got channels
Hurry.
of videos against you, and you're up
So
here
what?
talking shit to me, and you're playing real nice with her. You're playing so
No,
nice.
she's
I don't
just
talk to
today's
you.
news, man.
I didn't
She's
make no fucking videos on you, and I fucking
dude,
matter of fact never
she's
will.
yesterday's
I
news.
never
You're the one that
goddamn
likes
will
to bring
make
her
a
up and
video
play the
on
drinking
you
games, and it's funny.
And your loser ass fucking Bundy
Uh-huh.
barbs. I will not make a video.
I'm on the panel
Uh-huh.
when we
Yeah,
don't
it's because
play
you're not a
games.
video production artist,
Yeah.
Scotty. You're
Even
a
if I
fighter.
was, I would rather fucking
No,
eat lead than to
Anton.
make a video about fucking you.
Okay, well, that's all right. Yeah.
I'd
Then
rather
why am I so
cook
important?
myself and
Why am I so important, huh,
in my
ladies?
garage on my own
Why is
dog.
Mr. Cox so
I would
important to you guys?
fucking kill myself in my garage. And
Right, Scotty?
before I made
I'm
a
glad the
fucking
true
video
Scotty's
of you.
coming out. I'm glad that we can bring the true Scotty out.
No, this is always.
We've been waiting for
When
a
do I
long
make
time for
videos?
this, actually.
I don't make videos.
Okay,
do it.
good. Yeah, just keep streaming the
And I'm
birds
not going to.
and
Right.
providing a
That's what I'll do.
platform for the grannies
saw-
and the cat
My
ladies.
girlfriend thought that it was funny that you played my bird. She kind of laughed at me.
Played your birds.
Yeah.
Played your birds.
Yeah.
My bird's bitch.
Oh, the one that lost their mommy.
Right. I love how you like. I would bring that up again. Scotty got the fucking birds taken away because they were so rude in the chat. The mama had to leave the nest. You sound like
With some
retarded.
fun
You
shit.
sound- You even sound. How many times you said that? Like you sounded crazy the first time, and you said it so many times that like.
Oh,
no
but
one
I,
takes you seriously.
Scotty. So you do
Ever.
you do LARP as a Christian then? Is that what you're saying?
Don't you?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm not a Christian.
Don't you, Aaron?
No, I'm not a
Yeah.
Christian.
I do.
Oh.
You do. I know you do. I know you do, Scotty. Now I've
They
been able
taught
to
me
prove
well.
it.
I mean, the Christians taught me a lot of stuff.
Right. Yeah, talking
Yeah,
about
fucking
God and
love.
Jesus.
You can't come with my shit. I'll fucking,
Yeah.
I'll break your
Man,
ankle.
you guys are doing good in your big grand LARP. I'm really impressed, and I'm glad that you said something about your birds.
Well, how's that working out for you? Because I actually like make money doing other jobs, and you just sit on YouTube fighting and spending more time.
That's what you think.
So-
You've got the rest of my life
So,
figured out for
whether
me, like
Whether
Anton.
you're
Aaron's
making
a
money or
Mormon?
not,
I didn't
whether
know
No,
that.
I'm not.
I hope you're making money because you're a fucking loser if you did all this shit for these years for free. You're a loser. Like me.
Absolutely free.
I'm a loser too, so it takes one to know one. I'm saying like you're not fucking
Uh-huh.
anything.
You're
Good.
not special.
Right,
Yeah, you're
but
not
you
special.
guys have
No
been
one- you can
waiting
walk
all
past me
day
in the-
for me for
the
some reason. I'm
supermarket,
just
No,
not
I
special.
don't think so. I don't
You've
think
been
all
waiting
that.
all afternoon for Mr. Cox, and I'm
No,
just not
I don't
special.
think so.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think so. I
That's
think you're
what you
lying.
said right when I got here.
I think you're lying.
Okay, well, if I'm wrong, I guess it's lying, huh? Report me to the feds,
Well,
Kim.
you know, I call it like you do.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm glad we can dance around these stupid little conversation status quo, like, you know, let's keep on Fed posting, right? Let's keep on bringing up
I
these
said
subjects.
both, so I said I'm a fucking put you in the fucking hole, son. I don't give a fuck about
Uh-huh.
Fed posting. No one gives a
I
fuck.
didn't know
Dude,
there was
Feds
Scotty.
know where I'm at. The
Scotty,
feds
you
know
can't
where
even
I'm at.
fight
No
an
one cares.
amateur fucking...
No. Right, I can't fight him. You're right. You're right.
So why am I still
hold on.
hurting all of a
Hold on.
sudden?
Why haven't you fought him? Well, why you've known him longer?
I'm not a
Why-
fighter,
why
I'm a
you fought him?
videographer.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I can defend myself, you know.
So if
I
you're-
heard
I'm not
somebody
scared of
else say
Eric,
you were a
and I'm
journalist.
definitely not scared of you then.
Yeah. Hey, Kim, I thought I heard somebody say you actually just weren't stupid.
I'm a videography. Well, I thought you needed a crew to
Is
come
that
here
all
and
you
make
got?
the fight happen.
Yeah.
You're
I mean,
you're a
that's all you are, Kim.
videographer.
You don't
I
really
don't
have
know.
a...
Make the
I
fight
think
happen.
we are too.
You couldn't even make the fight happen. You fucking lying, larping, fucking
All
videography.
right, no, that's
fail.
your department.
You're a
I said I would
failed
show up with the
video-
film crew. Let's
Okay,
figure it
well,
out.
send him a fucking. Send your
You know,
boy through.
no,
Send your
you're the
boy
one that
through.
needed to
I'm
fight him
ready
in the
to
first
get
place.
I got the
He
spot.
called-
I got the insurance. I got
He
the
called
fucking real
your
estate.
dojo.
Bitch,
He called
you
your
ain't got
dojo.
fucking a tent. You ain't got a tent with real estate.
He
You
called
ain't got a
your
fucking
dojo.
insurance.
He called your dojo.
What- So we invited him.
Right, so you make it happen. I'll show up with the film crew.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
I said I wanted to do from the beginning.
Got it.
You
Got it.
make it happen,
you-
right? Why
you're
do I
the
have to make your
videographer,
fight happen for
but
you?
you
I'm
need
just a nobody,
me.
right?
Oh,
I'm
I
just a
have
nobody. Why do I have to
fight
make
him,
your fight happen?
Provide the place, pay for the insurance, so you can video it and make money off it. Let me get
No,
this right.
I
So-
think you guys.
So
I
I'm gonna
thought.
do all the fucking.
I
I'm gonna
thought-
buy the groceries. I'm gonna cook the food, and
Uh-huh.
then you're gonna fucking come and eat it. Do you sound?
That's what I
do you
mean.
see how
That's
dumb
what
this
you guys
sounds?
wanted. That's
If
why
I
you
was
guys
to do
fight,
this,
right?
You think I would need you?
Wait a minute.
Do you think I
But
need
that's-
you? You fucking little YouTube faggot.
That's all I said is
You
I would
think I
show up
need
with the
you?
film crew. I'll show up with the film crew.
You have no
No,
film
probably
crew.
not now
You have
because
no
I don't think it's
crew.
going to happen.
You
Right.
have
I'm not gonna
YouTube,
really
you have Let's
plan
Shoot
anything.
In the streets of the SSGWY.
See, so all of a sudden you
Okay.
don't want to have an audience for when you fight Eric. What kind of a
No.
bullshit, dumbed down, larped up
whatever it takes.
fucking
Whatever it takes.
fantasy you live in here, Scotty?
Audience. So you have the audience now.
No.
You were the fucking Logan Paul. I heard you talk about what's the guy? The Pootie Pie. You got it like Pootie Pie. So tell me about Pootie Pie. How you got it like that, huh?
You're getting a lot of stuff wrong here, Scotty.
No, I've heard you say it multiple times.
Yeah,
Pootie Pie.
what did I say then, Scotty? What exactly did I say about Pootie
You'll
Pie?
get you put next to Pootie Pie in the algorithm.
No, I get
got it
put
like
next
that?
to? Did I say that?
No, you got the skills, you got the intel, you got the 411, son, how to put it down to put you next to Pootie Pie like that. Pow, pow.
Yeah.
Bum, bum. But you, no one's ready for that. No one's ready for what you about to put down. So they don't understand what you're
No. I
interpreting.
haven't wanted
They
to.
overstanding, understanding, comprehending, not
Wow.
appreciatingly.
Kim, your laptop's doing great roasting me.
Pootie Pie-able, nextable,
Aaron.
testable.
I mean, that's the way it looks. You
I
got him
don't
real.
have
You got him
laptops.
really amped up, Kim.
You do.
You got your
That's how it
laptop
goes.
really amped up, Kim. You're
He's
doing great.
amped up and pissed off at you because you went
Kim,
at
Kim, let
him,
it go.
Eric.
Oh,
Don't
just because I'm
explain.
disappointed he hasn't fought Eric yet.
Kim,
Oh
don't let him
man,
explain.
I am a
Let it go.
disappointed fan that he has not fought Eric yet. Oh my God, let's
Yes.
bury people in the
We're
desert.
disappointed.
You bitch.
I'll bury all you in the desert. It's nothing personal. I'd rather you come to the beach so I can
fucking.
Dude, what? So we can go paddle boarding like a couple? Fuck you, you bag.
So you can sleep with the fishes, son.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to dig no ditches. I could make this happen really easy.
Yeah.
Really.
What a great waste of time with you, Scotty. This has been great.
What, you think it's all paddleboarding? You think you're gonna come paddleboarding and it's gonna be all like we're holding hands and shit?
Dude.
What the fuck are you thinking?
Dude,
You're a fucking faggot. You're the
no,
fucking one.
you're okay with
You're
the fact that the
projecting
projection
fucking
from
faggot. You think
from
you're gonna
Simon.
come to my town and be like, "What's up?" Yeah, nice try. Go back to Oregon with that.
Oh yeah,
faggot.
let's go to Huntington
Yeah,
Beach and
dude.
act like a couple, Scotty.
Yeah,
Paddleboard. Fuck you.
It's where all the faggots come. There's a
Right,
few, but
exactly.
that's where
Thank
you're
you.
from.
Thank
That's
you.
Thank you. That's where you're from. Thank you.
Not where I'm from.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not where I'm from. That's where you're from. Once again, this great projection.
No. I'm saying where you're from is what? Portland? You gonna go Antifa?
No. But
how
Portland
many friends do you have in Antifa?
Wow.
How many of your boyfriends went Antifa on that?
Wow. You know, Scotty, I'll tell you, I'm going to be giving you a call in the morning.
How many guys did you bang that had purple hair?
I'm going to be giving you a call in the morning when you sober
Call
up.
me right now. Call me right now. 3:31, son.
Well, when you sober up, we can have a nice little conversation, Scotty.
No, we can talk. Well, you should have done that last week before you had to go fucking call in my stream and act like a faggot. Don't do
Oh,
it.
okay.
Well,
And there's, I just spat off for no reason at you, right, Scotty? Just out of the blue, just kind of started coming at you, right, Scotty?
You kind of did, yeah.
Kind of did, right. I'm gonna have a
Well, if you're
nice
in a rage
phone
quit,
call with you in the
talk
morning,
about it, yeah.
Scotty, when you
Call.
sober up.
I'll be at
Whoa.
whatever time. I get a job before you do probably, so I'll be at probably pretty well. Unless you're rage streaming all night, then maybe.
No, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't even gonna tune in. I was listening 3 hours back when you guys are playing your drinking game, and you're halfway through it. And then I called in, right, to talk about the beer. We didn't get to talk about Gary Hunt.
You didn't call in to talk about no fucking beer. Don't fucking be disingenuous.
No, I did. I was actually laughing my ass off listening to you guys react to that video playing the drinking game. I think it was funny as shit.
I was just trying to do what I had to do to get drunk, and you got me drunk. You were more triggered than tacos, John.
No, I don't get triggered like tacos and start calling the feds. That's what she does.
Allegedly. I can't confirm or
No,
deny.
I can see. I've already proved that.
Well, I'm just trying to,
You prove that
I'm
Taco
trying
called
to-
the feds?
Yeah, back in about 2017.
And you still LARP with her?
Well, I mean, if you want to call it that, but what I do is smoke shills out, kind of like you, Kim.
Huh.
So do you want to talk about the Gary Hunt stuff publicly?
I don't mind at all. Yeah, but if there's a possibility that we can actually have a conversation, that's what I'll do. If you want to LARP it up and, start spatting stupid shit off and be on loop, then let's be on loop and get stupid.
Well,
You want to project that I'm working with tacos somehow or LARPing with her.
I didn't say you were. I was just being a dick because you're being a dick.
Right.
And
okay.
You're using your own fucking rhetoric against you. And
okay.
Basically, it's very hypocritical.
Right. So therefore you really don't. Therefore you don't really want to have an adult conversation about this. You just want to bitch out and be a lapdog for Kim.
I set up the hill I want to die on. Is the point. I think if you're going to be disingenuous about that, how can I have a real conversation with you?
No, there's no conversation. That's the thing. That's the point. because you've got Simon that's needing to ask 10 different
that's
fucking
not what
questions.
No.
I'm not going to sit here and yell over and talk over anybody to have a conversation. That's a fairly professional conversation to get into, especially when you don't know a lot of the details, Scotty, and you've admitted it.
Well,
that's why you're easily being used as a lapdog.
So if you don't want to say it, just say, I don't want to talk about that publicly.
No, I don't mind. I'm not going to talk over you to talk about it.
No, I brought it up fucking several times. Honestly.
Right. Instead of letting me answer.
Around, and all you want to talk about is Simon and shit. I don't know.
No. Simon needs to talk about Simon.
No, you talk about Simon every time Gary Hunt comes up.
No, he started chiming in. I would start, and he would all of a sudden chime in.
You just did it right now again. He's not even here, and you brought it up, Simon.
No, you keep on bringing up Simon, too. Okay.
No. Okay.
Wow. See, I'm not going to get anywhere with a conversation with you, Simon,
That's
because...
what I'm saying, like...
Scotty, I'm not going to get anywhere.
You're not really being honest with me. You're not being, like, a level... You're being very duplicitous. And
no, what I'll do is when we have a conversation in the morning, I'll tell you whatever you want. And we can have a real conversation instead of this bullshit backwards, fucked up, stupid.
You're doing some Yaxley shit right here.
No. Oh, see, you got to compare me to him, dude. Wow.
Yeah. Like, we'll talk about this tomorrow.
Wow.
Okay,
zombies.
Now.
Okay, Mr. Zombies, why don't you pee in your mouth?
Oh, zombies now. So,
wow.
Zombies, like getting back to Gary Hunt and tacos. Like you keep deflecting very.
No, I don't need to. For some reason, I don't think you're really ready for the answer.
What? Okay.
Because you need to, right? You need to fantasize that we're LARPing together and all this
tomorrow
bullshit.
I'm gonna get the answer, or at what point do I get the answer?
Well, let's put it this way. What would you do with the information that I'm about to give you?
Nothing. I mean,
nothing.
Well,
right? Nothing. So it doesn't matter.
No, I just want to know about why. Like I'm saying, like you look very fluffy.
It looks LARPy, right?
Glowy,
just like it looks LARPy with you and Kim.
Okay, that's
it
fine.
looks LARPy with you and Kim.
But it looks even worse because me and Kim aren't making videos on each other, and you and Tacos are.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but Kim needs you as a lapdog. She's not going to turn on you.
No. That's regardless.
Tacos kept on drawing me in to turn on me. She kept on she apologized to me.
You might be right. See? That's what I'm saying. Like, let's have that conversation.
So, Scotty, hear me out then. Are you ready?
Yes, I thought I was ready. It's the first time I asked you.
Tacos accused. Oh my God, Scotty.
That's why I asked you.
You do want me to rage quit, don't you? You do want me to rage quit. Okay.
Yes and no. I want you to answer about
right. I'll tell you what, you're going to be the one motherfucking rage quitting tomorrow after our conversation on the phone. Okay. So when somebody accuses you of stolen valor, Scotty, and you serve your country.
Okay. What does that have to do with tacos?
And then apologizes to you to suck you in for information.
Hold on, this seems very emotionally manipulative and like what?
It is.
How does this have to? No,
it is.
What you're saying is double emotional blackmail because you're bringing up some weird shit. And how does that have to do with our conversation that we're trying to have?
I'm trying to help you comprehend the conversation first.
No, I get that. When you talk about you and tacos, I get that. I'm saying it's very weird. Okay, try to develop your point because you're making no sense.
Right, because it's over your head.
Maybe
it's over your head, Scotty.
Maybe I'm
Scotty.
I'll shut up.
Scotty, hold on. As a lapdog, Scotty is a lapdog. You're only given enough information for you to be dangerous. As a lapdog for Kim.
Unless you stop talking, I'm going to give you 5 minutes.
That's the only thing that you're only getting partial truth to recognize you because, see, Kim, see, that's what you get.
You got 5 minutes. Go.
You are only.
I will stop talking.
I haven't said a word.
You are only
bring
given
me-
enough information, Scotty, to become a weapon as a lapdog.
Oh, God. I don't even know this Gary Hunt. How could I?
Bullshit, Kim.
No, I don't, Aaron.
Bullshit.
Okay, well, you really know a lot about people that you
Hey,
know
I muted
nothing.
you. Keep running. 5 more minutes. You guys only got 5 minutes. Go.
Let's stop right there real quick.
So,
Well, how's everybody doing? I've been showering up and listening. So, Kim says that she doesn't know who Gary Hunt is here. But yet she was with Mike Sherror when they supposedly busted out Gary Hunt, which looks like another Thomas Muffin LARP as the handler to deepen his cover. He's destroyed. He doesn't need to be in the picture. So therefore, no one needs to worry about him, right? Interesting enough, the correlation between Gary Hunt and the Muffin Man. But Kim doesn't know who that is. Okay, let's keep going.
when Tacos accuses me of stolen valor, to be able to apologize later, to be able to then try to be my buddy, right? And tries to suck me in for information, to then turn on you, right? That's what she does, right, Kim? Think we can agree on that.
Exactly.
Right. So that's where the confusion starts, because that's what the Aquino crew, the Muffin Bucks crew, need to keep their clicks and views going. Now, to facilitate in the background all of that bullshit, right, Kim? You need guys like Gary Hunt and Thomas Schoenberger. Now, if anybody's having a love affair here, I think those two are in the background, Scotty. The Muffin Man and Gary Hunt working hand to hand in the background to facilitate all the mudslinging and all the bullshit, so we don't talk about the murder of LaBoy Finnegan and who is involved there. I think Kim can agree upon that also.
Do we even know that Hunt knows Muffin Man?
They're both script writers, and the way the cross-pocketing has had to go to be able to keep the pressure on you, Kim, so you don't stream anymore, right?
No,
Now-
that was
now-
my choice.
Let me continue on, because you remember, Kim remembers the New World Order Times news guy, Patrick, right? Patrick was Pete Santilli's buddy. New World Order News Times, whatever, Patrick claimed that Gary Hunt was attacking him with a troll army in the background. Okay, I've got that clip. Now, to further it, Tacos said that she was having conversations with Gary Hunt. Then all of a sudden, Gary Hunt shows up out of the middle of nowhere and goes on James D's panel right before Tacos drops off and goes, "I'm going to make some room for another guest." Got that clip. Who would be a good script writer like Thomas, Kim, for the Bundy issues? Gary Hunt. That's all in my opinion.
Right?
So if you think that I'm LARPing with Tacos with Gary Hunt, see, that's some dumbed down shit, Scotty.
No, hold on. I said I was gonna. I'm still supposed to be muted, but I did see that whole thing. I'm gonna yield 2 minutes, but I did see the whole thing where Tacos brought him out of the fucking blue to James D's stream, who had no idea what was going on,
And she
he's been
denies
around,
it.
so.
And she denies
Yeah.
it.
No,
Now,
she came into
recently,
now she's trying to play coy. That's why
Right,
I said
now-
this looks very fucking LARPy.
now
slowly,
yesterday,
and I'll give you 2 minutes. Go.
I played the clip of Tacos saying that she had the Proud Boys, a militia, point weapons at her head at a mosque.
I've heard that the whole first time she said it with even James was calling her out. I heard Ghost.
Bellamon didn't. He was right there. Bellamon didn't call her out, and it was Ghost.
Well,
and
he might
James.
have been giving her rope, though. He may have,
Who? Fellowmon?
Yeah, but hold on.
They've been working together in the background.
Who?
Fellowmon and Tacos. Wouldn't it suck to have to be a team like that working together?
Great news, you guys. I lied. I only had 15 beers. There's one left. You're fucked. One more. Es el piña picante. Este.
So, Scotty, did that clear up your
Sorry, I got a little excited.
about the
No,
LARP
what
fantasy?
I'm saying, I saw that. What I'm saying is, don't ever come at me with some LARP fighting shit. You two go each other cat, tooth and nail, and then you're playing fucking grab ass and touch butt in the fucking backstage. What do you want me to do?
I don't
you
really
said it too.
think that was
You
the
said
case.
it too. You said that Tacos was fucking trying to greenlight you and play dumb about the Gary Hunt thing.
Yeah, she was
So
trying to suck me in with her and Becky.
I stayed out of it for the most part, but I would be naive. I play dumb, but I'm not that fucking dumb.
Right, but I can't go in and give him the box of cornflakes.
No, you can. But I'm saying,
thank you, Scotty. I really appreciate you giving me the green light that I can.
So, but if I do that, then all of a sudden I'm fucking some LARPing paid shill, right?
Yeah, I haven't said that.
I didn't say you did, but I'm saying that's
see, Scotty, you're probably listening, Scotty. The thing is here, right? When you do that, your skills aren't refined, and it's easy to spot. Your village idiot LARP, the play fights, so forth, right? But that's all we're looking for is with the Muffin Bucks crew, right? I'm not saying Scotty is or whatever, Kim. Maybe. I don't know. But when you send in these shills, you should refine the LARPing skills a little bit better so people can't see through it as easy. I'm just the peanut gallery out here, just telling you guys what's up. Shutting up. Cops shutting up.
No, not really.
Because you called other people that. So my point is, if you haven't called
right, but usually
that, what's going to stop you from calling me that?
Usually, well, I probably will now unless we talk in the morning when you sober up.
Yeah, I'm sober right now. Except I get one more beer.
I don't think so.
I don't think you know him very well.
Hey,
I know by his voice.
I'm not even that drunk. I know. My girlfriend can talk me downstairs though.
Yeah.
It's that bad. She would have laughed.
That's right? What I like to do is feed people that try to fuck me over the box of cornflakes.
Well, I do the same thing. But then I don't want to be called. That's part of my charm. I'll give you all the cornflakes you want. I'll give you more. I'll make it with the meatball. I'll crush up the cornflakes. I'll use a little bit of egg and milk with the meat. The right amount of spices. I won't tell you. I won't show my.
Change starts with the call.
Yeah.
And you're going to get all types of people. You don't want to talk to cops, Scotty.
Okay.
You don't want to talk to him.
I'm back. What happened?
You're going to get all kinds of people coming out on you, Scotty. You don't want to talk to him, Scotty.
Who?
Don't talk to him.
To me?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't care. It's fine. A lot of people don't talk to me. I get it. I wouldn't want to talk to me either.
No, I'm just saying you're going to have people that are going to say, don't talk to cops. Don't talk to him.
Well, people were told to hate me. So?
By who?
What do you think?
It doesn't really seem like you got a lot of problems, Kim. You got it pretty cush.
Aaron, I'm not fighting.
So, Kim, when I bring up the clip of you saying that you're going to call the feds on DNA, who's going to be the liar?
I said to you I was calling the feds.
Nope, I didn't say that. I said, when I bring up the clip of you saying that you're going to call the feds on DNA, which I don't have a crush on her. I think she's a bull dyke anyway, Scotty.
I think anybody
Come on.
who has a
I
map,
don't know.
I
Oh,
think
you listen. You were
anybody.
listening.
No,
You
no,
listening.
wait.
Admitted, see?
I think
Should've said.
anybody that
You were
has
listening.
a map on the screen telling Antifa members where to go to start the fires, get outside of inner Phoenix,
Uh-huh.
hit the neighborhoods. Now, what would you think about that, Aaron? You think that's okay?
No, absolutely not. And my point was,
So if I call a law official and make
Okay.
sure that they're aware,
uh-huh.
you got a problem.
No, I didn't have a problem with that.
Well,
No, so you called the feds or the locals?
I don't have to tell you who I called. I'm
Okay.
not going to have my neighborhood burnt down by some freak.
No shit.
Now, go ahead with your shit.
Right. So I just wanted to point out that Kim lied about that she didn't call on DNA when she just said she did.
I did not. Aaron, I'm
Right?
not going to tell you who I
Right?
called. I'm
Right.
not gonna
You don't have to
tell
lie
you.
about it, Kim. That's what I'm just saying.
I'm not lying about it.
You did. You said you didn't
No.
call anybody. It's just you played it. You
The
said you didn't
person-
call anybody. Who cares if you called? I'm glad you did. So
Aaron,
what?
The person is a family. I
Yeah,
didn't.
That was concerning to me, but don't lie about it and say you didn't.
You guys can have this on your own streams. I don't want to have this type of talk.
Uh-huh.
But no,
Oh,
honestly,
okay.
yeah, no. I've had enough trouble on my streams. God damn it! You guys go to your own fucking streams.
No.
Wow.
No.
Your handler just told you what to do, Scotty.
I'll
He needs
just
your
quit-
platform.
I'll just quit talking about it.
No, I'm just saying it's fine. I don't know what happened. I want to see more proof before we talk. Because I'm at the position where I hear so much hearsay. I have to really see what's really going on before I platform it, because shit comes back. I mean. And
Well,
I
I will tell you, I didn't have the hots for
DNA.
DNA. Scotty, I didn't have the hots for DNA. No.
She's not a bad girl.
No. No, dude. Dude, that chick is brainwashed, man. Brainwashed.
Well, I'm saying physically. I'm saying she has a little bit of
Well, I'm not about that.
tread in the tires,
So what?
Expression. Well, I know.
She's still just a 4 out of 10, dude.
You gotta have a conversation. Well, regardless of your 4 out of 10, you gotta. Be
Come on, Scotty. Is that what you're saying you're used to is the 4 out of 10?
No. What I'm saying
you just said she's hot. I mean, I didn't think she was really that hot.
You're not letting me finish. It's funny. I like to have like a conversation, like know what you're about politically, and like esoterically, like what you think about like the meaning of life, and even if it doesn't mean anything, like you should at least try, And if you like,
Scotty, it sounds like you're trying to groom me for a date.
well, maybe that's projection right there. Like you're trying to.
No, I'm trying to tell you, I don't swing that way. It's like Simon was trying to get me to swing that way.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is, as good as a girl looks, I've worked in the clubs long enough to know that there's, you know, you gotta, it takes more than like a hot girl to like, you know, you need a little more than that.
All right.
You know what I mean? I mean, everyone should know this. I mean, your father should have taught you that. But, like, watch out. Like, just because she's hot, it's not enough. She has to be kind and nice and, you know, hopefully you get both, but you're better off having like a kind, nice girl than a hot girl. Sure.
That's right.
What's
Kind,
the
nice,
song?
hot girl. Not some brainwashed assassin marine.
Right, yeah, I mean, you have to have that, you know. But hey, maybe some guys are into that. And what I'm saying is maybe, I don't know if
Yeah.
you like that. Like, maybe, I'm not
Dude,
saying
she-
you are.
She
But I'm
totally
saying, like,
plowed over zombies, dude.
You can imagine Yaxley. She would, like, look what Tiffany did to Yaxley. Like, DNA could rock this world. You know, that's...
A four would be an upgrade for Yaxley.
That's what we need to do is get Yaxley and DNA hooked up. I mean,
Ugh.
what could go wrong?
Yaxley, you'd have to sack up, maybe.
Like, no, maybe he would drop the Tiffany drama if you know, he had to eat DNA drama.
You trying to say he's not pleasured enough by Squirter's excellence?
Well, I don't know about all that. I don't want to speak on anything like that because I don't know anything about that. I know a little about the Tiffany Yaxley drama, and I've been personally involved in it, so I get to joke about it a little bit. I'm trying. I almost played the drinking game because I was trying to air. Why have you here? The question I have for you, my biggest question. Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
Do you have the James D drinking game stream?
Recently, right?
The one that I just did.
Maybe.
I just took it down. So I was going to do it again with your name. Because she says your name so much. And I told you about this, but she didn't have it.
Yeah, I've got that stream actually on private.
So I wanted to play that, but then it's down. So that's why I had to go looking for stuff. And I was it's a long story. So that's how the stream started, if you weren't there.
Now all of a sudden Cox is your buddy because you need a link.
No, you were streaming. I didn't. No. You were streaming. I didn't want to clout chase. No. I'm saying I told you. Hold on. Let me back you up. I wanted to play that the night that it happened. The night that I did the James D. I said, let me play the Aaron because I said she arguably said your name more than James D. I think. So
yeah, because I'm more popular, I guess.
Well, no, that's another play LARPy thing. Like you guys have like this little fucking meow thing. I don't know,
dude.
You know.
Scotty, let me just put it this way to you real quick. If somebody accuses you of stolen valor, and then has the feds,
tacos?
Yeah.
Like okay, tacos. Okay, so tacos accuse you of stealing valor. Okay.
Right.
It sounds like
and then
something she would do. Right.
Then had then did a mass tweet to the FBI. Her and one who went full gay.
I believe she'd do that too. I believe she would do that.
Right. And then I get swatted a week later. Okay.
I believe that. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to work on you.
Right.
Right. Because that's a waste of resources. Who cares what happened to me?
No. So what I'm saying is, you never really put it to me like that. But what I'm saying is, or maybe you did. But when I see you guys playing fucking touch butt in the park, you know, it's very like what?
That was actually like 3 times in a row. Scotty, that was like 3 times in a row. I told you that, and it. See, when that doesn't sink into people, when you fuck with your veterans, just, we're going to have a comedy show. I mean, that's it. That's all I can do. That's all I want to do. Now let's have a comedy show. And watch people blow their own engines.
But, like,
Right.
You know, where I
now,
come
with,
from,
now
like,
with explaining that, do you still feel the same way?
no, I mean,
After I just-
I'm the box of cornflakes guy myself. First of all, so I get it. Like, I know that's your phrase, but like, I do the same. You know, if the cops
You
come,
said I'm
gonna be
afraid?
No, I said that's your phrase. The box of cornflakes
Oh, okay.
is your phrase.
I
So I try to do that same thing and try to, feed them and give them everything they want. But it's your phraseology. So I try to kill. We call it as kill them with kindness. Where I come from.
Yeah, I'd much rather just go straight at them.
Yeah, me too. But what I'm saying is, when you're dealing with someone like Taco that was doing that whole Gary Hunt like dumb girl thing, like, oh my god, like, what? Is he like a spook or something? Like, what?
Right.
After she called, and I watched the James D thing
Right.
that you talked about. Like, I'm not ignorant to it. That's why
And then
I'm like,
Philemon. Did you catch when Philemon started cucking to Gary Hunt?
in that
Same
thing?
panel. Yeah, same panel.
Yeah,
He
but-
started cucking even after Gary Hunt said he was buddies with Pete Santilli. Him and Gary Hunt sat there and had a great little conversation.
I didn't
With James.
I probably like listened to it more than I watched the chat play go by.
No, Philemon was on the panel.
I'm not saying. Oh yeah, I remember that too. But but still, he was kind of the enemy is your friend. And one could argue, did Philemon know that Gary Hunt was coming in? I don't know. One could argue that maybe.
No,
he did.
let me correct you on that. Philemon's not even bright enough to know who he was and where he was at. Just like when he was cucking to Eric Spitfire, he had no idea the connection with Connors. But just like Flathead, Corruption Watch, the main supporter of the Rodent. Once again, he's sitting there doing damage control for these main supporters.
Right. No, I did see that. The Flathead guy was very strange. Because you did prove that he was supporting him financially. So I'm not naive to that either. Yeah, I just sit back and watch all these weird anomalies.
Right,
Yeah.
and then, well, put yourself in my shoes for a second. We're talking about the anomalies, and then all of a sudden you're not fighting Eric. That's where I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
I could definitely go there, but like honestly, like I want to kick my ass off. Like,
And I get it.
in my company.
I get it.
I wish I had more time off, and if I
I
did,
get
I
that.
probably maybe would.
Yeah.
But
So
if
by
it-
me
believe
expressing that,
believe
see,
what's my point is,
you expressed
anyone. I'm never ducking any smoke. But I can't chase people around the fucking globe to hire me.
and that's what they
For
expect
free.
you. That's why he's just talking shit. That's why Eric's just talking shit.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of know that. So,
But
fine.
for him to call your dojo, and I've got that clip too, and he actually doxed his own number. What a dumbass! I don't even think
Yeah,
he
well,
expected to do that. I think later on he kicked himself in his own ass for that.
Well, I just remember.
Shit,
you
I just
remember
doxed
the
my
one
own
time
number.
I was on. I think it was his channel, and then fucking the guy Drama Dome Andrew guy called in.
That was pretty good.
That was great. Who's got that? And then the Daniel Dowd guy was there. The fucking cicada guy.
Yeah.
And Eric was like borderline hitting on him, like, that's an attractive man right there. Oh, if someone had that.
FM, have you ever talked to Gary Hunt?
Yes, he had.
I don't I must have missed that stream on
James D.
James D's. I thought this Gary Hunt had. I don't know.
Well, no, Tacos basically brought him into grandstands, and it was obviously like even if you know the backstory, you can kind of
Yeah,
see
but
how
didn't
the
that
guy
have to
popped
do
up.
with Becky Dean?
No, that was a tacos thing.
Okay.
They needed to disprove me on something, and it was just another bullshit narrative to try to shut me up. They didn't want to discuss the clips that I had.
But that being said, the whole Bundy thing is known that there was Fed, shill, fucking infiltrator, propaganda, whatever, like provocateurs rather.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
And Gary Hunt has been around in a few of these events, coincidentally.
Yeah. Yep, the Ruby Ridge, Waco, a few others.
To a certain point, you got a question.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, look at, I don't know if you caught it, but look at the Proud Boys trials going on right now. It was released a few days ago, maybe last week, that there was more informants within the Proud Boys than there are defendants right now. So
That makes sense. They're probably giving deals.
Well, that's what they do. They're sex offenders like Mark Connors. That's exactly what they do. They let them off. They don't have to be put on the registry and go work with Jason Aldean and play gunshot sounds through speakers at the Harvest Festival while people are getting mowed over. Is that what they're protecting, Kim? Is that network of them weaponizing sex offenders? And especially with the cop watchers, right, Kim?
What? Well, don't ask me, Aaron. I have no damn clue.
I'm asking your opinion there.
I don't have a clue.
Well, they are. We're proving it.
Well,
They've weaponized sex offenders like Mark Connors to be part of false flag operations, slander campaigns, disinformation bullshit.
I am not going to comment on anything like that because I don't know that to be fact.
Well, I do have fact on that. Many
Well,
popping up.
I don't.
Would you like to share it?
I already have been, dude. It's coming out. It's all coming out. The Twitter drops. It's all one big fucking censorship industry. They're using sex offenders like Connors to help censor people. They'll put a sex offender next to a cop watcher. You don't even know it. That way later on, like Tacos, right? Remember this, Kim, when Tacos was trying to associate us with the sex offender Robert West in Portland because of Mike Bluehair. Remember that?
Yep.
Well, that was recent.
That I do remember, but the only involvement that I ever had with Mike Bluehair was I paid a portion of his bail to get out of jail because he wasn't in Portland when he went to jail.
Right. But because of that, all of a sudden, we were working together with him, and I had something to help do with that, right? So she could associate.
That's more of her stupid shit, though.
Well, my point is, Kim, okay, the point is that she brought up a picture of Robert West taking a picture with Joey Gibson.
He was never in a picture with Joey Gibson.
Well, I could be wrong, but it was definitely with the Proud Boys.
So what?
Right. Well, exactly. But for
That
her to make a
doesn't
big
make Joey Gibson anything horrible.
let me just finish. Right. But she
I'm so
has to
sick of
peddle it
this
like
fucking
that.
Shit.
Right. Let me just finish, okay? She has to peddle it like that, like, oh my God, see, look, they're all pedo protectors. When those sex offenders are put there to take pictures with the Proud Boys or Joey Gibson, when we have the footage of that same sex offender giving his allegiance to Antifa. Have you seen that, Kim? Did you catch that, Kim?
No, I didn't. I
Right.
was.
Right. As soon as she brought that up and tried to associate you and I with Mike Blue Hair with that sex offender, I brought up the footage of Robert West giving his allegiance to Antifa. Why would a sex offender be taking pictures with the Proud Boys or Joey Gibson, or, you know, all smiles and shit, but him giving allegiance to Antifa? You can pull that right up. You can pull that up right now. I can tell you how to get there real easy. Pull that footage up.
Well, I didn't have a nap like you did, and it's 4 o'clock, and I'm not watching any more videos until later today.
Yeah. Remember, Kim, remember the guy out of Portland, Airliner World? He was following around the Proud Boys, filming them quite a bit. You don't remember him?
Why do I think he was out of New York?
Well, I think he did go a lot of places, but he was based out of Portland. He's the one that has the footage on his channel. All you got to do is pull up Robert West. Few videos in is Airliner World, and in that video at the ICE facility in Portland, you'll see it. Antifa's kicking him out of their camp, saying you're too much of a liability. We found out you're a sex offender. And he's like, but I'm with you guys. They're like, you're really with us, Robert? Yeah, I'm with you guys. Well, you're too much of a liability. You got to go. Right? Now, I'm not against Antifa. I'm against the Antifa burning shit down and hurting people. Right? Isn't that the way it's supposed to be? But you go to Antifa.com, it still takes you to whitehouse.gov. Before Biden became president, you go to Antifa.com, it goes to Biden's donation page. So what the screwball is going on? Why do they need to weaponize these sex offenders to try to discredit movements? Is that all you guys got for me? Am I done here? Can I be excused?
Good morning, Chad. I'm gonna say a good night for a couple hours, and
No, you have to stay. You can't leave.
Okay.
Chad just got here. No, you're welcome. I've heard this kind of type of thing before, Aaron. No offense, but like nothing without evidence. You have to bring a little more if you're trying to get like more journalistic integrity or whatever. Not that you want that, but apparently you used to have it or whatever. So I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm just saying like a good Big Brother type of way.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You're trying to say what I just told you is not enough evidence.
Yeah, kind of like the Mark Connors Vegas thing. Like you're like he may have been there, and even if he was there, let's say he was,
Right.
and he was the biggest, passive of them all. He did the lowest of the low. Like he's ultimately he's the goon. Like if you caught the goon, you're not really solved. It's like a Band-Aid. Like the main problem didn't come from that guy.
No, but you got to start. You got to hold on. You got to start somewhere.
Right.
And especially,
it seems like you're trying to die on that hill.
No, especially when I've got footage of him saying that he talks to congressmen and generals.
Well, regardless, even if he did or whatever, presuming you're right, 100%. What difference is it going to make by busting him?
Because it proves there's a network of fucking shills and sex offenders to do the false flag shit. To try to discredit movements. You have to start somewhere.
No.
He's the one that wanted to put himself out on Front Street.
A little bit, because you said they took the sex offender and used him as a patsy in the Las Vegas shooting.
No, I didn't so much say that.
I don't think that's... Actually, you kind of did. But,
not to that degree that you're...
I'm okay with that. I think that something happens.
Not to that degree.
That's like punching down, and really we should be punching up, I guess is my point.
Well, you've got to start somewhere, because he's a guy like him wants to talk, right? And he did.
Oh yeah, he's a big talker.
Right. Eventually he did. He talked about some serious shit of him talking with senators and congressmen, and they're calling him, Mark, what's going on out there? Right? Oh, dude. Now, I think, no proof, but after the Harvest Festival was the Country Music Awards, the CMAs, and that's when COVID started, and he was going to be there, and I was almost thinking that they may have wanted to do another Harvest Festival type shit at the CMAs, and he was going to be there. See what I'm saying? So it's like you get a pattern on somebody that's doing some nefarious shit like that. Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess
because you know what? The Garlic Festival was in there too.
You're right. Let's presume
well,
right.
It was the pattern, because the Garlic Festival was mixed in there too. That California.
The help, or do we want to get the guys who are on top?
Well, but the thing is, right? Well, I mean, without help, they can't do their shit. They'll just find another patsy. But, well, look at that pattern. Okay, that pattern. It was at that time there was some music festival activity, we'll say. Now it's Christian school or Catholic school activity as far as the shootings. See, the pattern is there. They don't give a shit. They're still doing it. It looks like sacrifices, and a scumbag like Mark Connors would be involved with that, in my opinion. But there's more proof there the way he was involved with the Bundy shit. Connors.
Well, what I'm saying is, when I met the guy, he seemed like a low-tier grifter at best. I wouldn't really push him, even if, that would have been a step up.
Okay, well, hold on. Exactly. No, exactly, because also showed the footage
but
recently.
Ultimately, who employed him, I guess, would be a better
right, but they
question.
need cannon fodder like that, just like Gregory Burleson. They need cannon fodder like that they can use in charge later to set precedent for other defendants after him. It's like he did with Gregory Burleson in the Bundy cases. But you also had Connors on the news calling out Antifa at the biker rally for Trump.
I did see that.
right?
But no, it's after the fact. I saw it after the fact. But
But that's who they're using, people that have taken a plea deal or got off or some shit swept under the rug. It's being proven, especially with the Twitter drops.
that
And the
guy's
way-
a fucking loser, though, trust me. And anyone that thought he was legit was a loser, too. I'll say it publicly.
Yeah, I was right at the beginning because of the affiliation with Clovis.
So I heard that this guy has been around a little bit. And I'm sorry, you might ruffle some feathers by me saying that, but having knowing the guy, and knows the guy, he never sat well with me.
Yeah, from me too, right at the beginning. And then all of a sudden he's got a video coming out that came out that he's working with Jason Aldean. I think I actually played that,
Is that
production
Simon?
video the other
I
day
think
on the
Simon,
stream.
look, Simon resurrected. I'm the resurrector, so you must sacrifice. Commit suicide and I'll bring you back to life. No, hopefully you're wrong, and if you are right, as they follow the money, and these people, there has to, now with the internet and the paper trail, the digital footprint, unless they're super gangster and doing everything cash, like.
Well, let me tell you the reason why I did bring that up was to see if Eric would dig into it, if he would be even at least interested, because it might show whether or not they're still working together.
But Eric wouldn't want to be bring it back up because he got caught with his hand in a cookie jar with that guy being a dumbass, and he's supposed to be this hard-hitting investigative journalist. It would make no sense for him to
Why? He can go around and he goes around and calls him a pedo now, right? He goes around and calls Connors a pedo now. When he said he was going to prove his innocence, so why not bust him out? Put him in the hot seat to bust out Connors.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why he's trying not to
Well, the thing is, his deflection.
From that.
Hold on, his deflection was he looked into it a little bit, but he really didn't. Right.
Right, that's what I'm saying. When I met that guy, I looked into it, and then I looked into it harder because I didn't get enough the first time, and I knew. But I just actually finished the 16th beer.
And so what the other correlation is Denver.
It's done.
Did you catch the podcast I was doing about the guy in Denver? The snitch in Denver that was cruising around with Antifa, provocatoring in a hearse, and there's footage of him coordinating with the FBI. See, it's all coming out.
No, and I don't doubt that you're wrong. There's a lot of people that feds that will trap you into trying to buy weapons illegally so they can get themselves a thing.
Yeah, they did that exact thing right there with Torben Sondergaard, a pastor, recently.
Right, and I think they do this all the time.
Right. Well, the thing
even
is,
the Ruby Ridge thing is kind of
right. But the thing is, it's all been suppressed till now. It's all being. I mean, it's coming out, but it's
suppressed.
Right, but to do something about it, we're hoping that something will finally have something to, something will be done about it now. Because in my opinion, it's breaking the fabric of society where they're entrapping people to get the plea deal to make better slaves.
Yeah, but I think you're kind of still a little bit on a copium because look at JFK, they killed the president.
Right.
And it's okay.
You're right. Have you heard of the Garrison files? Have you heard of the Garrison files surrounding JFK? Okay, so real quick, Garrison was, I believe, a judge and friends with JFK. So when JFK got killed, his buddy started digging into it, and he went public. And I don't know what happened to Garrison exactly, but even though that was done up by a judge or maybe an attorney, but it still didn't have an impact. Those Garrison files still got suppressed, but it's still all coming out for some reason now. Now, is it just controlled opposition the way it's being presented? Right? Just giving more hopium. Here's what's going on so we can do something about it, but it's just opium until we get this new Twitter act out or the TikTok act down. And that right there, the TikTok is like the Patriot Act 2.0, to where Lisa Lake's live streaming licenses may just go into effect soon because of that. And that's because of, shit that, shit going into court, like with the Renee stuff and, Malibu there trying to help that shit perpetuate. Yaks outside of the country have that influence.
Well,
they
on the
need
bigger
that.
picture, couldn't you look at like Biden and TikTok? Like, maybe on a lower level.
No, it is these small things. See what I'm saying? You're saying we need to swing higher, but it is the small ground level shit that they need to set precedent. Now, the Section 230 that gives qualified immunity to big tech, right? They can't be held liable for third-party shit, right? Well, they don't really have enough precedent for that Section 230 to really be effective in some circumstances. So they need more precedent. Well, that's what it looks like with Clovis wanting to file all these freaking, lawsuits and working with the task force. They need that precedent to further censor us. So they use scumbags like Mark Connors to gaslight shit like that.
Well, Clovis does have connections with Mark Connors, but I will say publicly that I took offense to the fact that she said she was kind of gaslighting me into her game with Kim. She said the only reason she was nice to me was to be because she didn't like him or something like that. And
right, kind of like when Kim said if she doesn't like you, she'll just talk over you on the panel.
No, it's worse than that. Like the fact that, like, when I said, like, I thought everything was cool, and the reason that I was cool with you is because you were cool with Kim, and she's like, well, the only reason I was cool with you is because I was not cool with Kim, and I was just trying to pretend. Like, I don't know if she was really serious or just saying that out of spite, but it seemed very strange.
Yeah.
Whether it was true or it wasn't true, or I think it wasn't true.
Mm-hmm.
If that was true, that's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up if it isn't true, but I think it's even more fucked up if it is true. But
you know what's fucked up like that too, Scotty, is to have Edward, after him and I have a conversation that seemed everything was cool, and then a couple months later, he's on panel with Poor Dirt Farmer saying that I called a victim a whore.
Yeah, I don't know. My only interaction.
I mean, just since we're talking about shit that's fucked up. Yeah.
I was fighting with him, I think, on your panel when I was hammered. I'm sorry. And I don't know much to say about the guy, but I heard he's a crazy, like, cop watching lunatic.
Well, shit. I mean, for Edward as to call the cops on another.
I don't know much about the What's True guy, but I know he's friends with Lanny, and Lanny's cool, so he's got to be decent. And the guy's like spying on his kids. It's pretty fucked up. That whole, I don't know.
Well, I mean, just the association of some of these people to where Edward is calling the cops on other pred catchers. It's not a very good way to bust into the into a movement or a community. Right?
Well,
Same thing with.
Started back for a second. Do you know that the Jeff Stewart is coincidentally the Zero used to show for Jeff Stewart, and then What's Truth and Lanny were like the anti-Jeff Stewart crew. I don't know if you remember all that, but
Yeah, vaguely.
Jeff Stewart like docs Lanny and shit, and it's a big drama. But ask What's Truth about it. He'll know a lot better than me.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit. I just wasn't there, and it was just such a shit show that I can't figure out exactly what was going on there. But it sucks that even if like the sex offenders that they're using and weaponizing to weaponize a veteran, but it's like, do they have something over these guys that they're using to make them do it? Like Connors. Connors is just such a great example to a lot.
Well, I think that's basic information, like CIs that are like paid off, like compromised people that got caught up, and now they're trying to plead their way out, and they're desperate, and they do what
Well, what
they get
they
paid
do
to be fucking snakes, Yeah.
Well, let me tell you how it happened in the Bundy trials in Vegas. Is the informant was tried, charged, and because there was so many defendants in Las Vegas that they needed to have different tiers. There was like 4 different tiers. They couldn't all just try him in one tier. You see what I'm saying, Scotty?
Yes.
So the first tier to set the precedent was the snitch, Gregory Burleson, and they convicted him, gave him 70 years. That was to set precedent on the rest of the defendants, but it didn't work. So they used the snitches like News Now Houston, the guy that just got convicted for molesting his children. Right? Now, how do you feel?
Really? I heard something about that, but I didn't know it was that bad. Ooh.
Well, yeah, it's gnarly that they would use him to gather a big following, and then when he gets convicted, all of those people go on the chopping block. That's how you put the brakes on a movement. Now, what I find interesting is how Edward, as soon as News Now Houston was convicted, starts reading out the gory details of the case and what happened to that minor on his stream. The gory shit, right? That doesn't.
I would have to. I mean, I would have to. It's contextual. I would have to hear it. Probably.
What I'm telling you is he read out the details of that case, of what happened to that girl,
right.
Everything.
Bad, yeah. Look, any of the details are bad.
Right. Right. Now, is that for clout? Why would somebody need to do that? And even one of, I'll tell you this, the parallel, even one of News Now Houston's victims, Teresa R., went live. She was pretty much live at the same time Edward was. She didn't even read out or talk about or want those gory details talked about. They danced around it.
Well,
they made it professional.
I mean, if you're a victim,
right.
I mean, it makes sense.
So a guy like Edward's doing that, right? And the other victims are going, fuck, why is he fucking doing that? And the pedos are like, this is great that he's getting off. Now he's going over to Port Earth Farmer right around the same time and saying that I called the victim a whore.
Well,
That wasn't me that did
yeah,
that.
I'm just saying from an outside perspective, the guy want to expose it. Yeah, he might have got good intentions, and it's kind of ruffles some feathers. And the person who's offended by it, because they were a victim, if that makes sense, they didn't want to relive it. But
Right, in a victim's
there's
type
some
community,
feeling
a
it's gonna
victim's
hurt, I guess.
advocate type community, he's reading out the gory details of that gnarly case. It was fucking gnarly. I actually tuned
Like
out.
I said,
I
I
couldn't
don't know.
believe. I couldn't believe Edward was doing that. I tuned out, and I didn't go back.
Hey, without me getting wrapped up in who you guys are talking about, because I don't know anything, I just want to say it's one of the reasons I don't like Discord. And I was saying this yesterday or the day before yesterday. I don't like Discord because so for instance, when I was in Discord, there was a few Proud Boys, there was HT, and there was other people in there, right? So when the Proud Boys when the Discord disbanded everything, and they send us all letters that tells us all that we were involved in hate crimes, right? So going back to what you were saying is if they put one out there and then they cast a net, right? Discord itself is actually helping to cast that net.
Right,
Because
and they're trading.
Because
Sorry,
they're labeling all the accounts that get shut down for these associations as people that partook in actions of violence or hate, okay? And when you contact them and you ask them for the proof to prove it, they won't give it to you because they don't have it. So they're just allowed to cast the net, and nothing's done. And I didn't like that. And that's one of the reasons I didn't want to go back into that Discord, because I already felt like there was a Fed in there.
And that's what they're doing, is they were trading information on people through those Discords to the FBI. It was on purpose. The UPK servers, the shit associated with News Now Houston. Even Teresa R., the victim of News Now Houston, was associated with these Discords where they're trading people's information with the feds. It's coming out.
And I don't think you have to take people out of the prisons. Well, okay, let me rephrase. When you look at what happened with the Kyle Rittenhouse case, okay?
Yeah.
And they let that guy out of the mental institution that day, right?
That was a pedo. He was a pedo too.
Right, yes. And I believe that they do. Okay, so when there is an area that's in chaos, I do believe that they will let out certain people out of institutions and stuff, and then they'll steer them that direction. Because that's not the only time that that's happened where they've let somebody out to cause problems in a local area during an event, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I do think there's that, but I also think that it's going to also just be phone calls, which is what I think happened in Vegas, where they just send the phone call and they say, you're going to deliver this package, and that's the patsy. And that's going to be the eagle eye, because that's going to just all be done through the technology with all the data that they've already got on everyone. And they won't even have to utilize the prison system as much. But now they have a bunch of illegals from around the world that they can utilize.
Right? Yeah, because they're even bigger cannon fodder. I mean, it's so fucking racist. But check this out.
And you can see it happening, right? Because you can see where these people come in, and then they go on machete attacks and other weird attacks, or running people over with vehicles. And it's like, I don't believe these people trek their way across the fucking seas and lands, okay, just to come to our country to run somebody over. All right. I definitely think that it's a setup. It's like, somebody, an NGO or somebody is fucking telling these people, your families will be taken care of. You just do this act. And
what I call, let me just jump in there, or what I call the Robin Williams effect, where they say, if you don't take yourself out now, we'll do your family in front of you. Or you can do this.
Yeah, there's all sorts of weird fucking tactics, and you know, and they have to expect us to believe that when they constantly show us that they're willing to behave that way. Yeah, like I'm not allowed to believe that they don't do that because all the evidence shows that they do that. So if they don't want me to believe that they do that, then they need to not do it.
Right.
Right. Otherwise, they have to accept that, you know, we're not conspiracy theorists. We already know their layup. We know how their team plays, and that's it. That's, you know, we've got the playbooks.
Yep. The
And
Proud Boys.
And they'll be like, how do you have the playbooks? Because of the evidence from all other cases previous and the court transcripts.
Look what they did to the Proud Boys in the DC jail. They were isolated 23 hours a day. They didn't do any of the activities. They weren't allowed to do any of the other activities the other inmates were doing. They had long hair, long fingernails. Shit, they got the water turned off on their cells. I mean, that's ludicrous. It's fucking ludicrous.
Yeah, this staff will fuck with you I had staff fuck with me in juvie. And the only reason they fucked, and it's so fucked up, the only reason they fucked with me was because I was white. And it was black staff members, and they were always fucking with me. And then one day I said something they really liked, and all of a sudden the staff member gave me my right size jeans because I was a size 1. She had me in 13s, which means they fall off, like they literally just fall. And I wasn't allowed to use shoelaces or belts, right? Because you don't have that shit in juvie. So you had to walk around all day holding up your fucking pants.
Right?
Right? Can't even go get a fucking goddamn cafeteria tray and get your fucking food or anything. Right? These people are cunts. They really are. And they will fuck with you over just stupid shit. Like what I'm saying, just being a child in juvie, they fucking will fuck with you just because they're in a position of authority. That's the real racism. The only racism that exists is if you use your power as a power to hold down somebody else just because of race. And in my situation, it was specifically because of my race. It was all black people fucking with me as a white girl because I was one of the rare white girls in there. And then they had the nerve to fucking tell me, oh, when I said something they liked, all of a sudden I was allowed to have a pair of pants that fit. So if they would do that with somebody like me, I can't even begin to imagine the shit they do to people that they have political agendas against.
Yeah, I saw a video yesterday where it's coming out, and it was prior reports of people going into that DC jail, and then recently a Democratic team went in to review the jail, and everything's spotless. Everything's great.
Oh, yeah, they cleaned it all up and everything. Yep. And you know, Democrats, look at I don't care what anybody says. When it comes to the politicians themselves, people are right. A lot of them are on the same bird, but they're not. Not all of them. But when it comes to the people, they are not of the same bird. So when people are like, oh, you've fallen for the right-left paradigm, you got to understand, there is a right-left paradigm. It isn't that somebody fell for it.
Yeah,
okay?
pointed
There
out.
actually is a fucking right-left paradigm. Now, maybe at the upper echelon there isn't, okay? Maybe they all go to dinner and work together and have their deals behind the scenes. But don't be so limited in the thinking to think that just because they work together, that means everybody else agrees and is part of the same bird. They're not. They do have genuine ideological differences. So you shouldn't, like, I don't believe in shitting all over Republicans because they go out and vote, you know? What do you want them to do? Just fucking sit there and keep taking the abuse? You know, they got to fucking say something. You got to give them something, right? and people are like, but that keeps the hopium alive. Okay,
Yeah.
well, all right. Well, tell me when there isn't going to be hopium. Just show me. Because there's always hopium. That's part of our fucking human condition. So this whole concept of, well, we shouldn't have hopium. Well, what kind of fucking illusion is that? There's hopium. It's fucking part of the human condition, man.
It's just retards trying to be right in their own worldview that are putting shit out there. They'll oppose anything just to try to twist it around and be right, to peddle it to their own people.
Well, I can tell you how you can prove there's a right-left paradigm. Put fucking 2 guns in somebody's hand and ask them what they fucking believe in, and if they're willing to take out the other person to fucking not deal with their shit so that they can live free. And you'll see how quick that paradigm really exists. I don't mean do it. God, I'm not advocating that, but I'm just saying if you were to imagine that that happened, you know somebody's going to fucking take somebody out. You know it's going to happen. So there's clearly ideological differences. You know? We're
Yeah,
not all
like,
the same bird, man.
yeah, I boil it down to guys that want to read out the gory details on their streams of victims versus somebody that's going to go over the case and leave out those details because they're really not important to proving the bigger picture.
Well, not only that, you don't want to inspire some other sickos to act because they get attention. And that's the other thing that the news is so good at, is they love selling their fear porn so much that they actually create killers.
You know, I often go back to the case where there was a young veteran that started a shooting in an airport in Florida a few years back. He was like fresh out or something like that. I mean, the whole footage just looked like he was under MK Ultra. He was only like 23 or 24 years old, and he brought in a handgun into the airport and started shooting. That shit right there pisses me off because they're training these guys, then turning them loose like that or using them.
Well, look at that James Holmes character. Tell me that kid that wasn't all drugged up his first day and all fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on, you know? So something's going on. But you know what? We're not going to know. We're not going to really know. We're only going to have our suspicions. And the only time we do get to know is when it's finally revealed in a court transcript and they're forced to present it because the judges order it.
Right.
You know, and this is why my argument has always been, and I will stick with it, is the people at the top of the pyramid are judges. Okay? People think that it's, let me tell you, the Rothschilds or somebody could threaten the justices, okay? But there's also going to be justices that might have personalities like numerous folk that say, fuck you. You'll fucking try it, motherfucker, and see what happens, all right? Just fucking do it. Or there's people that don't have anybody, who just made it their life's mission to be justices, but don't have a real big family network, so they don't have much fear, all right? And you're not going to you won't be able to hold them down. This is why, like, Woody Harrelson's father, right? Woody Harrelson's father assassinated judges. That used to be a thing, going around and killing judges, because they were the decision makers in the end. Congress and the president and all these fuckers can pass laws and do this or do that, but the judges can strike that shit down. So who's above them? Because the judge can tell the bank, can take bank cases, right? And fucking say, nope, what you did's wrong. So who's above them? Just show me who's above them, other than the people who threaten. But you don't know who threatens them, so you don't know who's above them. As far as you visually can tell, the top decision maker is the judge. And until anybody can find me otherwise, that's who's at the top of the pyramid, in my opinion. Judges and generals, they can fucking change a country in 2 seconds flat.
Right. The problem we're running into is when the judges are part of the trafficking and the raping and shit like that, and you try to prosecute a judge in his own jurisdiction, and he's ruling over his own court case. That's what people are running into.
Well, you know,
Doesn't
like
matter
that
if there's a conflict of
Amy-
interest.
like that Amy Barrett justice, right? The moment that they announced that she had adopted those Haitian children, I was like, holy fuck, is she one of the human trafficking people? Like, who is this lady? And why did she need to adopt Haitian children? Is she in with the fucking Clintons? You know, like, and she's a Supreme Court justice. So
There was a tax assessor that was busted in Phoenix, in Maricopa County. He was a lawyer. He was Mormon. He got busted for trafficking women from the Marshall Islands. That's where he went on his mission. He was bringing women over from the Marshall Islands that were pregnant and putting them on the Medicare system. So they were all covered. Everything was covered. Housing, medical. They give birth, and then he was selling the babies anywhere from 15 to 40 grand a piece. He got indicted in, I think, 3 or 4 different states: Arizona, Utah, and Arkansas. Maybe even Idaho. That's some elaborate shit. That was an elaborate setup.
well, that's why you always just have to look at anybody that questions anything about human trafficking or whatever. You just got to look at them and go, do you think it's poor people who buy people? Or do you think it's rich people who buy people? And
The DC jails are disgusting. That's according to many congresspeople, one of which is named Marjorie Taylor Greene. And she was visiting the DC jails, and she gave us an update and a report. But she's not the first person who's had questions about this. In fact, Congress has been on this for some time. And the House Committee on Oversight sent a letter over to the mayor of DC asking the following, drafted on March 9th, from James Comer, coming out of the Congress of the United States, to the Honorable Mayor Muriel Bowser. They write, Dear Mayor, the Committee on Oversight is now investigating the DC Department of Corrections and the CCDF, the Central Detention Facility, in DC. They write, the DC jail facilities reported mistreatment of pretrial detainees connected to the events of January 6 raised committee concerns about the detainees' violation of constitutional and human rights. They tell us that eyewitness accounts of conditions, especially conditions for the J6 detainees, paint a picture of despair, hopelessness, and a severe abuse of justice. No prisoner in the United States should be treated this way. Therefore, the committee requests certain documents from your jail facilities and requests you to direct your people to answer our questions. They say the committee is investigating reports that detainees have been subjected to inhumane treatment while incarcerated. They say MTG visited the facilities in November 2021, and despite repeated attempts by DC to not allow that visit, she made it in. She drafted the findings of her report in 2021, and the tour of her facilities showed evidence of abuse and neglect. One detainee had written that he had used the same contact lenses for at least 6 months. One inmate reported being beaten and not being provided care. Another showed evidence of having a fractured bone that was left untreated. Another reported being served food with chemicals or other substances on it. There are reports of detainees not being given haircuts, being forced to live with clogged toilets, all confirmed by MTG's account. One detainee with very severe and documented food allergies described how he had not been provided any alternative food options and was placed in a position of either not eating or being in severe pain from the food. So the committee is now in charge, and we plan to confirm the accuracy of these reports of disparate treatment by the J6ers. During Greene's visit, Non-J6 detainees were permitted a lifestyle very different from the J6ers. Non-J6ers were getting law school student instructions about their court cases, but the J6ers didn't get access to it. So the DC lawyers will just talk to the non-J6ers. Gosh. The J6 detainees did not receive access to the seminar, but instead said that they were denied access to even their own lawyers. Given the choice of taking a shower, you can talk to your family or you can talk to your lawyer. Which one do you want? Do you want a shower, your mom, or your lawyer? Which one? You get one. Choose wisely. If the allegations made are correct, these are serious abuses by DC. Now, the committee is concerned by reports that they are facing a unique form of mistreatment due to their beliefs, severe human rights abuses. MTG said that they'd been denied access to a Bible, denied access to their communion based on their vaccine status. Green witnessed non-J6 detainees participating in the Justice Policy's Young Men Emerging Unit, where they get workforce opportunities and barber shops. But none of the J6ers were allowed in there. Instead, they were locked down 23 hours per day, and many of them have grown long hair, beards, and fingernails. Reports that water had been shut off for days as punishment. There was standing human sewage in toilets, many of the cells. Hot meals were served cold and congealed. Some inmates had observable injuries. No documentation. Drug use all over the place, including widespread marijuana odors. The committee is not alone in its concern, by the way. This is not just angry Republicans. On October 13th, a DC District Court found that the DC Director, Quincy Booth, and Warden Wanda Patton violated detainees' civil rights. Here's what the judge said in that case. Said, I find that the civil rights of the defendant have been abused. I don't know if it's because he's a J6 defendant or not, but I find this matter should be referred to the Attorney General of the United States for a civil rights investigation into whether the DC Department of Corrections is violating the civil rights of the J6 defendants, in this case and maybe other cases. As a result, the matter was referred over to the DOJ. After the referral, the U.S. Marshals Service came in and conducted an unannounced inspection and a review of the facilities. Here's what they found. From October 18th to October 23rd, an 8-person team inspected the facility, interviewed more than 300 detainees. The team found egregious conditions at the DC jail facilities. Footnote 12. Statement by the U.S. Marshals Service, published November 2nd, 2021. However, on 10/24, DC employees ordered the marshals to leave the facilities. Wait a minute, what? One marshal said he had never seen a jail bar marshals from entering. Interesting. So the marshals go in, they find egregious conditions, and they get kicked out. The acting U.S. Marshals summarized the preliminary review as finding evidence of, quote, systemic mistreatment of detainees, and forwarded the results to the DOJ's Civil Rights Division. In response, the DOJ announced, they said, oh crap, and they did transfer 400 detainees from the DC jail. However, none of the J6 detainees were part of the group removed from the DC facilities. Everybody else gets to go. The J6ers, they get to sit in there and rot. They get no access to anything, only families, only showers, only lawyers, one at a time maybe. No Bibles, no communion. You get no participation in other activities that everybody else gets to participate in. On April 19th, committee Republicans wrote you a letter identifying various violations of the civil rights, including reports of the inability to obtain essential services, a denial of living conditions, sanitary living conditions, and prolonged time in solitary confinement. And when we sent that letter in April, committee Republicans did not receive a response, though another federal court later confirmed our concerns. They say that since the 2021 letter, the district and its handling of crime and those accused of committing crimes has reached new lows. And so Mayor Muriel Bowser, under your mayorship, District homicides are up 40% over the last year, which itself sets recent records for crime. Even President Biden has agreed with Republicans. Congress must intervene. So here's what we want to know from you, Mayor. 1. All documents, all communications about the J6 detainees' waiver of speedy trials. Why is it taking so long? All documents and communications about complaints coming in from the J6ers about cell conditions, sanitary conditions, food access, legal counsel, any complaints, every single sticky note that came across your desk, Mayor, or your office, we want to know about it. We want all information about the jail facilities' policies and their COVID policies since January. All documents about the U.S. Marshals' inspection, why they were kicked out. And we want arrangements to allow full access to the D.C. jail facilities. To make arrangements or to deliver documents, let us know. We have the ability to do this. Your friend Marjorie Taylor Greene and James Comer and Clay Higgins, members of Congress. And so they actually did go and visit the jails. Marjorie Taylor Greene was over there and posted this over on Twitter, where she was giving us some details about what she found. She wrote the following. From our visit at the D.C. jail yesterday, Democrat Oversight Committee members Jasmine Crockett, Robert Garcia sang the jail's praises. Shame on them for not knowing the long history of outrage in D.C. about the jail conditions. They didn't do their homework to know the D.C. jail had inmates and defendants clean, scrub, and paint the week before we got there to make it look good. They criticized Republicans for being kind in our questioning, but did not raise any issues at all. We were not allowed to speak to any other defendants in any other areas. I talked to so many of them on my last visit, they told me plenty about the jail. Some told me about their education and job opportunities that J6ers didn't have. Others about learning the legal process from Georgetown law students. And some screamed and begged for help, saying they'd been in solitary confinement for 4 months. When I asked about the trans biological males being in the women's area, Jasmine asked if the jail provided sanitary supplies. Republicans want to keep trans biological males out of women's prisons and jails, but apparently Democrats just are concerned about their tampons, I guess. That's what she says. Now, Jasmine and Robert didn't care about the J6 defendants, their complaints about medical treatments. They didn't care about the J6ers' complaints about courts and judges. They just praised the jail after our tour. Either they like jails and approve of two-tier justice systems, or they're easily fooled by fresh paint. Says, I think the Oversight Committee needs to hold a hearing so we can continue to investigate the two-tier justice system that reigns in Washington, D.C. So she was just there and obviously not happy about what she had seen. And this was the brief summary from the last visit. On Thursday, November 4th, they got a 3.5-hour tour, months of persistence. They went and visited it. And so you can read the full report here from Marjorie Taylor Greene. But it is interesting. We'll see if the House Oversight Committee ultimately holds any hearings or if there's anything further that comes out on that. But we'll continue to follow. Thank you for joining us as we do. We'll look forward to seeing you.
There needs to be a, quote, quick and devastating published takedown of its premises. I don't see anything like that online yet. Is it underway? Signed, Francis. Now, what I find interesting is if you fast forward into June of 2021, the Biden administration was raging at social media companies. There is communications that we can produce for the record that state we would like you to combat quote unquote misinformation. Now, we, thanks to the Twitter files, know that Twitter executives were using the term visibility filtering, and that really to the rest of the American general public was shadow banning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so all of a sudden we saw a rash of blacklists created by Twitter at the highest levels that were taking down some of the signatories and creators of this very Barrington Declaration, correct? This is to both of you.
I haven't seen that, but
I haven't seen that either.
So would you agree that there was a blacklist created in 2021?
Sorry, yes, Jay Bhattacharya, the
Yes.
Stanford professor, who I don't think anybody considers a fringe epidemiologist, was indeed, I'm sorry, I didn't piece it together. He was indeed visibility filtered.
Correct. And so this blacklist that was created that really was used to deplatform, reduce visibility, create lists internally where people couldn't even see their profiles. That was used against doctors and scientists who produced information that was contrary to what the CDC was putting out, despite the fact that we now know that what they were publishing had scientific basis and in fact was valid.
Absolutely, and not only that, but these are secret blacklists. So Professor Bhattacharya had no idea he was on it. I mean, this is East Germany Stasi kind of behavior. That's what this is. And the Great Barrington Declaration, by the way, I was skeptical of it at the time, but it actually now looks pretty good in terms of how response to COVID. But even if it was totally wrong, it still deserved, I mean, this is the whole point of the First Amendment, is that I think we all have the experience of you're not right until you're wrong a lot. You know, you actually have to have that debate and that conversation. So by repressing that, we actually stifled, I think, a much broader conversation we could have had about how to effectively respond to COVID because they were secretly blacklisting people like Jay Bhattacharya.
And I think to the bigger point that Americans are concerned about when it comes to the weaponization of government, this isn't Republican or Democrat issue, this is an American issue. You had individuals, millions of Americans, who in many cases were being mandated to take an experimental vaccine, and when those that wanted to consider taking it were trying to make an informed decision, you had opinions that were being silenced because it didn't fit a specific narrative pushed by the Biden administration, correct?
Absolutely correct, and that's why we use the language of disfavored ideas and disfavored people, because it doesn't fall neatly among left and right lines. If there's anything going on here, it tends to be more of a disproportionate blacklisting of more populist voices, or just ideas that we would consider slightly outside of the Overton window, the mainstream opinion at the time. But the Overton window moves, and so the idea that you're just going to narrow the entire what's acceptable on social media to what is mainstream at the time would basically freeze us and not allow the society to progress and for knowledge to grow and for the democracy to function.
With the 14 seconds that I have left, Mr. Taibbi, if you'd like to weigh in on any of this that we have talked about and why this is a direct threat to Americans today, I would appreciate it.
just quickly, again, we yesterday discovered this email talking about the suppression of people telling their own stories of true vaccine side effects. So these are people who are telling about their own experiences, things that happened to them that are true, and they're being suppressed because what anti-disinformation does is the opposite of what the press does. They are aiming for what the narrative is, and they already know in advance what they're looking for, whereas a journalist goes into a story, does not know what the truth is. We often find that the thing we expect to find turns out to be completely different. They know in advance what they're looking for, and that's why this is so dangerous.
My time has expired. I yield back. Thank you, too.
The gentlelady yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today, and I think maybe if we can get this right and stop this, and what legislation, appropriation, whatever it takes, we can stop this. I think in the future, people will look back and look at your courage as people in journalism, in the press, to come here with what you've been facing, what you've had to endure, and now with the idea that the FTC is coming after you. That's something that I think is pretty darn important and certainly noteworthy. So we appreciate you sitting here for 2.5 hours, taking the questions you did, but giving so much valuable information to this committee, who is certainly on our side, committed to protecting the First Amendment and people's right to speak. So that concludes today's hearing. Again, we thank you both for being here. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, sir.
I can reassure the members of the committee that our banking system is sound and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them. This week's actions demonstrate our resolute commitment to ensure that our financial system remains strong and that depositors' savings remain safe. Now,
Do you believe that? Confidence is everything. I'm back. Thanks for coming back to join everyone here. Welcome, Maverick family. Welcome back to the Maverick News Channel. For those of you who know, I am Rick Walker, and those of you who don't know, I'm Rick Walker. And we have a lot to talk about tonight. Not the least of which is the Senate Finance Committee. Today, where Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said just what you heard, reassuring the public that the American banking system is sound, that your money is safe. But the turmoil continues. We'll hear a little bit more from the committee hearings today, and we'll also go out to the Maritimes in Canada. That's where the National Citizens Inquiry into the pandemic kicked off today, and there has been riveting testimony there. So I'm sure that that will have you on the edge of your seat. And it is breaking new ground and drawing attention to the very concerns that led to millions of people losing their jobs, having their lives overturned, having people discriminated against, prevented from going into restaurants, preventing people from gathering, seeing loved ones exercising their right to patronize retail establishments, pitting friends against friends, family members against family members. It turned our world upside down, didn't it? And it's still topsy-turvy. So we'll go out to the NCI inquiry and pick up that testimony as well. We'll also show you that footage of the Russian fighter jet coming to intercept that U.S. drone. The Pentagon has released video of that. And we have other things to show you tonight as well, but those are the top stories tonight. So let me take a brief break, and when we come back, we'll follow up with more from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen.
Greetings, brave mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals. Defenders of individual rights and freedoms. Credible. Trusted. Grounded in reality. Maverick News. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now.
Do it now. Okay.
Fear not the storm. For truth is on our side. Maverick News. The world is watching.
That's why we're restreaming. Let's hear it. Let's hear what he's got to say. You know, before we go on, though, before we get into it, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting how these guys like Mr. Jones will come in and say, oh, we gave you content. What's this we stuff, man? Since when did Mr. Jones become so important in the chats? Really? And then he says he can predict what Mr. Cox is going to do, but then he rage quits and he can't predict what I'm going to do next. Like, is that why you guys are here? You need to try to predict what Mr. Cox is going to do next, especially with the account, the Blue Light Special. I predicted they were going to rage quit. They haven't come back. That's a good rage quit. A little drive-by, like a little subversive puke would do. Doesn't that sound like fun? All right, let's get back to this.
Okay, more with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen now.
Of all the cabinet members to come to hearings, and I just want you to know that I appreciate it. You seem quite fearless about coming into the lion's den, and we're always grateful to have you. You spoke recently to the Climate Financial Risk Advisory Committee, and in your remarks, you pointed out that climate change will likely become a source of shocks to the financial system that would lead to declines, which this would be precipitated by declines in asset values that could cascade through the financial system, which is a warning that Freddie Mac has also made with respect to coastal property values. You added that rising insured losses could cause insurers to pull back from high-risk areas with potentially devastating consequences for property values. We just had a hearing in my budget committee on wildfire risk causing that effect to insurance and property markets. And before that, coastal flooding and storm risk causing that effect in insurance and property markets. And then that the whole thing can spill over to other parts of our interconnected financial system. Again, part of what Freddie Mac warned about, that it would be worse than 2008. We also heard testimony that the coastal property value crash risk and the wildfire property risk could perfectly well happen at the same time. It's not a question of one or the other. They could both come to pass. So we all know that shocks and panics and collapses and disorderly transitions are notoriously hard to predict as to exactly when they will occur. They're far easier to predict as to what their level of severity will be should they occur. And my question to you, setting aside timing, how serious to the US economy could the economic shocks that you warned of in that speech be?
So I don't know how to quantify that for you, but I do believe these are very serious risks. The Financial Stability Oversight Council is prioritizing, analyzing those risks, and has recognized that they pose a systemic threat to American financial stability. The regulators, the banking regulators, FHFA, are all taking steps to analyze the way in which these risks could affect the financial system, financial institutions, and we created the committee that you referred to in order to bring expertise into this enterprise, but I think it's critically important, and these are
Potentially deadly
severe
serious.
risks, very severe risks.
And just for people who are not familiar with this particular arena, the word systemic risk sounds like a rather mild and inoffensive term, but it actually refers to pretty devastating stuff, does it
Yes,
not?
that is what systemic refers to, exactly. Things that could cascade throughout the financial system and have severe consequences for financial stability and the economy.
Thank you. In the time that I have left, I wanted to flag for you a letter that I will put into the record now, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Objection to order.
That a great number of us on this committee signed to the acting director of FinCEN. The chairman was a signatory of it. Senator Grassley was a signatory of it. Senator Warren was a signatory of it. And we are concerned that the development of the beneficial ownership rule has been far less than we had hoped and far less than we believed the actual statutory language directed, both regarding the so-called access rule, which is the subject of the letter, and regarding the verification standard, and regarding the court order requirement. If you would be good enough to take this back to your team and make sure that you have a look at this and make sure that you approve of where they are going, because I believe they have missed a very significant opportunity to significantly strengthen our battle against kleptocracy with the rather weak way in which these three parts of the rule have been rolled out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's for under advisement.
Do I take it that way?
Janet Yellen. So there she is trying to reassure the public, bolster confidence in the face of a real crisis. I don't think we've seen the end of it. It's more serious than she's letting on. Her job is to keep people calm. Her job is to keep confidence high. What else is she going to say? When they acknowledge there's a problem, you know there's an even more serious problem than they're acknowledging. That's why just weeks before, we were getting reports that the economy was not just sound, but robust. Biden keeps talking about a strong economy, job creation, and then we get this. This is being blamed on poor management, on deregulation, on Donald Trump. The problems are more serious than that. Make no mistake. And the reaction from government, while predictable, sends bad messages. Messages that distort the market, the financial markets. It teaches bad lessons. Because it shows people in the financial industry, shows the people in the banking industry, shows the public that no matter what happens, the deposits will always be there. The banks will basically be bailed out. And even though they're saying that this is not a bailout, they'll bail it out. Even though they're telling you that taxpayers won't need to pay for it, we'll end up paying for it. At least US taxpayers will, and indirectly, the whole world will, because those expenses will be passed along through the economic chain, the supply chain, the financial chains, all through the world economic system. In one way or another, we all end up paying for this. So make no mistake about that. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we'll go to Nova Scotia and pick up that National Citizens Inquiry into the pandemic. Don't go away.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, just hang on a second here. I'm just trying to get you a better screen layout. Let me just roll another promo for a moment, and I'll see if I can get it worked out better for you.
Fighting the Great Reset. By leading the Great Resistance. Maverick News. The antivirus programs for your mind.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, this is the best screen layout that we have, I guess, so we'll have to make do with this. This is, we're going to pick up day one of the National Citizens Inquiry into the COVID-19 pandemic in Canada. And yeah, we'll just get these introductory remarks from the people at the inquiry. And there was some incredible testimony from some of the people about what had happened to them after receiving the vaccine.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Steeves. Like Chess, I'm a non-practicing lawyer, a member of the Nova Scotia Bar.
Thank you. Do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Chet Chisholm.
And Chet, where are you from?
I'm from Antigonish, Nova Scotia.
And what is your occupation?
I am a paramedic, and I've been a paramedic for 12 years.
For 12 years?
12.
And how do you like being a paramedic?
Oh, it's the best job in the world, man. It's probably one of the most rewarding professions that you can ever work. Like, you show up on people's worst day, and like your goal is to improve it. No one's ever mad that the paramedics show up. Well, some are, but not many. And like with everything that's happened, like I had a lot of friends and colleagues say like, hey, if you could go back and do it all again, would you? And my answer has always been, yeah, I'd go back and I'd have done it sooner.
So back in March 2020, when we started hearing about COVID, were you working as a paramedic at that point?
No, I was currently off work. I was off with workers' compensation. In March of 2019, I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and was placed off on medical leave, awaiting treatment.
Were you planning to return to work eventually?
Yeah, that was the hope. My mental health team was pretty keen on getting me back to work because I was gung-ho to get into treatment, get back on the trucks, and kind of what was looming on the horizon, and the state of EMS in Nova Scotia felt imperative to do so.
Did you receive the treatment that you were waiting for?
No, I was on deck to get what's called EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization and reprogramming, which is often used very well with PTSD. And they see a lot of success with first responders and veterans. And my first appointment was kind of like the meet and greet appointment, and to kind of set up a rapport, was the first day of lockdown. So we showed up, we talked about what we were going to do, and that was it. Everything got canned thereafter, and then I was put into limbo and wasn't seen again for close to another year because we weren't allowed to have any in-person appointments whatsoever.
So you did get the treatment after a year?
No, I went from a psychologist to working with a counselor, and we were kind of doing like the prep stages, building the rapport, getting a background of what was going on. And we would we get a little bit of momentum, and then they'd say, well, you can't meet in person again. EMDR is an in-person thing. And so we'd have to just kind of do talk therapy on the phone and discuss things and talk about stressors. But like we never got into a groove of things. And it was on and off, up until probably late spring, early summer of 2021, where things just kind of got canned again, and I got put back into the wait list and waiting in limbo, where we continue to sit.
And what impact would you say that the delay in this treatment had on you?
I've certainly had relapse into some of my PTSD symptoms that I've had previously somewhat under control, and not being able to because you kind of need to do maintenance while you're working through this, and we couldn't do any of that. And like being in person and actually being able to connect with somebody and talk about these things and work through it and then actually build to a therapy is incredibly beneficial. There's such a disconnect when it's on the other end of a phone or on a screen. And not only that, but like my counselor was getting extremely frustrated because she's like, you are primed and pretty well primed and ready to go. We can get you back on the trucks and get you going, but like this keeps getting in the way. And so it's like we always have to keep starting from scratch again.
So are you still on leave from the same job?
Yes, I'm still on leave. And due to the time frame that I've been off, with our contractual agreement with the union, because the clock has ticked down, I've been terminated from my position at EHS.
So you're only allowed to be off for so long with an injury before you become terminated?
So at 2 years, they'll hold your full-time position for 2 years. So that time frame ran out, and we'll get into it in a little bit here. That's when like we needed to push for this so I don't lose anything else. And at the 3-year mark, you're canned. That's it. You lose all your seniority and everything.
Do you have reason to believe that had you received the treatment in the time frame it was originally scheduled, you would have returned to work in time to avoid losing your job?
Pretty well everyone in my mental health team was pretty keen. Like, pretty sure Chet's going to go right back on the trucks. He wants to be there. And like there's been such a high success rate with this with other first responders. But yeah, it was looking good. Not so much.
So during the time you were awaiting treatment, did you take the vaccine against COVID-19?
Yeah, there was a push for it from our employer, and initially I declined because I was eligible in December of 2020 and January of 2021. Because I was off work, I'm a young guy, pretty healthy. I said, no thanks, I'll wait. Like if we're gonna give it to anybody, give it to people who are vulnerable and whatnot. I don't need it right now. But when it became available for people in my age group, for people in their 30s, I got my first shot on May 21st. And for the reasons is we work with the most vulnerable people at the most vulnerable point in their life. And we are in constantly different clinical situations throughout a shift. You can start your shift in a backseat of a car in a ditch, and then you can be in an old folks home and treating a COVID patient, and then you could be going into the ICU. It's a mixed bag every time you go to work. And so the likelihood that I'm going to get a lot of exposure to COVID is quite high, and it's going to be in the back of an ambulance, and it's going to be probably right in my face. So the hope was that this could help mitigate cross exposure amongst vulnerable sectors.
So you didn't feel coerced to take it?
Yes and no. It's a little annoyed with kind of like the push. It's like, hey, you got to do this right now. But I wasn't ever angry at the point of getting it, because like if it did what they said it did on the tin, then that could be beneficial both for myself, but more importantly for the vulnerable people whom we deal with every day.
Who administered it to you? Do you recall?
It was given to me by an RN, and that was done at one of the local pharmacies in Anchorage.
Before taking it, did they advise you of any of the risks?
The only risk that we really discussed was the risk of anaphylaxis, because I have food allergies, and so we talked about that. And it's like, hey, just hang around for like an extra 20 minutes or so, just so we can keep an eye on you. And I've done vaccination clinics for like flu shots and stuff, so I know the whole rigmarole of, hey, we're gonna give you this, we're gonna keep an eye on you and make sure nothing happens, and if something happens, we'll report it and take care of you.
And how did you feel after taking it?
Initially, I felt fine, but by that evening, I was pretty slack, really, really tired, and I just that was kind of par for the course for any other vaccines I've gotten for work or school in the past. But what kind of really drew attention to some things is I've been dealing with PTSD and crippling insomnia for years at that point, for like 2 years at that point, where I would need to take medication to sleep. And I went from not sleeping at all to sleeping most of the day, to sleeping probably like 20 hours or more. And then just being incredibly sluggish and getting a little short of breath here and there. And that kind of escalated over the next few weeks.
So those symptoms persisted and increased over the
Yeah,
next few weeks?
yeah. They it started with like incredible fatigue, which led to shortness of breath, and then eventually I would get like a tinge of chest pain when I was laying on my back, and it ultimately built up to like my dad had taken a tree down in the yard, and I went out to help him just load a couple chunks of log in like the front of his tractor, and got extremely short of breath, had stabbing chest pain here just left of my sternum, which radiated into my back, and told Dad, like, hey, you gotta go to the hospital right now. Something's up. Can't say what, but there's something very wrong at the moment, and became incredibly diaphoretic, really sweaty, and pale as a ghost.
Had you had similar symptoms in the past?
No.
So you said you went to the ER, so you consulted a healthcare provider about these symptoms.
Yeah, I was seen. I obviously went in, talked to the triage nurse, said, hey, this was going on, and was admitted, had EKGs and stuff done, and explained, talked to the nurse. And these are all people I work with, kind of like, dude, what do you think's going on? I was like, oh, I think it's one of these things, and they're like, yeah, something's definitely up because you never look like this. And yeah, and so we did a bunch of EKGs, blood work, did my vitals. My vitals were all abnormal.
And did they find anything?
Not at the time. Like I know, like I was really hypertensive. My blood pressure was up quite a bit, tachycardic. But doctor didn't seem to see anything in my blood work or my EKGs, and so just said maybe it's just esophageal spasms and set me on my way.
And did the symptoms persist after that?
Yeah, they never quite resolved. They would calm down, but they did persist. And anytime on any exertion or lying on my back, things would exacerbate. Like I'd get more short of breath. I can again develop more chest pain. The fatigue persisted. Well, it still persists, but like I would be pretty well bedridden some days, no energy to get up and do anything, and which was entirely new. It was like a complete shift because I used to be up doing stuff pretty regularly, used to be in really good shape and whatnot. But so it was a drastic change.
And how many healthcare providers did you consult about these symptoms?
Well, I was admitted into the emergency room 3 times over the course of summer. There was nothing was ultimately found aside from having abnormal vitals and just symptoms that I presented with. The second physician that I saw in the ER kind of just shrugged and said, "Man, I don't know what's going on. You're obviously in distress. Something's up, but we can't pinpoint anything." And the third doc I saw, which would have been probably late July, he said, I think this warrants further investigation. Like we should order some more cardiac tests, like echocardiogram, and you should follow up with your family doc, get a cardiac MRI and get a stress test and see if we can pin down what's going on. Like I don't know for sure, but like just on the way you're presenting and like what you're telling us and your vitals, like there's something here, there's something wrong, so we need to look into it. And he actually gave me like a shot of Toradol, which is a strong anti-inflammatory, which took the edge off for maybe a couple hours, but again, the symptoms persist. I had discussions with my family physician who was often very dismissive and abrasive about my concerns. And I've had, in like a yearly follow-up that I had with WCB, because we have a follow-up every year where physician comes in and talks to you. And it's like, hey, how's your PTSD going? What are the symptoms you're having? And we talked about that. And then we talked about this. And he's like, yeah, based on your history and like kind of the cycle of symptoms, like there's something going on here and we should look into it.
Did you, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Did you ask any of these physicians if there could be a link with the COVID-19 vaccine?
I don't think I ever asked if there was a link, but like when they asked, when did this start? I told them like I didn't feel good after getting the vaccine and it hasn't let up since. But I don't think we ever like specifically honed in. Like I suspected it, but do I know for sure? Absolutely not.
So they couldn't find anything objectively wrong to explain your symptoms, and they knew that they had started within close proximity to you taking the COVID-19 vaccine. Do you know if any of them filed an adverse event following immunization form?
No, there was no discussion of that whatsoever.
And so they didn't ask you any more questions about that or indicate that they were concerned?
No, not whatsoever.
How did they respond when you mentioned that it was in relation to the vaccine?
It wasn't really discussed, or was just kind of glazed over. Like some of the nurses expressed more concern, like when they asked me, and it's like and I had colleagues, like other paramedic colleagues, who said who expressed their concern just with the timing and kind of some of the things that they had seen on calls that they had been discussing with me as well.
And have you shared your concerns about a link between your symptoms and the vaccine with others?
Yeah, I've spoken to numerous family and friends and colleagues. You get a mixed bag of the way people react. I've had people call me an anti-vaxxer, a far-right conspiracy theorist, and every other nasty thing under the sun. But then I've had others who've come to me and said, "This is what happened to me. This is what my family members experienced." I've had medic colleagues come to me and say like, "Hey man, we were talking about what might have happened to you in the hallway," and like the other crew that was there was talking about like how they had like 3 kids who had like myocarditis and POTS and stuff coming in through 911. We don't see kids in EMS very often, and so like that was concerning. But yeah, it's been a mix. Like I've had friends who since abruptly stopped talking to me whatsoever, and I've been approached, and like I've talked about this publicly in my concerns, and I've talked about some of the problems that we're having in EMS right now. And I've had people like from across the country thank me for speaking about these things. Recently, I had somebody reach out and said like you and I have never met, but like I know who you are because you helped someone in my family on a 911 call, and they still talk about you years later. Like, thank you for doing this. Thank you for talking. Thank you for your service, and I'm sorry for what you're going through.
So you had concerns that these might be related to the vaccine. Your first dose, did you end up taking the second dose?
No, I did not.
And in October 2021, when Nova Scotia implemented the vaccine passport policy and several mandates, how did this impact your life?
Well, because I'm not vaccinated enough, I was banned from restaurants. I wasn't allowed to access some different services, couldn't go to the gym. Not that I was feeling well enough to do so anyway. When I went in to pick up like the results from my echocardiogram and copies of my blood work and EKGs from the hospital, I was stopped at the door and said, "You can't come in." And it's like, "I'm picking up blood work, man. I guess I gotta go around the corner." It's like, "No, you need to be double vaccinated to come in here." And it was a back and forth for about a good 20 minutes, just explaining. It's like, "I'm here because we're investigating, trying to determine if something has happened with results as a result of this. And I need to get that paperwork so we can figure out what happened, if anything." And eventually they're like, "Just let him go in. He's just got to go around the corner." It's like 30 feet. And then like one of the worst things is one of my best friends was diagnosed with cancer during the pandemic. And because I haven't taken the shot twice, I wasn't allowed to go see him when he was dying in the hospital. I never got to say goodbye to one of my best friends because you're not vaccinated enough, so you're not allowed in here. And like, as many people know, the vaccine mandate for healthcare providers is still in effect. So even if I do get a clean bill of health and my PTSD is, wiped clean and we're good to go, I'm still banned from going back to work. Not allowed to go.
Chet, do you have any final words about the impacts of the COVID-19 measures on your life?
Yeah, like it's had a significant impact, not only on my mental health, but like my physical health, like associated with PTSD as well. And like you can see, like just with the way EMS is right now in Nova Scotia, morale is plummeting every day. Since the start of like 2020, we have lost 331 paramedics from the workforce. That's 1/4 of the paramedics who work for EHS. We've since hired some new people, but like these are people who are fresh out of school, like they don't have experience. Like even on my rotation, there's like 4 of us on my rotation that are either been put off on injury or PTSD, and like there's like 60 years between the 4 of us, and that's gone. You can't get that back, and it's infuriating, and it's also detrimental to like the well-being of everybody in this province. That like, there's people like me, and I'm not the only one who's in this situation, and who want to go back to work, and who would like to help, and who would like to fix the problem as the EMS system is crumbling, but we're told no. Like I've even spoken to Michelle Thompson, and the answer is, that's the policy, we're sticking with the policy. And if you haven't seen the what the medical exemptions are to get to opt out for healthcare providers is you need to have either have blood clots, myocarditis or pericarditis, a stroke, or have an allergic reaction, all of which have to be as a result to the first shot. So you have no medical exemption. It's take it or else you're let go. Or if you have an adverse event, you're probably not going to be working again anyway.
Thank you. That's all my questions. The commissioners have any questions?
Cool.
We're going to continue to roll with this. We'll hear from the next witness.
Thank you for attending as a witness, Mr. Anselm. Do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Anselm. Where are you from, sir?
I just live in Grand Lake, Nova Scotia, just
Right.
about 40 minutes from here.
And who do you live there with?
Just in the backyard in a small cabin at my parents for now, but I'm building a house for my family.
Nice. For your family, you said?
Yeah, my wife and small daughter. She's 14 months old.
And are you employed?
Yeah, I work for Canadian National Railway.
What do you do there?
I'm a track maintainer, so I make sure the tracks are safe for the trains to run, and we repair any defects and change rails and stuff like that.
And how long have you been employed with CN Rail?
6 years. It will be 6 years this year.
And what policies or mandates did CN Rail adopt during the COVID crisis days?
November 2021, they implemented the vaccine mandate, and if you weren't vaccinated, you were off paid, off work for forever, basically.
And so what was the deadline that employees were given to vaccinate by?
The deadline was November 15th, 2021.
And did you receive notification of that directly from your employer?
Yeah, I received it from my supervisors and my managers and emails as well, work emails.
And you brought in with you today an email dated September 8, 2021 from CN Communications stating that there was a vaccine mandate that would be effective as of November 1st, 2021.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And that will be marked as an exhibit. And so what happened after that?
Well, basically, I was very much against taking any shots because I saw what was happening to my coworkers after the vaccines, and they were getting sick, they weren't feeling well. And I really held my stand up until I was becoming a new father and I had to put food on the table for my family. So I decided to bite the bullet, and on November 13th, I took the first shot of it.
Okay. And to clarify, did the timeline for vaccinating remain November 1st, or was it extended?
It was extended. It was November 1st, and then I just kept not getting it, and then they extended it to November 15th, and then on the 13th, I took the shot.
Okay. And so just to confirm, Mr. Anselm, you brought in with you today an email dated October 14, 2021 from CN Rail indicating that the mandatory vaccine deadline was extended to November 15th. And what you're saying is on the 13th, you went ahead and got your vaccination.
Yep.
All right. And did you do so feeling coerced or pressured?
Definitely. I was getting phone calls daily from supervisors and everybody, and telling me that after the 15th, you can't come to work and you'll be off pay. So
All right, and so were they indicating that they were going to terminate you or put you on leave without pay?
They weren't clear with it. They said either you're terminated or you're going to be off pay, basically laid off. So I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I just.
And so what happened on November 13th when you had your vaccination? Where did you go?
I went to be honest, I don't remember the location, but it was just a walk-in clinic, and a nurse vaccinated me. So.
All right, and do you know that it was a nurse?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Did she tell you she was a nurse?
She did not, but I guess it's just my assumption.
Okay. Do you know the batch number of your vaccine?
No, I could look it up, but I don't know it right now.
Were you made aware of any of the potential risks associated with vaccinating?
Yeah, I was aware from my own research before.
No,
that,
actually, sorry to
yeah.
cut you off. I mean, did the person who administered the vaccine have any discussion with you about the risks associated with the vaccine?
Yeah, she actually told me that for guys my age, there is a potential risk of having heart problems. And she said, oh yeah, if you have any heart issues, just go to the doctor's office. They'll give you some drugs and make you feel better. And I was like, okay, that sounds pretty good, but
Right.
I didn't want to take it, but I still did.
It didn't sound overly serious in your view?
No, it was like, why are you guys making me take this if there's risks? And I'm perfectly healthy, right? So.
And so what, if any, symptoms developed following the first vaccination?
Well, first of all, a week after my vaccine, I got seriously ill, just with a very bad flu. And I was basically out for a week. And then 2 weeks following my vaccination, I started to develop heart pain and heart palpitations, shortness of breath, weakness, and just I didn't feel good at all. I felt like I knew something was wrong, especially with my chest. I kept getting stinging chest pain.
And had you had any of these kind of symptoms before in your life?
Never.
No. And how old are you, Mr. Anselm?
Right now I'm 26.
And so how old were you when you got this vaccine?
I would have been 25 years old.
And so what did you do when you started experiencing these heart pain symptoms?
Well, I went to the emergency room at the Stoooopid Health Center, just did the walk-in emergency, and they checked my vitals, they took my blood, they made sure I wasn't having a heart attack, and basically sent me on my way.
Did you have any discussion with them about whether this could be vaccine related?
Yeah, I did. I told them this all started after the vaccine. I never had any issues with my heart or anything like that, and they just said, "Oh yeah, like whatever, you're good. You know, you don't have a heart attack." So.
Okay, and was there any discussion about completing a vaccine adverse event form?
No, I never heard anything about that.
So as far as you know, that was never completed by the doctors? And what happened after that?
After that, I just I went home and I kept going to work. I kept fighting the pains, and then I decided to go to my family doctor as well. And I told him what was going on after the vaccine, that I was having chest pains and shortness of breath. And same thing with him. He said, "No, it's probably not from the vaccine. You gotta just don't smoke anything, don't drink anything, and you'll be fine." And I tried that. Symptoms never went away. So.
Okay, and did your doctor or your family doctor have a discussion with you about whether or not to fill out an adverse event form?
No, he never had any discussions with that.
And your doctor didn't feel that there was any connection between the vaccination and the symptoms you were having?
No, he did not. No.
And so what happened after that?
After that, I went in again to my family doctor. I told him, "Listen, I'm going to lose my job if I don't get the second shot," and I didn't really want to get it at all, obviously. And I asked him, "Can you fill out a medical exemption for me?" And he said, "No, I can't do it without any proof." So I just said, "All right, I guess I'll be laid off." And then I went in again. I think it was my third time. He finally referred me to a cardiologist to get an MRI. And then.
Okay, and so then did you go and see a cardiologist?
Yeah, I went and saw the cardiologist. They scanned my heart and did all the tests.
And it turned out that the outer lining of my heart was inflamed, and I had pericarditis, myocarditis, and yeah, the cardiologist said this is from the vaccine.
Okay. And so who was the cardiologist that you saw?
His name is, 1 second, sorry.
Well, you're
Dr. Douglas Hussein Beydoun, that was his name.
Okay, Hussein Beydoun,
Yep.
Beydoun. And you brought with you today a letter from Dr. Beydoun dated February 11, 2022. Do you have that in front of you?
Yep, I've got it right here.
And would you look at page 2?
Yep.
And just read the first line at the top of that page.
Very likely, Mr. Anselm has pericarditis, myocarditis, post-mRNA vaccine, and the echocardiogram done today was normal. In the view, the symptoms improved significantly. I would not start anti-inflammatory therapy. Any change, please let me know, and I will be happy to reassess him. Okay. I would not recommend him for a second dose, and I am copying this to my colleague.
All right. And so, Mr. Anselm, you received that exemption to not have to take the second dose, correct?
That's correct.
From the start. All right. And let's go back to your employment. Had you been working through this at this point?
No, it turned out I just had a kid, so I was able to get the parental benefits, even though I was laid off. So that kept me going, luckily.
Okay, so you were on parental leave during this period.
Yeah.
And what happened with respect to the exemption that you had? Were you able to use that to return to work?
No, I was still kind of pissed off. I didn't really want to talk to anybody. And yeah, and then my manager called me in July. He said the mandates were dropped and you can return to work. I said, all right, I'll take my whole leave until September and then I'll come back to work. So September 2022 is when I returned to work.
And so there was no period where you had to return to work prior to the mandates being dropped?
Yeah, that's correct.
You remained off on your parental leave?
That's correct.
Did you have any conversation with them during that period when you were on parental leave as to whether or not they would take you back with the exemption?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I just didn't even want to bother for now.
How has your heart condition impacted your life?
It's impacted me in every aspect of my life. Physically, I can't really do the things I used to anymore, like with less vigor. Mentally, I was just full of regret and made me kind of less of a father, not less of a father, but mentally I was down and it impacted my fatherhood. And mentally, physically, everything. So.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions, and we'll just pause for a moment to see whether the commissioners have any questions.
You said that you had worked with CN Rail, I think you said 6 years?
Yep, 6 years. Yeah.
When you signed your contract with CN Rail, your employment contract, was there a clause in there requiring that you had to take whatever vaccines that they might require in the future?
No, there was none of that. So in my eyes, it's illegal what they did. So.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Looking for Cassandra.
You're not sure where she is?
Yep, she's coming right there.
Discord prior for us.
Yeah. They got to shout in the corridors. Come on up, Cassandra.
Cassandra, do you affirm that in the evidence you will give this commission, you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
As a child of God, yes, I do.
Thank you. Sandra, would you please give us your full name?
Cassandra Marie Murray
Where do you live, Cassandra?
in Halifax, Nova
Yep.
Scotia.
Halifax. And what do you do for a living?
I am a teacher.
Fabulous. Where do you teach?
Currently, I just teach privately. I used to teach though in a private school.
Okay. Which private school or school were you teaching at?
You want me to name the school?
Well, let's just say private school is fine.
Private school, yeah, it was a private school
Within
in
the
Halifax.
Halifax district, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, there we go. And how long were you teaching at that private school?
School, I was there for I think 3 years.
3 years at that school?
At that
And
school.
how long were you a teacher overall? How long have you been?
Over
a
20
teacher?
years.
20 years. Some significant experience there.
Correct.
And what grades or grade did you teach?
At the time, at that school, I was teaching a grade 1-2 split.
So that would make the kids about how
From
old?
anywhere from 6 to 8 years old.
6 to 8 years old. When the mask requirements came in, you have a mask exemption from a physician, is that correct?
That's correct.
How was your experience getting that exemption?
From my physician?
Yes.
My physician was really good about it, actually. I went in there and I explained to him why I didn't want to wear a mask, what I felt, how it would impact my health. And he had no problem giving me the exemption.
Fantastic. Did the school respect that exemption?
For a short while, but with, there was a lot of toxic and harmful like situations I was put in, like hostile. Was a lot of toxic and harmful like situations I was put in, like hostile environment that I was put in because I had that medical exemption.
Okay, can you give me an example of such a hostile act that they took towards you?
Sure. When I first came in with the exemption, they were not really happy about it. They put it on file though, so that it was well documented that I had it. And they said that because I wasn't wearing a mask, that I had to, well, they say I was segregated, but I'm saying I was segregated to use a different bathroom. I wasn't allowed to use the same bathroom as the rest of the faculty. I had to use a bathroom that was in the basement, very clean, and was like, the school had a mold issue, which I was working on with my lungs too. And so that didn't help it at all. And so I had to use the bathroom in the basement. And so every time I had to go to the bathroom, I had to children run down the stairs, go to the bathroom, come back up and come back and I also wasn't allowed to use the faculty room where they took their breaks. I had to go in small closet that was right beside my room that we used to use hubby room. And it was about maybe
I don't know, maybe about feet wide by about 20 feet deep. There was no ventilation in this room, just the door going out to the hall. So often when I would go into that room during break time, during my breaks, I would have to leave the door open to the hall just so I could get some air, fresh air in there. That room was used that if children were sick, then it would have to go and be put in there. And if that was the case, that I couldn't be in there and I needed to leave the building. So rain or shine, that's where I was. Then the other piece was I couldn't use the bathroom. I couldn't use the faculty room.
Can you tell me about potential meetings, faculty
Yes.
meetings potentially?
Yeah, so even though I wasn't allowed to use the faculty room, I had to stay 6 feet away from everybody. At a faculty meeting, I was allowed at the faculty meeting where everybody was in the same room and they were 6 feet apart. And I wasn't wearing a mask, and some of the other faculty members would also take off their masks. And I was allowed in that, but I wasn't allowed in the other situations.
So you were able to, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, but you were able to attend faculty meetings with other faculty who were comfortable taking the masks off. Were you able to share the lunch space with that same
No.
faculty?
No, I wasn't allowed to go in that room where they were doing that.
Okay, so
And even at one time, if I may, when I was sitting in that cubby space, like that small closet, I was sitting there and I was doing some work and having something to eat. And one of the faculty members, and I was down like near the end, not near the hallway door, faculty member came by the door. She looked in and she said, "I'm going to close this door because you're breathing in there." And she closed the door. And I didn't know what to say. I said, fine. And I just, yeah.
Close the door because
Closed the door because I was breathing in there.
very interesting because I normally don't go into rooms and breathe.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
we all have similar experiences. We all tend to breathe no matter where we go. So unless
Exactly.
it's the other place, but we won't go there. So,
Yes.
Cassandra, how did that make you feel?
It was really traumatizing for me. It made me feel uneasy. I started seeing a psychotherapist to kind of help me through the trauma of what it was doing to me. It made me feel really isolated and cut off from faculty members that I had called friends before, that now I wasn't a friend, because I wasn't complying. And so, yeah, it was really harmful. It was really damaging to me. And then also, because it was such a toxic and I was, harassing environment, felt like I was policed all the time. They were walking by the room because I had to stay 6 feet away from the children within my classroom. And which with grade 1 and 2, which is like herding cats sometimes, it's very difficult to stay 6 feet away from them with a mask. So, I would see teachers kind of peeking in the room, like making sure there was no children around me and things like that. And it would often have parents come into my room to kind of help because the parent would mask and I would.
To your knowledge, were any of the other teachers policed like that?
Not to my knowledge.
Cassandra, because you were in such a position of care with really the most vulnerable and our most precious treasures, children, did you have any special rituals that you would go through in the mornings to assess them somehow about their overall health or mental well-being?
Yeah, so prior to the COVID protocols, I always met my children at the door every morning and shook their hand. We look at each other in the eye, we shake each other's hand, and we say good morning to one another. And it's a good way to connect with the child. It's a good way to get an assessment of what does their hand feel like? What does their hand shake like? Is it firm? Is it weak? Is it wet? Is it sweaty? Is it dry? Are they making eye contact with me? And it gives me an indication of how I can best serve that child that day. And then at the end of the day, we would also do the same thing, but that stopped with the COVID protocols. I had to get creative and inventive.
What do you mean when you say you get inventive and creative?
Because I still wanted to, because I know how harmful it is for a child to be disconnected. When they're in a traumatic experience or in an environment like that where they're feeling fearful, because it was really inciting a lot of fear in the children, that to have that connection is really important, because they tend to disconnect, and I can see that. I could see it in the class and how that was playing out with the children. So I thought I need to somehow keep this connection with the children. So I had each child get a tree branch of some sort, 6 feet long. And then we decorated the ends. One end was like a red or a pink, the other end was blue, so that we always knew what end I would shake the color and they would shake the color, so it wasn't getting mixed up, you know, and we would shake hands with the stick.
Well, at least you were able to form some sort of connection with the kids, even though the school's mandates brought in some rather ridiculous rules and procedures. Sandra, you've been a teacher for a long time. How would you compare the learning environment that was brought in by the school system at those times versus the years prior?
Well, our faculty meetings became more and more geared towards how to police protocols for COVID and what public health was mandating. And so then our teaching became more fear-based and informed that way with the children. You know, make sure you sanitize your hands every day before we go outside the room. And if I may elaborate on that. So one of the rules that even if the children were going out into the hall bathroom to wash their hands with soap and water, they sanitized before they went out in case they touched the walls. And they had to, like, there was one line going this way and one line going this way, like the coming and going line. So they were watching to make sure I was making sure the children self-sanitize. And what happened was the children came in and she had caustic burns on her hand from the sanitizer. And I thought, oh my God, this is full of, why are you doing this? And her parent actually went and said, I do not want my child putting sanitizer in her hands. She's fine to just wash them. So I was very grateful that it chimed in for that.
You've seen some devastating things physically on the children because of the caustic burns from the overuse of sanitizer. What about their mental state? What about their, when I think back when I was a kid, not that a good thing, but, you know, trying to have a happy childhood, and a teacher was that connection, particularly in those very early grades, because really at the end of the day, you do become a replacement parent for some little kids that are in their 5, 6, 7 years old. So, you know, you take on a bit of a motherly role. And how do you, after the precautions were brought in, how was their learning environment? How were the kids? Like, were kids being kids? Or was it, what would you compare to?
So, prior to the protocols, the children would go to each other's desks, they would eat together, they would play games. We shared, put all our desks together for birthday celebrations. We did all of these things. So after, we weren't allowed to do that. And outside, they were supposed to be like 6 feet apart, and they weren't allowed to sing, and they weren't allowed to sing inside. And if they were singing outside, they had to sing 6 feet apart. So, the children become fearful of one another. Their self-regulation is being either stopped or it's going to be delayed because they're unsure of what to do and where they need to go. Their cognition, because there was children that were masking in the class, it wasn't mandated at that time, children to be masked, but some families wanted their children masked, and some families even had children double masked. And you can see the blood drained from their face. Like they didn't have the rosy cheeks and, things like that. Could really see the difference. So their cognition, their rate of taking something in and digesting the education that they were being given, it's like eating a bad meal, right? It wasn't working. And you could see that they couldn't keep up, or they were really tired, or they got tummy aches. See a lot of that happening. And I had this special little tent in the room that I had to sanitize every time somebody came in or out of it. But at least it was a space where the child could curl up with their own little blankie and pillow and just kind of regroup a little bit in that space, a shelter. So, sorry if I'm going off tangent a little bit. Yeah, so you can see that this, development of self-trust, development in trust in others starts to get delayed or impaired in some way because they're cut off. There's have sensory deprivation. Their sense of touch is cut off. Even their sense of hearing could be cut off if they're not hearing their friends properly or somebody that is muffled. Other teachers that did come in and had a mask on, you can't properly hear tone in the voice, so you can't really comprehend what's being said to you. And then, so there's a lot of sensory deprivation that was happening there. The sense of smell, taste, all of those things were slowly declining in the children that were wearing masks. And so I found that where typically I had a certain curriculum I was bringing at a good rhythm, and everybody was able to digest it. And now I really had to pull back on that. I really had to have intuitive pedagogy, right? Where you kind of have to intuit what the children's needs are and just meet them where they're at.
Absolutely. As with any school system, whether public or private, there will be learning outcomes that should be met or need to be met. So we know the kids are progressing at a set pace, if you will. Do you find that you were able to meet those learning objectives that have been set for those kids?
I would say those learning objectives were definitely delayed. Where, like I just said, where that I had a certain rhythm, you knew by this time you would be meeting these outcomes. Typically, that's how it worked, but they were really pulled back, not just because of the impairment of the children being able to digest the information, but also from the onset of the unnecessary protocols that we were always told to police with the children to make sure they understood the rules, and what needed to happen. So, and then trying to explain that to the children in a way that's loving and kind and warm, so that it doesn't further incite any fear.
Absolutely, that makes perfect sense, Cassandra. I just want to take you back for a moment because your colleagues certainly seem to have an extreme fear of someone that wasn't wearing a mask. How did the kids feel when you showed up in the classroom with no mask? Was there did you have to give an explanation as to why this teacher is not wearing a mask and some of the rest of the teachers are?
So with this age, typically they're part of haven't really quite come into their own self-individuality. Usually happens around the 9-year change. So at this age, their consciousness is more of, I part of the whole. You're part of me, I'm part of you. So there were some children that were like, Miss Cassandra, why don't you have to wear a mask? And I said, well, no, I just don't. I choose not to wear a mask. And I just didn't want to, I'm not going to get into it with the child. So, and that was the end of that. You know, I just gave them a very simple answer, and that was the end of that. So, yeah, that was how that was met. But ultimately, they didn't really pay attention because, you know, like you said earlier, they look at you like children still, like they would call you mom half the time, you know, in class, and instead of Miss Cassandra. Oh, yeah, sorry, Miss Cassandra, right? Because they're looking for that adult that, you know, is giving them nurturing and providing them with an environment of love, and well, they just want to hug, you know, come into the folds of that. And so, yeah, so there was children that would just like unconsciously just, you know, want to naturally come up and give me a hug, kind of like hide them off to the side, right? Okay, we're not hugging, you know. So anyway, yeah.
Wow, it's kind of frightening what happened and what managed they brought in and imposed on our children. Because then I don't really have any other questions, but is there anything that you feel you'd like to add before I defer to the commissioners?
Okay.
Please go.
Yeah. So one of the other things that had happened, just to give you another like picture, is the executive director, you know, who's supposed to be impartial and fair to everyone. One day I was walking in close to the office and she was coming out of the office, which meant that we were kind of going by close to one another, and she had her mask on. She literally turned her back to me because I was walking beside her. And then after, like, there was a time where we all went online, and I won't even get into how detrimental that is for children. But then we went online learning. And then when we were coming back from the online learning, it was mandated that all the children and everyone within the school had to wear a mask. Even the little pre-primary ones all had to wear a mask. So they told me, they called me and they said, we can't have you come back to school. We can no longer honor your medical exemption, and we won't, and we can't have you back to school. So what we're going to do is we're going to put you on paid leave, but we're going to have a substitute teacher lead your class, and you have to provide them with lesson plans. So I did that for a few weeks, and then everybody went off online again. So then at the near the end of the school year, I think it was like the end of May, beginning of June, I'm not quite sure, but, and this is 2021, they were gonna go back into the classroom for 1 or 2 weeks. And so they said, well, we can't have you back in the classroom. We can't honor your medical exemption, and we won't. And so unless you want to wear this helmet that was like, it's called a microclimate helmet. They were willing to pay over $400 for this microclimate helmet that looks like one of those old sea diver helmets. And I thought, no, I'm not, that would just, those children have enough. I am not stepping in front of those children with a, never mind my own trauma of having to deal with that. And I have a medical exemption. So that was where I said no. And so they just kept making this environment for me at the school very toxic, very hostile, you know, watching me all the time, all these little things adding up. And I decided at that, you know, this was not in my contract. This was not the terms of my employment. My terms of employment were significantly changed. And so due to the employer's conduct, I felt forced to leave my job, and I made my decision to resign.
Fantastic. So just quickly to reiterate, so you had a valid medical exemption from a physician in Nova Scotia, and the school chose to disregard it entirely and essentially tell you, your exemption means nothing to us. So if you want to come and put on a spacesuit, right, and teach, because that would be a wholesome environment to them.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I have a couple of short questions. You mentioned that, I believe you mentioned that still faculty meetings going on,
Correct.
and you'd attend those faculty. Some people didn't have masks on, some and yet seemed to be okay. My question has to do with the intent content of those faculty meetings. How much time, if any, in those faculty meetings was spent discussing the protocols or masking, etc., versus what protocols should be in place to compensate for the things you were seeing going on with children, with their learning being reduced or being impeded, and some of the social issues. So how much time were they spending trying to mitigate those, coming up with protocols to mitigate the effects of the masks on the children's learning environment?
Yeah. I would bring something up to try to mitigate, and I was immediately shut down. So there was very little to none on mitigation, and I would say there was probably 1/3 of the meeting was spent on protocols, what we need to do, how we could be better. I even have like an email that was sent out by the education director. It was sent out to all the faculty, and she specifically named me in this email. And she says, for you, Cassandra, I would ask that you double up on your physical distancing and also supporting the parents who come in to support the class during transitions as well as in class time. So she, so I was really like put in the spotlight because was a private thing for me with my medical exemption, and that was like put out through the whole school.
So I just want to make sure I understand that. They said you had to double up on your distancing.
That's what they wanted me to do.
So your distancing was 6 feet. You had to be 12 feet
They
away
wanted
from the
me
kids.
to do 12 feet.
How many kids were in the classroom?
How many did I have that year?
Approximately.
I remember, I'd say approximately 18.
So would it be possible in a classroom to be 12 feet away from 18 children?
No.
I have one other question, and maybe it's just I didn't understand something about this. I thought you said that you weren't allowed to go into the lunchroom and have lunch with the staff.
Correct.
Did they eat their lunch with the mask on?
I wouldn't know because I wasn't allowed in the faculty room.
Thank you. That's all I've got.
You're welcome.
I have two questions. One short question. You are probably have heard, I have never seen it myself because I've been out of the university and school and so on for a long time, but I've heard that there's a lot of issues in the American campus, but maybe also in some places in Canada about what the so-called safe space and microaggression. That is, people that are sensitive to opinions or behavior. And I'm trying to understand what that could represent in an environment, but with teenager or young adult, maybe this is something that can be, I don't know, managed somehow. But in a school with children like amongst adults, which are the faculty, would you compare what you lived through of something like aggression?
I know. I'm not sure how to answer that question. I know I felt segregated and I felt discriminated against. I felt, I just felt very isolated. So I don't know about the microaggression piece.
How did you felt emotionally?
Oh, emotionally, emotionally, I was really traumatized. I was really sad, and I was thinking, what am I going to do for work now? How am I going to make a living? You know, I can't go back into that environment. They won't even let me back into that environment. So they made it very difficult for me. So I went into this anxious, stressful state of, fight or flight, and thinking, okay, I need to boots in and just living and figuring out what I'm going to do. And that's where I was really grateful that I, this doctor that was helping me, the psychotherapy was really helpful to help me get through that stage.
My other question, maybe you're not aware of that, but in Quebec, they actually conducted a very extensive study to look at the impact of these measures in school, in the learning process and behavior of the children and so on. Are you aware of similar study in Nova Scotia? And
I'm not aware of similar studies in Nova Scotia directly, but from some of my training in working with healing, transdisciplinary healing education, that working with educating traumatized children, right? Seeing how trauma and these things not only have mental health implications and psychotherapy indications for the children at the time, and if it's not worked out immediately, it can turn into other illnesses and disease, right? But it also can have a delay in development in their development of their organs, in the development of how they move and their growth. So there is a lot that can happen physiologically and psychologically with the children.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Cassandra. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Oh, sorry.
Let me take that back for a moment.
I'm sorry.
I still appreciate your time, but we have one more question.
Yes. Sorry.
Hi, Cassandra. I just
Hi.
want to take it just a little bit bigger, broader. Who determined the protocols? Was it like external, or was it the provincial health, or was it just an internal within the private school system?
We were told that they were getting their mandates from public health. That's what we were told at the faculty meetings. And the school had put together a small group of individuals, teachers and parents, that put together what they felt were the measures and protocols that our school would be doing. So they were getting this public health from public health, they were getting whatever mandates or protocols, and then they would take that and then they would implement it in a way for our school following those guidelines. That was my understanding. That's what we were told.
Were you ever given a copy of those mandates from provincial health, or you just read about it in the media, that kind of thing?
I don't recall being given anything. Yeah, I don't recall being given anything. I just remember us being told this is what was happening. It was kind of like an agenda note, right?
Yes.
This is part of our agenda, but it didn't go into detail.
Did you see any discrepancies with what was happening within your private school as compared to other schooling alternatives in Nova Scotia? I'm not from here, that's why I asked.
Yeah. I wasn't happening in the public school system because I'm not part of that. I just knew what was happening in our private school. And I didn't know too much about what was happening in the other school systems. I was just really involved with what we were doing.
Okay, and then one final question. In terms of incident reporting, is there any reporting process within the school system for the hand sanitizer issue?
No, there was no incident reporting for that. It was the parents coming back to say, my daughter has caustic burns from this overuse of sanitizer and I don't want her using it anymore.
So there would be no path to document what was happening with that child. and taking that information, sorry, I just lost my voice, I think, taking that information to the public health authorities.
That I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Is there one more question forthcoming? No. We do have an audience question for you, Cassandra, as well. Question is, thinking of air quality and our scent-free schools, did the hand sanitizer have any negative impact?
As far as scent sensitivity?
Yeah, because I mean, usually I find that, and I'm going to presume that whoever's asking the question, are you talking about scented hand sanitizers? Because no, because they were both available, I believe, at the schools. Yes.
Have a smell to them. Yeah, yeah. In my class personally, I didn't notice any scent sensitivities to the sanitizer, only the physical sensitivities of rash, the burns, things like that.
Wonderful. I believe we've got all questions answered now. So thank you once again very much, Cassandra.
Thank you.
Thank you all. The hearings will rise for the day and reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Government to this very day, even in the wake of all that Snowden reporting we did and the public anger over it. That is why that bill continues to exist. 4 years later, it was renewed again, this time in 2018. And what was remarkable about this was by 2018, Donald Trump was president. And it was very common for Democrats to call Trump a new Hitler, to warn that he was attempting to install a new white supremacist dictatorship, that he was an existential threat to the republic, all the things that we still hear and heard back then about Donald Trump from Democrats. And yet, they were able to keep this bill intact, this warrantless spying power, fully empowered with no reforms.
We're going to pull out of that. Going to take a break, and I've got some other stuff queued up. Going to go back a little bit to what's going on with the banking crisis. I've got a Peter Schiff thing set. So I don't know if you know who Peter Schiff is. He's one of my favorite economists. So don't go away.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
We're now witnessing the great banking collapse of 2023, and you should probably buckle up because this is going to be a wild ride. The dominoes are falling faster than anyone expected, and if you thought the bank failures were over, think again. The whole system is at risk, and a new report from credit rating firm Moody's Analytics confirms that more institutions are about to crumble in the months ahead. That's what we're going to expose in today's video. But before moving on, we kindly ask you to support our work with a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe. When the cryptocurrency exchange firm FTX collapsed in November 2022, that should have raised some major red flags in the financial world. But the scandal was rapidly foreshadowed by the next hard topic, and the focus was removed from the downfall that resulted in $51 billion lost in collateral. Sadly, that was only the first domino to fall, and now a cascading failure is in motion. In the last 7 days, we have seen the second and third largest bank collapses in the history of the United States. But the truth is that the demise of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank won't be unique cases. The Federal Reserve generated a $620 billion black hole in our banking system by aggressively raising interest rates, and our quadrillion-dollar derivatives pyramid scheme is shaking right upon us. Now, policymakers are desperately trying to fix things by recklessly spraying money around when they're actually going to need a much bigger hose. The speed at which financial institutions can break down in the digital era is absolutely breathtaking. According to the Wall Street Journal, in a single day last week, $42 billion were withdrawn from Silicon Valley Bank, leaving the financial institution with $1 billion in negative cash balance, the company said in a regulatory filing. Experts say that the staggering bank runs unfolded at a pace that could only be enabled by online banking, with panic spreading on social media platforms and chat groups fueling mass withdrawals. In the day leading up to the bank's collapse, several famous investors used their Twitter accounts to warn about the threatening situation, with many of them urging startups to rethink where they kept their cash. Founders and CEOs then shared tweets about the risks facing the bank in private Slack channels. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, multiple startup leaders rushed to withdraw funds online. So many, in fact, that the online system went down. Still, the end result was a modern race to withdraw funds, which House Financial Services Chair Patrick McHenry later described in a statement as the first Twitter-fueled bank run. Even back in the ancient days, way before we had any form of modern communication, this stuff tended to be rumors that moved really fast. The reason it would happen is people would walk down the street and observe people standing outside of banks. Andrew Metrick, professor of finance and management at the Yale School of Management, explained. Now, we don't have to do that, but we have Twitter. You should be absolutely terrified right now. Jason Kalakanis, a tech investor, wrote on Twitter, all in capital letters this Sunday, "That is the proper reaction," he emphasized, again in capital letters. Right after that, Signature Bank was also hit by a withdrawal tsunami, which then led many other regional banks to also see massive outflows, leaving the question of which banks will be the next to implode. On Tuesday, a new report by the credit ratings firm Moody's Analytics revealed some alarming information about the U.S. banking sector. In a harsh blow to an already reeling sector, Moody's cut its view on the entire banking system to negative from stable, CNBC reported. The firm said the action was a response to the key bank failures that prompted regulators to step in with a dramatic rescue plan for depositors and other institutions impacted by the crisis. We have changed to negative from stable our outlook of the U.S. banking system to reflect the rapid deterioration in the operating environment following deposit runs at Silicon Valley Bank, Silvergate Bank, and Signature Bank, and the failures of SVB and SNY, Moody's outlined in a report. The firm's move can have ripple effects because it can impact credit ratings and thus borrowing costs for the entire sector. In the report, the rating agency said that despite the extraordinary actions taken to shore up impacted banks, other institutions with unrealized losses or uninsured depositors still could be at risk. Banks with substantial unrealized securities losses and with non-retail and uninsured U.S. depositors may still be more sensitive to depositor competition or ultimate flight, with adverse effects on funding, liquidity, earnings, and capital, Moody's Analytics wrote. And the most chilling part of the report was the one where it identified 6 specific banks for potential downgrades. Moody's warned it was carefully reviewing the rates of First Republic Bank, Zions, Western Alliance, Comerica, UMB Financial, and Intrust Financial. The firm had previously cut the rating of Signature Bank, which then has been seized and turned into junk. Needless to say, we must keep a very close eye on those 6 names.
The thing that's different
and be exacerbated by ongoing monetary policy tightening, with interest rates likely to remain higher for longer until inflation returns to within the Fed's target range, Moody's said. U.S. banks also now are facing sharply rising deposit costs after years of low funding costs, which will reduce earnings at banks, particularly those with a greater proportion of fixed-rate assets. All of that is indicating that more trouble is ahead. At the moment, one of the most important international banks has just acknowledged material weaknesses in its internal controls in its latest report. Credit Suisse delayed the release of its annual report following queries from United States regulators regarding its books. The bank was supposed to publish its report in February, but it postponed the release after a last-minute call from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission over revisions made to cash flow statements for 2019 and 2020. In the document, Credit Suisse admitted that the group's internal control over financial reporting was not effective, and management has also accordingly concluded that our disclosure controls and procedures were not effective. In the latest blow to the scandal hit back. In the fourth quarter, bank runs led the institution to lose over $120 billion. No wonder why shares of the bank just fell to an all-time low. Credit Suisse is now down a whopping 97% since 2007. The bank has been in trouble for years, but in the second half of 2022, it hit a breaking point. Oftentimes, such complex crises just take time to fully play out. A major example of that is the fact that insiders knew that Silicon Valley Bank was technically insolvent for months before it fatally collapsed. Financial analysts at Stratechery revealed that even though the bank had more assets than liabilities, a huge chunk of those assets could not be liquidated without causing a major loss. The big loser would be Silicon Valley Bank stockholders, who would forego all of the unrealized interest on the more attractive securities the bank could not buy in the meantime, which makes us understand why the stock lost 66% of its value last year, they stressed. The problem is that we now have many other financial institutions that are technically insolvent right now, and although they may survive for a while, a day of reckoning always arrives. This is like watching a slow-motion train wreck playing out right in front of our eyes. Neither policymakers at the Federal Reserve nor politicians in Washington will be able to stop it. They're actually making things worse. A separate report by the Wall Street Journal revealed that there were private buyers for Silicon Valley Bank that emerged that could potentially have bailed out the bank and prevented this huge mess from happening. But the administration rejected those buyers. The government chose to spend taxpayer dollars to nationalize Silicon Valley Bank, while a private buyer favored by the Treasury and the Federal Reserve could have done so. Instead, the regulators offered solutions that bail out even uninsured bank depositors and other banks at unknown costs that Mr. Biden isn't acknowledging, the report highlighted. Kevin Hassett, former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, told Fox Business that there were buyers who were willing to step in and buy SVB, but the FDIC didn't allow that to happen. The Biden administration had a white list of companies that were allowed to buy the failed bank and companies that weren't. If this is true, then this is another Biden scandal, said Gravian founder Tom Elliott. The truth about this that must come out because of all the politicians that did this need to be held accountable. We must remember that we're actually the ones bailing these banks out. They're using money they confiscate from us via taxes. This situation is completely outrageous. We all have a crisis of unprecedented proportions on our hands, and now is not a time to be playing politics. We must also remember that economic activity is slowing down all over the country, and large corporations are cutting thousands of jobs every week. Just a few days ago, the parent company of Facebook, Meta, announced a second round of layoffs. Another 10,000 employees will be laid off after the company cut more than 11,000 jobs in December, reducing its workforce by 13%. Last month, Meta posted declining profits and its third quarter of decreased revenue. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, in a message to employees, said he made the difficult decision to make the cuts, adding that recruiting employees were expected to be impacted by the layoffs this week. We expect to announce restructurings and layoffs in our tech groups in late April and then our business groups in late May, Zuckerberg said, noting that it may take through the end of the year to complete these changes. The company will also close an additional 5,000 open roles, Zuckerberg said. And similar. Announced that it would cut about 12,000 jobs. SiriusXM Radio is cutting about 8% of its workforce. So far this year, 483 major tech companies have laid off 128,202 employees. That's according to data compiled by layoffs.fyi, the site that has tracked tech layoffs since March 2020. In February, many more companies revealed plans to lay off their workers from all around the nation. And data compiled by Challenger Gray & Christmas, nonpartisan research firm, shows the shocking increase in the number of job cuts that are coming in the months ahead compared to what was happening the same time a year ago. Last month, employers announced plans to cut 180,713 jobs, up by an overwhelming 427% from the 34,309 cuts announced in the same time of 2022. It is the highest total since 2009, when the U.S. economy was in the depths of the Great Recession, the firm revealed. You heard that right, 427%. If you were still in doubt whether or not this was going to turn into a major economic meltdown, this piece of statistics makes it very clear how bad the problem we're facing. Things will eventually get a whole lot worse than they are right now. That's why we encourage our viewers to get ready for the incredibly challenging times that are approaching us, because they will truly change life as we know it. Thank you for watching. If you enjoy our videos, we highly recommend End Time.
And that is the Epic Economist. And as I said, we also have Peter Schiff queued up for you. Schiff is one of my favorite economists. Where'd you go, Peter Schiff? I seem to have misplaced Peter Schiff. Come on, Peter, come on back. Where are you? That's very odd. Well, I'll have him for you in just one moment. Here he is. So Peter is I would say kind of conservative. Kind of a free market guy for sure. Capitalist, if you will, but certainly free market. And I see very close eye to eye to him with him on most issues related to the economy. And I'm in alignment with him as well on these banking issues. Now here he is speaking on Real America. He's been invited back on quite a number of programs in the last few days because of this SVB scandal.
Our first guest this evening is the man who sent those tweets. Chief economist and global strategist, also the founder of Schiff Gold and the owner of Europac Gold. Let's welcome Peter Schiff back to the program to get some answers. Peter, welcome back. So we saw this go down late Friday. We stuck it into our Friday show, and a lot of us behind the scenes were going, this is not going to end well. This is huge. When you start looking at the tech companies that kept their money there to the tunes of hundreds of millions, and then for Joe Biden to say, yeah, it's not going to cost the American taxpayer a penny, but then I'm not a banker, I'm not an economist like you, but I do know when I signed up for my first account as a kid in my teens, the FDIC only insures $250. So if Roku says, I want 100 million of my hundreds of millions out of that bank today, can they get their 100 million? And if so, who's paying for it?
Yeah, well, first of all, it absolutely is a bailout. And even if the stockholders of these two banks are not getting bailed out, their wealthy customers are. You're talking about very sophisticated, high net worth individuals, corporations that had unsecured deposits. They should be losing, but they're not going to lose because they've been bailed out by the government. You know, what we are experiencing now, this is the beginning of the 2023 financial crisis, which is going to be a lot worse than the one we had in 2008. In fact, it was the government's 0% interest rate policy and quantitative easing that sowed the seeds for this crisis. Of course, they created the 2008 crisis, and this one is even bigger, but I think they're acting quicker this time around. In the 2008 financial crisis, they raised the limit on insurers' deposits from 100,000 to 250 because it was 100,000 before 2008. Now it's basically unlimited. They're going to guarantee all the deposits, and this is a massive bailout for all the banks that haven't failed yet, but which were going to fail during the week and next week if the Federal Reserve didn't step up and backstop all these companies, or all these banks rather, by agreeing to take on all their underwater paper. All these banks are loaded up with long-term treasuries and mortgage-backed securities that are worth considerably less than they paid. They're now able to take that paper and give it to the Fed for 100 cents on the dollar, and that is a massive bailout. It is a return to quantitative easing, and the way Americans are going to pay for this is through higher prices. Inflation is now going to go through the roof. If you thought it was bad last year, wait till you see how much worse it is in 2023 and 2024.
Wow. Not the news I want to start a Monday off with, Peter. Thanks a lot.
Don't shoot the messenger.
I know. There's other people that need to be shot. But anyway, that's a joke, folks. That's a joke. If Jane Fonda can joke about murdering politicians, I can joke about shooting bankers, right? It's a joke. It's a joke. Peter, talk to me about the long-term effects this is going to have on the market, because all the analysts on Friday were saying we're going to see the market crash now within 60 days or less. That seems pretty crazy to me, but is it that crazy of a notion?
Well, look, if the Fed did the right thing, the market would crash. But the Fed's not going to do the right thing. It has no history of doing the right thing. It is doing the wrong thing. In fact, the reason the markets like the news, apart from the fact that nobody's losing any money apparently, is that the rate hikes are probably off. the Fed is going to stop fighting inflation. The Fed is going to actually go back to creating more inflation. We're going to get a resumption of quantitative easing. In fact, quantitative easing resumed today because that's the process that the Federal Reserve is able to bail out all these banks, is by printing money and taking their mortgage-backed securities and their treasuries onto its balance sheet. So the Fed's balance sheet is now going to expand and more money is going to be created. And so we're going to have a lot of inflation. And inflation is good for stock prices, right? It makes prices go up. So the price goes up at the supermarket, but it also goes up at the stock market. But the problem is, I think the prices in the supermarket are going to go up a lot faster than the prices in the stock market. So you may see your stock portfolio go up, but it's not going to go up as fast as your grocery bill or your electric bill or your insurance bills or any
Peter,
of the other prices you pay.
For most Americans who don't have a stock portfolio, they could care less of what you're talking about. They're going to be totally what when they see what happens to the prices that they'll be paying in 2023.
Yeah,
that's the key here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the people who had money on deposit at this bank, they're the ones that should have lost. But because they got bailed out, everybody is going to lose. And when Biden says your bank accounts are safe, they're at greater risk now than ever before. See, the real threat to your bank account is no longer that the bank fails. The threat is that the value of the money is destroyed through inflation. Every bank account is going to see a significant decline in its purchasing power. What I would do if I had a bank account, I had any savings there, I'd take the money out because it's going to lose value. Buy gold, buy something real. But the riskiest thing you can do right now is leave your money in the bank because you're guaranteed to lose.
Wow. All right, that's a powerful statement. You and I may talk offline. I need some advice on what to do with my money, Peter. Final question to you, real easy, because Joe came out doing what Joe usually does. Put the tweet up, please. He took no responsibility for anything in his inactions, because I know it wasn't any of his policy that set banks up this way. But I'll go back to 2008 when we saw those mortgage-backed securities fail and everything went to hell. We know what happened. I lost my shorts. So when he puts out this and says that the previous administration lays it all on Trump, it's his administration is at fault for the banks collapsing like this. Is there any validity to that?
Well, not really. In fact, look at his own Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen. I mean, she did a lot more to engender this collapse than anything that happened while Trump was in office. But I'm not going to completely absolve Donald Trump for the deficits spending that occurred under his watch. He was helping to create the deficits that the Federal Reserve was monetizing. But the real roots of the problem go back to the Greenspan era and the low interest rate policy that followed the bursting of the NASDAQ bubble in 2001. That was the Fed's major mistake. That's what inflated the real estate bubble. And then they doubled down on those mistakes when that bubble popped and they went to zero and they went to quantitative easing. And then they tripled down during COVID when they just went to QE4 and just printed money like crazy. And we're now experiencing the consequences. You know, the Fed made a deal with the devil back in 2001 when QE started, and it took 20 years, but the devil is now here to collect.
Wow. All right. So check your portfolio, folks. If you got anything, make sure you know where you're investing. Look at something solid, I guess, like gold, because, you know, I thought we got this fixed in 08, but obviously we did.
And we have protests going on in France. And we also have the Prime Minister right now live in Mississauga. I'm going to pick that up for you right now. He's speaking with firefighters,
people to
first
find
responders.
solutions that doesn't include that price. So we brought in a price on pollution, a carbon tax, as our opponents have labeled it, that applies to carbon emitting things like gasoline and others. But we knew, first of all, the experience in BC shows that if the carbon price is going to be effective, it has to keep going up. It has to continue to challenge.
This is live in Mississauga.
I'm going to bring in a new furnace. If I bring in an electric furnace, It might cost me a little more off the top, but because the carbon price is going up, I will save money over time. Investing in new technologies is really important. Knowing that that price signal is there is a huge part of incentivizing the behavior we want. I was down in Hamilton last year talking to the folks at Dofasco, where they made an agreement with us that they would shift off of burning coal to produce steel to going to electric arc to produce steel. So massively reduce their emissions. The carbon tax by 2030 was going to cost them hundreds of millions of dollars a year if they stayed on coal. So they made that change. But in all this issue, we knew that if we're just adding costs on to the average family, that's not going to get any support. So that's why in the 2019 election, in the 2021 election, not just the next election, but the last two elections, were fought over this carbon tax. And Canadians stuck with it and stuck with us. Why? Because the one thing I've been avoiding saying as the big reveal on the carbon tax is that it's not revenue that's collected that goes into government coffers. Not even for innovation into new technology is going to save people. The proceeds of the carbon tax are returned to Canadians. Every month here in Ontario, or sorry, every 3 months here in Ontario, 4 times a year, you get a check in the mail called the Climate Action Incentive. It's worth around different jurisdictions have different levels on it. It can be around $1,000 a year or so. And it is more than an average family pays with the additional price on pollution that we've brought in. So the Climate Action Incentive gives you back more money than the carbon tax charges you. What that means is if you choose to shift your behavior to bring in better insulated windows or to ride your bike more and use your car less or whatever you're able to do to reduce your own footprint, you're paying less of that carbon tax and you're keeping more of the more money we're sending back to you. The Climate Action Incentive and our price on pollution in the jurisdictions where it's in place, which is all of Atlantic Canada, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, returns more money in the pockets of average families than the tax charges them. If you have a massive McMansion and an indoor swimming pool, no, it's not going to offset your carbon emissions. But for 80% of Canadian families, they're not the wealthiest, it gives them more money every single year.
I don't think so.
That's how we've been able to do in Canada something that very few jurisdictions around the world have been able to do. And that's put a price on pollution. And that makes Canada one of the world leaders in fighting climate change. And what does that mean? It doesn't just mean, okay, we're on the right track for fighting climate change and keeping our planet safe. Of course, we want to do that. It also means people are increasingly seeing Canada as a place they want to be, not just as immigrants, but as investors. Volkswagen just decided to build its very first battery plant outside of Europe in Canada. We've seen billions of dollars of investment in electric vehicles and electric batteries, in critical minerals, the kinds of lithium that goes in every battery that we have in our cell phones and our cars, is available pretty much 80% only from China. Canada has lithium. We are now building critical mineral supply chains because after having seen Russia weaponize oil and gas and natural resources in its attack on Ukraine and its pressures on Europe, people are realizing, oh, we want to do business, and we want our resilient supply chains to be linked to countries that we can trust. Of course, everyone trusts Canada. And that's why companies around the world are looking at Canada, because we have been investing in the fight against climate change. We have been innovating in clean tech, in green.
So I'm just looking it up here, and according to the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, the carbon tax is not revenue neutral, at least it wasn't in 2021. Here's the article from Canadian Taxpayers Federation, which indicates, as an example, in Ontario, the report that they have here shows that the federal government collected $218 million more through the carbon tax than it rebated in 2019 and 2020. So that's information I have. So that's back through carbon tax. And we're going to go to Paris, France, and other locations in France where there are protests because of pension reforms that are being rammed through by Mr. Macron in France. And there's also a garbage strike in the capital of France, Paris. And people are out protesting that as well. Here we go.
These are the scenes tonight in the heart of the French capital, with French riot police being pelted with cobblestones, responding with tear gas and water cannon. La Place de la Concorde not living up to its name. In France, you meddle with the retirement age at your peril, as President Macron is learning to his cost. Trying to make the French wait another 2 years for retirement has produced a furious reaction, bringing thousands out onto the streets, protesting across the river from the French National Assembly.
La parole est à Madame la Première ministre.
Inside, there was more pandemonium. MPs were in a rowdy mood as the Prime Minister walked to the podium, jeering her and waving signs against the plans to change the retirement age, and singing the national anthem.
Aussi, sur le fondement de l'article 49.
Elizabeth Bourne fought to be heard, and she announced the government would be forcing the changes through Parliament without a vote. The government has for now advanced its controversial plans, but at a huge cost, and exposed their enormous unpopularity, giving a boost to opposition politicians like far-right leader Marine Le Pen.
It's an acknowledgement of total failure for Emmanuel Macron, because it's his reform. He is the one who carried it. It was even the only one he defended during the presidential campaign, so it's his personal failure.
Hang on, not quite done.
Been living through strikes. Rubbish has been left to rot uncollected on the streets, and huge protests have gathered momentum. That unrest now looks likely to intensify. Dominic?
So a lot going on down there. Okay, give me a minute. Be right back.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
So here's footage released today by the Department of Defense in the United States of that Russian fighter jet, two of them actually, that came into the vicinity of the U.S. drone over the Black Sea. The U.S. saying that the Russians came into contact with the drone, actually damaged it, hit the drone, damaging, I think, the propeller. Here's footage showing the jet, one of the jets, actually dumping fuel. It appears to be dumping fuel on the drone. There's the fuel dump. And this was supposed to be, I guess, intended to land the drone. And then the reports are that a second jet came along. It actually came into contact with the propeller. And we go to color bars there because the video link was interrupted at that point. And the drone went down. It is now submerged under thousands of, down what? Well, it's at the bottom of the Black Sea is where it's at. Russia denies hitting the drone. Russia also has indicated that they may try to recover it if it is in the national interests or the defense interests of Russia. There are concerns that this could escalate tensions and escalate the conflict between the U.S. and Russia. Personally, I think this is going to be forgotten about within the next couple of days. I don't see this escalating things, but it is significant because contact has been made. Nevertheless, it's a drone. It's unmanned. And I'm just checking some messages here from some incoming people. So I don't think this is anything, honestly, to be that worried about. It's saber rattling from the U.S. side, but I don't see it turning into any kind of significant escalation. However, Poland is saying that it is going to send fighter jets to Ukraine within probably the next week or so, I think, within days, they're saying. Poland's president saying that his country is going to give Ukraine a dozen MiG-29 fighter jets, making it the first NATO member to fulfill the Ukrainian government's requests for warplanes. So Poland's president saying that they will hand over 4 of those jets within the next days, and then the rest, which need servicing, will be supplied later. And so the total number going there will be somewhere between 11 and 19 jets, so somewhere around a dozen. And that is absolutely an escalation, with Poland saying that the rest of those jets should be delivered sometime within the next month. And other NATO members are looking at this closely. The U.S., of course, has been asked to supply jets as well. So far, that has not happened. The White House saying that they have been looking at the possibility of supplying F-16s to Ukraine, but not so far. We'll see if Joe Biden shifts his position on this. Poland has also sent 14 German-made Leopard 2 tanks to Ukraine, and Canada has provided 4 Leopard 2 tanks and is promising to send 4 more. That is escalation, but that's not because of the drone. And what else do we have for you tonight? We have that special rapporteur is being named by the Prime Minister in Canada to look into Chinese meddling in Canada's elections. And we have reaction from the leader of the New Democratic Party in Canada, Jagmeet Singh, who is also responding to questions from media asking about Chinese meddling at in a municipal election.
L'abordabilité et s'assurer qu'on rentre contre le gouvernement.
The next question comes from Marina von Stackelberg with the CBC.
Hi there. As someone who represents a Vancouver area riding, what is your reaction to the Globe and Mail story out today that alleges China's diplomats intervened in the last municipal election in Vancouver?
Yeah, it's deeply concerning. From what it sounds like, it targeted Kennedy Stewart, the former mayor of Vancouver. As someone who represents Burnaby, a neighboring city, the idea of a foreign government influencing our municipal election is deeply concerning. It should not be happening. And it's why we've been calling for a public inquiry. We want to make sure that Canadians have confidence in our electoral system because people's voices matter, their votes matter. And it matters because we're seeing the impacts of decisions of government. The fact that we're living in a housing crisis and a healthcare crisis. The fact that these nurses that I met with today are worried about their future and that they're not sure what's going to happen. We want to make sure that these nurses have a bright future, that they're able to live in the communities where they grew up, and that they're able to work in a healthcare system that's there for them. And to do that, we need to have decisions being made by government that actually put people as a priority. And people need to know that their vote matters, and they need to know that their elections are free from foreign interference. And that's a big concern.
Do you trust David Johnston can do his job as special rapporteur, and will you accept what he decides should be done?
I've said, and I maintain that Mr. Johnston is someone of strong reputation, of integrity, and he is someone that's independent and nonpartisan. And so I trust to do his work. I want to make sure that his mandate includes all the information important to assess what the Prime Minister knew, when the Prime Minister knew that information and what he did about it. And that it includes really important recommendations about what we need to do to safeguard our democracy. But despite all that, I still maintain that we need a public inquiry because Canadians need to have confidence in our elections. And like I said, there's really important questions in front of us about affordability, about our healthcare system, about how we build a healthcare system that's there for everyone, how we hire enough healthcare workers and respect those workers. These are very important questions that Canadians should have full confidence their vote matters. And that's why restoring confidence in our electoral system is so important so people continue to participate and so that their votes are reflected in decisions that actually improve their quality of life and respond to the problems that they're faced with.
Our next question comes from Dylan Robertson with the Canadian Press.
Johnson. I'm just wondering if you could comment on the Bloc and the Tories, noting that Johnson was referred to as a family friend by the Prime Minister in 2017. Mr. Blanchet says that he's close to Trudeau. It seems to be, you're saying he's a man of integrity and that what the opposition parties think here doesn't actually follow.
Well, what has become really clear is in this whole very serious matter of foreign interference, that the other opposition parties, and frankly the Liberals as well, have been more focused on scoring political points and really focused on solutions around protecting our democracy. And that's why we've been calling for an independent process. And while we still maintain we need public inquiry to restore public confidence, to respond to the concerns that Canadians have, and to make sure that it's a public element so that people know what's going on, there's transparency. I do, though, maintain that Mr. Johnson is someone of integrity, someone who's shown in his career that he is someone that is nonpartisan and trustworthy. And so I think that it is a positive step, his appointment. But I do want to make clear that I want to make sure that Mr. Johnson has a broad enough mandate to answer the fundamental questions that Canadians have. What did the Prime Minister know? When did he know it? And what did he do about it when it comes to foreign interference? And I still believe that Mr. Johnson has to launch a public inquiry to have that public and independent response that provides Canadians with confidence in our electoral system.
Thank you. And just on that note, is this process not a waste of time in that regard? If you feel that there must be a public inquiry, why not just jump to it? Why have the special rapporteur say what you want to happen already? Do you think it's a waste of time?
Well, I have said from the beginning that there should be a public inquiry, and I think that's what the government should have announced. They've announced instead a special rapporteur, and the person named Mr. Johnson is someone that I think is a credible person, is someone that's of integrity, nonpartisan, and independent. So I trust them to do the work. I still believe that what the special rapporteur should do is launch a public to restore Canadians' trust, and we'll see the work that's done. I'm very interested in the work that the special rapporteur does, that Mr. Johnson does, and I'm interested in the solutions to protect our democracy. That's what my focus is. And again, I will continue to raise concerns that we need a public inquiry, and we'll see the work that Mr. Johnson does.
This concludes our press conference.
Okay. So, let's take another break. Be right back. Don't go away.
Greetings, brave mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals. Defenders of individual rights and freedoms. Credible. Trusted.
And so we're going to see what CNN has to say about it, what the Washington Post has to say about it. We'll check in with Donald Trump and see if he posts anything about this on Truth. So see what some of the other congressional people have to say about it. And of course, if you are on Locals, if you're joining us as a member on Telegram, thank you for sharing the links and the stuff that you want to cover today. Thank you for digging those up, and let's watch the clips. Let's see what you find out there. And we're going to make this an ultra dynamic show because we're trying to assemble what's happening. But the New York Times posted this, and this is on the heels of us thinking this was sort of done for a minute. Yesterday, we heard that the grand jury was going out on a hiatus, a long scheduled hiatus. And then we wake up today and boom, indicted. New York Times tells us that Mr. Trump will be the first former president to face criminal charges. The precise charges are not yet known, but the case is focused on hush money payment to another individual. Now, here are just the updates. Manhattan grand jury voted to indict Trump on Thursday. That's the day. Where's this getting sourced from? Sounds like a lot of people. 5 people with knowledge of the matter said this is, of course, a historic development. It's going to shake up the 2024 presidential race. I think it's going to shake up the political future of the country, if I can be so blunt about it. It now becomes open season for DAs in various cities around this country to go prosecute all politicians based on weak charges from what we can tell. Now, we haven't seen the indictment yet. It's still under seal. But if this is a Stormy Daniel, Michael Cohen, or anybody else sort of related to that line of investigation, we're going to ask ourselves, is this really worth it? Do we really want now to have open season on different candidates around this country based on public pressure based upon certain DAs? Doesn't seem like that's going to work out well. But an indictment will likely be announced in the coming days. We're calling it he's been indicted. My understanding is they already voted on it. It's under sealed. They'll announce it and unseal it in a couple of days. They say by then they'll have asked Donald Trump to self-surrender, which is what we speculated they were doing previously. When Trump came out and said that he was going to be arrested on Tuesday, we thought that that was the self-surrender date. To face an arraignment on charges that remain unknown for now. And we never really did piece that together on what the specific charges would be. But when we were going through our mind map, we recall one of the potential charges may have been falsifying a business record. And this was not a complex record or complex statute. Remember, this was the one we were thinking it was. A person is guilty of falsifying business records in the first degree when he commits the crime of falsifying business records in the second degree. And this is the conjunctive phrase. And when his intent to defraud includes an intent to commit another crime or to aid in the concealment of a commission thereof. So this is what it would aggravate it from a low-level misdemeanor that nobody would even prosecute, that the federal government didn't have any concerns about, that the FEC didn't have any concerns about, that Michael Cohen, as a witness, lied up and down the street about. They're going to dig into this and try to make it a felony, Class E felony. And we're going to run into the statute of limitations issues again, theoretically. We'll come back to that if it is pertinent. But they say that he is going to have to self-surrender and face an arraignment. We've already talked about this update coming from Maggie Haberman, who has just got to be just doing cartwheels over there. I can't even imagine what the scene looks like in the New York Times office right now. Holy moly. What's going on over there? They better take it easy. Somebody better check on them. They're going to pass out. Get them some water and ice cubes. Michael Cohen, the first key witness in this case, weighed in with a statement ever since this happened. Oh, so we've got a Cohen statement. He said, for the first time in our country's history, a president, current or former, of the United States has been indicted. I'm sure he's very happy with himself, too. I take no pride in issuing this statement, says Michael Cohen. And I wish to also remind everyone of the presumption of innocence. Well, Trump didn't really get that ever. He says, as provided by the Due Process Clause. Okay. Now, however, I do take solace in validating the adage that no one is above the law, not even a former president. He said, today's indictment is not the end of this chapter, but rather just the beginning. now that the charges have been filed, it is better for the case to let the indictment speak for itself. The two things I wish to say at this time is that accountability matters and that I stand by my testimony and the evidence I have provided to the District Attorney's Office of New York. Now, Michael Cohen has been somebody who's been very vindictive in this whole saga. We've heard a lot from him, even here on this template. Let's see if we can dig this one up. Cohen was the person who said he didn't waive anything. Of course, he did waive his privilege, and then CNN actually told him to shut up at some point. We covered this in a prior show. Alvin Bragg was getting criticized for for actually prosecuting him. And there was this strange interview with Michael Cohen where he said, that's how you get him. You don't have to get him on the actual crimes. He has this weird analogy between Trump and I guess the mob. If you can't get him on the actual crime, you get him on taxes, you get him on something else. If they can't get Trump on colluding with the Russians or insurrecting America, if they can't get him on any of the things that they've been hyperventilating about for the last several years, whining every day, he almost stole the country, like little crybabies, they're going to get him on a transaction that he was not even a party to, that was admitted by the own witness in the grand jury. Are you nuts? That setting that aside, we also have Cohen, vindictive as hell. Listen.
There is only one set of laws in this country. What affects Rev you and I needs to affect somebody like Donald as well. No one is.
He didn't do the same thing as you then did, Michael. You paid it off.
Above the law. So if it was good enough for me to go, it should be good enough for him. And a lot of people, today I was with a friend of mine for lunch.
Not the same conduct.
Super bright guy, well educated. And his comment to me was very similar to what the question that you're asking. How is it that this ticky-tock type of a case is going to be the first impression that we have as Americans for a president to be indicted? First time in U.S. history. Again, the answer is the law is the law. The same way under the Al Capone theory.
Here it is.
They couldn't get him for murder, racketeering, extortion. They couldn't get him for bootlegging or any of the other crimes. They got him for this because...
Got him on a porn star payoff that Cohen facilitated. That's the case. Now, this is, I think, a big problem for really the country. As I mentioned earlier, it's going to be weaponizing DA's offices all across the country. And everybody's just going to have to start, I guess, bracing for impact. If you're a red politician in a blue state and you've got blue AGs and blue DAs, they're going to be getting real close to potentially indicting your booty if you pose a potential threat. Same thing happened here. And it's also happening in Georgia, and it's also happening with the special counsel's office. And so we go back over to the New York Times, see if there's any other updates. That came from Michael Cohen. Jim Jordan had a response, this came in 15 minutes ago, who sought to question the legitimacy of the DA's investigation. He tweeted one word in response to the news. He said, outrageous. Let's see if we can find Jim Jordan and see what is going on with the GOP on Twitter, because I'm sure it is spicy out there. Jim Jordan posted exactly what they said outrageous. See what some people are responding to. Dave Weissman says, lock him up. We had some others out at the GOP. Other people are responding. Now, Trump, where is Trump? Apparently, he's at Mar-a-Lago, absorbing this information, the New York Times says. According to aides. Now, it's not clear what his next move will be, they say. Trump aides were caught off guard by this happening today. I don't doubt that. According to several people close to the former president, they had believed that reports by some news outlets that the grand jury in Manhattan was not hearing a Trump case. There were some rumors about that. Some advisors had been confident that there would be no movement until the end of April at the earliest. So it's also, I understand why they're not talking to Trump, but it is the president, and you would often give anybody the courtesy of saying you're about to be indicted, and all of these things. They're not even telling him anything. Totally in the dark. So here they were looking at political implications for Trump's closest potential rival, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. And so we wanted to check out what was going on Truth Social to see if Trump had posted anything. And we are going there now. And in fact, he has not posted anything yet. So about 3 hours ago, the president posted, former president says, if you are doing poorly, and so as so many of you are, do not send anything. If you're doing well, make a contribution. We have to take our country back and make America great again. But no posts there on Truth Social from Donald Trump. Grand jury indicting him. We see that Ken Benzinger over on New York Times says conservative news outlets are brimming with conversations about the mechanics of the indictment. They're all speaking about it, talking about the mugshot, saying that it could be a campaign poster for the 2024 election. Now, somebody said that he is going to be mugshot. He's going to be fingerprinted. They say there's really no way around that. I imagine he is. If he's booked on a felony, he's going to be booked. He's going to be put through that process. But another big question is whether he's going to be handcuffed in any way, shape, or form, because that would also be an interesting photograph. Now, there was something interesting that happened yesterday. Remember when there was this individual, there was a guy called Mr. Pecker yesterday who was there, and we were wondering why he was being brought out for a second time to come and testify. And there was an interesting summation on this from Ed Morrissey at hotair.com. Let's take a look at what he wrote about this, because he thinks this indictment may actually be about another payment to somebody else, which I'll see if I can dig this up anywhere. This was the story. They say that Trump didn't arrive last week for the Democrats. It might not come for another week. Of course, it is here. Now, David Pecker, right? This was that individual we heard from yesterday. Bragg called David Pecker back to the grand jury after Costello spoke. Costello came in and wrecked Michael Cohen's testimony. And then David Pecker came in after the fact. And he was the guy who used to work at the National Enquirer or run it. He also was the former CEO of AMI. And they brought him in, and the question was, why'd they bring him back in if Michael Cohen shattered the case so badly? Because Michael Cohen told several people, including signed documents, that he was not, that Trump specifically was not involved in any of these transactions. So Ed picked this up. He said Pecker wasn't connected to the payoff of Stormy Daniels. However, but he was a central figure in another payoff, right? So we're all focused on Stormy Daniels right now. Could this be a payoff to somebody else? The CEO of the National Enquirer and Michael Cohen reportedly worked together to bury Karen McDougal's story of misconduct. This was the catch and kill story. Manhattan DA asked about hush money that was paid to her. Former Playboy model, Karen McDougal. So maybe this doesn't involve Stormy Daniels at all. And this could be another situation whereby we get around the statute of limitations issue that we had some concerns about. And we did have some concerns about the statute of limitations. We talked about those here. If Donald Trump is prosecuted for a felony that has a statute of limitations, which means it expires in 5 years, then he can be charged with felony crimes that happened in March 2018 or later. So were there other crimes that happened, or is this payoff the same type of era? In other words, was cleaning up a bunch of stuff before he went and ran for president. So CNN tells us that, and this got published just simultaneously, I mean, basically today, along with the rest of the news. So maybe it has nothing to do with Stormy Daniels. Maybe it has everything to do with Karen McDougal. DA's office was asking questions about hush money, catch and kill. This woman was a former Playboy model before the 2016 election. Prosecutors have asked at least one witness questions about a $150,000 payment that the publisher of the National Enquirer made. That was David Pecker, to the model Karen McDougal, to buy her story about the alleged affair with Trump, the people said. The grand jury has been investigating Stormy Daniels, of course. The witness was also asked about other stories bought by the American media, which publishes the Enquirer and which was later killed. So Trump had a history, they say, with his longtime friend and former chairman, David Pecker, who testified earlier this week, of buying negative stories and planting positive ones. Pecker testified on Monday for the second time. Trump denied both affairs. Now, these are coming out simultaneously, so it isn't clear whether the prosecutors are considering the payment as part of its investigation or using this to establish a pattern. The DA's renewed interest was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. Trump lawyer Joe Tacopina didn't comment on this. Michael Cohen had already pleaded guilty to 2 crimes. Now, apparently, the agreement said Cohen and Pecker and one or more members of the campaign met in August 2015. Okay, so that's the same time frame. Stormy Daniels was the same time frame. At that meeting, Pecker offered to help deal with negative stories about that presidential candidate's relationships with women by, among other things, assisting the campaign in identifying the stories so that we could purchase them and delete them so they don't get published. AMI admitted that after that meeting, Pecker agreed to keep Cohen appraised of the negative stories about Trump. Trump denies involvement, said he did nothing wrong with respect to any of the campaign finance laws. In 2019, prosecutors subpoenaed Trump about Daniels and McDougal. So is it a McDougal situation rather than a Stormy situation? Wow. Another reason to break absolute historical precedent, weaponize local district attorney's offices, sick them after your political opponents with some of the weakest evidence you've ever seen, and really change the whole nature of politics in America. They're catching wind on this. Yeah, it's going to have wide-ranging implications. You're not kidding. It's not just about the next election. We'll forever mark him as the nation's first former president to face criminal charges. In the coming days, they're going to ask him to self-surrender. Let's see if there's any other updates. Now, if Trump agrees to a self-surrender, it's going to cause some conflicts. We now have a state government that is subordinating the Secret Service and a former president and a presidential candidate who is in the lead by a big margin right now. The Secret Service is going to come down, photograph him, fingerprint him in the New York State Courthouse for this nice little handoff. The prosecution star witness Michael Cohen has previously said Trump directed him to cover this whole thing up. The company's internal records falsely identified the reimbursements as legal expenses. Michael Cohen sent multiple letters saying Trump had nothing to do with any of that. And just as a quick refresher on that subject, we had many of these clips and many of these letters even. Robert Costello gave us this story from Michael Cohen. He was asked about this. Robert Costello had just finished testifying in front of this very grand jury that just indicted Trump. And here's what he said about Michael Cohen.
6 emails out of 330, and then ask Costello questions about it. That's not fair by
Cherry
anybody's
picking.
standard. That's pretty. I have a statement here. I'll give it to you people. Yeah.
With his own money, not at the behest of Mr. Trump.
That's what he
did. Michael Cohen tell you that he paid Stormy Daniels out of his own money and not at the behest of Trump?
Told us, yes. Not his own money, money that he borrowed pursuant to a HELOC loan. Yeah. And why did you take the loan, Michael? I wanted this secret. I didn't even want my own wife to know, much less Melania Trump. You know?
Just to be clear, did he ever specifically tell you that Donald Trump does not know about this?
Yes, absolutely. He said that.
Donald Trump doesn't know about this.
You know, that's what he said at the time. Is it true? I don't know.
Did you tell the grand jury that?
Yes, I did. But I had to force that into an answer. They were getting upset because they'd ask me a limited question based on one of these 6 emails, and I would volunteer information that I thought the grand jury needed to hear. Okay?
So he says all of that to the grand jurors. They don't like that. So they go and they find David Pecker. They bring him out and he testifies. And then we fast forward a day and we get a new indictment. But, you know, these FEC filings were also submitted by Michael Cohen's lawyers. And you remember this one, sent back in 2018 after the government started poking around on this already. FEC was investigated. Michael Cohen hired a lawyer called Stephen M. Ryan, counsel for Michael Cohen down there at the bottom, says, contrary to the complaint, neither Mr. Cohen nor anybody made any in-kind contributions to Trump for president. Mr. Cohen has been a guy. The payment in question is not an FEC contribution. The complaint should be dismissed. It was a private transaction, they say, in 2016. Before the U.S. presidential election, Mr. Cohen used his own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to Miss Stephanie Clifford. Neither the Trump org nor the Trump campaign was a party to the transaction with Miss Clifford, and neither was reimbursed Mr. Cohen for the payment directly or indirectly. All of that was sent in 2018. And now Michael Cohen is saying, wait a minute, no, Trump was the one who orchestrated this whole thing. We also had this letter from Stormy Daniels, and Stormy Daniels was also confirming this for everybody in the media. She said, over the past few weeks, I have been asked countless times to comment on reports of an alleged relationship I had with Trump many, many, many years ago. The fact of the matter is that each party to this alleged affair denied its existence many times, 06, 11, 16, 17, now again in 18. I'm not denying this affair because I was paid hush money, as has been reported. I'm denying this affair because it never happened. I have no further comment on this matter. Please feel free to check me out on Instagram, though, at the Stormy Daniels. Don't forget to like and subscribe to this video. So, you know, a lot of this is evidence that I would presume that the grand jury was presented, but evidently not. Or maybe they picked it up, but they just didn't care about it because it's Donald Trump and they hate him so much. There's not much else they can do. Now, they have zeroed in on this. They say a conviction is not a sure thing. Mr. Bragg's prosecutors have zeroed in on the hush money payment and the false records created by Trump's company. A conviction is not a sure thing, they say. An attempt to combine a charge relating to false records with an election violation relating to the payment to Ms. Daniels would be based on a legal theory that has yet to be evaluated by judges. So not only is the case just weak by standard evidence, right? Even if there wasn't a statute of limitations violation and this wasn't some sort of weird concocted theory that's already been reviewed and declined by many times, the issue in this case also involves a former president, somebody running again, who's leading in the polls for the GOP. And it's also on a pretext that has not even been tested yet, raising the possibility that a court could throw out or limit the charges. Does anybody believe that for a minute? Come on, out of New York. You think some judge is going to let this get on his desk and go, well, sorry, I guess I have to dismiss it because you are a technical idiot and you don't know the rules? I doubt it. We've said here before, they've swung at Trump many times. They've missed many times. This is the big one, right? This is Trump running again. In spite of J6 trying to take him out, in spite of COVID trying to take him out, in spite of everything else that they have done to try to eviscerate not only Donald Trump, but the entire GOP. And anybody who even thinks unlike them is now ultra mega MAGA extremist. Joe Biden gave us the speech from the gates of hell. We're all sick of it. But that's what they've been doing. So do we think that in the New York justice system that they're going to adhere to the law when the grand jury hasn't, and the prosecutor is contorting himself into a twisty donut? The indictment, the product of a nearly 5-year-long investigation, kicks off a new and volatile phase of Mr. Trump's post-presidential life. I think it creates a volatile phase for the country. And I mean that politically. And I am hopeful that there is nothing but peace and love out there in this country. But there is going to be more weaponization of if there is going to be weaponization of this process, you can imagine the other side responds in kind, which means we have other district attorneys in red states prosecuting Democrats. If there are red DAs in this country, basically it's open season now. You can just say, well, you better not, if Hillary Clinton moves to anywhere where there's a red DA, that red DA may have some investigation, that are worthwhile, because that's the new life that we're living in. The weaponized J6 committee that was illegally constituted changed the nature of Congress, and the Republicans are playing their same game, demanding a bunch of stuff. The pendulum swings both ways, idiots. And maybe that's what they want to do, is they want to bring all of this to a crashing, scorching pit of destruction. But they tell us that it's going to be volatile for Mr. Trump. It could throw the race of the Republican nomination into uncharted territory. And I do think that's an interesting question. I think that this indictment of the three is the worst of the three, certainly. And now might be a good time for just a refreshment of our recollection about the other potential prosecutions. Remember, this one we're talking about is the Stormy Daniels payoff, and maybe it is the other playmate as well, who is the subject of that. But we also had the Georgia investigation, and we had the special counsel investigation. So we were asking ourselves, which one of these was going to go first? Which one of these is the strongest? Which one has the most likelihood of leading to an indictment? I actually thought that this New York case was the weakest of all of them. And I thought that maybe Alvin Bragg was getting cold feet because he wanted Fani, the fanniest of the big fannies out there in Georgia, to prosecute first. We were thinking Bragg wanted Fani to begin this inquiry, or to go first, and then he would go second. But nope, doesn't look like that has happened. So now we have Georgia, which may be coming next in May. And then after Georgia, we may also have the special counsel. And the special counsel is investigating on 4 different potential lines of inquiry. The Mar-a-Lago documents, which may be a problem for them because Biden has his own documents. But the other 2 high priority inquiries are going to be the J6 insurrection, which they are, I think, going to try to connect to the Proud Boys, which we'll pick back up tomorrow when we cover that trial. 2020 election interference, everything before the election, everything after the election. Okay, the election, not January 6th. And any other crimes or investigations coming from that. So if I had to guess, I think that now that we've got New York, that we're going to get all 3. I thought that the New York indictment was the weakest of all of them. But it seems like this will be maybe a 3-fer. And so we start asking ourselves, what will all of these do to the primaries? And what will they do to the polls? Will they consolidate power, consolidate support behind Trump, or will they push people into other camps? Don't know. Now, Bragg is the first prosecutor to indict Trump, likely to become a national figure, enduring a harsh political spotlight. White House officials have declined to comment at all on the indictment of Trump, continuing to keep the investigations of Biden and his predecessor at a very arm's length. They say Biden has vowed to maintain the independence of the DOJ during the inquiries, avoiding the kind of interference and bullying of investigators that was a hallmark of Trump's presidency, which is interesting because basically the entire DOJ has been weaponized not only against Trump, but also against most Republicans in this country. We have talked all about it here on this channel, as you know. Now, the DOJ also had no comment about the Trump indictment, Merrick Garland and others. But the decision, they say, to bring the case has met with some skepticism, no kidding, and not a little trepidation in federal law enforcement circles. Senior officials believe the New York case is the weakest of the pending criminal investigations into the former president. No kidding. They are concerned because the public might conflate the Bragg probe with the dual investigation of Jack Smith. That is the special counsel that's investigating really those three crimes, right? The classified documents, J6, and election interference, which is kind of tied up with J6. And I think that's true, which I think is a major pitfall for them. Because if you talk to people around town, you'll talk to a bunch of people tomorrow. Friday you'll talk to, did you hear Trump got indicted? Yeah, what was that about? If you are a hyper political person, like many of us are, that's why we're here, which is perfectly okay. You know how ridiculous this is, and you can see it. This is ridiculous. But how does that land just to the the everyday person who maybe is not as political as we are? If you tell them that they indicted Trump for what? A porn star? What? That's been mostly the reaction that I've got. Yeah, it's the Stormy Daniels thing. No, not classified. Nope, not classified documents. Nope, not any Russian interference. Nope, not J6. Nope, not Charlottesville. No. It was a payment to a porn star before he actually was even the president. They all go, what? The heck are you talking about? That's it. And I think it makes the other investigations look like shams too. Doesn't this just vindicate Trump 100%? How is Trump not completely vindicated? He's been screaming from the rooftops for years now that he's been the subject of witch hunts, endless witch hunts by psychopaths in the Democratic Party, like Alvin, like Tishy Tish James, like Fannie, the fanniest of all the Willis out there in Georgia, and other places who have made it basically their life's work to run for office and to prosecute a former president. That's the new game now. And Trump has been screaming about this, and then it turns out it's true. They're prosecuting him for a porn star case. That's it. After they got done telling us that this man was the worst thing, trying to insurrect America, was the biggest assault on American democracy since the Civil War, forgetting about Pearl Harbor, little thing, forget about 9/11, whatever that was. Trump was the worst. Okay, so are you going to address all, if he's such a monster, are you going to prosecute him for those crimes? Well, no, we can't get him on those things, so we'll just get him on this porn star case from 2015. It's pretty embarrassing, but they don't care because the people who are in this game, they don't play fair. They don't play by the rules. They're cheaters is what they are. They are censors. They can't engage with the ideas on Twitter or on Facebook or on Google or on YouTube. So they got to censor you because they're cheaters. They look at your cards when you get up. They're the prosecutors who will spy on your attorney-client privileged emails because they think that you're an insurrectionist or whatever. And the judges just sit there and pat them on the back when they do that. They are cheaters. They are now trying to take out their leading opponent in this whole country. And they're trying to use the strong arm of the government to do that in 3 different avenues. The biggest crybaby cheaters you've ever seen. But you know what happens with those. I mean, those people all grow up and they all lose all their friends. Nobody likes cheaters. Everybody dislikes cheaters. And this is basically who they've become. Stormy Daniels, the porn star at the center of the case, did not testify before the grand jury, but she'll be available at trial, her lawyer said. Her lawyer's name is Clark Brewster. Tweeted that the indictment of Mr. Trump is no cause for joy. The hard work and conscientiousness of grand jurors must be respected. Ugh. Now let the truth and justice prevail. No one is above the law. Hashtag Team Stormy from Clark Brewster. Youssef, who was exonerated, I don't know who this person is, says karma. Let's see if there's any other updates. Word of the New York indictment comes after Trump suffered recent setbacks in other cases, which we've talked about here. In the past, judges have ruled that Vice President Mike Pence, Mark Meadows, and others have to testify. Yeah, and apparently there was another ruling. Let me see. Mike Pence is now going to have to be testifying. And I think I saved a bigger story on this. Let's see if I can grab this. But apparently, Mike Pence, if you recall, was going to be alleging that he was not compelled, he should not be compelled to testify because he was the vice president, which makes him a president of the Senate, which means he's legislatively immune from testifying due to subpoena. However, this is what the grand jury judge found. This is what the special counsel judge found. Mike Pence must testify about conversations he had with Trump in the events leading up to J6, published just a couple days ago. Federal judge has said Mike Pence must testify, multiple sources. All of these filings are remaining under seal. It's so ridiculous. We can't even see what this judge is doing. But says Pence can still decline to answer questions about some actions on January 6th when he was serving as the president of the Senate. He's immune from that, but maybe not immune from the executive portion of this. The ruling came out from Judge James Boasberg, adds more to a dozen wins for special counsel Jack Smith, forcing witnesses to testify to the grand jury. And this is the federal grand jury. This is the other one. We've got two more going. And is unusual in that it delves into the powers of the vice presidency as well as the separation of powers. Pence still has the ability to appeal. We'll see if he does. So the whole structure of the whole country is just changing right before our eyes. Really isn't much separation of powers. There really isn't much attorney-client privilege. There really isn't any executive privilege anymore. Trump's lawyers are going to be testifying against him. Trump's executives are going to be testifying against him. And the special counsel just keeps steamrolling ahead. The DC judges just allow it to go on. Now, the vice president's team says that they are evaluating the court's decision, subject of our review. In the lead up to the congressional certification vote, Pence, of course, was there. We talked a lot about him on the day. Former special assistant to Trump called Mike Pence names. Okay, we got all of that. That's all old news. So that's what Mike Pence has, right? And that's just another part of the inquiry. We're familiar with that. They give us an update on Stormy Daniels. Let's see if we have any updates on any statements from Donald Trump or anybody else. Take a quick break and see where we are. Let's see here. Yes, okay, we do have a statement. Oh man, okay, let me open this up. Yeah, okay, here we go. Here is the Donald Trump statement. March 30th, 2023. Statement by Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States. And thank you to Vientikis and others for sending some great sources over on Telegram. Appreciate that. Here's what Trump said, March 30th, 2023. This is political persecution and election interference at the highest level in history. From the time I came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower, and even before I was sworn in as your president of the United States, the radical left Democrats, the enemy of the hardworking men and women of this country, have been engaged in a witch hunt to destroy the Make America Great Again movement. You remember it just like I do. Russia, Russia, Russia. The Mueller hoax. Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. Impeachment hoax 1. Impeachment hoax 2. The illegal and unconstitutional Mar-a-Lago raid. And now this. He says the Democrats have lied and cheated in order to get Trump. But now they've done the unthinkable. Indicting a completely innocent person in a blatant act of election interference with the 2024 election coming up, trying to indict a man running for president who is winning by many polls. Trump says never before in our nation's history has this been done. The Democrats have cheated countless times over the decades, including spying on my campaign, which we covered a lot here in the Michael Sussman saga, and weaponizing our justice system to punish a political opponent. who just so happens to be a president of the United States and by far the leading Republican candidate for president. Has never happened before, ever. He says that Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who was handpicked and funded by George Soros, is a disgrace. Rather than stopping the unprecedented crime wave taking over New York City, he's doing Joe Biden's dirty work, ignoring the murders and burglaries and assaults he should be focused on. This is how Bragg spends his time. Trump says, I believe this witch hunt will backfire massively on Joe. There we go. The American people realize exactly what the radical left Democrats are doing here. Everyone can see it. So our movement and our party, united and strong, will first defeat Alvin Bragg, and then we will defeat Joe Biden, and then we are going to throw every one of these crooked Democrats out of office so we can make America great again. Statement from Donald Trump in response to an insane indictment from DA Alvin Bragg. Very nice statement, and I think it is exactly right. He's completely vindicated. Every single turn, there is a new allegation about Donald Trump and what a monster he is, and all the illegalities, and all of the unconstitutional this and that and the other, and what a monster he is. And he's been vindicated basically every time, and I think he's going to continue to be vindicated here. The witch hunts are confirmed. And I'm very curious as to how the Democrats are going to interpret this and mangle this into a call for violence. I didn't see that in here at all. In fact, they are radical left Democrats. They have embarked on a number of hoax. They are cheaters, and they have been cheating all over the place, including in censoring our speech and spying on his campaign and trying to orchestrate criminal prosecutions against him. And it's all coming out in full view. We now get to see how far they will take this. We speculated this would happen for a long time. You remember here, how could they not indict him? They've been saying he's the worst thing that this nation has ever seen since the 1800s. And if they just let this go, they turn into the boy who cried wolf one too many times. And now they've got to satisfy their base. They've got to keep true to their promises. They don't really care what it does to the rest of the country, whether it weaponizes DAs and whether this shatters hundreds of years of historical precedent. Really be damned, because they've got one thing in mind, which is prosecuting Trump. They have TDS to the highest degree. The rest of the country doesn't even matter. Good statement by Donald Trump, and I think this is exactly the right tone to strike on this. He's reminding everybody that we've been through this before, been through this show, seen this season before. This is just another version. And will this consolidate people behind him? Will this create more enthusiasm for his campaign? I would guess so. Of course, we wonder, is that what the Democrats want? Do they want to make sure Donald Trump is the next candidate? Do they want to make sure he is in charge, so this helps to focus that? Or is this their attempt to take him out? I think it is the latter. I think the 3 indictments are set up to try to remove him, because this is the only way they can do it. Very interesting statement from Donald Trump. Let's see what else is happening out there in the news. See if there's any other updates from the New York Times. They've got some they do have some updates. Let's poke around the news and see what CNN has for us. Here is their headline over at CNN. Trump indicted, charges that mark a first in U.S. presidential history. It really takes the whole meaning out of it. And this is a old porn star case with Michael Cohen. It's going to deflate all of the others. If Georgia goes next, Georgia suddenly has a lot less oomph, doesn't it? This is kind of the big one. This is the big debut. And if this is it, So the next one, which might actually be a little bit more serious in terms of evidence, is going to be a little deflated. And the third one by the special counsel's office is also going to be deflated. We're going to ask whether they accelerate those indictments or not, or whether they want to time these intermittently between now and the 2024 campaign. We'll continue to see. Now, they have some updates here telling us it jolts the 2024 race. Defense attorney has spoken out, contacted CNN. Trump's attorney says that he's likely going to be arraigned next week. The indictment has been filed under seal and will be announced in the coming days. Charges are not publicly known at this time, though, according to one source. Trump called it political persecution and election interference. I agree with that. And you just put the hat on the other foot. If you were a Democrat candidate and Trump indicted you, or one of Trump's prosecutors, or a left or a righty prosecutor indicted you, wouldn't you feel like this was kind of a political persecution? Or would you still be standing there and say, oh, nobody's above the law? Nobody was saying that when Hillary Clinton was going through this. Nobody says that when we talk about Joe Biden and crackhead Hunter and all his nefarious misdeeds. This is nuts, but they're willing to cross these lines. They're willing to do anything. And if the Republicans don't pull their heads out of their rears, this is going to continue to happen. We don't often hear a lot of Republicans coming to Trump's defense. We don't hear hardly any Republicans coming to the J6ers' defense. Meanwhile, all of the various DAs and prosecutors' offices around this country continue to go more and more political. The office has been investigating this since 2016. They haven't been able to get him yet. Police departments ramping up security. Tomorrow is Friday. They brought out a real good boy, very honest boy. Now, in light of the Donald Trump news being indicted, we've got U.S. Marshals, Secret Service, and Police Department. They're now talking about the former president, how he's going to appear. And CNN got this from a New York NYPD source. Out of an abundance of caution, all personnel at the NYPD headquarters and support units will be in uniform on Friday. This is according to an internal memo from the department. The memo states that all uniformed officers should be prepared for mobilization any time during their shifts. Posture will be revisited in the coming days based on information as it develops. Now, Trump has already responded to this. We read through that statement. Other people in Congress are rallying behind the president. Let's see what Ted Cruz said. He was on Twitter. Ted Cruz says, the Democrats' party's hatred for Donald Trump knows no bounds. The, quote, substance of this political persecution is utter garbage. This is completely unprecedented and is a catastrophic escalation in the weaponization of the justice system. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, because it's fair game now. Anybody can be prosecuted. You just have to say what the Democrats say, that nobody's above the law. You just have to say that when they mean that only their side's above the law. It's kind of like, well, everything else they say, you know, they blame you for everything, and then they do the same thing. So Ted Cruz is here chiming in on this. I think that is the right statement. And I can't belabor this enough. I really think this is a catastrophic escalation. It's taking the head, formerly the most powerful person in the country, which is kind of like, you know, the chief executive. There's a lot of like original source code power that emanates out of the presidency, or out of that office. And when you now say that that's fair game, it's almost like mutually assured destruction. You remember that concept? The reason why we wouldn't nuke each other is because it's mutually assured destruction. The United States is not going to nuke Russia. Russia's not going to, or back then the Soviet Union, is not going to nuke the United States, because we both got nukes. And if either one of us uses the nukes, we're all going to die. This is that system. This is the reason we don't do this, is because they just used a nuke. And the Republicans are going to have to use one, or else they're going to die, and they're going to be at the end of the game. So the Republicans will respond. And all of the free rides that Hillary Clinton got, that Joe Biden got, if the Republicans want to survive, they're going to have to respond in kind. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. If they don't, it's going to be because they think, oh, it's just Donald Trump. They'll never come after us. They're nuts if they think that, because DeSantis is next on deck. Whoever's after him is next on deck. This is not just about Trump. Trump is just the current scapegoat. Trump is the justification for them to pass all this stuff. Then once everybody says, well, it was Trump, we did prosecute him, and that was pretty acceptable, it now becomes normalized across the rest of the spectrum. And it goes down the line. Everybody else is in the crosshairs. Be prepared for that, Republicans. Now, many of them are too stupid, I think, to recognize that, but others are not. Ted Cruz, Jim Jordan, they know that this is the Democrats turning their key. They just escalated the whole situation. Steve Scalise, number 2 House Republican, also said this is outrageous. He said that the sham New York indictment of Donald Trump is one of the clearest examples of extremist Democrats weaponizing the government to attack their political opponents. Even before the indictment was announced, they were coming after him, obviously. Said, we have checks and balances in the system. We should trust it. Some Democrats praised the justice system, saying the Trump indictment shows no one's above the law. Oh, what did Pencil Neck Shifty Schiff say? Here, he said on Twitter, Pencil Neck wrote the following. If we are to be a nation of laws, then we must apply the law equally to everyone, regardless of their station. Few nations have lived up to this ideal, and our own country has fallen far too short. These statements are so dumb. But if we are to have justice, if we are to have a rule of law that is meaningful and protective of our democracy, we must hold the rich and powerful to account, even when those persons hold high office, perhaps most importantly when they hold high office, he said in a statement. To do otherwise, because holding a president accountable is controversial or provocative, will not bring order, but breed disorder and disrespect of the law. These statements are just, just compare and contrast that statement to the statement we just read from Trump. There's actual words and meaning in what Trump said. This is just, it's all fluff. Meaningful and protective of our democracy, hold the rich and powerful to account. It's very meaningless. I don't know why they talk like that. It's useless. All right, Trump and his attorney, Alina Abba. Oh, perfect. Did she say anything on Twitter, or was it just a statement that she read? Let's check and see if she said anything on Twitter first before we read the statement. Here, 7 minutes ago, from our friends over at the Post Millennial.
What is, and you talked to him quite a bit, what is his state of mind about this?
Well, Brett, I think we all are aware that this is probably the most legally pathetic case that we've seen. And just knowing the facts as I know them, based on comments to the press by people like Michael Cohen, who they're resting their case on, I think his sentiments are that this is a result of him leading in the polls, doing incredibly well. He is the leading candidate, as we know. And when people are afraid of someone being successful and fixing the mess that our country is, they come after you. So this is the same thing that President Trump has been dealing with for years. And I can't say that he's surprised. I don't think that would be how I would describe his state of mind. I think that he's disappointed in what has become a sad day for our country.
It is a sad day. I would agree he is probably not surprised. I mean, he's probably prepared for an indictment coming down the line one way or another. I would be a little bit surprised it was this case, just because this case is so terrible. But, you got to imagine Trump is pretty hardened at this point. I would expect that he's not surprised, but probably not happy about it. That sounds right indeed. There's another video I want to share with you. This came over from Matt Couch on Twitter. He dug this one. Says that Alan Dershowitz came out. He's talking about the Trump indictment. Says they've made a foolish decision, which will cause the case to be thrown out, I think, on statute of limitations grounds. And so let's listen to that in a quick minute. But I wanted to talk about the statute of limitations because there were a couple different categories I thought this could fall into. And if we were talking about New York statute 175.10. And if that is a class E felony, which is the lowest class felony, we're asking, how can they get around the statute of limitations? We know it's 2 years for a misdemeanor, 5 years for a felony. How do you get this one? Well, one, if the date of the discovery of the crime brings it within the 5 years, you could make the argument about that. Alan Dershowitz is probably going to explain this in a minute, but let's see what he says. So in other words, if they couldn't discover the crime until within the 5 years, then it might still count. Now, we know Stormy Daniels was discovered a long time ago, so I don't think this one is going to fit. It just doesn't seem like it's the right one. But also this one could potentially be it, right? More recent crimes, March of 2018 or more recent. But no, even the other Playboy model, she was even before 2018. So I don't think that it would satisfy that one either. I don't think that they can make it fit within the rules and prosecute the case. There's two other issues, which we also talked about, which was one, does the clock against Trump stop counting when he's outside of New York City, outside of Florida, outside of DC? I think that's pretty weak too. I can't imagine that one stands. And then the only one that stood out to me was the potential that when Trump was a president, that the entire time told. Okay, so those 4 years wouldn't count against the 5 years, and then that would put us back in within the 2016 era. Maybe that one, like maybe, but I still think that is probably all said and done red, because the Alito dissent is not the actual law. It's just a dissent. So I'm not sure exactly where this is going to land. Of course, we're just speculating until the prosecution actually makes its way, the indictment actually makes its way out in front of us.
The most important.
But let's see what Dershowitz says about the statute of limitations.
I think the most important thing is they indicted him when he was out of New York. And that means they could have indicted him within the statute of limitations when he was out of New York. Statute of limitations is way expired.
That's a great point. He just got indicted. He wasn't in New York. So if he's making the argument that he can only take action when he's in New York, he just kind of lost that argument because he's not in New York and he just got indicted. So that kind of evaporates one of those prongs too.
They claim they couldn't have indicted him because he was outside of New York, but now they've indicted him when he's not in New York. So they've made a foolish decision, which will cause the case to be thrown out, I think, on statute of limitations grounds.
It doesn't check any one of those boxes. So did they just kill their case by indicting him?
And so if you're his lawyer right now, do you make a motion now? Do you wait until the process gets a little bit further? What is the next step?
You make a motion immediately to dismiss on statute of limitations grounds and on the grounds that the alleged crime doesn't fit the misdemeanor or the felony. Now, I haven't seen the indictment, obviously, so I'm talking in general terms. But in general terms, you make a motion to dismiss on both statutory grounds and statute of limitations grounds. And the statute of limitations grounds should prevail. Now, the New York Court of Appeals has had very negative rulings on that, so it's impossible to predict what will happen.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. And there was apparently a dissent that came out from this case called Trump versus Vance. And we never really got a chance to look at that, but here it is. I wanted to see what this one involved. And acting on behalf of a grand jury. This is curious. Okay, so actually Alito may have issued it. This is obviously a big opinion, so we're not going to be able to parse through this right now. But there were questions about the other portion of this, whether the statute of limitations was told while he was the president. This is the one that I think Dershowitz was talking about. We're asking about this one, the presidency being told. Maybe that is what Alvin Bragg is trying to do in order to prosecute him. Now, there was another video from our friend Jonathan Turley, who is another very intelligent legal sophisticate. And Benny Johnson clipped this one. Appreciate all of the Twitter clippers clipping hard right now. We have Benny Johnson says that and I don't, I don't mean that pejoratively, but I appreciate Benny's work. He posted this one. He says that constitutional law scholar Jonathan Turley on the indictment says it's rather outrageous. It's legally pathetic.
And it's really historic, this moment.
It is.
that
It's a
we're
big
facing.
deal. This is a big, big deal. They just launched a nuke. They are changing the whole structure of the justice system in this country by allowing this and enabling it. And it's going to not be the same moving forward.
It is. It's historic. It's not necessarily good history that is being made. It's not that I oppose the indictment of a former president. I don't even oppose the indictment of a sitting president on constitutional basis. But this indictment, if it is reportedly following the theories that we've been talking about, is political. It's a raw political prosecution. Now, the indictment may come out with a crime that none of us have heard of, but for many months, this bootstrapping theory has been put out there. This idea that you could take a misdemeanor under New York law that has expired, that has a 2-year statute of limitations, and revive it by connecting it to a federal crime, in this case, federal election violation. Now, there's a host of problems with that. First of all, it's a federal crime the Department of Justice chose not to prosecute. Bragg's own predecessor declined to prosecute. But he is attempting to bootstrap that federal crime into a state case. And if that is the basis for the indictment, I think it's rather outrageous. I think it's legally pathetic.
It is legally pathetic, but they don't care. They're not about bringing good legal cases and making a good career life prosecutor. They're interested in becoming political advocates. They ran on that basis. But Turley is right. I think this really is a pretty significant moment and not a good one. There are going to be consequences for this. Catherine Herridge over from CBS, she evidently spoke with somebody who is within Trump's team, and they say that Trump is willing to be, or is going to be taking a fighting posture about this. So Alan Dershowitz was talking about filing a motion to ask for a dismissal before the arraignment even begins, now that they know the indictment has been filed. The problem is they don't have the indictment, so I don't know what they're going to charge him with. And so they're kind of, Trump's team is really in the dark right now, right? They're kind of in a gray area. Generally, after the arrest takes place, regularly, we don't know about this. Okay, most often when we are covering trials here, all of this stuff happening right now takes place under seal. It's all covered up. And then what happens is they make the arrest, the person is brought in, then they do the arraignment, and then everything gets unsealed, or they do an initial appearance, right? As soon as they have the person, then they can start unsealing stuff. The reason why stuff is normally sealed is so the person who's about to be arrested doesn't go, oh, you're about to come get me? Now, this involves a former president. This involves somebody who has lifetime protection from the Secret Service. You can't just go and conduct an arrest of him, which is why we were speculating that there was rumors about a self-surrender date on Tuesday when Trump said that there was going to be an indictment on Tuesday, that they would be preparing for this. But that hasn't happened. Now Trump's team is preparing. Here's what Catherine Herridge says.
Charges in the indictment, but they're taking in what he described a fighting posture. They indicated that they believe the Manhattan District Attorney had not acted properly or acted improperly in this case, and they're going to seek to find whether records, substantial and significant records, were withheld from this grand jury in their decision-making process. So that seems to be their legal posture heading into the next few days, a fighting posture, if you will, Nora.
But that wouldn't overturn an indictment.
No, but it shows that they're digging in terms of trying to push back against the charges, which you would anticipate with this former president. Well, Nora, it's your time to go.
Did you hear her laugh at there? Did you hear her laugh at the end? What you would expect with the former president.
Charges, which you would anticipate with this former president. Well, Nora, it's your time to go. I spoke with a longtime.
Good for her. I like Catherine. She's great. All right, so that is fun. So she says they're digging in terms of trying to push back against this. I don't doubt it for a minute. I do wonder if certain Republican presidential candidates are reacting to this and what they are saying. We've got Nikki Haley, we've got Ron DeSantis. There was really only one person who made a giant deal about Trump potentially being indicted. That was Vivek Ramaswamy. And he said something about this being a catastrophe. We're asking whether Nikki Haley has posted anything about this. She's running for office. She's on Twitter right now. Former UN ambassador. Did she post anything? March 3rd says strong and proud. 1 hour ago, which is about when the news broke, about 1 hour ago, right when we started the show. So pretty recent, not much there. You give people some time. You give people some time to respond to this stuff. Let's see if Vivek had anything to say about it. Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, a lot of people were saying that, Trump was just trying to raise money. Trump was just trying to make much ado about nothing. And he was just making stuff up. Doesn't look like that's true at all. And we're trying to find Vivek here. And here he is. Let's see if he has responded. A new American dream. Text Vivek. Here's what he says. The politically motivated indictment of the 45th president of the United States marks a dark moment in American history. It undermines public trust in our electoral system and our justice system. It is un-American for the ruling party to use police power to arrest its political rivals. Yes. He says principles go beyond partisanship. Let the American people decide who governs. Here is what Vivek says.
I'm Vivek Ramaswamy, and I'm running for president of the United States. Earlier today, my competitor in this race, Donald Trump, was criminally indicted in a politically motivated prosecution. This is wrong. This is dangerous. We're skating on thin ice as a country right now. I think we may be heading on our way to a national divorce. I'm running for president because I care about a national revival instead, but this is a step in the wrong direction. You gotta know what? Alvin Bragg, he ran on a campaign, a political campaign for his position, pledging to investigate Donald Trump. You don't know what he did today. He delivered on a campaign promise. That is not how our justice system is supposed to work. Justice is supposed to be impartial. If this had been anybody else other than Donald Trump, on this set of facts, it would have been charged as a misdemeanor at most, if at all. Yet what we see right now is a ruling party in our country that will stop at nothing, even using police force to arrest its political opponents. We're not some banana republic, guys. We are the United States of America. We're supposed to be that shining city on a hill for the rest of the world that still gives hope to the free world as we know it. And yet look at what we have become today. This is not the America that I know. And you know what? You do have a constitutional right to protest this decision if you want to. The only ask I will make is do it peacefully.
Right on.
And do it lawfully if that's the decision you make. Because, again, we're in dangerous times today. I care about having one country left at the end of this. And if Alvin Bragg or even Joe Biden wants to do something, let alone the rest of this Republican field, we can all unite to say that even if we're running against Donald Trump, we at least want to let the voters decide who gets to be the next president, rather than some Javert-style prosecutor sitting in New York City. That is not the country I know. That is not the country that my parents came to. That is not the country that we pledge allegiance to. That is not the United States.
Great message from Vivek. Says that this is the weaponization of the system. He's running against Donald Trump, and he says this is a big problem, and he does not want to see it happen in America. Now, I got to tell you, the fact that he was able to produce this so quickly and get this out so quickly is pretty dang amazing. This is what a competent campaign looks like. It's within the hour. He's already got a video out. It's 2:54 is when he posted this. March 30th. Pretty amazing. Like, that's pretty good. That is rapid response. He's got a nice team in place to be able to get all of this done. And it's not just the production, it's the message. It is going to undermine the public trust in our system. It's going to undermine the trust in the entire, my friends, the entire criminal system. This isn't just about politics. The reason the courts work is because people think the courts are legitimate. That's it. They have legitimacy. If people think that the judges and the prosecutors and everybody and the defense attorneys and everybody involved in the system are just partisan hacks who are just out there to just turn the crank of the system, then that is a problem. If people don't show up to their court dates because they say judges whatever, you know, and there's mass revolt of the system because one party decides they're not going to engage, the whole system comes crumbling down. And it's not just the political system. It's the criminal judicial system. It's the family courts. It's all the courts. When you start to weaponize the justice system, it's supposed to be blind. It's an insane thing they're doing here. But they're doing it because they have so much froth at the mouth over one particular candidate. They'll do anything to keep him from winning again. They'll do anything to maintain their control of power. And indictments are the only thing they have left because they are losing in the battle, in the arena of ideas. They had to censor everybody to get the upper hand. Elon bought Twitter. More and more people are waking up. All of their promises that they told us about foreign policy and domestic policy and how we were going to deal with the pandemic and how our kids are going to come out of this and how the economic system works and how our US dollar is functioning and all that. It's all BS. And now we have another institution that they are taking a hatchet to called our justice system. The one thing that's supposed to be apolitical and neutral and operate on legitimacy is now being politicized and weaponized. It's a catastrophe, but they're starting it. They're drawing the blood on this one. They are launching their mutually assured destruction nukes, and it's not going to end well. I can't believe they've done this, but here we are. Now, we have questions about some other Republican candidates. Ron DeSantis comments on the Trump indictment, posted this on Twitter, said the following: the weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. He says it is un-American. The Soros-backed Manhattan DA has consistently bent the law to downgrade felonies and excuse criminal misconduct. Yet now he is stretching the law to target a political opponent. Here it comes. Ron DeSantis says, Florida will not assist in an extradition request given the questionable circumstances at issue with this Soros-backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now we start talking about states' rights and the states pushing back amongst themselves. Say, all right, well, you want to be a political prosecutor and a partisan hack? That's fine. We're not going to respond. We're not going to assist you in the extradition. Now, we'll see what Ron DeSantis can do. Of course, that is going to be a ton of fun to dig into. What are the extradition laws in Florida? How does that work? What are the governor's powers there? And are we seeing a unification of the Trump-DeSantis rings combined? What is happening? Which is what should be happening. This is exactly the right move. This is bigger than any political squabble. And this is why myself and others were a little bit critical of Ron DeSantis when he called this thing a circus. I'm not going to get involved in a circus with a porn star. We said, hey, hang on a minute here, buddy boy. This is a lot bigger than that. Right? This might be about that one thing in this one case, but this is a much bigger fish. And so we have to talk about it appropriately. Ron DeSantis took some time, waited, allowed it to develop a little bit, and now he's getting it exactly right. If one state is going to weaponize the judicial process, so can you. And the great sort is going to continue. People are going to have to pick up and move into states that are more appropriate for them, because it's now appropriate to prosecute your political enemies. All you got to do is run for office, piss off the DA. The DA can say, well, I'm going to prosecute you. Nobody's above the law. And everybody who's a Democrat in that state will say, great job. You're doing a great job. Let's give you a promotion. Got to be very cautious about this. So big ups to Ron DeSantis for making a good call on that. The politics will continue to play out. Very interesting developments. Now we're taking a look at the other side of the aisle on this. See what the left is saying. Here's one crybaby. His name is Adam Kinzinger. You know him. He said, probably with a box of Kleenex, "Today is a somber day for our nation. Donald Trump committed many crimes, but this indictment should be a reminder that in America, no one is above the law." I swear it's a talking point. They all got their text message. Adam Kinzinger, he doesn't think much for himself. So he's got to wait for the talking points memo to get drafted into his email. He says, "We must move forward and let justice prevail. The anti-democratic threat, however, hasn't diminished." What are you talking about? The anti-democratic threat of what? Paying off porn stars? Are you glad that Stormy, the victim of whatever crime, who's the victim of this crime, by the way, is now fixed and now democracy is going to persevere because Trump is being made to account for his payment? Okay. So that's crying Adam Kinzinger. And there is more reaction, undoubtedly. Let's see what else is happening out there. We'll take a look at what the Washington Post was able to dig up for us. And here is what they have. Trump indicted. Washington Post. We've already seen CNN. We've already seen the New York Times. They've got some updates from about 42 minutes ago. Here's what they wrote. Actually, this is live updates. They say 4 minutes ago, they're on the scene. Everybody in New York's going hog wild, and Washington. They write, "This evening, we contacted Mr. Trump's attorney." Wow, we have a statement. They've commented. A spokesman for Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg said in a statement, "This evening, we contacted Mr. Trump's attorney to coordinate his surrender to the Manhattan DA's office for arraignment on a Supreme Court indictment, which still remains under seal. Guidance will be provided when the arraignment date is selected." I can't even believe it. You know how many arraignments I've been to? You know how many arraignments I've waived representing people? To think about taking the president into a New York court for his arraignment. It's like dividing by zero. It doesn't make any sense, but they're doing it. So the arraignment date is going to be selected. The grand jury's been hearing evidence for a long time. 6 minutes ago, they say it's a fairly quiet scene outside the Manhattan courthouse. About 7 p.m. Thursday night, several dozen members of the media are standing around the scaffolding, facing the criminal building. You see, this is the scene out there. A lot of journos out there, salivating, no doubt. Several dozen members of the media are standing on scaffolding. A few protesters are sporting signs saying, "Trump is guilty," along with "Convict Trump," and "The time is now." So they're also very happy. I think many of these people are just kind of spring-loaded. You know, they've been sitting on springs for the last 4, 7, 8 years, ever since Trump started to come down the escalator, waiting for this, being promised it's coming. It's coming any day now. It's here. They're happy. This is the big climax for them. Hope they're enjoying it. You see here protesters and members of the media waiting outside. Here's another couple individuals. "The time is now." I think they've been saying that for 8 years, but that's okay. We have another one. People outside, a lot of scaffolding around the courtroom. Guidance is going to be provided about the arraignment date. Mary L. Trump is spiking the football. She said on Twitter the following: "It's official. Donald Trump is the first man in the Oval Office to be impeached twice. The first man to incite an insurrection." Oh, gosh. "The first to lose the popular vote twice, and now the first to be indicted." You know what's going to be pretty crazy? if he's also the first president to win a second term after all of those things. That's going to be nuts. But the media is missing the biggest reason this is so important. For the victims of Donald, this is finally some measure of justice, she says. It's been a long time coming, but after everything Donald has put the country through, we have prevailed. These people are going to eat their words so bad. Peacefully eat them. And that's, that's allegorical. Says, I'll see you on my Substack later. Don't forget to pay her with my take on how this impacts our country and me personally. But for now, let's take a minute to celebrate. We've all earned it. What are you talking about? What? You're prosecuting a porn star payoff. It's like pathetic. Okay. But of course, they like to drink a lot because they hate their lives and themselves. So she says, drink responsibly. Yeah, they're all probably going to have a field day, just guzzling back the booze and whatever else they do to sleep at night. So that came over from the Washington Post. There is more here. Governor of Florida issued a statement, said they're not going to assist in extradition. We've got that. Oh, here's what right-wing extremists are posting about Trump's indictment. Do you think that we're on this list? You think we made it? This could be like Inception. Hopefully they're talking about us in this post. Let's see. They say that as soon as this happened, far-right online forums, oh, they're talking about forums. They're not talking about YouTube channels, unfortunately. Maybe I should email them and tell them, hey, you guys forgot about our channel here. They say, somebody said, Trump has been indicted, the Republic has fallen, somebody said, on an anti-government militant channel on Telegram. Which, by the way, don't forget to join our community Telegram. If you're a member, you can join our Telegram. And a great place to join our Telegram would be over at watchingthewatchers.locals.com or as a member on YouTube. We have a great Telegram, but you got to be a member. Join up and join us over there. And also, don't forget to get your Field of Greens. The Anticus is reminding me to do a promo plug. I forgot to do the promo plug. You're right. Don't forget to get your Field of Greens. We'll come back to that. Look at this mind map. Holy moly. Look at this mind map. It's out of control. By the way, if you want to get access to this mind map tool, not this current mind map, but this tool, you can go to spotlightlawyer.com/mind-map and you can check that out. It's a free mind map tool. I built a link in for us there. Spotlightlawyer.com/mind-map. If you want to dig into it, that's the link there. But all right, so we've got more to get to because we're still trying to piece together exactly what happened. Don't forget to join our Telegram and become a member. Now, in a public channel, the far right Proud Boys, whose leaders are on trial, CNN said there was a red string of angry face emojis in the Proud Boys Telegram. Uh-oh. Wonder if they're all going to get arrested. So I certainly think this is a big problem for the Republic. I definitely don't think the Republic has fallen. I think that things were always going to get a little bit more problematic before there was going to be enough momentum to correct some of the major wrongs in this country. And more people are going to be awakened. More people are going to come out of their stupor. More people are going to recognize that Trump was right. It is a witch hunt. Maybe they don't like the tweets, but do they like the country? Do they like justice? Do they like America? Well, then maybe it is time to turn up the volume a little bit and increase the amplitude on all of the power going into how this country is governed peacefully. So Republicans are also reacting to this. They call it a political hit job. We already read from Steve Scalise. Elise Stefanik said in a statement about this. She comes from New York, specifically. She's a Republican. Here's what she said. She issued a full statement. This is Representative Stefanik. I like her. I think she's a very competent person, which is an unusual thing. Here is Elise. Sam's mom, Congresswoman, New York, House GOP. She said the following. Today, House Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik released the following statement, Thursday, March 30th. She writes, in the unprecedented election interference, so this is how the Republicans are also using this, how the jello is starting to harden a little bit. We've got no one is above the law on the Democrat side. On the Republican side, we have election interference. And so they say this is from a corrupt socialist District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Calls it a political witch hunt and a dark day for America. I agree. The radical far left will stop at nothing to prosecute and persecute Joe Biden's chief political opponent ahead of 2024 and the presidential election in an effort to suppress the will and the voice of the people. Tens of millions of patriotic Americans have never been so energized to exercise their constitutional rights, to peacefully organize and to vote at the ballot box to save our great republic by electing Trump in 2024. Woo! I wonder if he's getting any donations today. Do you think he's raising some money today? I don't know, actually. I would speculate that he is, but some others would say maybe that makes him toxic. Maybe that makes him somebody who they don't want to vote for. Is it going to bring people to Trump's side or push people away? And our friend Amuse, who is a great follow on Twitter, does great posts. I recommend you follow Amuse. Post stuff, very insightful stuff all day long. I really appreciate it. Here's what he said. Trump has my vote in 2024.
Despair. How much?
Let's see what this video is.
The test of a man is how much he will bear for a cause which he knows to be right. How long will he stand in the depths of despair? How much will he suffer and fight? There are many to serve when the victory is near, and few are the hurts to be borne. But it calls for a leader of courage to cheer the men in a battle forlorn. It is the way you hold out against odds that are great that proves what your courage is worth. It is the way that you stand to the bruises of fate that shows up your stature and girth. And victory is nothing but proof of your skill, veneered with a glorious thin. Unless it is a proof of unfaltering will, and unless you have suffered to win.
Trump 2024, I think that's a nice statement, and I think there is going to be a lot to that. More people will recognize that whether you like him or not, he is the center focus of a lot of what's wrong with our justice system, and if you support him, you're supporting pushing back against those problems. So I like it. It's a positive statement. There's some optimism there, which I think is very, very useful. Other people are not that optimistic about this. I just saw this on Twitter from our friend Dan Bongino. Keith Boykin posted this one over on Twitter, and he got this clip of Dan Bongino reacting to the Trump indictment on Fox News. He was explaining that I don't feel right living in a police state.
Kind of humility. Listen, I don't really feel right now living in this police state. I mean, we're in a police state. I'm not even arguing this with the, liberal zeros out there who watch this network all the time. I mean, some of them, their only job is to watch our shows, which is kind of humiliating, but that's for another day. Listen.
So he says it's a police state, and I think he's right. I think he's right about that. We've complained a lot about this here, that the liberty dividend in America seems like it is evaporating. We wanted free speech. We wanted sound currency. We wanted the ability to freely associate, to practice our religion, to engage in economic transactions and all of these things. We wanted our justice system to function appropriately. And every day we wake up, there's less liberty in this country for some reason. And why is that? So Bongino's right now. The great sort, I think, will continue. People will move. People will pick up, leave blue states, go to red states. People will create parallel economies and start working on this stuff. But in the meantime, it certainly seems like it is a troubling development. So we're doing a refresh over on New York Times to see if there's any additional updates. They've got a Jim Jordan over here. And the last update was from the Manhattan DA's office. And so that looks like things are slowing down a little bit. Some of the updates are coming to a halt with less news. As it gets a little bit later over there on the East Coast, you can imagine a lot of this is going to start to die down. And so now is a good time to pause and say thank you to our friends over at fieldofgreens.com before we jump into some more. But don't forget, we got to be energized as we go through the next little bit here and this indictment story, the Proud Boy story. And the best way to do that is by being healthy and by getting your Field of Greens, which is a very healthy product that is going to change how you feel. Now, we are all sick of those ads for weight loss pills, fad diets, and all that stuff. We've all been there. We know they don't work. But what does work is eating healthy servings of fruits and vegetables every day. You do that, you're going to feel healthy. The weight's probably just going to fall right off. But look, I know vegetables and fruit, who's got time to prepare that every day? Not me. But you know what I do have time for? Field of Greens, available at fieldofgreens.com. They have a very specific formula, fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you can burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. You're going to look healthier, you're going to feel healthier, but the best validation is going to come at your next doctor's visit when he says, wow, you look great. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. And so let's get you started. Go on over to fieldofgreens.com. And when you go there, don't forget to use code Robert when you check out so you can save 15% on your first order. And reminder, these are the vegetables that end up in this carton here, and they want to be eaten. That's why they're here. They're dancing, they're frolicking all around in the fields, bursting through the ground, saying, eat me, eat me. And if you don't eat them, they're going to be sad and disappointed. So make the vegetables happy. Go on over to fieldofgreens.com and don't forget to use code Robert at checkout. And so let's check back in and see what else is going on. The Drudge Report, they've got for us here a bunch of headlines. They say grand jury indicts Trump. Will the judge issue a gag order? Uh-oh, a couple of additional headlines here. Looks like prosecutors filed the paperwork only minutes before the courthouse closed. Interesting. Why is that all happening? Let's take a look. Will the judge issue a gag order? Is Trump even going to be allowed to talk about this stuff? Vice is sharing this. They say that Trump has exacted racist attacks and that this could land him a gag order. All right, let's see. Where are they getting this? They say Trump's ravings, if he keeps them up, okay, will likely prompt a judge to slap down a gag order, which could restrict him. They talked to somebody else. Okay, so this is just speculation. This is from somebody called Robert C. Gottlieb. He is a former assistant to the district attorney out of the DA's office. He says there is no question that the court should impose a very strict gag order, not only on the former president, but anyone who might solicit to talk on his behalf. This isn't a game. He has made it clear that he's willing to destroy the foundation, oh gosh, of a fair and equal justice for all to save his own skin. These people are crazy. Do you realize what you've done out of this DA's office? Over the last week, Trump has ramped up what they say are racist attacks on Alvin Bragg. By calling him an animal and a racist, that's a racist thing? Calling somebody an animal is a racist. What race is that towards? And calling somebody racist, is it just because he's black? That's the only thing? Oh. That's interesting. I didn't know that's how that worked. Now, Trump warned that the potential death and destruction could occur, and he called Alvin Bragg a degenerate psychopath, which he is. Anybody who would do this to our justice system is a psycho person. A group of about 175 former federal prosecutors slammed Trump in an open letter, warning that they could be construed as inciting violence. Because other people sent letters, Trump's responsible for it. And I'm so tired of this. We've talked about this many times. Trump says anything that's borderline, they melt down. They say anything that's borderline, it's perfectly acceptable. You have people like congresswomen shouting at different public speeches screaming at people to go in there and get in their faces. Other members of Trump's orbit have already faced gag orders. So this is a mostly speculative article where they're just enjoying themselves. Trump Jr. apparently responded to this, calling it communist-level nonsense. Here's some more from Trump's family. Don Jr. on Twitter talking about Trump's indictment.
I was proven even more right than I would have ever imagined, because apparently, Soros-backed Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is actually indicting my father. So let's be clear, folks. This is like communist level shit. This is stuff that would make Mao, Stalin, Pol Pot, it would make them blush. It's so flagrant. It's so crazed. When even like the radical leftists of the Washington Post are out there saying, it's not really based on facts. It's not really based on the law. It's not really based in reality, but it's 100% based on politics. When your enemies are saying that, it's got to tell you everything you need to know right now about where we are as a country.
It is a problem, and I don't think he's wrong about that. We had the clip of the president of Mexico giving the United States a hard time about this, saying, wait a minute, you're indicting your president there? Are you guys crazy? Let's see if we can find this clip here, because I'm pretty sure we got it. It was the president of Mexico. When was that? How long ago was that, my friends? Here it is. It was just a few days ago.
Es como si aquí nosotros los evaluáramos.
He says here,
Un periodista premiado en Estados Unidos asegura
an award-winning journalist has been locked up.
Estados Unidos supuestamente, como dicen los abogados.
Suppose, as the lawyers say, allegedly,
sí, amoroso, que lo van a detener.
They're going to arrest him, he
Si fuese
says.
así,
They're going to if that's the case, if they're going to arrest Trump,
pues todo mundo
well, everyone would know.
sabría, porque no nos estamos chupando el dedo,
Well, we're not sucking our thumbs,
que es para que no aparezca en la boleta.
so that it doesn't appear on the ballot, right? Trying to keep him off the ballot.
Y si digo esto es porque yo padecí
And I say this, it's because I suffered. They tried to prosecute me to keep me off the ballot
la fabricación de un delito
with the fabrication
porque
of a
no
crime
querían que yo fuese el candidato.
because they didn't want me to be a candidate. Just
Y
like
eso
here.
es completamente
And that is
antidemocrático,
completely undemocratic
porque no se le permite al pueblo
because the
que sea el
people
que decida.
are not allowed to vote for whoever they decide. So the president of Mexico saying, yeah, it's absolutely nuts that they want to prosecute somebody in order to keep them off the ballot. And Don Jr. is confirming that it is insane. Other people are recognizing that as well. We have a couple other updates from Lindsey Graham. Here is what we saw. Palm Beach police say they don't anticipate any involvement in the Trump indictment, so they reached out to Florida. A spokesman for the Palm Beach police, whose jurisdiction includes Mar-a-Lago, said the agency has not received any information on the indictment. So this just happened in New York. So obviously they haven't transmitted that back over there yet. They say, well, we've received no external communications. Washington Post picked up the phone, called somebody called William Rothrock. He said, well, we're going to keep an eye on potential demonstrations outside of Trump's residence in Mar-a-Lago. Long time been a gathering spot for supporters, but as far as any involvement in the case, he said, I don't anticipate it's anything that will involve us at all. Alvin Bragg just left the DA's office. little later night for him. He's usually a guy who likes to get out of there by about 3:30, you know, especially on Fridays. It's like 11:30. But here, he was there later today. He left the Manhattan DA's office with his security detail at 7:13 p.m. Eastern time and didn't stop to talk to reporters. They had to stand across the street while he exited. So he's done for the day, so not much more coming out there. And then Lindsey Graham is talking about Trump. He says that the former president is upset and disappointed. Lindsey Graham said he talked to Donald Trump on Thursday night for a couple of minutes, and the former president was upset and disappointed, but he was very calm. Lindsey Graham said that Trump told him that, quote, they are using the law as a weapon against me. Very astute observation there, Trump. Glad that you've got that one buttoned down. It's true. It's not going to stop. Graham said, I told him I agree with that. Graham said he counseled Trump to stay calm and see this through the system, is what Graham says. He said, I told the president, you know, under scrutiny, I think this case will fold like a cheap suit. He said, Mr. President, you've got a legal team representing you. Focus on your campaign and your legal case, says Graham. And he said that he also did not talk to Trump about his plans to surrender. He said, look, at the end of the day, he's confident that most people are going to consider this a politically motivated endeavor. He thinks that most people will see it as a weaponization of the law. He says from a political point of view, it's going to solidify Trump's standing in the Republican Party. I think that's probably true. And so that also begs the question, and whether or not DeSantis even runs, whether he is going to ultimately declare. And I still expect DeSantis to do that. But all right, my friends, well, it looks like we are getting to the tail end of some good updates here. I'm not sure we're going to see much else. There will continue to be reaction from other politicians in the morning, but I think we got through most of the big stuff. We heard from DeSantis, we heard from Haley, we heard from Vivek, we heard from a lot of other people like Crying Adam Kinzinger and others. Now it's time to hear from you and to see what you have to say about this and more. Let's jump on over to the chat before we jump over to our Telegram and our watchingthewatchers.locals.com community after party. Who is in the house on this very beautiful, lovely day? Let's see what we've got. Some super chats in the house. Thank you, everybody. Kimberly Banks is here. Thank you, Kimberly, with a very nice heart sticker. Oh, that's very pleasant. Thank you for that. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate your support here. DC Williams here with a very nice one. Thank you, DC. Says, nice job, no matter the litigation. I appreciate that, DC. We're going to keep going, my friend. We're going to keep covering all of this stuff. I appreciate your support as we do it. I really do. Thank you to Kimberly. Thank you to DC Williams. Brian says, this indictment is about changing the news cycle. Bragg taking one for the team to distract from the Nashville terrorists. That's an interesting take. Yeah, it felt like this was all kind of going by the wayside, right? And then it just popped back up out of nowhere. That was from Brian. Thank you, Brian. K. Bean says, don't look at the flags at half-mast. Look at orange man bad. Very interesting, K. Bean. That's sort of echoing Brian's comment, right? Like this is kind of a big distraction. It is the weakest of all the cases, but yeah, I can definitely see it. Thank you, K. Bean. Patriot says, prosecution turning themselves into twisty donuts. You make me laugh out loud. Yeah, that one was a little bit, yeah. Thanks for turning tragedy into comedy. Love your content. Thanks, Patriot. I like that one too. I thought that was a pretty good one. Because I usually say pretzels, but that doesn't fit Alvin Bragg at all. He's like a twisty donut. Fred is here. What's up, Fred? He says, Rob, Johnny's running around barking. Oh no, this could be a problem. Everybody hang on a minute. He says, he peed on my copy of the Constitution. and he pooped on my law books. Screamed, I told that POS brag to drop this. So even Johnny's mad. Man, he is mad. He's peeing and pooping all over the law books and the Constitution, probably declarations in there somewhere. I told that POS brag to drop this. Oh, gosh. Yeah, he's upset. He's upset. He'll calm down. He'll be all right. I know it's a tough day for a lot of us, but that brag didn't do it. Well, I don't know why he's doing it to your Constitution. He should go over to Bragg's office and do it to his Constitution. Sheesh. Thanks, Fred. And thanks, Johnny. Hopefully Johnny's okay. Calm down, Johnny. Take him for a walk or something. He'll be all right. RG2. Hey, Dolphin Fan just gifted 10 memberships. And Dolphin Fan, I missed you yesterday. I know you gifted some more memberships yesterday. I'm super grateful for that. And I wanted to thank you for that one because yesterday you brought over Barcaro, Jim Gerard, Mike, Arena, No Mandates got gifted memberships courtesy of our friend Dolphin Fan. And Dolphin Fan is back again, this time with 10. True Neutral, Russell, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies is in the house, Dark Energy's in the house, Level, Maureen, ZK. Super nice of you. Thank you for doing that, Dolphin Fan. Very generous. And if you're a member on YouTube, if you just joined, if you came in on board, don't forget to grab the Telegram link. That's where our after party is for our YouTube members. YouTube members, you also the morning headline stream. So we'll see you tomorrow morning, and we'll see you there. Yeah, that's where we'll see you, and we'll see you in Telegram as well. And thank you to Dolphin Fan. Now RG2 says DeSantis said no extradition. Yeah, we read that. I think that's the right call. I would have liked to have seen him do that earlier. That would have been a better, I think, play. He got a lot of criticism for treating this thing as inconsequential, but it could have been inconsequential. It could have been something that didn't happen. We all thought that it was going to happen. It did happen. And now he is making the right call, I think. He's recognizing this is a bigger issue than just about Donald Trump. This is about the weaponization of politics. And I appreciate his response and how he's handling that there. Hey, Tara Rayner's in the house. What's up, Tara? Says so much for rumor and conspiracies. Am I right? Sick. Yeah, there was a lot of that going on. A lot of people saying that Trump was just making this up and this was all nonsense. And that doesn't seem to be right at all. It's all true. I think they've wanted to prosecute Trump for a while. They just haven't been able to do it yet. Now, we also have here Jeff Finley here from Suspect Sushi. Now, Jeff Finley says, I just got back from testimony the second day. Jeff Finley, if this is Jeff Finley, is also in the Proud Boys trial. Proud Boys trial was going to be the trial that we got to today. Right before the indictment broke, we were planning on covering day 47 of Proud Boys. So we'll probably cover that tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a half day. Jeff, if that's you, my man, hopefully it went well. Hopefully you're okay. You settling in after the fact. It's a process to go testify in a trial, especially a trial like that. So hopefully you're doing okay. We're going to get to your testimony today, but we'll save that for tomorrow. Tomorrow trial should be a half day, and we'll pick back up with the Proud Boys, probably. I mean, we'll see what's going on with this Trump stuff, because we'll finish it out anyway, either way, but I just don't know exactly when we'll get to it. So thank you, everybody on YouTube, for those very generous, very nice YouTube super chats. Grateful for all of you there. I also want to say thank you to our Rumble friends over on Rumble. Who is in the house over here? We got Jan Eck. We got Mama Suri. Says the justice system is so corrupt. How do you fight it? Well, we got to just keep building communities, building networks, waking people up, dragging people to come and participate in this system, and helping people to vote, reminding them to vote, helping them get other people to vote. I think, look, I know a lot of people are down on the voting and on the political organization, and I get it, because the last elections have been very crappy, and because the GOP, the Republicans, have been absent. Ever since Trump came into this game, the GOP has been asleep at the wheel. They just said, he's on his own, basically, we don't care. Mitch McConnell didn't like him. Paul, what's his name? Paul Ryan didn't like, right? The whole mainstream organization has always been against Donald Trump. That doesn't mean that the Democrats are good at this stuff. Just because the Republicans have been incompetent doesn't mean the Democrats are competent, okay? Many of these people can't even figure out their pronouns. They don't have any idea what to do about anything, given their track record on COVID and on everything they touch turns to crap, right? Everything. So how are the Republicans, how are the conservatives, how are the most competent people in this country getting outworked by people who can't figure out what their gender is? It changes so dynamically. It's insane. Now, I can attribute this to a weakened, emasculated, uninterested GOP and a Republican Party that has just been okay letting Trump flounder in these recent years. But that is not going to be the case for all time. Those Republicans, the Mitch McConnells, the Paul Ryans, the Mitt Romneys, the Lindsey Grahams, they are on the precipice of being irrelevant very soon, either by their own design, either at the expense of the Democrats or by their own design.
I wonder if he's talking about like finding bench warmers, that guy that hasn't been around for a little while, becomes irrelevant real quick. You know what I'm talking about? It's the same barometer. Barometer of the trolling, barometer of the political trolling, see what I'm saying?
Not fighting back against the Democrats. They are not on the same team. The Democrats are not going to be friendly with them indefinitely. Eventually, they'll be pushed out because they are currently useful to their efforts. But that is not always going to be the case. And at some point, other competent people, I'm hopeful that we get guys like Elon, Peter Thiel, people with money and resources and backbone and competence to come back and right this ship. But I don't for a minute think that the gears of our society, the people who are actually building and creating things and doing the hard work in this country every day, turning the gears of this country, are gonna get beaten by the people who sit around and write essays on various ideologies and theorize all day in Berkeley. Or what? This is crazy. So eventually, the one side is going to be put into a position where they have no choice but to get organized, but to mature and to go take this country back. And stuff like this has to happen before we get there. So I think that is where we are right now. But I am not deflated by it. I'm saddened by it. Don't get me wrong. I think this is a sad day. I don't think the Democrats have any idea what they're doing. They don't have any idea what they've done. And it's going to be, there will be consequences for this for a long time, but I feel as energized as ever. I feel more energized than I've ever been. And there will be more to come on this. Of course, we have to wake each other up. We've got to get people activated. If they hate Trump's tweets, okay, I can understand. If you don't like what he says about certain, I get it. But the alternative is the end of the country. Do you like that? We'll see. So thank you for that, our friends over on Rumble. NC Native, NOYB's in the house. Eric Scorpio's over there. Jan X in the house. It's good to see everybody over on Rumble.
Criminal penalties. In general, a person who willfully commits, willfully attempts to commit, or willfully conspires to commit, or aids and abets in the commission of an unlawful act described in subsection A, shall upon conviction be fined not more than $1 million, or if a natural person may be in prison for not more than 20 years, or both. You know what that means. Not more than 1 million means up to 1 million, right? You realize that not imprisoned for more than 20 years means imprisoned for up to 20 years, right? Inapplicability of FOIA. Any information submitted to the federal government by a party to a covered transaction in accordance with this act, as well as any information the federal government may create relating to review of the covered transaction, is exempt from disclosure under Section 552 of Title V United States Code, commonly referred to as the Freedom of Information Act. To advise the Secretary in carrying out the responsibilities, Chapter 10 of Part 1 of Title V of United States Code shall not apply to any meeting of such advisory committee. The entire purpose of that is to reduce the undue influence of special interests and lobbyists. That's not going to get abused at all. Any restricted data is defined in Section 11 of the Atomic Energy Act of 1954. We're citing the Atomic Energy Act of 1954 and a banned TikTok bill. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States cleared the transaction and notified the parties to the transaction or a broader transaction that included the transaction.
Wait a minute. That's like Project Gas Buggy that we were looking into. 1954, right around the Griata Treaty. Isn't this interesting? I think they're maybe trying to cover up an alien invasion coming or something. I don't know if you tweet about it or something.
The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States completed all action with respect to the transaction or a broader transaction that included the transaction. Who is this, Dr. Seuss? Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely day. I want to start out this video by making one thing unequivocally clear. I dislike TikTok. And unlike certain other companies that will pre-install TikTok on your phone and then claim that independent repair people install TikTok on your phone, I actually am an independent repair person that does not like TikTok. I don't use TikTok. I don't install TikTok on people's phones, and the 3 times in my life that I have looked at a TikTok link because somebody sent it to me, I use Tor. I'm not installing TikTok on my phone and letting it spy on me. I'm not using my normal browser and letting it see whatever else or set cookies and that. We're not doing that. I use Tor. I dislike TikTok intensely, and I have no defense for this, whether it is the level of spying that is done via TikTok, or whether we're just talking about the crappy trends that get proliferated on TikTok and just the brain cells that I lose anytime I've used this particular website. I'm not a fan of TikTok. However, just because I'm not a fan of TikTok does not mean that I'm going to stand in favor of or defend legislation that destroys our civil liberties that, in my opinion, is Patriot Act version 2. And that is what we're going to read today. That is what this is. If you want to listen to me read the entire 55 pages on my other channel, I'll link down below to a 2-hour-long video that does just that. We are not going to read headlines. We are not going to watch videos where people have sensationalized the bill without even reading it. We are not going to read the newspaper. We are going to read the source text. We're going to read the actual proposed bill in its entirety. We are also going to read some of the U.S. codes that are referenced by this bill so you understand exactly how damaging it is. I'm going to link to all of the citations of this down below so that you can read it for yourself. That being said, let's get into reading the Patriot Act of 2023 to authorize the Secretary of Commerce to review and prohibit certain transactions between persons in the United States and foreign adversaries and for other purposes. And this act may be cited as the Restricting the Emergence of Security Threats that Risk Information and Communications Technology Act. In general, the term covered transaction means a transaction in which an entity described in subparagraph B has any interest, including through an interest in a contract for the provision of technology or service, or any class of such transactions. 11. Information and communications technology products or services. The term information and communications technology products or services means any hardware, software, or other product or service primarily intended to fulfill or enable the function of information or data processing, storage, retrieval, or communication by electronic means, including transmission, storage, and display. 12. Mitigation measure. The term mitigation measure means a measure agreed to in an agreement between any relevant party and the federal government, or ordered by the federal government, and of which any relevant party has been notified in any manner addressed under this act to address any risk arising from a covered transaction or associated with a covered holding. The term transaction means any acquisition, importation, transfer, installation, dealing in, or use of any information communications technology product or service, including ongoing activities such as managed services, data transmission, software updates, repairs, or the provision of data hosting services, or a class of such transactions. Section 3. Addressing information and communication technology products and services that pose undue or unacceptable risk. A. In general, the Secretary, in consultation with the relevant executive department and agency heads, is authorized to and shall take action to identify, deter, disrupt, prevent, prohibit, investigate, or otherwise mitigate, including by negotiating, entering into, or imposing and enforcing any mitigation measure to address any risk arising from any covered transaction by any person, or with respect to any property subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. The Secretary determines: 1. Poses an undue or unacceptable risk of A. sabotage, or subversion of the design, integrity, manufacturing, production, distribution, installation, operation, or maintenance of information and communications technology products and services in the United States. B, catastrophic effects on the security or resilience of critical infrastructure or digital economy of the United States. Remember, critical infrastructure is defined by the Patriot Act. So critical infrastructure can mean, critical infrastructure is broadly defined here. And when you talk about covered transaction, let's just go back to covered transaction over here. Okay, so covered transaction means a transaction which an entity described in subparagraph B has any interest, including through an interest in a contract for the provision of technology or service or any such class of transactions. So provision of the technology or services. So a covered transaction can essentially, again, if you're a lawyer, please correct me if I go astray here, but I do believe that sounds like if you have if you like you're hosting a website. So like a covered transaction in this case could literally be that you host a website. So in general, the Secretary, in consultation with the relevant department and agency heads, is authorized to and shall take action to identify, deter, disrupt, prevent, prohibit, investigate, or otherwise mitigate, including by negotiating or entering into or imposing and enforcing any mitigation measure to address any risk arising from any covered transaction by any person or with respect to any property subject to the jurisdiction of the United States that the Secretary determines. Poses an undue or unacceptable risk of sabotage or subversion of design, integrity, manufacturing, production, distribution, installation, operation, or maintenance of information and communications technology products and services in the United States. Here, the Secretary is the Secretary of Commerce. So the Secretary of Commerce has a lot of jurisdiction to be able to just decide, I don't like this, get rid of it. Interfering in or altering the result or reported result of a federal election. Oh, okay. Again, when it comes to election interference, you had, again, like, I'm not even gonna, oh my God. Oh, gee, oh dear God. Okay. In 2016, we had, again, like, to be clear, I've read a lot about it, and like, I get it. When you have ads that are paid for in rubles that are saying that Blue Lives Matter protests should show up here, and then Black Lives Matter protests should show up here, and you're asking these two groups of people that have diametrically opposed political viewpoints to show up to the same place at the same time. They don't like each other. I get how that's just like trying to cause trouble. And it's funny how a lot of these ads wind up getting paid for in rubles. Like, I get it. You know, sometimes that stuff has a point. There's also times where this is just massive cope, where it's, you know, somebody put up an ad that like makes fun of a politician. Like, I don't know, like, there are a lot of times where there are political ads that get put up that are just designed to screw with people and cause chaos. There are political ads that are outright BS lies. There are ads that we disagree with. How do I put this? You know, you see all the, like, there was so much cope in 2016. There was even more cope, dare I say it, in 2020, still up to today. There are a lot of people that are yelling about interference in federal elections, what qualifies as interference in federal elections. This is going to be a crap show, to be honest with you. This is going to be an absolute and utter crap show. So, interfering in or altering the result or reported result of a federal election as determined in coordination with the Attorney General, the Director of National Intelligence, the Secretary of Treasury, and the Federal Election Commission. So at least it's more than like one person. So it's more like one person can't just yell cope. It has to be like all of these people have to yell cope. It says and, not or. D, coercive or criminal activities by a foreign adversary that are designed to undermine democratic processes and institutions or steer policy and regulatory decisions in favor of the strategic objectives of a foreign adversary to the detriment of the national security of the United States, as determined in coordination with the Attorney General, the Director of National Intelligence, the Secretary of the Treasury, and the Federal Election Commission. Okay, here we go. I'm not saying that I'm happy with other countries going out of their way to try to sway American opinion or to try and sway our laws or our policies one way or another. I believe that, you know, we should be the ones deciding our own policy. We should be the ones having the discussion on our policy and so on and so forth. That being said, while it makes me sick to see other people try and, like, you know, stick their dick in our affairs, and I get that we've stuck our dick into other people's affairs over history, a bill that allows this, because again, how often are you undermining a democratic institution, or are you just saying something that is counter to the narrative that's currently being, you know, that's really important here. And again, this is This is not a ban TikTok bill. In 2016, we had a lot of people yelling that the election was interfered with by foreign adversaries, and in 2020, you had people that were screaming that the election was rigged because, to actually put it into a bill that we can shut down or mitigate certain aspects of the internet related to it. This is scary, and we have enough information. We are at a time that is politically charged enough that you bet your ass that this is going to be misused. So again, to be clear, this is not a ban TikTok bill. As Snowchain said, McCarthyism is back. Who this is used against is really going to depend on who is in office. Software used for connecting and communicating via the internet that is used by greater than 1 million persons. Unique individuals or? This is interesting. I'm curious if the language here makes that mean unique. Like, could boards.rossmangroup.com, if I get 1 million views per year, if I get like 80 or 90,000 views a month, if I get 85,000 views a month, do I count? Initiates review the covered transaction, including A, desktop applications, B, mobile applications, C, gaming applications, D, payment applications, or E, web-based applications, or 7, information and communications, technology, products and services, integral to A, artificial intelligence and machine learning, B, quantum key distribution, C, quantum communications, D, quantum computing, E, post-quantum cryptography, F, autonomous systems, G, advanced robotics, H, biotechnology, I, synthetic biology, J, computational biology, and okay, can we just reflect on the fact that a banned TikTok bill is talking about computational biology? Could we just take a second to stop and appreciate that a banned TikTok bill is 55 pages, includes the ability to get rid of, mitigate, access to anything that, quote, interferes with elections or democratic process, and is talking about quantum computing and computational biology. Can we just stop to appreciate that for a moment? And this is something I think is important to go over. You know how when we're trying to pass a right to repair bill, they'll say, this is too broad. I mean, like, this covers all in cell phones. This is way too broad. This bill is bipartisan. The White House has released their endorsement of this bill. This literally, like, what does this not apply to? What does this, there's another 36 pages to go over. We have another 36 pages to go in this bill. Look at this. The criticism of all the right to repair bills is that, like, it's way too broad. This goes over way too many different devices. Like, bruh, look at this list. A motion to further limit debate is in order and not debatable. Okay, so saying no to debate is not debatable. I guess at least they're consistent. An amendment to 4 advisory committees. The Secretary may appoint technical advisory committees to advise the Secretary in carrying out responsibilities under this Act. Chapter 10 of Part 1 and Title 5 of the United States Code shall not apply to any meeting such as an advisory meeting held pursuant to this subsection. Okay, so Chapter 10 of Part 1 of Title 5. My administration is committed to reducing the undue influence of special interests that for too long have shaped the national agenda and drowned out the voices of ordinary Americans. Special interests exert disproportionate influence in part by relying on lobbyists who have special access that is not available to all citizens. Although lobbyists can sometimes play a constructive role by communicating information to the government, their service and privileged positions within the executive branch can perpetuate the culture of special interest access that I am committed to changing. This places limitations on the ability of lobbyists to serve in government positions. I'm getting it now. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. This is starting to make sense. So, TikTok is, again, to be clear, and let's just be clear because somebody's going to misquote me in the comments because people on YouTube are just shitty. I think TikTok is trash. I have no problem with banning TikTok. I get it. So, okay, you know how in New York State they had lobbyists write the law, like the right to repair law that got rewritten by Samsung and Apple lobbyists for TechNet? Remember that? That's a problem. So the whole idea that, like, lobbyists get to work within the government, lobbyists get to serve on advisory committees, lobbyists get to write the law. So a lobbyist or a special interest for an existing social media company gets to be on an advisory committee that is advising the government on what social networks or websites to ban. Let that sink in for a second. Like, let's just let that sink in. Again, with TikTok, yes, they're pieces of shit, but at the end of the day, TikTok's, who are their competitors? When it comes to ad revenue, when it comes to eyeballs, their competitors are Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Obviously, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube lobbyists are going to have an incentive structure to say, you know what? yeah, they are a bad adversary. They're bad for the United States. You got to ban them. And to be clear, when it comes to TikTok, 100%, I agree with banning TikTok. Do I agree with just ignoring this section of United States code that was passed that tries to limit the effect that lobbyists and special interests have on creating legislation for the United States? Like, no, because you know exactly how this is going to work. You're going to have lobbyists for Google and Meta and like just showing up and saying, hey man, you know, this social media network, yeah, they seem to be trying to screw with elections. They seem to be kind of trying to undermine the United States, if you know what I'm saying. We should probably get rid of them. Oh, by the way, you know, I spent the last 5 years getting paid $80 million from Facebook. And like, you see where this is going. Like, again, I'm not, and to be clear, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I am a MacBook repairman, and I am pulling this out of my ass at 1 a.m. in a chair that got scratched up by a cat. Like, this language is clear as day over here. It's written right in the bill. To advise the Secretary in carrying out the responsibilities, Chapter 10 of Part 1 of Title 5 of the United States Code shall not apply to any meeting of such advisory committee. And what is the purpose of that? The entire purpose of that is to reduce the undue influence of special interests and lobbyists. That's not going to get abused at all. This is so much more than a banned TikTok bill. This is so much more than a banned TikTok bill, and I hope people understand that. Section 11, penalties. Here we go. Unlawful acts. 1. In general, it shall be unlawful for a person to violate, attempt to violate, conspire to violate, or cause a violation of any regulation, order, direction, mitigation, measure, prohibition, or other authorization or directive issued under this act, including any of the unlawful acts described in paragraph 2. Specific unlawful acts. Here's where it's going to get fun. The unlawful acts described in this paragraph are any of the following. No person may engage in any conduct prohibited by or contrary to or refrain from engaging in any conduct required by any regulation, order, direction, mitigation, measure, prohibition, or other authorization or directive issued under this act. B. No person may cause to aid, abet, counsel, command, induce, procure, permit, or approve the doing of any act prohibited by, the omission of any act required by any regulation, order, direction, mitigation measure, prohibition, or other authorization or directive issued under this act. C. No person may solicit or attempt a violation of any regulation, order, direction, mitigation measure, prohibition, or authorization directive issued under this act. D. No person may conspire or act in concert with one or more other persons in any manner or for any purpose to bring about or to do any act that constitutes a violation of any regulation, order, direction, mitigation, measure, prohibition, or other authorization or directive issued under this act. E. No person may, whether directly or indirectly through any other person, make any false or misleading representation, statement, or certification, or falsify or conceal any material facts of the Department of Commerce, any official of any other executive department or agency, 1. In the course of the investigation or any other action subject to this act, or any regulation, order, direction, mitigation measure, prohibition, or other authorization or directive issued thereunder, or 2. In connection with the preparation, submission, issuance, use, or maintenance of any report filed or required to be filed pursuant to this act, or any regulation, order, direction, mitigation measure, prohibition, or other authorization or directive issued thereunder. F. No person may engage in any transaction or take any other action with intent to evade the provisions of this act, or any other regulation, order, direction, mitigation measure, prohibition, or other authorization or directive. No person may engage in any transaction or take any other action with intent to evade the provisions of this act, aka use a VPN. Here is, I think, this is the line. If I had to guess, this is the line where we're talking about, or, you know, the thing that's been in the thumbnail of everybody's YouTube videos. Again, penalties, unlawful acts. So for, you know, in the penalty section, describing unlawful acts, and they're talking about potential ways that you may be evading things. One of the main ways that you would evade a ban of a website is by using a VPN. As dev/random says in the live chat, this is something they've wanted to put in for the past 15 years. And because so many people don't like TikTok and they are mad at China, they are going to be able to sneak in a kind of ban on VPNs into this. Now, does it mean that a VPN in general is banned? No, it does not. However, if what it is that you are producing for people allows people to get around that, Again, no person may conspire or act in a manner with another person in any manner for any purpose to bring about or to do any act that constitutes a violation of a regulation, order, direction, mitigation measure, prohibition, or other authorization. So even if you're not advertising to people, hey, by the way, you guys can get on TikTok if you use my service, the simple use of a VPN, if the VPN is acting like a VPN and doing what a VPN is essentially supposed to be doing, then you are going to get in trouble, because a VPN by design is going to allow you to evade these types of bans. Again, if the VPN is actually doing what and providing the service that a VPN is supposed to provide. You know, if I'm in a country that bans Netflix and I use a VPN, it allows me to pretend I'm in America, then I can now use Netflix. Again, a VPN that does not allow me to evade a ban, that does not allow me to watch Netflix from that particular country, is a bad VPN. It's not doing what I wanted to do. If this actually does what, if that service actually does what it's supposed to do, you'll get penalized under this act. G. No person may fail or refuse to comply with any reporting or record-keeping requirement of this act, or any regulation, order, direction, mitigation, measure, prohibition, or other authorization or directive issued thereof. And here we go, as if we didn't already have enough, as if AT&T wasn't already keeping location data on people for 30 years, as if there weren't enough logs and record keeping at every internet service provider in America. B. Civil penalties. The Secretary may impose the following civil penalties on a person for each violation by that person of this act or any regulation, order, direction, mitigation, measure, prohibition, or order, other authorization issued from this act. Okay, so now we're at the part where this is how you're going to get in trouble if you wind up accessing something via a VPN, or allowing somebody to access something that has been had a mitigation measure or a prohibition put on it via a functioning VPN. 1. A fine of not more than $250,000 or an amount that is twice the value of the transaction that is the basis of the violation with respect to the penalty, which penalty imposed, whichever is greater. 2. Revocation of any mitigation measure or authorization issued under this act to the person. C. Criminal penalties. In general, a person who willfully commits, willfully attempts to commit, or willfully conspires to commit, or aids and abets in the commission of an unlawful act described in subsection A, shall upon conviction be fined not more than $1 million, or if a natural person may be in prison for not more than 20 years, or both. You know what that means. Not more than 1 million means up to 1 million, right? You realize that not in prison for more than 20 years means in prison for up to 20 years, right? This is not a bad TikTok bill. This is bad. This is very, very, very bad. Contact your senator right now. Contact your House representative right now. Contact every single person that represents you at every form of government in your area and tell them that you will never vote for them again if this ever has the chance of seeing the light of day. This is dangerous. This is bad. This is not going to make America great. This is not going to fix anything. This is very, very, very bad. 2. Civil forfeiture. A. Forfeiture. In general, any property, real or personal, tangible or intangible, used or intended to be used in any manner to commit or facilitate a violation or attempted violation described in paragraph 1 shall be subject to forfeiture to the United States. 2. Proceeds. Any property, real or personal, tangible or intangible, constituting traceable to the gross proceeds taken, obtained, or retained in connection with, or as a result of the violation or attempted violation described in paragraph 1 shall be subject to forfeiture to the United States. You run a functioning VPN service. You run a functioning method that allows somebody to be able to access a social media network or a website that the Secretary of Commerce and his friends have decided is bad for America. You know what happens to you? Not only may you be going up to prison for up to 20 years, have up to $1 million taken away from you, but every single customer that has paid you all of the money that you ever made from providing a normal service might just be property of the United States now. Contact every single representative that represents you. Don't ask me how to do it. Google. You're all grown adults. You're adults. If you can figure out how to feed yourself and wipe your ass, you can figure out how to get the people that represent you to get rid of this bullshit before it gets passed into law. I haven't even read the statement from the United States yet. I haven't even read the statement from the White House yet. We applaud the bipartisan group of senators led by Senator Warner and blah, 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 that introduced the Restrict Act. This legislation would empower the United States government. Oh, it certainly would empower the United. The White House thinks this is a good thing. The White House thinks this is a good thing. This is bad. this has a chance of actually passing. Unlike an unfucked up right to repair bill, this actually has a chance of passing in a bipartisan way. B. Procedure. Seizures and forfeitures under this subsection shall be governed by the provisions of Chapter 46 of Title 18, United States Code related to civil forfeitures, except that such duties are imposed on the Secretary of Treasury under the customs laws described in Section 981 of Title 18, United States Code, shall be performed by such officers, agents, and other persons as may be designated for that purpose by the Secretary of Homeland Security of the Attorney General. 3. Criminal forfeiture. A. Forfeiture. Any person who is convicted under paragraph 1 shall, in addition to any other penalty, forfeit to the United States 1. Any property, real or personal, tangible or intangible, used to or intended to be used in any manner to commit or facilitate the violation or attempted violation of paragraph 1. And 2. Any property, real or personal, tangible or intangible, constituting or traceable to the gross proceeds taken, obtained, or retained in connection with as a result of the violation. Procedure. The criminal forfeiture of property under this paragraph, including seizure and deposition of the property, and any related judicial proceeding, shall be governed by the provisions of Section 413 of the Controlled Substances Act, except subsections A and D of that section. Section 12, Judicial Review. A. Definition. In this section, the term classified information, 1, has the meaning given to the term in Section 1A of the Classified Information Procedures Act, 18 U.S.C. App, and 2 includes A. Any information or material that has been determined by the federal government pursuant to an executive order, statute, or regulation to require protection against unauthorized disclosure for reasons of national security, and B. Any restricted data as defined in Section 11 of the Atomic Energy Act of 1954. We're citing the Atomic Energy Act of 1954 and a banned TikTok bill. This has more red flags than a post on r/2x chromosomes about a relationship. Actions taken by the Secretary under this Act shall not be subject to Sections 551, 553, 559, and 701 through 707 of Title V United States Code. Okay, what are these of Title V? Okay, let's take a look. We're going to look these up individually because it doesn't tell me what those are, and I have a feeling that there's some reason that that's important. The public is entitled to the fullest practical information regarding the decision-making process of the federal government. It is the purpose of this act to provide the public with such information while protecting the rights of individuals and the ability of the government to carry out its responsibilities. This sounds like freedom of information requests. That's what this sounds like. So this sounds like freedom of information requests. That's what this is. And this says that this act shall not be subject to sections 553 through 559 and 701 through 707 of Title V. What section 553 says, and I quote, "It is hereby declared to the policy of the United States that the public is entitled to the fullest practicable information regarding the decision-making process of the federal government. It is the purpose of this act to provide the public with such information while protecting the rights of individuals and the ability of the government to carry out its responsibilities." So what it's saying is that this act is not subject to Section 551, 553 through 559, and Section 701 through 707 of Title V United States Code, aka freedom of information requests. That's what this is saying. Again, I'm not a lawyer. If you are a lawyer, please do correct me. What this is saying is that we have laws that have been passed to try and limit the influence that lobbyists and corporations have over our government. Those do not apply to this. We have laws that allow the citizens of the country to be able to ask for information from their government regarding decision-making processes, to be able to get access to documents and things that, they kind of paid for as taxpayers, to understand how the government is making the decisions. And that doesn't apply here either. This is horrible, horrible, horrible legislation. Make sure that anybody that voted for this, make sure that anybody that introduced this never gets into office again. Put aside your aggravations. Put aside the Democrat versus Republican stuff. Put aside your petty issues and grievances of the people you don't like. Anybody that introduced this piece of legislation, anybody that supports it in its current form, should never, ever, ever be allowed in the halls of power again in the United States of America. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States cleared the transaction and notified the parties to the transaction or a broader transaction that included the transaction that the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States completed all action with respect to the transaction or a broader transaction that included the transaction or... Who writes this, bro? Who is this, Dr. Seuss? Like, what the Are you serious? One more time. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States cleared the transaction and notified the parties to the transaction or a broader transaction that included the transaction that the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States completed all action with respect to the transaction or a broader transaction that included the transaction. C. Administrative procedures. Except with respect to a civil penalty imposed pursuant to Section 9B of this Act. The functions exercised under this Act shall not be subject to Sections 551, 553 through 559, and 701 through 706 of Title V United States Code. Okay, remember what those were? This was the whole Freedom of Information Act stuff. So this is related to you, the citizen of the United States, being able to understand what your government is actually doing. So when it comes to administrative procedures, except with respect to a civil penalty imposed pursuant to Section this, the functions exercised under this Act shall not be subject to sections of U.S. Code that refer to you as a citizen being able to understand what your government is doing. That's what this is. That's what this is. This is a smack in the face to your rights as an American. Protected information in civil actions. And also, by the way, another thing here, the lack of the freedom of information request kind of stuff, this means that if they do something screwed up, you may not know about it. You may not even know who's accountable or responsible, and you won't have the means to figure out who is accountable or responsible if a bad decision is made. It's not even that this is bad legislation that can be abused. It's that you may not even know who is abusing it, so you don't even know who to kick out of office, you don't know who to punish, you don't know who to hold accountable. This is horrible. You realize, you see this from like top to bottom, right? This is genuinely horrible. This subsection does not confer or imply any right to judicial review. Yeah, of course. Why do we want judicial review? Why do we want accountability in anything that we're doing here? Of course we don't want accountability. That's the point. F, no right of access. 1, in general. No provision of this act shall be construed to create a right to obtain access to information in the possession of the federal government that was considered in making a determination under this act that a transaction is a covered transaction or interest, or to prohibit, mitigate, or take action against the covered transaction or interest, including any classified national security information or sensitive but unclassified information. So again, somebody's going to say, well, yeah, he just can't give you access to classified information or sensitive but unclassified information. What's sensitive? Who defines what's sensitive? And why don't I get to know? Inapplicability of FOIA. Inapplicability of FOIA. Any information submitted to the federal government by a party to a covered transaction in accordance with this act, as well as any information the federal government may create relating to review of the covered transaction, is exempt from disclosure under Section 552 of Title V United States Code, commonly referred to as the Freedom of Information Act. I shouldn't be laughing. You realize this has bipartisan support. The chances of this passing are very high. The White House likes this. We applaud the bipartisan group of senators led by Senator Warner and Thune, who today introduced the Restricting the Emergence of Security Threats That Risk Information and Communications Technology Act. This has a chance of passing. This is not like a right to repair bill where the chance of it passing is 0.5% and Lewis really cheers it on but knows it's going to fail. This actually has a chance of becoming law in the United States of America. We need to stop this from happening. In conclusion, I dislike TikTok, and I don't like using TikTok. If you created a bill that said that TikTok is banned, there are circumstances under which I could get behind a TikTok ban. TikTok is from a foreign adversary, and it is spyware. It's worse than Google. Like it's worse than the type of spyware that we have allowed to become commonplace in our personal lives, and it is bad. It's just. I have no problem with that being banned. This is not a TikTok ban. This goes a lot further than a TikTok ban. There are a lot of provisions in this so that this can be used for a lot more than just banning TikTok. It can be used to ban willy-nilly things that we don't like. More importantly, the measures that can be used to get around this ban are measures that we use in many other elements of our lives to ensure that we have privacy, to ensure that we can do things like just get around region blocks and geofencing on movie sites and stuff like that. Things that we use every single day. In prison for up to 20 years. Fines of up to $1 million. And lastly, no accountability. We have sections of United States Code relating to how lobbyists have control over our legislature and trying to reduce the control and influence that lobbyists have over our legislature. This act states explicitly that those sections of United States Code that have been there for over a decade get tossed out the window. The Freedom of Information Act gets tossed out the window. So we have high penalties, broad ability for abuse, depending on who is in office and what it is that they don't like, and a complete lack of accountability or transparency. This is not a banned TikTok bill. This is Patriot Act 2.0. Everything that they wish they probably could have gotten in 10 or 20 years ago but weren't able to sneak in there, They are now sneaking in there now. And dare I say it, they're not sneaking it in there because this bill is public, and anybody who wishes to, even anybody with a dial-up internet connection if they had, can download this PDF and read through the entirety of it. And anybody, if they have access to the internet, if they have access to communications devices that allow them to view the video that I have put on this platform, whether this is on YouTube or Odyssey or Rumble, if you have the means to be able to access this video, you have the means to figure out who your local congressperson and senator is and ensure that they know that you will vote for their opposition if they vote for this bill. That regardless of what your aggravations are with the other party, regardless of what your aggravations are on other issues, let them know that if they let this go through, in this form, if they continue to support it, regardless of who runs against them, a carrot could run against them. You will vote for the carrot just to avoid them being elected to another term. That is the only way these people will believe that there are consequences to their actions. If we let them know, and after we let them know, we actually act on it. We do what we say we're going to do. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video. Bye now. Do you remember?
of you. Maybe I'm painting through what I'm about to do. Show your sit here thinking of you. Maybe I'm painting through what I'm about to do. Show your
Just go in and get the paperwork.
What is it? Bullshit. You ain't afraid of no man.
There's something out there waiting for us. And it ain't no man.
I mean, you would be surprised, especially like, because all that is the person that's going to do it is just the secretary. If you sound official enough, you should know this from being in the Army, if you sound official enough, a fucking secretary will bend over and lick your balls back.
Yeah.
Seriously. If you sound official enough. They'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, send it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, get a piece of paper and just walk around, and you're good to go. Good to go.
Exactly. Exactly.
To that Elon place and had his name,
Yeah.
I'd just go in
I
and get
would,
the
for sure,
paperwork.
if I had his name, I would call and try. It couldn't hurt to try.
Oh, if I lived close to that Elon place and had his name, I'd just go in and get the paperwork. Oh, wait a minute.
Exactly. Exactly.
It ain't that hard to...
It's in Maine.
Oh, if I lived close to that Elon place and had his name, I'd just go in and get the paperwork. Oh, wait a minute.
Exactly. Exactly.
It ain't that hard to...
It's in Maine.
Hint, hint, hint.
Like, call him up and that's right. I'll be like, I'm Dr. Smith, or pick a name, from whatever hospital in whatever town that he lives in, and we have a central in our facility, and I need to get some background information because he's in here for whatever, and I need to get some childhood background information on him. Could you please send it to this fax number? I've gotten away with worse.
Wow.
It's in Maine. That place is in Maine. Doesn't Chang live in Maine? You think Chang could pull it off?
No.
I don't
you know,
know.
no offense, but I don't know.
Yeah, we'll find somebody else.
Yeah. All you have to do is walk in like the janitor.
No, Chang couldn't do.
No, yeah.
Yeah, Chang might be able to pull off the janitor. We just have to tell him, Chang, you can't go in there. You can't beat up the refrigerator.
Yeah.
Just go get the paper.
Take a long one for your.
If a platform declined to moderate content flagged by the official, or if a platform decided not to take an official's suggestions. Do you stand by your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a few minutes ago, just prior, you said that members of the legislative branch don't qualify for this particular statement, despite the fact that you said no government official ever. Does a representative in Congress constitute a government official?
Well, let me clarify my testimony from earlier. I don't think that legislative proposals that were brought by Republicans or Democrats constitute threats against social media platforms. That's true whether with respect to Section 230 reform. It's true with respect to antitrust enforcement.
So that would then lead us to the natural inclination to believe that you're talking about the executive branch, correct? Being government officials. So government officials like the Deputy Assistant to the President and Director of Digital Strategy like Robert Flattery, or the White House Senior Advisor like Andrew Slavitt, or the NSC staffer Katie Colas, or the Deputy Assistant to the President, or the White House Digital Director, or the Press Secretary for the First Lady, or the NSC Director for Counterterrorism, the Chief of Staff for the Office of Digital Strategy, the Director of Strategic Communication and Engagement, the White House Associate Counsel, Associate Director for Communications, the Deputy Director of Digital Strategy, and the Strategic Director of Digital Communications. Those are government officials, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what's so interesting is that all of these members of the executive branch, all of them have communications, thousands of emails between them and Twitter and Meta officials where they demand that posts be taken down and censored. I'll give you a couple of examples, and then we'll see if you still feel so strongly about your words. January 23rd, 3 days after the inauguration, at 1:04 a.m., Clark Humphrey of the White House emails Twitter and says, "We're flagging this post for you. Hey folks, wanted to flag this tweet, wondering if we can get moving on the process to have it taken down, ... ASAP. Then, on February 7th, an email exchange took place between Twitter and White House Deputy Assistant to the President and Director of Digital Strategy, Rob Flattery, and asked for the steps that he could take to, quote, streamline the process for the White House's demands for Twitter censorship. Then 2 days later, on February 9th, 2021, he follows up again with Facebook with a more aggressive demand for more information, along with an accusation that would be repeated many times in the future, that Facebook was failing to censor speech on its platform, and it was causing, quote, political violence. Fast forward, you have March 15th, White House senior advisor then made an ominous statement threatening unspecified executive action against Facebook in retaliation for Facebook's perceived lack of cooperation with the White House's list of demands that have been documented and will be inserted into the record for this hearing on censorship of, quote, borderline content. The line that I think is particularly troubling is saying, internally, we have been considering our options on what to do about it. Do you consider that to be non-threatening?
I'm not familiar with the particular documents that you're referring to.
I just read you multiple examples.
Yes, and so I don't think that emphatic expressions of their concerns about the problem of misinformation is a threat. I don't.
So when President Biden says that social media companies are killing people, and then there is a direct line from the White House to the social media companies demanding posts be removed, going so far as to say there has to be a quick and devastating takedown, a published takedown, that is not a threat?
I don't believe so.
Wow.
I also don't believe it was a threat when President Trump made comments about
I'm
social
so
media
glad we
as
have
well.
this on the record. Again, my apologies to you, sir, for what you've had to endure here today, but with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time's expired.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On the NewsHour tonight, former President Donald Trump is indicted over hush money payments during the 2016 campaign to cover up an alleged affair.
An American reporter is detained in Russia on spying charges for the first time since the Cold War.
And more uncertainty ahead for homeless people in Washington, D.C. as the city phases out its COVID-era hotel housing program.
I've often said that housing is healthcare. I now say housing with the appropriate supports in place is healthcare.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
These are people who are trying to change the world. Startups have this energy that energizes me. I'm thriving by helping others every day. People who know BDO.
The Candida Fund, committed to advancing restorative justice and meaningful work through investments in transformative leaders and ideas. More at candidafund.org. Carnegie Corporation of New York, supporting innovations in education, democratic engagement, and the advancement of international peace and security at carnegie.org. And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the NewsHour. We come on the air with breaking news tonight. Former President Donald Trump has been indicted in a hush money case involving an alleged affair. A lawyer for Mr. Trump says he has been informed that a grand jury in New York returned that indictment.
It's the first time any ex-president has been charged in a criminal case, and it comes as Mr. Trump is running for president again in 2024.
That's how I started this channel back It's that time again. It's that time again to laugh at clowns. Now, while you're looking at this screenshot, you're probably looking at the writing up there and maybe the title of the video, and what you should look at as well is the title of the channel and the name on it. What was embarrassing about that was a little while down the line, when the slander wasn't working and it was making Terrace like the scumbag that he is, they changed the title to Maybe. It's not going too well, is it? There's a new stream, or maybe not new, but it's a day old, and I don't really. Terrace's little PR machine is in the comments section, the only comment. I don't think it was received too well. And what was I talking about on this stream with the bizarre thumbnail? Almost reminds me of that time when I said you didn't have no balls, Terrace, as a metaphor for you being a complete pussy and no vagina. And he was on that stream with Urban Disciples, wasn't he, with your wife, Skeletor, and he was saying, oh gee, he says I've got no balls, man, you know, like I've got kids and that, and then Skeletor jumps on, didn't she, and says sort of prefer. Yeah, you obviously don't understand metaphors. What was the clowns up to last night? Have a listen to this, shall we?
True.
It's absolutely not true.
It's bullshit. Treach isn't going after anybody's husband, anybody's wife.
I've never doxed Malibu's name, even though she doxed mine. I've never doxed Taco's name, even though she doxes mine.
The next person is gonna attempt to dox. We all know where it's coming from. As soon as he says it, watch Skeletor say that the person deserves it.
I've never doxed. Well, I did dox Ryan's name, OG's name today. I doxed his name today, but I have not made a habit of posting Ryan Walsh's full name until today. But these people are using my.
The more and more you say that you don't enjoy the taste of Schoenberger's wiener, more and more
Those
you
muffins
prove
talking about
you
dicks
do.
again.
Because Brian Walsh, that's not the same Brian Walsh from Belfast, is it? Thomas Schoenberger tweets at and he gets mad at him, aka me. Is it this Brian Walsh? Or is it this one? Terrace doesn't deep throat Thomas Schoenberger's little wiener anymore, does he? Surely not. One thing I will say, before we get into the rest of it, is Dean Fougere actually surprised me, old Titus Frost, because when I found this little way of getting these people a little shake in real life, a little shake, sort of as if to say, you know, be careful what you're doing. Dino backed out of it straight away, because Dino's never wanted evidence or facts or anything, ever before in his life, let alone slandering people. And he did a massive U-turn very fast. Now you need to have evidence for these claims and stuff. So, has Thomas Schoenberger got a little bit upset that Dino won't run with it anymore and has put his wiener in your mouth again? A little bit.
Until today.
Well, you mean the same name you had as your own channel, you mean? You can't be serious, can you?
Fucking legal name, and they're posting shit on websites. Taco has a website dedicated to me at this fucking point.
Yeah.
Not even on Twitter, not on YouTube. It's a standalone fucking website that either.
She's getting there before Terrace's PR machine turns up and has to eject and say her piece. You understand why I'm pointing at that in a second. You should get a good laugh out of this. But you cannot be serious in telling people. It's a bit like me. Let's just say I'm called John Brennan because I like that name. It reminds me of fire herpes. Let's just say my name's John Brennan. Now you're trying to tell your audience that it'd be equivalent to me telling my audience, you know, I've had this as my name, it's all my channel name, on my other site, stuff like that, and then someone calls me John Brennan, and I lose my shit, and so you can't call me John Brennan? Is this really where we're at? I mean, it gets more retarded by the year. With 5 years of this garbage, 5 years of the
Especially with this guy involved.
rentards,
Not this guy, but
just
that
trying
guy.
to battle everyone online who knows what they're about. Maybe not Jackie, but Terry's for sure. You're a known shitbag. It's been, you know, like I say, I started this channel back in lockdown for you. And the idiots that wouldn't stop talking shit about me. So, I mean, you seem to get more retarded by the year as it goes on. The more you invest in this ridiculous drama fest of over half a decade of just yourself looking like an absolute fucking idiot. A clown, a court jester. I mean, and that's just being nice. That's a PR machine.
Yeah, sorry, let us mute.
Yeah, I want to address something because I do know Shizzle's in some of these chats where they're, you know, talking a bunch of shit about us and stuff, and I don't care about that. I don't care where
Oh, yes, you do. You wouldn't have mentioned it otherwise.
Shizzle goes or what he does. That's not my point here. My point is what they're saying is bullshit. And I'm not saying to believe us or trust us or anything like that. But Treach is one of the most honest people on YouTube that I've ever fucking met.
I've just proved one thing in this video. I was going to say it's one small thing, but it's pretty big when you're sort of trying to get to know someone's character. You wouldn't really want to be friends with someone who accuses people of working with pedos. The next thing is changing, it's maybe, and now they're saying that they've doxed them with a completely fake name, which runs with other slander to do with pedos and stuff. Are you trying to rewrite history or something? That's just one small little snippet of a whole heap of stuff I've got on Terry's Friend Throw. Do you try to change history? Or how much is he paying you for this garbage? He's the most honest man you've met on YouTube. That's what she said, wasn't it? It was, because I had to rewind it myself, and I thought, is this woman like on drugs or something? Like, it can't just be weed, surely. Who are you trying to kid, Angela? What is your skin in this game? You haven't got none, have you? I mean, you're just a willing participant to have someone rip into you, make you look like the clown that you are? I mean, if you want that, I mean, carry on the way you're carrying on. Except I wouldn't get involved with the stuff that these people are saying. Because if my name is mentioned in it, it's something about me. I might put a bit of time in and find out who you are. I already know who fucking silly little fucking Terrace Renfrew and his wife Jacqueline are. You know, it's ridiculous. I don't know why you do stuff like this. I mean, what do you think someone's going to do who is not within door knocking distance that can come round and beat the absolute fucking living daylights out of you for this slander? What do you think they're going to do? You're going to use other methods, aren't they? And suing wouldn't be one of them. I mean, I'd have to have a hell of a lot of money to want to waste it on a pair of fucking retards like the Renfrews. No. You know, the pain that you think that you're causing me, it's not happening, but I can cause you a lot of pain in real life. Ask Titus Frost. Ask Titus Frost. He's one of the Schoenberger gang, isn't he? Maybe he'll give you a little insight into, you know, maybe don't go there with OG with stuff like that. I mean, I can take a joke, I can take people ripping on me, insulting me, whatever. I'm a big boy. I'm not like Terrace Renfrew, the little fucking bitch. I'm just going to cry about it for 5 years. No. I don't get mad, I get even. So be very careful what you want to insert yourself into. And if Terrace Renfrew is the most honest person you've ever met online, I can't imagine where you came from and what you was hanging around with before, because it must have been some nasty shit. It really must have been. Keep doing the PR machine for this moron, Terrace Renfrew, and I'll just keep releasing more old videos. I'll put private. How's about that? The two I let out today.
Hey, all I gotta say is it would suck to be two pencil necks on YouTube having to play fight with each other like these two. Well, and all these muffins.
Pretty good.
For their
because
muffin bucks.
The one where he was saying that I worked with this pedo guy, Mr. Gunn. Well, that video actually exposes him as hanging out with Aaron V. Cox. Who's Aaron V. Cox? Well, you can find a good video on my channel. You probably find some really good stuff on the Flathead channel.
Oh
It's the
yeah,
originator
yeah.
of that.
You mean the video on your douchebag channel that's got the most hits? Who's he trying to associate me with? Let's listen to this pencil neck
You
one more
doing
time.
PR machine for this moron, Terrace Renfro, and I'll just keep releasing more old videos. I'll put private. How's about that? The two I let out today are pretty good because the one where he was saying that I worked with this pedo guy, Mr. Gunn. Well, that video actually exposes him as hanging out with Aaron V. Cox. Who's Aaron V. Cox? Well, you
Wait
can
a minute,
find a
what
good
the
video
hell?
on my channel. You probably find some really good stuff on the Flathead channel. It was the originator of that. So
What the hell is he trying to do? Is he trying to associate me with this guy named Mr. Gunk? Or is he trying to associate me with Numbnuts? Numbnuts Terrace. I mean, I don't know. These guys, see, they got to throw my name around to deflect away from what they're doing. Right? Oh, you hung out with Cox. Oh, well, here's the thing, okay? I really didn't give a shit about Mr. Renfro, but when you call the cops from outside of the country on a veteran, I don't give a shit if he's a douchebag or not, right? But these two brand muffins, holy shit, throwing my name around. Oh yeah, right at the end of his videos too. The last minute, he's got to bring up Mr. Cox, right? Make sure you get your Cox clicks. What the hell is he saying?
it's the same.
Yeah, he hangs out with
This
Eric
pedo guy,
Cox,
Mr.
dude.
Gunn.
You're such a lame wad pencil neck.
Well, that video actually exposes him as hanging out with Aaron V. Cox.
Wow.
Who's Aaron V. Cox? Well, you can find a good video on my channel. You probably find some really good stuff on the Flathead channel. It was the originator of that. So
Yeah,
I
see,
found out
he's
from-
getting his Cox clicks. Make sure you promote your Cox clicks there, OG Juan Cannoli.
Done my research.
Damn.
It's the same Aaron V. Cox of Treacher saying does this stuff. And I found another video today of him in your chat when he used to have a spanner and was wrenched. You know, and I used to tell you this stuff. But while you're trying to label me all this stuff, don't forget you hang out with this guy. And he was on the Clown Crew Get Wrecked when he treats Skin and his Clown Crew Get Wrecked. Yeah, he was one of the clowns that got wrecked that day, along with Urban Turban and the other dipshits.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd much rather be on the Clown Crew or the Muffin Bucks crew here, OG Juan Cannoli, really. I mean, at least the Clown Crew, we've got circus acts and animals. You got Thomas Schoenberger that you play fight with, that you're gonna all do a documentary on to help promote for him. Once again, that's what these guys do. Oh, we're gonna bust the shit out of him. We're gonna show you guys you haven't ever seen, stuff you haven't seen. No, they're not gonna show you shit, especially the court case record. They're gonna show you a slap video from Fellowmon, and then another slap video from this other guy, and that busted Thomas out, right? No, you just promoted for him, you dumbass pencil neck. I'm in a great mood
It's like
today, by
being
the
a
way.
teacher or something, teaching like one-celled creatures like what and what not to do. And I tell you so, man, I'm the last person you want to fuck with. Because I can't get even in your own country, can I? And come knocking on your door like I was saying before.
What the hell
I'll
did this
get
guy?
you
I'm
in
trying to
worse
do
ways,
shit
son.
over here. What this guy just
I'm
say?
the last person you want to fuck with.
Wait a minute.
It's like being a teacher or something, teaching like one-celled creatures like what and what not to do. And I tell you so, man, I'm the last person you want to fuck with.
Wait a minute.
'Cause I can't get even.
He's the last person you want to mess with. Are you serious?
I tell you so, man, I'm the last person you want to fuck with. Because I can't get even in your own country, can I? And come knocking on your door like I was saying before. I'll get you in worse ways, son. Eugene.
Oh, he'll get you in worse
Yeah,
ways.
it is. I tell you so, man, I'm the last person you want to fuck with. Because I can't get even in your own country, can I? And come knocking on your door like I was saying before. I'll get you in worse ways, son.
In worse ways, he's gonna make some slap videos on you and call the cops.
Yeah, that is.
That's
I tell you
what
so, man,
OG's
I'm the
gonna
last
do.
person you want to fuck with.
Let's leave that on loop
Because
for
I
a
can't
few
get
minutes.
even in your own country, can I? And come knocking on your door like I was saying before. I'll get you in worse ways, son. Eugene. See you later. I tell you so, man, I'm the last person you want to fuck with.
You know,
'Cause I
what I
can't get
found.
even in your own country, can I? And come
You know what I found about pencil necks like this guy is when they're cokeheads like this, they think they're really tough from their armature. Like Anton, he's probably a cokehead. I mean, I'm just wondering. I mean, well, speculating, right? Did have to go a million miles an hour at control V enter, control V enter, control V enter. That's what cokeheads do. Dude, this is some crazy shit, man. He thinks he's tough.
on your door like I was saying before. I'll get you in worse ways, son.
Wow.
Eugene.
Wow.
See you later. I tell you so, man, I'm the last person you want to fuck with. Because I can't get even in your own country, can I? And come knocking on your door like I was saying before. I'll get you in worse ways, son. Eugene. See you later. I tell you so, man, I'm the last person you want to fuck with. Because I can't get even in your own country, can I? And come knocking on your door like I was saying before.
Come on.
I'll get
Come
you
on,
in worse
Thomas.
ways, son.
Really, Thomas?
Eugene.
Thomas. Is that really all you got?
In your own country, can I? And come knocking on
Wait,
your
wait,
door
one more
like
time, one more time.
one-celled creatures, like what and what not to do. I tell you so, man, I'm the last person you want to fuck with. Because I can't get even in your own country, can I? And come knocking on your door
Somebody
like I was saying
timestamp it.
before. I'll get you in worse ways, son.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Eugene.
One more time, because we're gonna
Yeah,
timestamp this right at 9 hours.
It's like being a teacher or something, teaching like one-celled creatures, like what and what not to do. I tell you so, man, I'm the last person you want to fuck with.
I can't.
Because I can't get even in your own country, can I? And come knocking on your door like I was saying before. I'll get you in worse ways, son. Eugene. See you later.
Oh, I think we are buffering. Oh man. Right at the end of that video. Wow, what a complete pencil neck dork. Thinking he's
Welcome
badass.
everyone to the second hearing of the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. The chair now recognizes himself for an
Holy
opening
crap. Oh, we got more to go through. All right. Thanks for joining in. 9 hours in. Trying to get some stuff done. Trying to send out a package. And getting it ready.
Grounded in reality.
There's a lot of people walking around in New York City, stopping for shoe shines, grabbing the paper. It's easy to strike up conversation. Players gain people's trust in order to trick them. Same thing. Before we really had the term social engineer, people used to just say con artist. Because what a con game is where you gain someone's trust and then defraud them. Social engineers gain people's trust in order to trick them. Same thing. And one of my favorite con artists was George C. Parker. He made a living off of selling things he didn't own. He lived in New York City in the early 1900s. A lot of immigrants were moving into the city, and he wanted to take advantage of their lack of knowledge about the city. Grant's tomb was built in 1897, which is the final resting place for Ulysses S. Grant. It's right in Manhattan, and it's an extraordinary monument. You can even go inside and look at the casket. It's a popular tourist attraction. George C. Parker saw so many people coming to see Grant's tomb, he wanted to somehow make money off this. And not by selling popcorn or hot dogs or flowers. No, George's idea was to sell Grant's tomb itself, even though he didn't own it. He got to work drafting up fake documents, which showed he was the grandson of Ulysses S. Grant, and then he rented an office to look like a legal place where you can make such a transaction, and then he went around town looking for victims. There's a lot of people walking around in New York City, stopping for shoe shines, grabbing the paper. It's easy to strike up conversations with anyone. George found someone interested in buying Grant's tomb. George forged some documents, which looked like he was the owner, and he told the victim that he could make a lot of money off this place if he would just charge people to come take a look at the casket. And so, he made the deal. He sold Grant's tomb to someone, even though he didn't own it. In the following decades, George C. Parker went on to sell dozens of other landmarks in New York City. He sold the rights to plays and operas. He sold Madison Square Garden to someone once. He sold the Metropolitan Museum of Art once, and the Statue of Liberty. But my favorite thing that he sold was the Brooklyn Bridge itself. He would tell people that they could set up a toll booth on the Brooklyn Bridge and make a lot of money from all the cars passing by. This was such a great con game that George sometimes sold the Brooklyn Bridge twice a week. And the city would often have to come out and stop victims from erecting toll booths on the bridge. And that's where we get the term. If you believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you. These are true stories from the dark side of the internet. I'm Jack Resider. This is Darknet Diaries. Can we start out with who you are and what do you do?
Sure. It's kind of a loaded question. So, Chris Hadnaghi, and primarily I'm the CEO, or my fun title is Chief Human Hacker of Social Engineer LLC. But I also run social-engineer.org, which is a free resource for social engineers or people interested in the topic, where they can educate themselves and learn about things like stories and the science behind it. And then I also run a nonprofit called the Innocent Lives Foundation.
How did you get into social engineering?
Oh, that's fun. So I was working in the industry, but doing vulnerability assessments. So I want to say, like, maybe many of us started off that way. Just kind of security vulnerability assessments. And then I took a course called Pen Testing with Backtrack at the time, before it was Cali, and got addicted to pen testing, and ended up spending way more time than was healthy inside their labs, and cracked a server that hadn't been cracked at the time, and got a job offer from OffSec to work with them as their ops manager. And through that process of working with them and learning about real pen testing and how to do it, I found that my natural niche in the field was people, talking to people and learning how to influence them. So I started to write a framework on social engineering. That's what the social-engineer.org site is basically based on, is that framework. And when that framework came out, I got a book offer to write my first book, which no one should read. And from there, my company was started. And now we're here 11 years later.
Over a decade ago, Chris set up the website social-engineer.org. And there he started writing a framework to do social engineering, which is a guide, if you will, on how to do it. He wrote a code of ethics, he defined a bunch of terms, and he outlines many of the different methods and attacks.
And it came about because I wanted to understand social engineering from like a scientific and an artistic level. And the way I went about it was kind of looked at my bookshelf and said, man, I read this book because I wanted to understand X, so like, let's say influence. So I wanted to understand influence, so I bought Robert Cialdini's book and I read it. And I studied it. And then I took principles from that and tried them on a phishing email or tried them when we were breaking into a building. So I would write that down. And I went through my bookshelf and just kind of outlined, these are the skills I used, these are the places I learned them, and here's what I took away from those lessons. And through that, it took about 9 or 10 months. That formulated the social engineering framework that is still alive on the site today. It's been updated, of course, since that time, but it took about a year to do, and it came out right around 2009.
Yeah, so Chris here, the chief human hacker, has literally written the book on social engineering. Actually, 3 of them at this point. But back in 2010, on top of the framework he was writing, he was also writing newsletters on social engineering and putting out a podcast about it.
And then companies start calling because they're reading this, they see it. It's the first time anyone's ever defined it. And they're saying, hey, would you come and test our company? Would you come and pen test us? Or would you come and fish us and tell us how we did? And I was like, yeah, sure, we would try that. And again, at the time, this time in history, there was no companies doing this, so it was hard. What do we charge them? How do we make a business out of this? We were trying to figure it out all as we went. And that's what started my company at that time, which was about 2010, 11 time, is when I separated and formed my own company focused strictly on social engineering.
So you're aware of what a phishing email is, right? An email designed to get you to click a link in there, which will harm you somehow, whether it will get you to download malware or scam you or whatever. And when Chris gets a call to do a phishing campaign against a company, he gives them 2 options.
You have the security awareness phishing, and then you have pen test phishing, right? So security awareness phishing, the goal is education at the end. So those are usually done company-wide, like everybody, no matter if there's 1,000 people or 100,000 people. They're done every month. And the goal is to get them to click a link that then brings them to an educational page. Because our end goal with that kind of phishing is to teach them how to catch it and how to report it properly. But in pen test phishing, the goal is much different. Pen test phishing, our goal is to steal credentials, to install an implant, to get a Trojan or malware on the machine, somehow to compromise the network or the people for the pen test that we're doing.
Now, I've worked with, hundreds of clients as a security engineer myself. And boy, let me tell you, none of them were interested in me doing phishing attacks on their employees. In fact, my own company that I was working for wouldn't even let me do phishing tests on our own employees. So it's just rare for companies today to try to phish their employees. But it was extra rare to see companies doing this in 2010.
I got called by a really large financial institution, and they said, we've been doing SE internally for a while, and we use your framework now. Would you be willing to work with us and actually testing our people? And for me, it was a shock, because like you, I had the same experience. We would do a pen test for a client, and I would say to them, hey, can we send some phishing emails? And they're like, nah, we don't really care about that. And I would offer them for free. I would say, let me send 5 for free. If you like what you see, we could talk about more, on pay. And then they would be like, okay, yeah, you can send a few. And they would always work, and they would be like, no, I don't want to pay for them. They just work too good. And it's like, but that's why we should do it, So you were right. I was hitting this roadblock where companies didn't want to do it, but then this large financial institution says, let's do this. And all of a sudden, we are full board doing SE testing and phishing and all this other work in a major company that's global. And that word spread. And soon as that happened, other companies started saying, well, if you're working, then maybe we should consider that. And
I got a few links that just came in. We're just going to do video on it. Doesn't look like there's any action. I appreciate the link drop in the chat. Be with video here in a minute.
that is when we were sitting back saying, okay, I don't even know how the heck do we charge for this stuff? Where do you come up with pricing? How do you figure out what a service should look like, since there was no go to Glassdoor and figure out what a typical social engineer makes, you know? It was just figuring it out as we went. And then you're right, it still was a struggle. First 5 years, It was like pulling teeth. You would approach companies and they'd be like, why do I need this? And it was a lot of education. And then as media started picking up stories of phishing attacks and vishing attacks and
What's a
social
vishing
engineering
attack?
impersonation attacks, as media covered those more and more, it got to the point where people, companies, C-levels were hearing these stories and going, wow, this is a problem. And that's when it became easier to now sell those services like it is today, where most companies know they need social engineering services, but of course, as it wasn't before, there's a lot more competition. So it's like every other industry. Now they have to pick and choose who they deal with.
So Chris sometimes gets calls to send everyone in the company phishing emails. And the goal is to give the employees education and awareness of this kind of attack.
So for us, it's we levelize, what I call levelize the fish. So we have like 3 different tiers. So let's say it's the same fish. Like right now, one of the big things that's going around in the real world is, since everyone's working from home, it's new work at home policies, right? So if you're working from home, here's some policies you need to read. So a fish like that, let's say with a really basic levelized number 1, it might look like it's just coming randomly to you. It's not personalized, it's not branded, and it has even some spelling and grammar errors. Level 2 might come to you and it's not personalized, but there's no errors in it. It looks a little more realistic. And then a level 3 looks like it's coming from your HR department. And all of these are geared to teach the employee 2 things. One is, can they catch the fish? So we're recording a lot of data. Did they report it properly if they caught it? And if not, when they clicked it, did they go to the landing page that was given to them and read the information, which in security awareness, a lot of people love to push like 10, 15, 20-minute CBTs.
CBTs are computer, like your typical security awareness training you might get at a company.
And those aren't great. I mean, those have a use and a purpose, but they're not great for what we're talking about here. You want to give someone some information they can digest in 60 to 90 seconds. So it should be hey, you just clicked on a fish. Here's how you could have caught it, and please report it to this address. And we find that kind of security awareness phishing program helps keep the idea of phishing in people's minds, and they're much more aware about all fish throughout the month.
And this kind of training works amazingly well. It really sticks with the employees who did click the link and got phished. That 60 seconds where they learned that they clicked on a malicious link is a powerful moment. Their online awareness and digital hygiene are instantly leveled up.
When we've had clients that use a levelized approach, that do it consistently, so these are the things, right? You have to have a levelized approach, do it consistently, and have messaging that isn't damaging. Now, what do I mean by that, right? Everyone's afraid of COVID-19 right now. So if we start phishing people with, like, let's say a fish that says, find out who in the office was diagnosed with COVID-19. Everyone's going to click that. And when they find out it's a test, they're going to feel hurt, especially if someone lost a family member. Let's say someone had a family member die because of the virus. And now they find out you use that virus as part of education. They're going to feel really hurt, and you've taken away the ability to educate them. So your program has to be levelized, consistent, regular, and also it has to not step over that moral line. And when you do that, we've probably the case I love to use the most is we fished a client we had with for 5 years, and after 3 years of consistently fishing them, they had a 78% reduction in actual malware on their network. So actual malware related cases on their network reduced by 78% because people were catching fish and reporting them properly without clicking them. So that's a huge win when you think about doing it right.
Pretty impressive, huh? Conducting phishing campaigns on everyone in the company as part of your security awareness training seems like a no-brainer in terms of how it helps improve the security of a company, because a ton of malware enters the company by people clicking phishing emails. It's crazy these are still effective today, even though most people know about phishing attacks and have been told over and over not to click on suspicious links. And you know what I've seen some companies do? Where I used to work, they used to give a bonus to employees who could demonstrate healthy behaviors. Like if you didn't smoke and you went to the doctor for preventative care and did regular exercise, they would incentivize you and give you an extra $500 a year as a health bonus. But some companies take this a step further and incentivize people demonstrating proper security hygiene. Like if you're tested with phishing emails every month and pass, and then have implemented two-factor authentication properly, and then you use a password manager and you're virus-free for a year, you might get a digital health bonus too. Because some companies can really save money by incentivizing their employees to be more vigilant and secure, which results in less infections company-wide.
Stream on this Thursday. This one is called Ego Death Paradigm Shift, talking about the upcoming Antichrist. I tried to do this from YouTube. It was not taking, so I came over to StreamYard. First of all, I want to say with my last video, when a couple nights ago, when I was saying that I fear God and someone perceived that as a vulnerability, the truth is I don't fear God. I was lying to myself. I know that I am saved and protected, delivered from the wrath. That's the only way that you're able to bring about God's will, through being a pulpit of judgment for others. Now, I had talked about how in this world, it's like we are partly to just comply and be the light, and partly to protest and bring judgment. So it looks different depending on, whatever God has in store for you. I've had a complete ego death and a paradigm shift, and it's caused me to feel quite exhausted in the spirit, and not in the spirit, sorry, in the flesh, exhausted in the flesh. Ego deaths will do that to you because you're like shedding another layer off of you. So I had never actually used the bureaucracy to attempt to, and was I hopeful? Not really. Like, I was not super optimistic that anything would change, but I knew it was God's will to go in to say, this is money laundering, obviously, and no one wants you here, and don't do it. I just simply said, under the authority in me, don't do it. They might do it anyway. It's been pretty quiet here, and I just heard that Saudi Arabia has just pulled out of the petrodollar. At least I saw that on a TikTok. I don't know if that's true or not. But yeah, money laundering is like illegal activity with money. These bonds, these projects, the money's already spoken for. They're not taking it from taxpayer dollars. So therefore, they kind of just get the quote unquote authority to do whatever they want in the name of science, right? And it's quite insane. It's quite ridiculous. I had looked up this public works figure, this project manager that I sat next to, and basically I called bullshit on everything he was doing. And did I think that anyone was going to side with me? No, but I at least was there to say, this is criminal activity, suspect for criminal. And then went in again to say, don't close the road unless you can rule this out as not money laundering. But the truth is, it is money laundering, and the evidence proves that they don't care. Judges don't care. They're all bought about the AI system. They're all bought into it, at least on a physical level. So the world gets darker. It's a complete illusion of choice. All this, it's like, why even invite people to come and say anything? Because words matter, because words are powerful, because they need to at least allow people to speak their words, regardless of what they plan on doing next, because it gives more room for God to move. Do you believe me, or do you believe these science psychopaths? I had then looked up, just kind of like out of my own entertainment, I was researching this public works figure. His name is David Greer, Greear. You can look him up. Google David Greer, Public Works, Austin, to see what this little Jewy bastard looks like. And you can even Facebook him. He's got this, stellar, perfection, image of perfection on Facebook. This man actually tried to stop Tesla from being built. Tesla is just 10 miles northeast of where I live. And I found an article, this man, David Greer, tried to stop Tesla from being built in the name of flooding, in the name of science. So he's not just, you know, some little ordinary figure. This operation that is like insane. This is not ordinary stuff. This is very extraordinary stuff that is happening. And we're not like to sit here and be mad about it. I don't care. I know God's in control. And it's interesting that Saudi Arabia just pulled out of the petrodollar. If that's true, that's really interesting considering the fact that I just went in and said this dude's money laundering. And you shouldn't close the road until you find out he's not. And they were basically like, you evil science denier, it's not money laundering, you're just an evil science denier. They're fucking crazy, right? They're something else. They're not human. So, am I surprised? No. Was I optimistic? Not really, but I was gonna at least go in and say, maybe no. How about no? How about don't do it? How about nobody wants you here? How about the onion peels back and it's motherfucker money laundering? Duh. And we say no. We say no to that. So, we'll see what God does next about all of that. And yeah, looking up this guy, he was trying to get Tesla from being implanted because he was like, it's a flood zone. It's a flood. You can't build Tesla because it's a flooding zone. Tesla is like literally 3/4 of a mile long. Did you know that? The Tesla plant here in Austin, Texas, northeast Austin, or at least northeast of where I live, it's 3/4 of a mile long. That is an incredible engineer. You know, people need to be a lot more Isambard Kingdom Brunel and a lot less Cornelius Vanderbilt. You know, this public works little Jewy man, Bush crime family, that's Vanderbilt bullshit. People are sick of the Vanderbilt bullshit. They want more of the Isambard Kingdom Brunel, which was a far more superior engineer to Cornelius Vanderbilt. But because of the media, people thought that Cornelius Vanderbilt was some incredible engineer. But Isambard Kingdom Brunel was doing far more amazing engineering. It's just nobody heard about it. And all his projects are still in England to this day. A lot of people, well, I speculate that Elon Musk is in fact a reappearance of Isambard Kingdom Brunel. He looks just like him. And we're sick of the Cornelius Vanderbilt bullshit. We want this dude to finally get his justice in the fact that he's a far more superior engineer to these bastards. The Pope is sick. I guess he was like rushed to the hospital. He's got like a respiratory infection, whatever the story is. The Pope is being propped up as like sick and dying. Now, when the Pope dies, get ready for the Antichrist. When they're talking about the Pope dying, get ready for the Antichrist. I believe Michael Prince, formerly known as James Caswell, is an incredible candidate for this position. He was right about everything he ever said, and he said that there will be one man that's going to come forth on a world scale that's going to, quote unquote, walk people through an alien body snatching event. Now, this interview is nowhere to be found. Not on YouTube, you can't Google it, you can't find it, this video is gone. And I believe it was Bases 24. It was when they were outside, they were by the bay in St. Ives, and then they were in the flat on the couch. He was wearing a gray hoodie, with a gray hoodie with a hood, some lions on it. And he was saying, they are waiting for this. It's going to be called Peter Romanus, the final pope. Now, if they use that name or not, regardless, I have seen Michael in different forms. So I'd be lying to you if I thought he was some, almighty good person. And that is, it doesn't mean that I love him any less or he's any less. I have seen him in his form on Saturn, basically. I found him one time on Saturn. He was different. He was very different. He was only very robotic and oh, you're here. What do? We procreate. That's what we do. And I was sort of like, this is not you. You're not all there. It's a different form of James Casbolt. It's a different form of Michael Prince, formerly known as James Casbolt, a Saturnian form, a very hollow man who is only serving a function based on the task at hand. There are different sides to this figure. He is the greatest candidate for the replacement of the Pope. Now, everything that's happening I've been speaking about, the Pope is sick and dying. They're putting that in the media. Prepare for the Pope to die. Now, someone's going to take his place. Could be high candidate Michael Prince, formerly known as James Casbolt, to take the stage as this world figure, this Christ-like figure. It's going to be the Antichrist. Jesus Christ is not to return just yet. He's not here just yet. Don't ever put your faith in man. Don't put your faith in relationships. Don't put your faith in friends. Don't put your faith in money. Don't put your faith in your job. Put your faith in Jesus Christ and get the Holy Spirit to give your wits about you. Now, a lot of people are turning to cryptocurrency, especially as the banks are collapsing. I would say cryptocurrency should be a word. When you hear cryptocurrency, think of buying resources. Because I could go out and buy all this cryptocurrency, or I could take all my money and I can turn it into resources, which God has guided me to do for years. And I have at times gone through my resources in a deficit. So I would recommend, no, it's not going to be gold and silver and cryptocurrency. Anytime you hear gold, silver, cryptocurrency, think chickens, garden, and non-perishable pantry items. Think emergency, think pest control. I've already bought pest control to last me the rest of the year for my animals, for the scorpions. I keep a pantry stocked. I keep that stocked. I keep the animals' food stocked. That's my, crypto, gold, and silver is my resources. Gasoline, don't keep your car less than half a tank. Just get in the habit of not letting your tank go on empty. Anytime you hear gold, silver, cryptocurrency, think, instead of that, let me just fill my pantry. Let me just get some chickens. Let me just hunker down in that manner. And that will likely hold you over more than a cryptocurrency or gold and silver will. Things are getting pretty grim. I've had quite the ego death. I've had quite the paradigm shift. My optimism is gone, and that's not a bad thing. Listen, I'm not saying it like I'm complaining. I'm not saying it like I'm sad. I'm thrilled and I'm excited. Physically, I am tired because an ego death will make you extremely tired. I will not lie to myself unless I go to the extents I've gone to really prove to myself that this world is in fact completely bought and sold by the devil, using the bureaucracy, using the invitation to vote, knowing and learning and seeing and proving to myself it does not actually matter. These people do whatever they want, but I will still go in there and say, this is lies, these are lies, and that is money laundering. And this is who this person is, this is where this person came from, and if you look up this person tried to get Tesla from not even being implemented. So who's the real enemy here? We have a common enemy. Now, there was one redeeming characteristic to this person, David Greer, Public Works. He did, in fact, express an incredible amount of fear in coming into that courtroom that day. He was not expecting me to be there. And it was interesting because I was like, wow, they really are afraid of the sons and daughters of God and what they're going to say. Words. God said I was coming back with a sword of the tongue, words, language, sorcery. These things are the most powerful. Your silence is powerful. When you don't entertain these worldly conversations, you just go silent or you don't respond and you don't try to convince them of what you believe. You can't convince them. They are taken by a hypnotic spirit. The only thing that's going to crack these people is if you just leave them in awkward silence. The only thing that can reach the soul is the absence of your wisdom. Don't ever get on these people's level and fight with them one-on-one. We do not war in flesh and blood, but with these principalities, these wickedness in high places. We defeat it differently. Spirit through repentance to Jesus Christ is what gives you that kind of wisdom to go after these principalities if you feel guided to do so. If you feel guided to just protect yourself and your family, every time you hear crypto, gold, silver, think resources, pantry, garden, chickens. Don't think actual physical money. You're talking about starvation. You're looking at starvation. You're looking at not having pharmaceuticals. Stock up on pharmaceuticals. Get Narcan for fentanyl overdoses. Think ahead of the schedule. The Holy Spirit will guide you. Most important, get the Holy Spirit in you. It will guide you. An incredible update. I've had an extreme ego death. My paradigm has now shifted. I now know. I was optimistic but not naive, expected that this world was in fact bought and sold by the devil, and just like Revelations, it's not salvaged. It's not salvageable. I've been saying this for years. I've been expressing my optimism for years. I no longer have any optimism, and it's because I have proven it to myself. God guided. I have seen for myself. Optimism is not the ticket. This world is going to hell in a handbasket. And Jesus Christ is your shield of protection. The Holy Spirit is going to give you wisdom and the wits about you. That's just it. That's it. Do not be deceived in this hour. Things are looking pretty grim because it's true. If I am just a micro affecting the macro, or if the macro is affecting me as a micro, which happens to be a macro affecting you as a micro, then listen to me. This world, this paradigm shift is that this world is going to be completely handed over and destroyed. Do not put your faith in this world and your money and the bureaucracy and your friends and your family. You don't know where their souls are at. Don't let them sway your opinions. You need to focus on more than survival, having a relationship with Jesus and God, and taking authority for Jesus and God, the authority within you. Finally, masculinity returns, because finally men see that they cannot do anything by their own hands and their own works. The only thing that makes a man masculine is Christ Jesus. That's it. The only thing that restores family values is the man of the household being under Christ Jesus. That's it. And if I won the lottery, I would provide affordable housing for single mothers that need to get away from men that are anything less than that. Prodigal sons, they will not change. Know that they will not change until that great and terrible day comes. At least live your life in that manner. Don't have optimism. This is so ass backwards from the wisdom of the world will tell you to love and light and have optimism. I'm telling you, no. Jesus Christ, get that shield of protection and know that it is grim. Know that it is dark. Know that this world is going to hell in a handbasket, and there is no faith to be had in the world. Even if James Casbolt comes up and says, well, I am here, look to me. He will not be God. He will not be Jesus. You will know when Jesus Christ returns, and it will not be any ways of the world. It will not appear in any traditional manner. So don't be deceived. All right? Let God love you. Let God keep you. Have a day that scares the devil. And I will talk to you again really soon.
Clash with Bow is trying to stream. The cameras too, also at Mar-a-Lago or Trump Tower. I don't know, either or. And that would indicate that there might be some action there tonight. Try to stick with it.
Donald Trump has released a statement. Donald Trump has released a statement in lieu of Donald Trump has released a statement in lieu of his indictment. I will read the statement to you. This is a political persecution and election interference at the highest level in history. From the time I came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower, and even before I was sworn in as your President of the United States, the radical left Democrats, the enemy of the hard working man and woman of this country, have been engaged in a witch hunt to destroy the Make America Great Again movement. You remember it just like I do. Russia, Russia, Russia. The Mueller hoax, Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. Impeachment hoax, 1. Impeachment hoax, 2. The illegal and unconstitutional Mar-a-Lago raid, and now this. The Democrats have lied, cheated, and stolen in their obsession with trying to get Trump. But now they've done the unthinkable, indicting a completely innocent person in an act of blatant election interference. Never before in our nation's history has this been done. The Democrats have cheated countless times over the decades, including spying on my campaign, but weaponizing our justice system to punish a political opponent who just so happens to be a president of the United States, and by far the leading Republican candidate for president. Has never happened before, ever. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who was handpicked and funded by George Soros, is a disgrace. Rather than stopping the unprecedented crime wave taking over New York City, he's doing Joe Biden's dirty work, ignoring the murders and burglaries and assaults he should be focused on. This is how Bragg spends his time. I believe this witch hunt will backfire massively on Joe Biden. The American people realize exactly what the radical left Democrats are doing here. Everyone can see it. So our movement and our party, united and strong, will first defeat Alvin Bragg, and then we will defeat Joe Biden. And we are going to throw every last one of those crooked Democrats out of office so we can make America great again. That was Donald Trump's statement.
We know that the executive branch of the government essentially had their boot on the neck of these people at Twitter.
What is on your radar today, Robbie?
Well, you'll like this one, Brianna. So last week, members of Congress relentlessly grilled Shuzi Chu, the CEO of Chinese social media giant TikTok. Now, anger toward Chu was remarkably bipartisan. Both Republicans and Democrats consider TikTok an addictive service that harms kids, provides a vector for Chinese government propaganda, and also captures the personal data of millions of Americans. Now, these concerns are not entirely unfounded. The Chinese government's thirst for censorship is well documented. The Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, has gone to great lengths to prohibit content relating to Winnie the Pooh, wherever it might appear, for instance, due to the beloved character's resemblance to General Secretary Xi Jinping. And when Google attempted to relaunch in China, the government forced the company to restrict searches relating to Tiananmen Square. Chu testified before Congress that political dissent is widely available on TikTok, but there is plenty of evidence that the social media platform has suppressed content at the Chinese government's behest. Let's watch.
Have any moderation tools been used to remove content on TikTok associated with the Uyghur genocide? Yes or no?
We do not remove that kind of content. TikTok is a place of freedom of expression, and just like I said, if you use our app, you can go on it and you will see a lot of users around the world expressing content on that topic and many others.
Thank you. What about the massacre in Tiananmen Square? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The massacre in Tiananmen Square.
That kind of content is available on our platform. You can go and search it.
I will remind you that making false or misleading statements to Congress is a federal crime.
I understand. Again, if you go on our platform, you will find that content.
Okay, thank you.
The U.S. government, however, is guilty of similar sins as China. Both the Twitter files and the Facebook files have shown that American social media companies have faced relentless pressure to restrict speech on controversial subjects like COVID-19 vaccines, Hunter Biden, the 2020 election. Federal agencies, including and not limited to the State Department, the Department of Homeland Security, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the FBI, and even the White House itself have all communicated with moderators at social media companies, urging them to take action against legal speech. The U.S. government's behavior on this front has been so disreputable, so thoroughly at odds with the principles of the First Amendment, that all Americans should be deeply skeptical of efforts by federal lawmakers and bureaucrats to claim for themselves even more power over tech platforms. But that's precisely the point of the TikTok hearings, to give Congress a pretext to unilaterally ban TikTok. Now, it's worth repeating, so nobody misunderstand me, that TikTok's position as an entity beholden to the CCP is genuinely worrying, and though investigators have not produced much compelling evidence of genuine malfeasance in the data collection category, no one should be overly naive about the CCP's capabilities. As the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression noted in a statement about banning TikTok, we recognize the significant national security threat posed by troves of sensitive information in the hands of an adversarial government, the legal obligation of the Chinese companies with regard to data sharing with the Chinese Communist Party, startling. Even so, Fire rightly frets that banning TikTok would ultimately, quote, shut down an immensely popular means of communication for the tens of millions of Americans who use the app every day to share and consume information, news, ideas, political advocacy, and creative content. TikTok, as Fire points out, is a vital platform for people to engage in free expression, including and especially young people. The U.S. government taking action against the platform because they don't like TikTok content, well, that's itself an act of vast censorship and a massive expansion of federal authority. I want to be clear on that. Now, worse still, there is every reason to think the U.S. government will misuse this newfound power to unilaterally banish specific social media platforms. The Restrict Act, which is a bipartisan bill that would authorize the Commerce Department to take action against TikTok, also empowers the Secretary of Commerce to, quote, deter, disrupt, prevent, prohibit, and mitigate transactions involving information and communications technology products in which any foreign adversary has any interest and poses undue or unacceptable risk to national security. The bill has co-sponsors of both parties and is supported by the Biden administration. But the Biden administration's FBI has taken the position that American social media companies were infiltrated by Russian bots, and that companies like Twitter are failing democracy by refusing to censor even more content. mainstream media outlets and a coalition of government-supported think tanks have incorrectly accused social media platforms of being little more than useful idiots for Russian-backed disinformation campaigns. Should we expect the veritable army of federal bureaucrats obsessed with policing speech on social media platforms to narrowly utilize this new mandate to deter foreign threats and focus solely on China? Or should we anticipate that every weapon added to their arsenal is a threat to the free speech rights of everyday Americans? If the U.S. government really wants to counter Chinese tyranny, it should take greater pains not to resemble China's own approach to speech. Confusingly, some media commentators who oppose TikTok on grounds that the Chinese government is an enemy seem to almost admire the CCP's preference for state-issued propaganda. Zaid Jilani is a reporter at News Nation, and of course, Batya Ungar-Sargon is our co-host here at Rising, and now both observed recently that China does not grant its citizens full access to TikTok. The Chinese version of TikTok, Batya noted, kicks off kids after 40 minutes of use, and much of the content is taken up with educational videos about how to garden and how to be a good citizen. But China, in my view, is run by a government that denies its citizens fundamental free speech rights. It denies them full political rights. It is complicit in genocide. Its COVID-19 lockdowns were among the most repressive in the entire world, and it has covered up information about the pandemic's origins. The CCP's habit of restricting kids' access to uncensored content and propagandizing them into good citizenship is authoritarian. American lovers of freedom should recoil, not seek to emulate this. We should be especially wary of equipping our own government with similar tools. Today it's TikTok, tomorrow, who knows? So I was looking through this Restrict Act, which is one of the ways in which the federal government would claim for itself the power to actually ban TikTok, because it really can't do it right now. And I'm reading through it, and I'm like, well, this is, my God, this is, I mean, how many times do people have to learn this lesson? How many Patriot Acts do we have to have? How many times will well-meaning political figures give the government more power to address some specific threat, and then find out later that it's been totally weaponized against Americans' free speech rights, and it's being used to silence you on all sorts of topics that have nothing to do with legitimate national security purposes?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The idea of this TikTok hearing coming on the backs of the Twitter Files hearing, and the complete and total hypocrisy and kind of lack of insight into what they are claiming happened in China versus what they just denied was an issue in the United States of America was really galling to observe. Also, I gotta say, it's borderline hilarious for me to watch Americans be mad at the TikTok CEO for the fact that Chinese kids are getting ostensibly better educational content on TikTok because of the restrictions in China that they purport to not want to happen in the United States of America. I'm mad at China for being more authoritarian to give their kids better educational content. Why aren't American kids being served up a similar kind of content? Well, because these are the freedoms you you're purporting to protect by kicking TikTok out of the country. It's a tangled web they've woven. I don't even know if they know what they're after at this point, and it's really frustrating and disappointing that there aren't more elected officials. As you've pointed out, this is a largely bipartisan enterprise. There have been a few people here and there. ASD, we talked about her opposition to this yesterday. Jamal Bowman has pushed back. But on the whole, that there isn't more outrage about this, especially given that half of all Americans are on this app and use this app regularly. It's an interesting political quandary.
And I was seeing the media, various media publications were pushing back on this. I think they were pushing back in ways that are frankly unhelpful, or at least unhelpful. I mean, it's going to take different approaches, I guess, to dissuade people. I saw a lot of people specifically saying, basically, it's racist to ban TikTok, and like that's not gonna be convincing to people on the right. I think what would be more convincing is like, do you know how the threat of foreign actors empowering has been used to silence you? Have you figured that out yet? That was the pretext for a relentless campaign of demonization of free speech relating to elections, Hunter Biden, et cetera. It's all been about foreign threats, the inflated, largely fictitious threat of Russian bad actors on Facebook and Twitter that we now know that threat was overhyped dramatically, that it's a very small number of accounts. It was not targeted enough to make much of a political difference. Tons of people, real people, Americans, expressing their opinions wrongly targeted by think tanks and government-funded think tanks as Russian bots. Like, this just happened. This will happen again if you pass this law.
Yes, it will. And kind of resistance libs who say, well, it's not a big deal if it's accusations that are undermining Donald Trump, should remember that right after Bernie won Nevada, what did the New York Times headline blare? Russia is said to be interfering to aid Sanders in Democratic primaries. Right. It's a tale as old as time.
Said to be.
And then Bernie had to do like a media cycle where he went around saying, I disavow Russia. It's ridiculous. And it will, whoever you like, whatever you support, these kinds of laws will be used to be weaponized against their candidates.
Mark my words, if this law passed a couple years from now, well, there'll be some horrific new censorship regime, and people will go, why is the government doing that? Well, because of this law.
Yeah, pitch perfect. I couldn't agree more with this radar, Robbie.
Thank you, Brianna. We'll have more Rising right after this.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Only if the user turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand that.
So if I have a TikTok app on my phone and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network, does TikTok access that network?
It will have to access the network to get connections to the internet, if that's the question.
Is it possible then that it could access other devices on that home Wi-Fi network?
Congressman, we do not do anything that is beyond any industry norms. I believe the answer to your question is no. It could be technical. Let me get back to you.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Is huge. The U.S. government is using TikTok to make a massive power grab that affects your freedom, your rights, and yes, even your money. The threat is real. I'm going to break it down for you today. Let's get it. Welcome to BitBoy Crypto. My name is Ben. Today we're going to be talking about the so-called TikTok ban. It's actually a pair of bills called the Restrict Act in the Senate and the Data Act in the House. Both of these pieces of legislation are using fear of the CCP and its influence on TikTok to push through a sweeping overhaul of how information is exchanged online. It's like the Patriot Act on bath salts. Can't believe I'm going to say this, but passing either of these bills would mean the U.S. has all but eliminated free speech in the country. If you violate the law, well, you can have all your property seized under civil forfeiture, be fined $1 million, and face a minimum sentence of 20 years in prison. All for something as simple as using your cell phone to watch a video. Insane. Let's get one thing straight. No fan of the CCP. It's common knowledge that they are one of the worst governments on the planet, have a long list of oppression and subjugation. TikTok is no doubt being used by the CCP, and it's not a bad idea to reel it in, if not, ban it outright. These bills aren't doing that, and they don't just stop at targeting the CCP. The Restrict Act and Data Act are sweeping broad and give the Secretary of Commerce and Director of National Intelligence nearly unchecked powers, not just to enforce this draconian law, but add more countries to the list. Stated goals of the bills are to keep foreign regimes from influencing or posing a national security risk or risk to the safety of U.S. persons. Everything the Commerce Secretary does is approved, and their actions are only subject to disapproval by the U.S. Congress. Let me be clear. Elected representatives can only stop the secretary after the fact, after the damage is done and lives are ruined. But why? Why is this happening, and why does the White House want it to happen so quickly? They're using TikTok as the scapegoat, telling us that TikTok is harvesting user data to influence elections or spread disinformation. But isn't Facebook doing the same thing? Not supposed to ask those questions. They're saying that Xi Jinping is doing mass surveillance on U.S. citizens and will use that information against us. Hasn't an NSA, CIA, FBI, and IRS been doing that as well? What's that? That's right, not supposed to bring up those questions either. The government knows they're losing the narrative, and they're desperate to get control of the message going out to American citizens. The case against TikTok, well, it may be real, and it could be being used to surveil us. But the Restrict Act and Data Act goes way too far beyond just TikTok. Puts unelected deep state operatives in control of every single way we communicate online. And they can take your house away from you if you break the rules. So let's get into the nasty details of just how bad these bills are. The Data Act is a follow-up to the original TikTok ban put forth by Donald Trump in 2020 that failed to circumvent a rule called the Berman Amendments. According to the Berman Amendments, information or informational materials cannot be banned. So the Data Act adds a new definition of sensitive data that is bannable. It's a crafty bit of doublespeak. Now, what's the difference between information and sensitive data? I'll give you an example. Hi, I'm Ben, and I'm happy today. What did I just do? Well, I didn't do a TikTok dance, but I just gave data relating to my mental or psychological health, and that's considered sensitive data. See how broad this is? So the Data Act is bad and wants to restrict what you do online, but is limited just to TikTok. In fact, it's similar to, I'm not making this up, the Anti-Social CCP Act, which was put together by Marco Rubio. So where the Data Act wants to make sharing anything online a possible federal offense, the Restrict Act is there to put you in jail for using a VPN or even going to a website. The Restrict Act was put together by a bipartisan coalition of senators headed by John Thune, Joe Manchin, and Mark Warner, among others. The stated goal is to stop foreign enemies from using the internet to harm U.S. citizens. Sounds pretty weird because I'm pretty sure we already have laws in place that do that. But the language of the bill is where things get very dark. The bill lists several governments as enemies, like CCP, Iran, Russia, and Cuba. It says that any entity, yes, that does include DAOs, controlled by them can have their transactions monitored and deemed a security threat. Any exchange of data that passes through a router or cell phone or a satellite network, VPN, cloud service, AI, webcam, literally anything connected to the internet can be deemed a risk to the government or citizens, and at a moment's notice can be investigated whether you know it or not. This applies not only to videos and pictures, but text messages, audio, emails, and even sending crypto, like Bitcoin or Ethereum. By now you may be saying, okay, Ben, that sounds bad, but we're just talking about enemies of America. What's the big deal? The big deal is that these definitions change. Threats can change depending on who's in power. With a stroke of a pen, this bill could encompass domestic threats as well. Anyone whom the government deems a threat can be disappeared by this unelected enforcement group with no oversight. And the penalties are steep. If you're thought to be aiding in the transaction of data, then you can be detained with no due process, fined $1 million, have all your physical and intellectual property taken from you via civil forfeiture, and be sentenced to a minimum of 20 years in prison. Even if you're found innocent of these charges, the damage to your credit, your job, your reputation could ruin your life forever. Because here's something else in the bill. Any action deemed necessary can be used to mitigate the threat. Any action. This is an assault on the internet and on free speech. It must be stopped. These bills would turn the U.S. into a communist country, full stop. You guys can click the link below to find your congressperson or senator and write, email, or call and respectfully tell them you do not approve of the Data Act and Restrict Act and see the bills as a threat to democracy. Please click the like button and share this video so more people get the message about just how bad this bill is. Hey, let's stop it. That's all I got. Be blessed. Way out.
Of course it's political. Of course it's political. Anytime a former president is indicted, it's obviously going to have political repercussions and ramifications, correct? So, yeah. Let's put this stuff down here into the camera. Yeah. There we go.
Take the question you asked me earlier. See if you get it.
See if you get this, okay?
Okay.
Big Bear chased me. Where'd that come from?
Excuse me? Hold on. Let me hear it again.
Big Bear chased me. You heard it though, haven't you?
Think if John Candy said it.
Yeah, I'm thinking, hold on.
You're there though. You're there.
Uh,
Katie.
I'm thinking, The Great Outdoors.
Bacon is not fired, but Katie is.
I told you he knew it. He would know it. Yeah, I'll find it.
Katie's fired. She didn't know
He said if you didn't get him, he was going to fire us both, though. I said Bacon will get it. I even said that. Did I not say Bacon will get it?
that. Well, Bacon got it.
Exactly. I told you he would.
It was, that's a staple of my childhood, actually. Great Outdoors.
Oh, yes.
That one, and Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Your vote. Feed your own devices then.
I agree with the Engine Joe comment here. Put it up on the screen. As much as some ex-presidents need to be in jail, the U.S. will never prosecute or put an ex-president in jail. Bad publicity for the world will never happen for any president. I agree.
I agree with you, too. I was just saying that to Agent 19 before we went live, that they'll never prosecute him.
For the...
It's medium shelf. It's medium shelf, I think. Yeah.
Differences in the mash bill, how like Wild Turkey has more rye in their mash bill, where Maker's Mark is more of a wheated bourbon.
Yeah. I did a partial water change. Should I leave it like this? Does that look good?
Yeah.
Was that guy a lawyer? Wait a second, Dave. 450 times you assert. Now, if you assert the Fifth Amendment, Democrats believe you committed a crime. And the whole world is upside down. This is completely insane. Oh my God.
It's so extraordinarily irresponsible for a lawyer to come on TV or any other forum and say that taking the Fifth constitutes a crime or is to cover up a crime. It's absolutely irresponsible. And the other part of this case we haven't even talked about is the abuse of the statute of limitations here, which ordinarily would have passed. New York has in its criminal procedure law 30.10.4, it excludes dates that the person is continuously out of the state. There's a 1999 case called People versus Noble that upheld it, but it makes clear that the purpose of the statute is to deal with a situation in which it's difficult to apprehend a person because their whereabouts are unknown. That wasn't the case with Donald Trump.
Well, panel, your expertise wouldn't have wanted anyone else on tonight. Thank you so much. Now, I want to turn from the political ramifications to the political ramifications of all this. Instead of, balkanizing the GOP, the indictment has united the GOP. Well, I mentioned DeSantis' strong statement in the angle, but you also had Republicans from Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin to Speaker Kevin McCarthy, to even the Trump-hating Tom Tillis of North Carolina speaking out on behalf of the former president. Joining us now, Molly Hemingway, editor-in-chief of The Federalist, Charlie Hurt, Washington Times opinion editor, and Miranda Devine, New York Post columnist. All three are Fox News contributors. Also joining me is Charlie Kirk. This is a super panel, founder and president of Turning Point USA. All right, first, Charlie, I'll go to you. Trump was already the prohibitive favorite. It's early, but he was kind of considered the favorite. Does this end up helping him in the near term? Charlie Hurt.
I think without a doubt. Even Democrats' own voters are sort of over COVID. So Democrats had to come up with a new way to steal another election. And this is what they're doing right now. They're attempting to try to eliminate Trump from the pool because I think they genuinely fear that he'll get the nomination and he really could win re-election. And ironically, I think what they're doing here is they're ensuring that he gets the nomination. And I think beyond that, they're ensuring that he will win because people see this as fundamentally unfair. They see this as crooked and corrupt. When you look around politics and you see people like the Biden family and you see Hillary Clinton, who have committed crimes that any ordinary American would go to jail for the rest of their lives for, and then Democrats turn around and charge a political opponent with crimes no ordinary American would ever be charged for, only with the only goal of trying to levy political retribution against him.
Now, Molly, my warning in the angle to every Republican out there is that if you think this is sui generis to Donald Trump, this is just about him, people don't like Donald Trump, or he's a threat or whatever, this is about real justice, and it's also about intimidating any political opponent to the liberal status quo. Do you agree with me on that? And that's why perhaps we saw DeSantis and Youngkin and McCarthy and all these people come out. They recognize that tonight.
I think everyone does recognize that. This is a very sad day. One of the things that we used to be able to do in this country was have political differences without criminalizing those differences. Now, it is true that it was Trump who managed to change this, in that the last 6 years, this country has gone through hell because the left and powerful elites have been unable to accept the results of a democratic election, and they have been getting increasingly crazed in what they're willing to do to prevent further elections that they do not want. They're willing to destroy the country because of their hatred of this person. But this isn't really even about this person, it's just really about anyone who threatens their power. Any Republican worth their salt will get this kind of treatment. Anyone who takes on the regime, anyone who doesn't, follow what they want in terms of where wars need to be started, every few years, or protecting the border, or decreasing regulations, or fighting back against leftists in the culture. Anyone who does that well will get this kind of treatment. But this is a very bad precedent. I mean, it's unprecedented in this country. It is not unprecedented in other countries. It's evocative of what you saw during the Stalinist era in the Soviet Union, where they would just decide who the person was that they wanted to take out, and they would invent a crime. It's what you see in banana republics. It is horrific, and there's really no option, but not just for Republicans, but anyone who cares about this country, to speak against it.
Now, Miranda, you've written obviously extensively about Hunter Biden and the enrichment of the Biden family, courtesy of China and other foreign countries. And they seem to skate accountability, at least up till now. And that two-tiered system of justice that we're seeing play out in this country, that is so damaging to the fabric of our entire democratic system. This from the defenders of democracy who put grandma in jail, who walked through taking selfies in the Capitol on January 6th. What of that? Just what the Bidens have done versus what this supposedly is.
Well, yes, and I think that may be part of the strategy from the Democrats, because they know that the Republican House is closing in on the Biden family corruption. They have already, just in their first tranche of financial documents that they've released, come very close to the heart of the money trail that leads to Joe Biden. And so what will happen is, with muddying up Donald Trump with the numerous flimsy cases they have against him and causing a big fuss and making the entire media concentrate yet again on Donald Trump, which is like crack cocaine to the ailing CNN and MSNBC and the New York Times. It's really good for them. It'll make them a lot of money, but it also distracts from Joe Biden's problems, both as a completely incompetent commander-in-chief, but also his corruption problems coming back to haunt him. And I think that Now, whatever legitimate legal actions occur against anybody in the Trump family, that will be viewed now as a tit for tat, some sort of vengeance for what's happened to Donald Trump. This is all very good for the Democrats. They want to sort of usher Donald Trump into the GOP nomination as an injured party, and that every decent patriot in the country is going to rally around, because you don't want the evildoers to win, who have weaponized our justice system against their political opponents. But on the other hand, I think it makes him very damaged goods for the general election.
Yeah, well, look, they want to pick the GOP nominee, that's for sure. And if it's Trump, they're really afraid of him, so they want to hurt him as much as possible and then skate on their own wrongdoing and corruption. Charlie Kirk, a Quinnipiac University survey released yesterday found that 62% of voters believe that Bragg's case against Trump is motivated by politics. So that includes nearly 30% of Democrats, 70% of independents. But there are some people on the other networks tonight saying, well, this is definitely bad for Trump politically. I'm not so sure about that. I see Miranda's point, though. But I think they're way too giddy tonight about what's happening.
Yeah, in the primary, it only makes him stronger, without a doubt. I mean, the consensus from grassroots conservative voters is that you're going to have to go through us if you're going to continue to go after Donald Trump. He's become a symbol. He's become a symbol for the disaffected man and woman and the forgotten person in America. But we must understand why they're doing this. There's many reasons. I don't think we should just forget about revenge. In 2016, in that very district in New York, that's where Hillary Clinton received the news that she was not going to be president. And these people are petty. They're pathological, and they are personal about their hatred of Donald Trump. I've never seen anything like it. And Laura, I think you would agree. It makes people do wacky and weird things. And it seems as if there is this bloodthirsty appetite and desire at the highest level of the Democratic elite to quote unquote get Trump. Does it backfire? I don't know. Does it help him politically in the primary? Almost certainly. But I think what is going to be interesting is whether or not independents and moderates are willing to say, look, I might not like Donald Trump, but the kind of Stalinization of the American criminal justice system is too much for me. In the short term, Donald Trump is going to be in a much better spot in the Republican nomination because of this, but this is a terrible day for our country.
Yeah, you're right. It's like Stalin's purges, right? That's what we're seeing right now. All right, panel, stay with us. Now, what will the arraignment process itself look like? The visuals are almost too absurd to imagine. As the New York Times states, he'll be fingerprinted, he'll be photographed, he may even be handcuffed. Most defendants have their hands cuffed behind their backs, but some white-collar defendants who are deemed to pose less of a danger have their hands secured in front of them. You know, they loved writing every line of that at the New York Times. Joining us now, Chris Swecker, former prosecutor, FBI assistant director, who's been involved in numerous high-profile arrests. Chris, what other color can you add about this most absurd and infuriating and outrageous moment in American history?
Yeah, first, Laura, I just want to weigh in. David Schoen and Saul Weisenberg, I think, were absolutely correct. This is an unethical prosecution. I think that this attorney, Bragg, will be defending his law license by the time this case is over. So the arraignment, I don't think it's going to be as, I think the district attorney is going to try to go for that dramatic moment where he gets handcuffed. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the judge will intervene. I think there are other, Trump's lawyers will intervene in this with motions. And I think we'll see a fairly uneventful, from that standpoint, arraignment. I mean, there's no reason to jail him. It's a no cash bail situation to begin with, as it is with every other violent crime in the state of New York or in that jurisdiction. So I think it's going to be low key. I think he'll turn himself in, of course, and the arraignment will be him standing at the table, just like any other arraignment, unhandcuffed.
Well, I think Donald Trump perhaps wants some of that, the color of the prosecution, just to reaffirm to the American public that this is what they're doing to their political opponents. Again, this is what we expect from Putin or Xi or maybe in a Central American or South American country. We do not expect this in the United States of America. This is disgraceful, and it completely jibes with what they've done with their two-tiered approach to justice from the Summer of Love to Mueller on down. But we read some of the earlier comments, Chris, from Governor DeSantis. He said that Florida will not assist in an extradition request. Now, Chris, as I understand it, though, the former president is not planning to fight extradition. I think that would be ridiculous if he did. But in a hypothetical situation, what would happen next?
Well, as you say, I don't think President Trump is going to fight extradition. I think he'll show up. He spends as much time in New York as he does down in Florida, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. I think Governor DeSantis is just trying to score some points there. I will say this. I mean, this case is based on a witness who's a bigger liar than Alec Murdaugh, and there is so much exculpatory evidence. I was reading up on this, and I think in New York, there is a duty to disclose exculpatory information to the grand jury, and there's all kinds of ethical canons around frivolous prosecutions. So I go back to that. You know, this is an unethical prosecution to start with. So if he were to fight extradition, he would have every basis to do so.
Lot to answer for, and he should be sanctioned. And I agree. If this looks like what it looks like right now, he should lose his law license. Chris, thank you.
Agreed.
A statement from Manhattan DA Alan Bragg's office tonight reads as follows. This evening, we contacted Mr. Trump's attorney to coordinate his surrender to the Manhattan DA's office for arraignment on the Supreme Court indictment, which remains under seal. Joining us now, Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. Congressman, you know, you faced unfair persecution yourself by our powers that be in our justice system. But Bragg just, indicted a former president for the first time in our history, and yet they don't have to tell the American public right now why, for a few days, just to keep the drama going, I guess. Your reaction to just that aspect of it before we get into more?
It seems to leave a nation on the edge as we witness the Sorosification of the criminal justice system in this country. Remember, Soros gave Alvin Bragg $1 million, and we're used to seeing these things with political leaders arrested, grandmothers hijacked in our city centers, government printing money till it goes out of style in third world countries, and now that's being visited on the United States of America. I spoke with President Trump moments ago, and he is resolute and focused, and he's concerned about what this does to America's brand around the world. We will wake up in a very different America tomorrow because we can no longer have moral authority against the dictators and despots who would always find it easier to jail their political rivals than to compete against them in free and fair elections. And I remember my Democrat colleagues in Congress just crowing to high heaven about the unfairness of Comey making derogatory comments about Hillary Clinton before the 2016 election. This must ring 1,000 times louder to all of them. It is clear election interference, and I believe there are federal equities at play that the United States Congress ought to evaluate.
Now, Matt, Congressman, do you agree with what I said in the angle that if Biden in the White House didn't want this to go forward, it wouldn't have gone forward, right? I mean, there would have been a back channel communication or a public speech about how we have to set aside our differences and may the best man or woman win in 2024. We have to unite the country. Don't prosecute your political opponents. We got to put that away, that concept away. He could have that would have actually been smart politically for him, but he didn't do that. So they are approving this. They're going to say they're not, but they're approving of this entire thing.
Well, not only did Joe Biden not put out a message to bring the temperature down, he functionally gaslit this indictment by saying that extreme MAGA Republicans were dangerous. Remember, it's Biden's government that we are currently investigating for supercharging the notion of domestic violent extremism. We found cases of the FBI cooking the books to try to get every American to think that the person next to them with a pro-Trump bumper sticker is somehow dangerous or evil. And when Biden did that, it created a permission structure not only for Alvin Bragg, but for the corrupt left-leaning prosecutors in Fulton County and even for the special counsel to try to lash together anything. Remember, this is a novel legal theory. You're talking about a misdemeanor that has to get bootstrapped onto election law in a way I've never seen before. And Alvin Bragg made this promise in his campaign. He told New York voters that he had sued Trump 100 times and that if he got in that position, he would continue this terrible witch hunt.
Yeah, he's a total hack. I mean, we all know that. I mean, anyone who's a serious person knows this is political. It doesn't pass the straight face test. But Michael Cohen's attorney, yes, he has an attorney, thinks the prosecutors, Congressman, have a lot to work with.
There are lots of facts, lots of documents, lots of evidence of multiple crimes. There will be a lot of people surprised at the level of evidence, at the detail of evidence, based on my experience in watching this group of prosecutors develop this case.
Congressman, again, they're in essence allowed to just peddle propaganda before the public even knows what Trump is facing here. Again, it's almost like they're trying to incite some type of bad reaction on the part of the American people by kind of dragging this out. I don't like this. And everybody watching tonight, we, support peaceful protests, and people are going to protest this, go at it. But, we're not violent people. We go to court to get our results if we have to. And that's what Donald Trump's going to do.
Certainly, we don't want to resolve differences through violence, but give me a break. The Chinese Communist Party can pay every grifter in the Biden family, but Donald Trump can't pay Stormy Daniels to resolve a legal dispute without the claim that there's lots of evidence. There's a legal element that is not met by any evidence. They would have to prove that Donald Trump would have no reason other than the election to try to resolve this issue with Stormy Daniels privately and outside of the public sphere. And of course, there are plenty of reasons he would do so. So it's an obvious affirmative defense. What I think will happen next, a motion to dismiss. And if this were ever to be tried, you certainly could not do it in Manhattan. You would likely see a change of venue. Upstate New York would maybe be the only place Donald Trump could get a fair trial. But what I expect is that this will be resolved well before that by any court that looks at any charge that will be maintainable against any being on planet Earth other than Donald Trump, and against Trump is clearly frivolous, and that's why you're able to keep evidence about 2 to 1 the American leap.
These judges in New York, but maybe I've just seen too much in my day. But we appreciate it, Congressman. Thank you very much. Now, I know you've been wondering what Biden and his White House has had to say about everything that's going to happen today. For that, we go to Fox's White House correspondent. I bumped into him in the hallway yesterday. Kevin Corr. Kev.
Oh, it's great to see you, my friend. There are clinks of champagne glasses. Maybe. But at least publicly, not a peep from the White House tonight, Laura, on the indictment of the president's chief political opponent, of course, that being former President Donald Trump. Now, sources have long predicted that the White House would really want to steer clear of any on-the-record statement, lest they be considered tipping the scales of justice or being accused of attempting to influence the process. However, critics tonight are arguing this is precisely when the White House should weigh in on what legal scholars are calling Alvin Bragg's unprecedented abuse of power and the upheaval of American jurisprudence, one which they now argue could lead to DAs all over the country impaneling grand juries in the hopes of handing up indictments for other political adversaries, including perhaps the current president himself or even past presidents. If you will. But before you dismiss that possibility, consider states along the southern border and how DAs there might view a chance to haul federal officials into court, especially those who they argue are failing to protect this nation's citizens. Now, regardless of your political leaning, critics tonight argue that we are being tested in the very crucible of war, a war of and against perhaps our values and history. And where we go from here is anyone's guess tonight. Laura?
Kevin, thank you. Great to see you. Now, I want to bring back our political panel, Molly Hemingway, Charlie Hurt, Miranda Devine, and Charlie Kirk. All right, Charlie Hurt, I want to go back to you on this. It's back to my angle. What do you make of this idea that the Democrats are playing kind of 3 steps ahead here, and they believe that propping up Trump is smart for them, and turning him into kind of this martyr is better for them because he'll be easier in their mind to beat in a general election if they can say, well, you're pushing a candidate who committed a crime and is under all these investigations. We're pushing a man who is doing his best for the American people selflessly.
Yeah, well, nobody ever went broke overestimating the cynicism of Democrats in Washington. And so you're probably right about that. They probably are thinking 3 steps ahead. But the other side of it is that, Donald Trump has been such a threat to them and such a threat to their existence and the permanent governing state of Washington that they've really lost their minds over the past 6 years, ever since Trump came onto the scene. And of course, they're also peddling that sort of hysteria, that hatred, that blind insanity that has overtaken the minds of especially the sort of the Democrats and the media, but also a lot of their voters and a lot of the people that work in Washington, Democrats who are running the show here. So it's kind of hard to say, but there's no doubt that that they are capable of thinking that far ahead. And as we see, there's nothing out of bounds for them in terms of trying to, the truth doesn't matter to these people. It's all about power.
No, and they play dirty. When they fight dirty, this is what they're known for now, by any means necessary, right? I mean, Molly, I gotta go. Hold on,
you want to know why they want? You want to know why they hired 87,000 IRS agents? Because they want to do this to every American in this country. This is how they use the. Yes, it is.
And look, Trump says that I'm just representing you, so they're coming for you. And Molly, he's right when he says that, because his policies were good for middle class people. They were good for the working class and blue collar Americans. And when they go after Trump, they're going after their chance for a better life and safer streets and a border that actually works. So I think Trump is exactly right about that.
Yeah, it is absolutely true. I mean, Republicans and conservatives have known for a very long time that the media are allied against them. What we've seen in the last 6 years is altogether different, in part just because of how effective President Trump was as president, how he was able to achieve things in policy that previous Republicans hadn't been able to do. This is a really disheartening thing precisely because this is an attack on the American people right now. Like, what are we supposed to do? We have been screaming about the weaponization of government, the politicization of the DOJ, the 2 standards of justice that we have seen in so many different ways, and nothing is getting better. And there's a limit to what can be done. I mean, one of the few things that can be done is to vote, and this is something they don't like how Americans vote frequently. But people who don't want to see the country go down this horrible path of not having execution, they don't have many options right now.
Yeah, and I think that part of the Democrats' plan is to get Trump off course, too. Obviously, he's going to have to spend time on this case. Instead of every minute he has to spend on this case is a minute he's not focusing on everything Biden and his team have done to destroy this country we love. That's where we're going to win this election. If you're a Republican, you're going to win the election on the economy, number one. Number two, disastrous foreign policy. But Charlie Kirk, especially from Adam Schiff. Watch.
What we have seen with Donald Trump is whenever he is allowed to escape accountability, he engages in worse and worse misconduct. Should he be rewarded with another term, he would begin where he left office, and that is begin at the point of an insurrection.
But it sure is an element of this, which is you look at how they're talking, they're almost trying to incite the American conservative community to act uncharacteristic, and it just needs to be repeated. Don't fall for it. Don't take the bait. Don't take the trap. Because the national security state, the regime, they would love nothing more than for pockets of people to just act in outrage or fury or rage. And so we have to make sure we say that out loud with stated purpose, that what's happening here is a banana republic, but what actually turn the entire country into a banana republic is if small handfuls of people act as mad as they are, and all of a sudden the national security state would then say, see, that's why we need a Patriot Act 2.0, and that could then further justify their power grab across the country.
Well, that's an excellent point. And Miranda, Andrew.
I rallied the sheep together against the enemy, identified the witch, and God told me in California, destroy him. And that's exactly what I plan to do. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. And when God tells me to help somebody, I do. I throw open the gates and go against everything and everybody to do what God tells me. And when he says it's over, it's over. And we'll move with those pleasant words into the message. In just a moment, there is a song, though, that I wish I didn't have to sing. There's a line that is drawn by rejecting our Lord with a call of his Spirit is lost. Yet you hurry along with the pleasure mad throng. Have you counted? Have you counted the cost? Have you counted the cost? If today you be lost, though you gain the whole world for your own, even now it may be that the line you have crossed. Have you counted? Have you counted the cost? It's hard to think of anybody, even a vile, wicked, rotten witch, going to hell when there's so much grace available. You may barter your hope of eternity's morn for a moment of joy at the most, for the glitter of sin and the things it can win. But have you counted? Have you counted the cost? Have you counted the cost if your soul should be lost? Though you gain the whole world for your own, Won't you come and be healed? Won't you whisper, I yield? I have counted the cost. Have you counted the cost if your soul should be lost? Though you gain the whole world for your own. Even now it may be that the line you have crossed. Have you counted? Have you counted the cost? The devil is sly, and he causes people to make many wrong decisions. And the worst mistake you can make is to fail of the grace of God and be like Judas and be in the bunch and not of them. I've seen this happen before. Each time it happens, I hope I'll never live to see it happen again, but it does occasionally. My job here is shepherd of the sheep, and there's nothing that I will not do to protect the sheep from the wolf or the snake that slithers in. Many people account long-suffering and watchful patience as stupidity, and they think things will never end. But the things of witchcraft are not sufficient to protect you from the power of God. Neither can they cause you not to walk into a trap that God has set for you if you're walking in wickedness. There is no way you could escape the consequences of sin. We've had people sent in here from time to time to destroy this work. They've tried many ways. Their hides are on the door, and I'm still here. The flock has now been alerted this morning. If you were here, it wouldn't hurt you to have the tape, because I left no stone unturned to let you know that I will protect the sheep and destroy the wolf. And I've had a lot of experience. Don't let this soft voice and smiling exterior fool you. When the sheep are involved, there is nobody more vicious than I am. Because you see, my life is pledged to protect the sheep. Many people have made this mistake. You can attack me and I'll roll with the punches. I won't even necessarily strike back if I don't think it's necessary, if the Lord didn't tell me. But if you fool with the sheep, then you've got me. Full fury. And I will stop at nothing to root out that which hurts the sheep. Don't kid yourself. I am a very good friend, but I'm a deadly adversary. Some people have found this out to their misery. I find that Paul was. He delivered people up to Satan for the destruction of the flesh. In California, I did this. And then I came home to have the funeral. I preached the first part of the funeral this morning. Part 2 follows tonight. Turn please to Psalm 109. While you're turning, let me say the Leadership Conference is turning out to be a tremendous success, even before we get started with it. Leaders are coming in from all over the country at a much greater number and rate than we anticipated, especially due to the short notice that we had that the conference was coming. And I believe that the Leadership Conference will be one of our most significant contributions to the body of Christ to help and encourage leaders to dynamite the enemy. One of the things that the people who are coming to the conference have asked to be discussed is how do you deal with witchcraft in the congregation? We'll have the tapes ready. You deal gently but firmly with 10-inch fangs. And you spare not. You have to be sure of your ground, and then you attack until the enemy has been destroyed utterly. I fully expect one of these days, or one of the devil's emissaries, to worm his or her way in here and to end up dying before they leave, not able to get out of this place alive. I really do. I had this happen back when I didn't even know about deliverance. I had some young people who got full of the devil one time in a little church I had. And on Sunday morning, I was getting up and I was telling exactly what was going on. And they were sitting back there. Those kids were turning white as sheets, for I knew things that I shouldn't have known. But you see, the Lord was talking to me at night, telling me exactly what was going on. And I got up in the pulpit and I let her fly. And some of the parents said, oh, he's so hard on the young people, they'll all leave. But you see, they couldn't see what I saw. The young people were sitting behind them in church. They were turning as white as sheets. And one morning I came down the road and I was coming so close, the only thing I hadn't done was call the actual names of the people involved. And they were all sitting there. One girl was so frightened, she turned as white as a sheet. She tried to get up and she couldn't move. She was paralyzed and she almost fainted in the pew. She told me later, she said, I thought I was going to die on the spot. I said, I thought so too. You see, we're moving into days when God is going to strike like he did with Ananias and Sapphira. He's not going to put up with this Tommy rod anymore. And if you haven't got your skirts clean, you better get them clean. Because when the fire falls, you're liable to catch fire too. And don't expect me to bring the fire extinguisher. I'll come over and fan the fire. Listen, God's going to burn out the dross. We'll just burn her out. Hold not thy peace, O God of my praise. For the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful are opened against me. They have spoken against me with a lying tongue. This is exactly what happens when you have witchcraft in. And remember, I pointed out this morning the difference between a wicked man and a weak man. A weak man can fall into sin and will come back and repent and weep bitterly and change his life. A wicked man is doing exactly what he wants to do and is being sealed over in his sins. And there's good reason to believe he's never touched base with Jesus to begin with. It's exactly why I sang that song, Have You Counted the Cost? Because I think there's somebody sitting here tonight, you haven't counted the cost. And let me tell you, you are so close to hellfire, I wouldn't give 10 cents of inflated money for your chances to make it to heaven if you die tonight. There are some things you do not do when you're born again. I don't care how weak, wayward, wobbly you are, there's some things you just don't do. But you will if you've been starched in iron but never washed. You better go back and check Judas. He fooled everybody but Jesus. But he got his before it was over. Here's the mark of the wicked one. Mouth of the deceitful, that means they mouth lies and deceitful things. Spoken against me with a lying tongue. Compass, that means circle me about with words of hatred. Fought against me without a cause. For my love, they are my adversaries. In return for pouring out love, they become your bitter enemies and adversaries determined to destroy you. And every person that has been driven from this place by the Lord has done exactly this. They have overlooked that nearly the whole book of Jeremiah is dedicated to the proposition that when you return good for evil, or evil for good, God will not stop until you're blotted off the face of the earth. And this church is a church of love. I extend love and concern to everybody who comes here. And if you turn and return evil for good, which is what has happened. You turn and return evil for good to my people who have been taught to love and to give love freely to all who need it and ask for it. Then the jig is up. And I'm notifying you tonight that your time is extremely short. What the Lord will do, I do not know for sure. I haven't asked. But I've had enough experience in walking with Jesus to know that he's quite thorough. And what he figures out will be worse than anything that my human mind could devise for you. And like Esau, you may seek repentance with tears very carefully, but you won't find it. Be very careful that you don't fritter away the day of grace and opportunity. I can't stress that enough. Somebody says, you're scaring me. Well, good. If that scares you, you need scaring. You better be sure of your place on the ark. It's a sobering thought that God deals with his people. And he also deals with those who come against his people. For my love, they are my adversary, but I give myself to prayer. I made a detailed study of Jeremiah while in California. I did some other things in California. You don't know what they were, but I found out some things. And I came back with long yellow fangs. And when I came back, everything was confirmed, double confirmed, triple confirmed. So I have no doubt about what's going to happen. It's just a matter of how long will it take. Our people who've been here know that God has never tolerated anyone who came against this work. He has destroyed them in many ways. The more damage done to the flock, the more spectacular the destruction will be. For God is going to make an object lesson. And you may slip in there from a witch's coven, but your coven better sure hide if they can. But I don't think when we turn all the prayer power of Hegwish against that coven, it's going to have any luck standing whatsoever. Those evil people will be destroyed also. God just simply will not permit some things. Enough is enough. Aren't you glad to be in the sheepfold? Now that we've got the wolf isolated. For my love, they are my adversaries, but I give myself to prayer. They have rewarded me evil for good, and this is a sure sign of their downfall. Hatred for my love. Set thou a wicked man over him. This is a prayer. And let Satan stand at his right hand. You want to be wicked? We'll help you. Father, set a wicked man over him. Father, let Satan stand at his right hand. He wanted to be evil? Let's go the whole gate. Let's don't play penny waste. Let's don't put one foot in the church and one foot in the devil. Let's just go whole hog and see how long you last. The games are over. When he shall be judged, let him be condemned. We're calling for condemnation. Let his prayer become sin. Let his days be few. You bet. He's lived long enough. Let another take his office. Let his children be fatherless. Let his wife be a widow. Let his children be continually vagabonds and beg. Let them seek their bread also out of their desolate places. That shouldn't bother some people because they've had little or no concern for children anyway. If they did, they'd give them a godly heritage. They would not play footsie with the devil. They would not barter the lives of other people. Let the extortioner catch all that he has. That means let him go broke. Let him be stripped. Let somebody take everything that he has so he stands poverty-stricken. And let strangers spoil his labor. Let there be none to extend mercy to him, neither let there be any to favor his fatherless children. You say, this is so hard. You don't realize the depth of the filth and the incredible wickedness and ungodliness that witchcraft leads people into. You don't understand the depths of depravity and the amoral conscience. They have no conscience. They deserve every bit of this and more. Let his posterity be cut off. You bet. Let's don't have any more of them. Let, in the generation following, let their name be blotted out. Let his name drop from the rolls of humanity. One is enough. Let him drop from sight. Let the iniquity of his fathers be remembered with the Lord. And let not sin, the sin of his mother, be blotted out. What's he saying? Not only on the earth is disaster to be his portion and the portion of his family, but also throughout eternity it's to be continual disaster. Let them be before the Lord continually, that he may cut off the memory of them from on the earth. You think God likes this kind of stuff? It doesn't sound like it. Because that he remembered not to show mercy. Why should they do this? Because they should be cut off. They should be treated with this harshness, this unbelievable hardness, because they remembered not to show mercy, but persecuted the poor and needy man, took advantage of their friends, eyes full of adultery, lying, cheating, stealing, incredible filth and lying. This is the portion of people caught in this kind of web. They laugh and make mock at people who are trying to walk uprightly, saying, I'm smarter than that. Let's see them wiggle out of this. Let's see them wiggle out of God's web. If they're so smart, if they're so up to date, you'll never make it, fella. Never in a million years. You're going to live just long enough to suffer the agonies of the damned and suffer everything you've inflicted on others, plus a whole lot more. And you face a black eternity. I told you this was the nasty part of the message. You thought the one this morning was rough. And that's when I was flogging the wolf and protecting the sheep. Now I'm just after the wolf, what's left of him. He said that he might even slay the broken in heart. These people, caught up in the wickedness and the incredible filth of witchcraft, have no human feelings whatsoever. Like the beast of the field, like a boar hog rutting in the pen, they have no feelings except for their own. And that's what he said, he had no feelings for the brokenhearted, but rather took advantage. They go after the weak, the vulnerable, the helpless, and those whose hearts are broken and need help. They deal out vicious portions, and it shall come home to them again with interest. When you reap what you sow, and you reap more than you sowed. Remember the law. He might even slay the broken in heart. As he loved cursing, let it come to him. As he delighted not in blessing, so let it be far from him. You didn't want the blessing of God, so be it. You didn't want the love, the trust of God's people, so be it. Let God give you the thing that you want, that you hunger for. Let the hatred that you've sown, the inhumanity, the bestiality, the monstrous lies, let them be your portion for as long as you live on this earth. And may they haunt you in hell. You say, you're being awfully hard, preacher. No, I have a flock of sheep to protect. And never underestimate an old gray-headed preacher that he won't come out fighting when the sheep are in danger. You better not worry about that sheep. That sheep may not hurt you, but I will. I'll not rest till I get your hide. And the sheep may not know how to fight. They might tire and give up. They might say, well, I feel sorry for him. I promise you I won't. It's hard to get me stirred up in this particular, but once you do, you've got trouble until I'm sure that the Lord is satisfied. And the Lord spoke to me in the midnight hours as I prayed. He showed me some things, some people, some things that were happening, and the words came very clearly, destroy him. The words always before had been help him. You think I'm going to go back on that? I will work just as hard to destroy an evil person in the flock as I work to obey the Lord to extend a helping hand when God told me to help them.
Please turn your tape over.
I'm just telling you, we're going to have some men raised up around the country who love Jesus and love his people enough to fight for them. We have a small flock, but you've got a shepherd who can be vicious, not to the sheep, but to those who would hurt the sheep. And the people who've been here a long time, they can tell you, I don't do this often. Is that true? But when I do, it's because there's reason. And after this is over, after the evil has been destroyed, we will move forward with greater power than before. God has trained us and shown us what we must do, the kind of enemies we're facing. As I said this morning, many people show up here wrapped in grave clothes. All of them, as a matter of fact. They stink. They're not a pretty sight, not even pleasant to be around. But that's our business, to loose the people from the grave clothes. And I would rather help and be mistaken about 999 who went away and said, forget it. I'd rather take a chance and extend the helping hand as long as God tells me, give them one more chance, than to miss one Mike Thier. He came here and the enemy had him. I can use him as an illustration because he's my son-in-law. If he doesn't like it, I'll tell him he can like it in him. But he won't mind me doing this because he is still rejoicing because Jesus set him free. And this wasn't just me, it was the whole flock who reached out to him again and again. And he walked through the door, wiped out. But Jesus gave compassion to reach forth and said, help him, help him. Now this is the thing, how bad it would have been if one day I had said, enough. That there kid's been in and out of here. He's rooted the rug till he's worn a track across here. And he's still messed up when he comes in. Why can't he get straightened out? Why can't he walk a straight line? But you know, one thing about him, he was not hurting anybody else. He was hurting himself. He was not attacking the flock. He came here because he had no place else to go. And he came full with shame and guilt because he'd failed again. And only the love that was here drew him back again and again until little by little and by little, he began to gain ground and hold it. And look what we have now. There are others in the same category who came here and it took them a long time. How awful it would have been if I or somebody else had said, well, that's enough. Stick your head up one more time. I'll put my foot on top and push it under. Just go on down. You'll never make it. Wouldn't that be awful? It's better to love and let them throw it away than for them to go away and say, if somebody had just loved me a little bit more, I would have made it. So like I said, this doesn't mean we're going to suddenly become judgmental, legalistic, and beat everybody with sticks when they come through the door to see if they're all right. We're not going to put a table out there and say, check your witchcraft objects at the door. No, we're going to accept people, as we always have, at face value, until we'll believe what they say, until they fix it, so we can no longer believe them. We'll believe they're sincere until they prove that they're not. But when they do, they're through. And they'll find that far from being a warm haven, this becomes a deep freeze, because our people know the difference. And I blew the trumpet this morning and told the flock and pointed out to them, Paul said, withdraw from that evil man and have nothing to do with him. And whether you believe it or not, this flock pretty well minds me on serious matters. If I call things, they will fall in line. For the simple fact that Jesus put me over this flock, and I've made a few right decisions in my time. And then many people will say, well, I don't know why Wynn's doing that, but he was right before. I ain't gonna be out here stepping around by myself. I'm gonna join in and march with the flock. Now let's look a little further. As he loved cursing, let it come to him. He delighted not in blessing, don't let him have any. As he clothed himself with cursing like as a garment, so let it come into his bowels like water and oil in his bones. Let the curses go into your innermost parts, into your bone structure. I don't know whether that's a reference to bone cancer, leukemia, I'm not sure. Let it be unto him as the garment which covers him, for a girdle which he's girded continually. Don't let him be able to shake it off. And let this be the reward of mine adversaries from the Lord, and of them that speak evil against my soul. But do thou for me, O God, the Lord, for thy name's sake, because thy mercy is good, deliver thou me. There are some people, not too many, but a few I've met in my life, that according to the way they were behaving, I felt like looking at them and saying, I don't know whether you're a human being or a demon in human form. And about this one, that's how I feel. I don't know whether you're a demon in human form masquerading, or whether you're a human being so infested by the evil one that you give every appearance of a demonic being. But whatever you are, be put on notice that we are not afraid of you, that our power with Jesus far exceeds anything you can crank up. If you don't believe it, try and see what happens. Because we have been busy fixing your little box. You have a lot of surprises in your little ESP box. And if I were you, I would not ever astral project again. I have personally asked the Lord to station some strong, raunchy angels around you so that the minute you astral project, your body will be sealed so you can never get back in. That means you will die. No, that's fair, I told you. And I see some of my people saying that's a good idea. And so they'll send some to help them out. They'll sew you up so tight. And should you choose to come and visit me, help yourself. But I'd tread softly if I were you. There just might be some dreadful surprises for you on the way. For you see, we have weapons of our warfare that haven't been used yet either. And witchcraft is weak in the face of the blood of Jesus. And exposing the witch is half the battle. Once the evil is exposed, then the people who know can begin to take action to counteract what's going on. And these two services have not been wasted today. My people have been taking notes and saying, okay, so the bird astral projects, okay, we'll fix that. So he does ESP, we'll bind it up. And you have no idea what kind of traps you're going to walk into when your ESP is not working or it has been deliberately misdirected. And don't count on the demons that have helped you in the past to help you now. They will forsake you like rats deserting a ship when the legions upon legions of angels show up to beat the living daylights out of them. And you'll be left to face the fury alone. And you deserve it. You've not loved mercy, you will not receive it. There was a time when I exposed a witch here on Sunday morning. You remember that, Gloria? She was in my office in agony. And this one had gotten away with it for a long time because I didn't want to believe that anybody could be so wicked, so incredibly filthy and vile. But I want you to know, I got her that morning. And it came as a real shock to the congregation. I don't think there was a dozen people in the whole congregation that even knew who it was. She was sitting right over there. And I came out of my office not happy. That's putting it mildly. Some people told me, said, good Lord, you looked like your eyes were two blowtorches. Said I hadn't even done anything and I felt like hiding under the pew. I thought, my Lord, what's the matter with the preacher? And when I got through, that wicked woman stood up and said, is it me, Brother Worley? That sound familiar? And you saw, and I heard gasp all over the auditorium. It's her. Judas had identified herself. And then everybody knew. Now there were some who felt sorry for the poor little witch. They're no longer with us either. They didn't last too long. God put the skids under them. They saw a vision. They heard a prophecy. The Heglish church was gone. This has been about 9 years ago. We're real gone. The ministry of this church has spread all over the world in those years. And those people are still walking around, some of them, because God wanted them around to suffer every time they walk by and see this place. Because they were such idiots. They did not know the times nor seasons. But they were not the ones involved in the blackness, wickedness. Those are the ones God will deal with, like this 109th Psalm. Now, if everything in here doesn't happen, I'll be satisfied. If only half of it comes to pass, be enough. Because I don't know how anybody could live through all of these dreadful, dreadful things that come. But I'll tell you one thing, God is telling us, my people, I love you. And I will go to any limits to protect those of my own. They're not perfect. They have a lot of flaws. But I'll not suffer Satan to come along and to torment, to destroy them, and to put upon them. I'll tell you, I'm so glad I'm anchored in Jesus, aren't you? I'm so thankful that he's my Savior. You say, well, I was feeling pretty good before you started, but now I'm beginning to wonder. Good. If I can shake you, you need to be shook. Make your calling and election sure, Paul said. Paul told some believers, examine yourself to see if you be in the faith. Have you received Jesus? Are you a weak person or a vile and wicked person? There is a difference. If you've never asked Jesus in your heart, or you're not sure you have, I'm sure by now you're scared to death. So I need to come to your rescue and not minister fear to you, but tell you that Jesus loves you. He's not after you with all those vile things, unless you're the witch. To the witch, I offer no hope whatsoever, because I don't think you have any. I think you've frittered away your time. You say, well, you could be wrong. I could be. But that's what I believe, and I would lie if I didn't tell you so. I think you blew it. I think this is the last time you'll mess up, believers. I think you've had it. When God gets through with you, you won't be able to mess up anybody anymore. You've done it before, but this time it won't work. It's over. It's through. But if you've never asked Jesus in your heart, or you're not sure you have, he said, behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I'll come in. If you've never done this or not sure that you have, by all means, come to Jesus quickly tonight. Just come forward and say, I need to talk to somebody about salvation. I need to get it straight. If that's not your problem, but you're driven, you're harassed, you're tormented, this is producing compulsive behavior which slows down, stops, or reverses spiritual growth and progress. You're talking about the work of demons. and you need to be delivered in Jesus' name. These signs shall follow them that believe in my name, shall they cast out devils, speak in new tongues, lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. All these things are available. The gifts, salvation, deliverance, and healing are all available for those who will come with a penitent heart, seeking what the Lord has to offer. Let's stand and sing something about that name. As we do, if you have a need, come forward and let somebody help you tonight.
Hear exactly how many others were posting with weapons, as they have since been deleted. And we'll end it there, because it just talks all about, so it's just constant with these people, never ending with these people. Next. This was pretty insane, you guys. If you know anything about this California Democrat, Scott Wiener is his name. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. He's a creep. He's like pro-bestiality, pro-pedophilia, sexualize all the kids, get the parents away from their children type of freak. And then he wrote this book. But I think his name is just hilarious because he looks like his name. So, next. California moves ahead with state, actually we already covered this. This is the woman who testified. I'm glad she did. Next. Sharon, somebody has to say it. Everybody's thinking it. All right. Danielle D'Souza. I'm of mixed background. What am I supposed to mark on a college application? Mark Black, says Real Candace Owens. Dr. J. Luke Wood says that's a terrible thing to tell someone to do. So we'll see what they have to say. I watched a little bit of it. Let's watch it, the whole of it together.
You know, I'm of mixed background. What am I supposed to mark on an application? Am I supposed to mark multiple boxes? And plus, if you are painting people as an oppressor, if you're white,
That's
and
a
then
terrible
saying
thing to
that
tell
you're
someone to do.
oppressed,
Well, it's the truth because you believe in affirmative action. So I said Mark Black. If you're a student, I'm in an interracial relationship, so I can speak to this. I have a son that's half white and a son that's half black and a daughter that's half white and half black.
Okay.
They're going to mark black because I know that there are people like you at the universities who will say, well, because this person is black, I'm just going to let them in.
No, they're going to mark black because they're black.
Well, they're half black and half white. They're both, right? So it is true. You overlook
I'm half black and half
so
white.
you
I'm black.
overlook interracial students.
But
so what do you mean? Why are you saying they're going to mark black
I've socialized
because
in
they're
our society.
So the answer is if you can't, I mean, you can mark both. Can you mark both? I don't know if you can. What are you
Yes.
going to look at that applicant as a little bit less because they're half white? How do you guys figure that out?
How they look at it is, again, holistically
I
across
love
a
that
number
word.
of different
I love a
factors.
buzzword. I love me a buzzword. Holistically and racial consciousness.
Oh yeah, reverse discrimination. There's a
It's not
buzzword.
racial discrimination. It's just discrimination. It's just racism if you're judging people on the basis of their skin color. I don't know why this is so difficult. I mean, you have to go through an extraordinary amount of school. You almost have to have a PhD to not be able to see this.
She's so well spoken. Next. Holistically. Stupid people. All right, roll it.
Here we go!
Next. Oh, go for it. No, thank you. Next. Dang, that's a lot of writing. Honestly, I don't understand why people are freaking out over this. The words that proceeded out of KJP's mouth are...
much faster, but we were still losing warriors to the doors. So it came to a switchback in the road of the path. Praise God for this battle. Very important battle that we're battling here. It's for the control of the atmosphere. So I come to this switchback, and it's like the final switchback. The next switchback will be the top, where I thought the evil witch doctor would await me for battle. But when I looked up to where I thought he was, I saw that it was a wind. Directional, what do you call it, Aaron? It goes on top of a barn, like a rooster, wind direction thing. And that's what it was. It wasn't an entity. It was a flag. It was one of those. And it was spinning. So at a great distance, I thought it was an entity. But come to find out, it was their flag. And it was spinning quite rapidly and releasing an evil cloud in all four directions of the earth, north, south, east, and west. So it was spinning in the evil wind. And I saw it was their flag. Now I had Aaron's rod in a purple cloth wrapped up, and I had straps put on it, and I was wearing it on my back there with my shield and my quiver to get it to the top of this mountain. So I contemplated that for over a day. Let's see what you say. Yeah, wind direction finder. Smacker. Who that over there? Who that? That's a wind chime. Yeah, wind direction sensor, whatever. So I saw that and I realized it was their flag. And I was going to hand Aaron's rod to someone else as we still continue to fight the entities to go up onto this mountain. And the Lord said, no, you have to do it, for you have entered this place through death. And then I looked and I saw that death was once again present in me, in my flesh, and in the spiritual realm. And this is what gave me the authority to capture the flag. So I really wanted someone else to do it, but the Lord said no. So I merely walked up as death guarded the flag. And once again, I was having a lot of trouble in the flesh. Here. Right here. And I faced death once again. But there was another present in me. Praise you, God. I just walked through death. I reached out, and the Lord said, cast that evil flag into the wind. And so I reached down, and I picked up the flag, and I cast it into the wind. And I reached over as the warriors were guarding outside of death. They could not pass. You guys could not pass through what I passed through. But you were there and you were watching. I praise you, Lord. And so I took Aaron's rod from my back. I took the cloth from it and I reached out to put it where the evil flag had been. when I saw that it was not my arm, but it was the arm of Jesus. It was Jesus in me that I had carried him to this place through faith and through death. He was dressed in a beautiful, very light blue sleeve on his arm. As he reached over my hand, he took Aaron's rod and he placed it in its holder. And I clearly saw him. And the moment that he did this, the doors which you were guarding flew open, and hundreds of holy angels began to invade the mountain, finish off the enemy, and take the stations and the duties that they once had. And then I thought, wow, Lord, this is wonderful. And the heavens above began to open, and many, many warring angels began to enter, and also others. Now I turned around and I knew my mission is not over. For where is this evil place? None other than the prince of Persia, in the kingdom of Persia. And the Lord says, you have done enough. And so I said, well, Lord, he said, I will shorten this for you. And I said, Lord, I don't kind of mind doing this. And so anyway, the Lord has his way. And so the Lord left the mountaintop and he was walking towards the kingdom of Persia. I could see everything. And I saw the Lord walk into the walls of this fortress with the angels slaying all who they came upon. And the Lord continued to walk until he entered the front door. And there was the Prince of Persia, who held out his sword, and he surrendered to the Lord. Praise God. Hey, Faith, welcome. So I watched the Lord walk down the aisles and accept the surrender of the Prince of Persia. I was watching this. And the Lord had him bound. So he bound him, and I was still watching. And I was thankful I didn't have to do any more. So maybe I could get away from this battle with death. So I was enjoying watching the Lord and the surrender of the Prince of Persia to the hands of the Lord. And he had his hands bound, and he walked him back down this aisle. And he stopped about midway, and he looked up at me, and he said, come. Well, when the Lord says that, you come. You don't really have a choice. So I began to move across this kingdom of Persia until I was in the presence of the Lord. And I looked at the door that the Lord had walked through. And bringing in a great big stump was no other than Samson. So Samson walked down the aisle carrying this great big stump, if you can see. And he dropped it before the Lord. And I immediately knew this is the stump in which I beheaded Chicken Little. There were still blood stains from Chicken Little's neck when I beheaded him in a game of wit. For those of you guys don't know that story, ask me, I'll tell it to you again sometime. But it was the same stump, and there was my axe stuck in the stump. And so I immediately knew what was going to happen here. So I took my battle axe from the stump as the Prince of Persia was forced down. And Samson took his wing and put his feet against the stump. And with a mighty pull, he outstretched the Prince of Persia, the falling angel, by the way, if you ain't figured that part out, entities in high places. And he pulled his wing out. I took my axe and I enjoyed it. And I thrust it into his wing, clipping him right up here. It wasn't nothing but a little bone sticking out, oozing out. That. And he let out such a yell and a scream. What a coward. I thought you was two-sword Magoo. You ain't nothing. I saw you surrender to the Lord. As the angels took him to the other side, Samson repeated. And once again, I enjoyed it. Because you know why? And I always tell them this. I saw you there, O Prince of Persia. I saw you at the crucifixion of my Lord. And I swung my axe once again. Even took the skin and took the wing. So the Lord allowed me to de-wing the Prince of Persia. He was taken up and ushered out of the presence of the Lord. The wings were bagged, and he's on his way to the great white throne of judgment. I greeted Samson with a hug, told him I loved him, and he and the Lord and the angel guards that were with Jesus walked out. And the Lord took them, and he shut the door, but the Lord stayed in the room. And he returned to me, and he began to walk me around his castle. We walked by the ugly, tainted throne that I knew would be cleansed. And we walked back, and we walked down a basement, and the Lord opened up, and he showed me so many relics. It was phenomenal. He showed me prayers, unanswered prayers, even from those long past on the earth. Because of this entity would capture these angels and take their treasures meant for you. So the Lord showed me this. See, we recovered a lot of relics. Yes, I enjoyed clipping their wings. Later on, after his judgment, I already asked Father if I could kick his wings off into the lake of fire. And he said, yeah. So I look forward to that. And I will enjoy that also. That's part of the reward I get. I cannot cast anyone into the lake of fire. Only God can do that. But I can flick them wings off there. That's just something between me and God. So the Lord showed me the relics and all the things that we had captured. And we walked back out the castle. And he departed me, and I just started watching all the excitement that was going on. A great opening in Earth's atmosphere, and heaven was invading this place, and the angels were busy with cleaning it up. shining and polishing everything. You could see the rod of Aaron now on the mountaintop. The mountaintop was being cleaned. Angels were still being let out. They were still flying out of captivity. They've been captive for a long time, folks. This is really quite wonderful. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Even though I had to walk through death on the spirit war to get there. And it's not even over. The remnants of the spirit war goes on. And it'll hang around and you'll see things that you haven't seen. You'll feel things that you haven't felt. And so the voices began to ring out. I heard the voices of children that I had encountered in the spirit wars. Blazer, Blazer. They began to come, and I said, what are y'all doing here? He said, you don't understand. This is now part of the kingdom of heaven. This is open to us too now. You've opened it for both sides. So it's no longer the kingdom of Persia. It's the kingdom of the Lord. It belongs to Jesus. He surrendered. The Prince of Persia surrendered to Jesus. It's really a wonderful story. And so this is icing on the cake. So Elione emailed me. She was in the battle. She saw the battle. I emailed her back. Smacker saw the battle. I'm sure Aaron and Zach is in the battle. Many of you are in this battle, even if you don't know it. So it's a big deal to heaven, and heaven is invading this place. This is exactly what Jesus means. I've given you authority to take down entities in high places, low places, as well as high places. It's also a part about total surrender to Him. Only through my volunteer surrender to God, letting Him use me. And what did He do? He took me to death's door. And I died, yet I lived. And that made me eligible to pass through this place and to take it back for the kingdom of heaven. And it's really quite amazing to me, the plan that God had set long ago. And He wants to do this with His people, with everyone. Just think if we all did this. If all of God's children did this, how long would it take to take Earth back? Not very long. There wouldn't be no entities in high places left, right? So how will God manifest this? I don't know. That's not my responsibility. That's His. So I say, wake up, Lord, as David said. Where was that scripture? Psalms? I don't know. Commander Smacker knows. Give us that song, Smacker. So I'm so thrilled that God is allowing you guys to do these things also. We're all co-heirs of the kingdom. And this is a place we can go. So this does already correlate to some things that are going on with President Trump. So last night, the Lord knew I was going to do the podcast. It was pretty cool. Oh, I want to talk to you too, Lord. in my heavenly language to just be with him today. So last night, before I woke up, I was at an arena, and it was a football game. Right? We all know football, American football. And there were two teams. And I came in, and a man was running the ball in a suit. He had a suit on. Man, you don't play football in a suit, right? So he's running across the field, and the other team is after him, and he's about to score. And all of a sudden, he's hit. And I see these flags. They were playing flag football. And it was President Trump. And he was stopped at the 1-yard line. And someone who was with me, I heard this man shout out, "I bet if he wasn't as old as he was, he would have scored." And I laughed. And I saw that it was flag football. They weren't supposed to tackle him. They're supposed to pull the flag. What did we just do? Capture the flag. And they're playing flag football, and it's President Trump. And now it's 4th and 1 on the goal line. That says a lot about what's about to happen. It solidated to me this spirit wars, that God would give me this vision this morning of President Trump playing flag football, and it's 4th and goal on the 1. So maybe what we did will manifest in this direction. And I also think on what Trump just did to fool the enemy on this arrest thing. I think Trump captured the flag in the flesh. I think this is how it correlates to the spirit wars. I feel a new vibe in the atmosphere today. Don't you? It's going to change, because now this mountain, this place that was once inhabited by the prince of Persia, has fallen into the hands of God once again. And I just praise the Lord for the spirit wars. On to new spirit wars. We're going to talk about tyranny here for a minute, of the people, of this mob-based government called insurance, to where they force you to have insurance on everything. This is tyranny. They have no right to tell us what to do, or if we can drive a car or we can't, or if we can get a loan without insurance or not. These are our choices. So today, many angels have come. Legions of angels have come. And they have said, "Commander, command us." So in the name of Jesus, I command you, legions, surround the enemy, this entity called insurance. Expose them. Bring everything to the surface of this mafia, because it's exactly what it is. Free God's people. Cut the chains that bind. I will come time to time to check on you, to reposition you. Attack. And off they go. And this is going to head a new spirit war. I don't know how much time it will take. you're going to start seeing it. Exposure of the insurance industry, who's governing the people. I don't remember electing no insurance company to govern me, do you? This is an entity, and we're going to crush it in Jesus' name. This is spirit wars, folks. This is what you were sent here to do. I know my destiny because I'm doing it, and it makes me happy. I enjoy it. As Jesus, this is something that we have to come to, folks, as believers, as born-again Christians. The Lord never intended for you to be in the world. He brought this kingdom that I speak of with him. Matter of fact, he died on the cross to give it to you, to forgive you of sins once and for all. Amen to that. But also to give you this kingdom. And it's free for the taking. You just got to take it. That's what I try to teach you. I wasn't sent here to be a teacher, to be a preacher, to be a prophet. I was sent here to take back this earth. That's what I do. And that's what you can do. That's what we were all sent here for this time. I do believe we are the generations. I do believe we are going to be Romans chapter 8, mortal to immortal. I do believe that all creation will be restored in this manner. Don't listen to someone telling you that Jesus is coming. You listen to me. He's already here. He's here, and he's waiting for you. He's waiting to live in you the same way he lives in me. And I'm not talking to the people who are saved. I'm talking to someone who's unsaved. Take that step. Take that step today of faith. And you too can be a warrior. You too can take back evil. You know you're tired of it. You just want to puke because you're so tired of evil being all around you. I'm tired of it. But Jesus is not coming, folks. He's here. He's here. And he's positioning his army, and he's choosing his warriors. That's you. So no matter where you're at in this spirit war thing, you have to be trained. And that's what you're doing. You're training, you're positioning for this great move of God that has already begun. It's just quite astounding. And if you go back and you listen to these podcasts just on this war, you'll understand more. There's hidden gems in it. And this place is open for you to come. It's a portal that has been opened. Psalms 24. Open up, you gateways of destiny. Swing wide. And he will come. Who will come? The Holy One, the Anointed One, the King of Glory will live in you. And when you reach out to do a task, it's really Jesus who's doing the task. You're a yielding vessel, and the Lord is through you. Fulfilled, Anointed One, the King of Glory will live in you. And when you reach out to do a task, it's really Jesus who's doing the task. You're a yielding vessel, and the Lord is doing it through you. Fulfilling, Neville Johnson. prophecy. Jesus in me will do these things. So it's very, very wonderful. So I'm going to read some comments. Because who knows what Blazer will go next. Thank you, Lord, for cutting that spirit word short for me. I really needed it. Let's see what back up. Okay. Thank you guys for coming. Always like it, man. There's a lot of comments going up in here today. Lord looking down there saying, who that? Who that down there? Who them people talking down there? They're going. Okay. Becky's here. Becky's in the house. Welcome, Becky. Zach's in the house. Welcome. Dr. Detective Gomez is always in the house. Welcome. He says we're all pretty busy. Greetings, Sergeant Smacker. Oops. Sorry, Lieutenant Commander Smacker. Yeah. God gives the promotions. And I don't see Elione here today. She's probably working. But I think you got a promotion, Elione. Take it to God. You might not be a recruit anymore. You might get a stripe on your uniform. I don't know these things. Welcome, Becky. Wind bang. There you go. That's what it was. Their flag was a wind bang. It was a conductor of evil. I was ready to take out a wind bang. I was going to fight a wind bang. But it wasn't a wind bang. It was death that I fought once again. I had to walk through death again. Here's Jesus keeping me alive. Jesus in me kept me alive. Greetings. Goosebumps hearing his surrender. Amen, Faith. Welcome, Faith. She says, hello, everyone. Ooh, cool. Samson again. Yeah, it's great to see Samson. But, you know, he serves the Lord. That's who he serves. He doesn't serve Blazer. He was just sent to me for a time. Time that I grew to love him very much. And I learned a lot from Samson. And Faith says, oh, I remember that. And she said, well, Blazer, you're an executioner. Yeah, I like to cut them wings off. I cut his head off. They let me. I think God wanted to do that. And Smacker says, oh, wow, you got to take a wing off. Yeah, 2 wings. De-wing that thing. Yep. Both wings. Nice one. Faith, these entities surrender easily if the presence of God is with you. Yeah, he knew. Folks, the moment that I entered into this place through death, it was over. He knew it was over then. It was over. Jesus used the rules because there's rules. I don't understand the rules, but you just know there's rules. Like I said, I want to just take Trailblazer, fly through the top of the mountain, jump off, build a stockman, take the flag. And that's the easy thing to do, right? But it's not God's way. You can't learn. You can't advance in the kingdom of God unless you go through these battles. My faith in God, it might be maxed out. I don't even call it faith anymore. It's just the way it is. It's the way it is. What is faith? I don't even know what faith is anymore. It's just the way it is. These entities surrender easily, yes. And faith says you enjoyed it because you are made for war by God. Thank Him. Y'all can face it. Yeah, we all can face it. Amen. Says, cool, I know something happened about my prayers, as I am seeing things come about long since prayed for by many saints. Amen. Praise God. There's going to be a lot more. And she says she's praising God. Eye has never seen nor ear has heard. Hallelujah. Bringing heaven down to earth. Yeah, we need to do some more. And we've been praying for this so long. I saw it from a different aspect. I see you have a new song up there. I haven't got to listen to it yet, but I will. Okay, it says, praise you, God. And Smacker says Psalms 44, I think. Yeah, read Psalms 44, folks. A new vibe in the atmosphere. Hallelujah. Yeah, man, we need a new vibe in this world. Oh, we need revival, Lord. We need a revival like this world has never seen, God, with body parts manifesting on people without any med bed. We don't need no med bed. We need God. Because I certainly know that it was huge war last night. Yeah, it was huge. It's been ongoing for a few weeks now since I got on that airplane. I agree with you, Becky says. I agree with you, Blazer. Hope it's manifest soon in the realm. Praise God. You know, just seeing Trump playing flag football that was kind of strange, right? So it had to correlate with the spirit war. That's what it did to me. It was like flag football. You capture the flag. That's what you did. So it was God's way to show me that it was true. And I haven't seen Trump in my visions in a long time. So just to see Trump back in my visions, and it's 4th and 1, and it's go. The ball is on the goal line. It's about to punch it through. We're going to punch this thing through. And so it, just that little vision tells you so much. But in the fleshly realm, I told you about Trump before. Excuse me. Crazy. It's not crazy, it's wonderful, but it's, that God lets you be a part of it is amazing. And we have to be a part of taking this earth back. And this is how you do it, church. Whether you like my channel or not, whether you come and skip through, this is the way it is, guys. You can't hold that church pew up. You know what? That church pew don't need no help. It can stand all by itself. Dare to go out into the Spirit. Learn, seek, because this is the doors that God has opened for you to get out of this world. And Faith says, I have always felt like a foreigner in this world my entire life. Amen to that, sister. Me too. Even my close family think I'm crazy, but I know God wants to manifest fully this way to bring his kingdom here. He absolutely does. And it's us that's going to do it. And exactly that's why I do all things through Christ in you. Amen. Hey, welcome, His Highness. Praise God. And Faith says, yeah, because no one plays football in a suit. Yeah, I know, right? And I was a fan